free DeWalt 20-volt max 5 amp hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. The deck's stacked in your favor with brands pros trust. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Rain for San Jose, high temperature of 60.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
Wake up.
It's time to wake on up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Ooh.
Oh, hello there, and good morning to everybody out there on this fabulous Tuesday, April 21st. Sam Loveman here for the Morning Roast. Good morning to everyone out there again. Good morning to Carter Chickering in the back, pressing all the buttons, keeping us on air. Good morning to Steven Risotto, doing producer stuff, whatever that means. I don't know. I'm hosting the show. And, of course, good morning, Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky. Joe, how you doing today?
I'm okay.
You sure? You're just okay?
I mean, it was just like you're going to interview me? Are you Lisa Salters?
Why don't we get into this? So, Joe, tell me, how's your week been going?
How are you doing today?
Oh,
Actually,
fascinating.
I'm not doing so well. I didn't get great sleep. My kid wouldn't go to bed. And, I'm
with you.
Yeah, it wasn't great sleep. How are you doing, Sam?
I'm kind of pissed off. I'm not going to lie. You want to know why?
Well, okay.
Because
why are you pissed off?
The worst thing in the world has descended on the Bay Area this week. No, I'm not talking about the rain. I'm talking about those blue people from down south.
It's science.
It's Giants-Dodgers week, and I don't like when the Dodgers are in town. Because for one, it means they bring their fans, which means they take over our ballpark. And then their team is also very, very good. I don't know where they live. They probably live somewhere in the desert. Their team is very, very good, which means they're probably going to win, which means these next 3 days might not be fun for Giants fans. But anyway, so yeah, that's where my head's at right now. But, yeah.
How about Trent Williams, huh?
Hey, at least Trent Williams is back. That's true. We did hear from John Lynch yesterday as well. He had his first media availability before the NFL draft. That's coming up in just a couple days. We got some fun stuff that's going to be planned for that when we get to there in a couple days. It was a fun night on the TV last night, just overall. Great multi-view night if you have YouTube TV with all the playoff action that was going on.
I mean, the NBA, who'd have thought a Jalen Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns team would lose a game to the Hawks?
Who could have seen that coming? They almost had it at the end. They had that last chance there. They're down 107, 106. They have a little jumper there, and unfortunately does not go in, and that series is evened up. I had some good hockey games on last night, too.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, no, Carolina-Ottawa, that was a fun one. Carolina almost had the OT winner in the first overtime, but they take the goal off because the guy was just slightly offsides. But there's a penalty shot on the play. They missed the penalty shot. Carolina still eventually wins in the second overtime, but that was pretty fun to watch, too. Again, you got 4 games going on at the same time, and it was just a great night for the multi-view on YouTube TV. So like to shout that out. And
interesting. I didn't think we were going to get Carolina hockey.
Yeah, no, before we got like the Warriors or Giants or anything like that.
Yeah, we're just getting with loves, man.
We're just very eclectic here on the Morning Roast. We like to expand people's horizons.
He hates blue people. He thinks they're from the desert, and he watches Carolina hockky.
I hate those blue people.
Man. Sports, man.
No,
Somewhere Guru's got his shirt off, ready to make a video for Loveman.
Oh, man.
I mean, dude, like,
there was a lot of great sports on last night.
Right,
we had Timberwolves Nuggets. Nuggets got to a huge start in that first quarter. Then all of a sudden, Ant-Man just leads them back into it in the second quarter, and then it was time to go to bed. So I went to bed at halftime and checked out the score this morning, and the Timberwolves were able to even up that series there a little bit. So
I haven't had a good night's sleep in forever, so I'm jealous of your going to bed.
Oh, well, I mean, I slept really well last night. I got a full 6 hours of sleep, Shasky.
I would die for 6 hours.
Oh, God, the sad life that we live here in the mornings. But, hey, at least we get to talk about sports. So, yeah, let's get into some 49ers here because John Lynch did talk with the media yesterday. And it's great to have Trent Williams back in the building, apparently. That's the word. As news did break at the top of the show yesterday that Trent Williams agreed to a 2-year deal worth about $37 million fully guaranteed over the next 2 years.
The guy always wins. He just always finds a way to win when it's all said and done.
Him and Draymond
have very similar qualities in that they're always the last man standing, winning at all of these negotiations. Credit to him. He's got leverage, and he's got some of the greatest negotiation tactics of all time, meaning I just won't show up. So they need him, obviously. They need to get their offensive line rocking and rolling, and they needed him to be their anchor. And as frustrated as I've been with him, to see them find a way to give him another $37 million guaranteed, this now makes him, going into this year, he is set to be the highest paid, highest career earning 49er of all time.
Yeah, that's actually pretty wild. You consider all the great 49ers that have played here in the past. But again, that's also part of just the fact that salaries keep going up and up and up.
Sure.
Throughout time. But they still see him as probably one of the most important, if not the most important, non-quarterback in this organization. And, we see it, Joe. This offense more or less lives and dies by whether or not Trent Williams is able to be consistently healthy. Other, of course, than that, that Chicago game on Sunday night last year where he was injured on the first play, and Niners still were able to win that game. But his importance, Joe, it cannot be understated, and they're still saying that is still the case.
I'm viewing this week as a pivotal one for the 49ers. They've really doubled down on a lot of veterans, and I'm okay with that. Like, this is what the team is right now. When I look at Fred Warner and when I look at Christian McCaffrey and now Trent Williams into the fold, I mean, that's a win-now roster, right? Last year, I thought they maximized whatever you thought their possibilities were given who was actually out there. As disappointed as it might be to lose to the Seahawks and then go on to win the Super Bowl, like, the reality is I've reflected. I've been able to take some time back. Like, they really did maximize the year. They had Mac Jones out there for 8 games last year, and it might have been the best version of Mac Jones we've ever seen. They got Brock Purdy back. He wasn't 100%. It didn't look great, and then all of a sudden, boom, he was lights out. They won a huge playoff road game in Philadelphia, knocked off the Super Bowl champs from the year prior. And yeah, they got their teeth kicked in by a much better Seattle team at the time. But Seattle's lost a lot of people this offseason. So I'm viewing this week as a crucial one. And, what does the Trent Williams kind of signing signify to me? Well, do I think the 49ers are going to draft a tackle? Actually, I do. But it's not going to be in the first couple of picks.
I agree with that.
And I think that they have always kind of identified in the first couple of picks dramatic need. They always, outside of wide receiver, when they picked up Ricky Pearsall, I think they were pretty set on trading one of the two guys, and that's why they took Pearsall to begin with. But
the two guys you mean being Debo and Ayuk?
Debo and Ayuk, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that most of the time, this team likes to plug one of their holes. Think last year. Last year, first 3 picks in the draft, what were they? Hey, we need defensive line. We have no one coming back. We're letting Javon Hargrave go and all these other guys go. We are taking Mykel Williams.
Yep.
We are going to take Alfred Collins, and then 1 pick after that, we are going to be taking the other D tackle, CJ West. Yep. They really went all in on trying to fill those needs. I think this year I look at this team and they've got needs in the secondary, whether that's safety or cornerback. I can listen to both, although they've been signing a lot of veteran cornerbacks. They need offensive line help, absolutely. They need an outside edge rusher. They need, I believe, another outside linebacker. And I think you can make the argument for wide receiver and tight end and running back. They've got a lot of needs. But one that isn't a pressing need for this upcoming year is left tackle. And so on that particular, paradigm, I'm happy with it. I'm happy that he's back, as frustrated as I've been with the process of it. And now this allows them to do what they've kind of need to do right now this year. Take the best player available.
No, I'm right there with you. And again, I wonder if it's still going to be an edge rusher there. Again, I agree with you with the needs they have. I'm always a fan of upgrade the offensive line just whenever you can.
I totally agree.
John Lynch was asked yesterday if there's a succession plan in place for Trent Williams, and it doesn't seem like there is a set in stone one right now, which, again, you have Trent locked in for 1 more year, possibly 2 years right now. So it's not imperative per se that they jump on getting that succession plan down. But the fact that it's out kind of in the ether there for the 49ers to acknowledge and start working on yesterday, that was one of, I think, the notable things that I heard from John Lynch was just like, yeah, it's important that we get that succession plan in place for Trent. They got Viridian Lowe there, who he seems very confident that Lowe can step in behind Trent. And who's Viridian Lowe? No one knows.
Yeah, I doubt that. What I would end up doing in this draft, and I know it's not going to be the sexiest thing, and I have a more long-winded opinion on this for later on in the week, but the reality is last year when Gray Zabel got taken by the Seattle Seahawks, no one knew who he was. Look, I know there are some diehard draft nicks out there, and people think that they know the draft, and that's fine.
There's a lot of nerds out there, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not shaming them, but I think the majority of Niner fans really don't know most of the what I call meat and potatoes type players.
Yes,
they might know the Jeremiah Loves and the Fernando Mendozas and Omar Cooper, wide receiver, or Casey Incepcion, but they're not going to know who any of these meat and potato linemen are, and I think a great draft for the 49ers would be some version of them drafting multiple guys in the first 3 or 4 picks that I've never heard of who are on that offensive line. Maybe one guy who can start at left guard to start the year, and if Trent, goes out or retires after this year or a year down the line, that guy can maybe transition to right or left tackle eventually. Like, that's what I would love to see them do. If they go get an outside linebacker, I think there's just a lot of value in the 2nd and 3rd round to go get what Raheem Morris is going to be wanting as one of those bend type outside linebackers, which we really haven't been identifying since going to the wide nine. We like that hand in the dirt, speed or power edge rusher that's more traditional. I think Raheem is going to want a guy that's a little more athletic, and we passed on those guys. And so I don't know where Michael Williams is going to be at with the ACL injury recovery, but this team needs to reinvest on protecting Brock Purdy and getting after the quarterback again. Yeah. Now, I will listen to tight end. That's a huge need for me. I will listen to running back. I will listen to safety. Like, those are huge needs as well. But I'm okay with them taking a pair of guys early in this draft who I've never heard of who are on the offensive line. That's not the worst thing in the world.
No, because, as to your point, no one's ever really dove deep into the offensive line prospects here. And I could rattle off some names that have stuck out to me in terms of offensive linemen. But to be honest, Joe, they're going to be coming later. There's so few draft picks they have to work with here. That's the other thing they have.
I'm open to a trade down.
Well, that kind of gets me into my next point. You and I were kind of discussing it yesterday, and you brought it up. And I was like, would they actually trade out of the first round if they don't like anything at 27? And listening to John Lynch yesterday, it doesn't seem like they have a lot, because you know how teams, they always grade out draft prospects. This guy's a first rounder. This guy's a second rounder, blah, blah, blah. I think Lynch said yesterday there's somewhere around 20 or less guys that they think that they have first round grades for, which tells me that if 27 comes along and there's just no one that they're enamored with who they think has a first round grade, the idea of trading back does make a lot more sense, because again, Joe, they have 6 draft picks. 4 of them are in the 4th round, and 3 of those 4th rounders are actually 4th round compensation picks. So most of their damage is going to be done in the early hours of day 3.
What I'm praying for is for Ty Simpson and quarterback X to drop and drop and drop and drop.
And get a quarterback desperate team to.
Well, yeah, let's say, and I'm just doing hypotheticals here. Arizona doesn't take a quarterback at the first pick that they have. They jump back into the first round, later into the first round, and they want to go get a quarterback like a Ty Simpson. That would be a ideal landing spot. You get their 2nd round pick, you get some future comp, maybe another middle round pick. That would be something I would be highly, highly interested in.
You know what that would kind of be basically is, we've been saying, for the first couple months of the offseason, do you trade Mac Jones or not to try and get a 2nd round pick? In that situation, Shasky, if Ty Simpson is available close to 27, you could kind of get a similar draft pick compensation for that you would have gotten from Mac Jones. You end up getting your best of both worlds there. You keep your backup quarterback and you get the draft pick that you would have gotten had you move off of him. I actually like that a lot.
But there's one thing that I will take umbrage with John Lynch. I don't know if you heard. He made
I know you're going here.
A comment, and I think it's – I love John. I wish someone would have followed up, and I'm not trying to tell the beat reporters to do their job, but he can't really think that, can he? And I think – The line for me was, we don't have holes, glaring needs.
Yeah.
What? Can you play the sound for me, the John Lynch cut?
Let's get our board updated here.
I know we had some technical difficulties.
Yeah, no, we've had some, but no, that was literally, I was listening to
I couldn't believe my jaw dropped.
It was the first thing that I heard that really jumped out to me. It was after the Trent Williams questions when he was after that. Let's see if I can find the line here. We can get to it in just a little bit. But Yeah, that kind of jumped out to me as well. No glaring holes, where it's just like, I think you can make an argument that there's several glaring holes on this team. One of them being at edge rusher, which it seems like the 500th year in a row, that's kind of like the biggest position we're talking about, even though they apparently were supposed to have addressed it last year with Michael Williams. They made the addition of Keon White. He's still on this team this year. But here we are again. It's Groundhog Day.
No glaring holes. This is a team that doesn't have a starting left guard. No glaring holes. This is a team that has a 34-year-old center that we all think stinks. I know PFF loves him, but none of us do. Like, couldn't move LJ out of the way in the lane. This is a team that has a tight end who just tore his Achilles in the playoffs. Not in like week 8, in the playoffs. All right? This is a team that doesn't have a slot wide receiver replacement for Juwan Jennings. Now, you could think Juwan Jennings isn't good. Mm-hmm. He's been very valuable for this team, okay? This is a team that couldn't run the ball last year with their primary running back, who I still think had a very fantastic year. But, like, running back, we're not worried a little about the succession plan for CMC? Okay. What about safety? This is a team that can't pick the ball off if they're, like, you could run over, hand our safeties the ball, and they might drop it.
Well,
they can't cover anything.
No, and then the tackling becomes an issue as well. I mean, Malik Mustafa, how many missed tackles do we see from him last year? You can make the argument that Jair Brown and Mustafa, both of those positions, free and strong safety, need to be updated there. You mentioned the receiver situation. This is what I don't like, Shasky, is that, again, with your limited draft picks, I don't know if they can actually address this in the draft. I hope they do, but Shanahan said at the beginning of the year, like, one of these younger receivers, whether it's Jacob Cowing, whether it's Jordan Watkins, one of these guys needs to step up.
I mean, come on. I'll believe it when I see it.
Exactly. And that's what I don't like, is that's basically the approach we have to take with the receiver situation. Is I don't want to play a wait and see. Like, if you like these guys, you would have played them. You didn't play them, so why should we trust that they're going to just get out there and start producing all this?
Well, and the other thing that I like ticks me off is that we haven't even brought up what I would argue would be still one of their biggest needs, which drives me insane, but edge. Like,
that's what we start off with,
so left guard, center, tight end, wide receiver, DB, edge, and you can make the argument running back.
I think running back's way up there as well. And
so that gets me to Mac Jones, who you brought up.
Yeah.
You almost have to trade him if somebody wants him. Like, we have too many holes. I want to win now. All right, and I know having the backup quarterback is incumbent. Like, they would not have made the playoffs if they didn't have Mac Jones. I totally understand that. I think it's more valuable to get something back for him right now and then find a comparable replacement. If Brock Purdy goes down for 8 or 9 games next year, we're probably cooked.
Yeah.
We're probably cooked regardless of who the quarterback is. And also, then there's the whole separate conversation about Brock's long-term standing with the team. You can't miss 8 games back-to-back seasons. But, like, they need picks. They need to plug holes. This thing that they don't have any glaring needs. Like, John, get out of here. Then they asked him about the draft, and his response was like, well, how do you feel about your draft history? He goes, well, all 11 guys we picked last year are still on the team. What? What kind of comment is that?
That's a pretty low bar, but are they on the field, though? That's kind of what we're looking for.
Can you name one starter? I want you to name one starter from last year's draft class.
Upton Stout.
Is he a starter if he's a nickel corner and you're not in the nickel to start the game? I'm just curious. Unless the other team's on 3 wide receivers.
Joe, the only guy...
16 snaps in a closeout game against the Seahawks on the road.
He's the closest thing, I would say.
I agree,
No, Joe,
I like him.
The only other one I'll give you Alfred Collins. I think he got a couple starts in there as well. Him and Stout, I think, were probably the 2 best performers from that draft class last year, and yet... Like, look how thrilled you are with Upton Stout. Look how thrilled you are with Alfred Collins. Solid players, sure, but, like, the Niners need more than just solid players be coming out of these drafts.
And this is where the Michael Williams, injury really does him in. He would be their lone starter of that draft class. Mm-hmm. And I'm just being honest. If we look back a year later, now, look, I'm not writing all these guys off. They've got a whole year to come through. But if we're being fair with ourselves, early returns, not great.
Yeah.
And again, I really got warmed up to Upton Stout. I like him. I never, after watching him for about 4 or 5 weeks, the Michael one was a reach. Stretch Armstrong thought that was a reach.
Well, as you said, they got an edge rusher who can't handle things on the edge.
Don't you?
I'm not pulling out my pom-poms for Upton Stout either.
I like him. Like, he's a dog. Like, I do like him. But, like, come on.
All right, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. The Morning Roast is presented by the San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. Bonte Hill is going to join us on the show this morning at 9:20. That's going to be presented by Sarah Monty Ford, your Bay Area Ford store. Also, on the other side, we got some Giants tickets to give away. You're going to want to hear what game we're giving those tickets away to. I'll explain that on the other side. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Balance Financial Wellness.
Ready to buy a home? Start smart with Balance Financial Wellness. Our HUD-certified counselors guide you through credit, budgeting, and the home buying process. Call 888-456-2227 or visit BeBalanced.org to get started today.
Draft coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1216. 800-499-1216. 800-499-1216.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Jordan in Oakland. Lawrence came out, took care of servicing the motors, and offered great recommendations tailored to our needs. Thank you, R&S. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Join the YMCA of Greater San Francisco for the Y for Youth Community Festival, Saturday, May 2nd at Crane Cove Park. Enjoy live music, family-friendly activities, and fun for all ages. Best of all, it's free and open to the public. Sign up today at ymcasf.org/thegame.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
Brought to you by Bank of America. Turn the house you want into the home you own with help from Bank of America's Community Homeownership Commitment. In select markets, get up to $17,500 when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit bankofamerica.com/homeowner. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America is proud to be the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America, N.A., Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral are subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need.
Sonny Styles, the inside linebacker from Ohio State. He came to Ohio State as a safety and played there for 2 years, but he just kept growing. And he kept maturing and getting better, and he moved to inside linebacker the last 2 years. He's been unbelievable. Like, he's 6'5", he's 245 pounds, he runs in the 4.4s. He's got everything it takes to be a great player.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Kendall Jackson is partnering with 95.7 The Game to give our listeners a chance to win a chef's small plates and pairings experience at the Kendall Jackson Wine Estate and Gardens in Santa Rosa. For more info and to enter our contest, visit 957thegame.com.
Now back to the morning roast.
Want to talk about basketball?
With Joe Spadoni.
Anything about the game?
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, it's a great day on the morning roast. We're all happy and getting along. We're having a fun conversation about phone screen time at the break. We'll get to that in a second. But first, do we have our sounder ready, Carter? Because I'm going to be throwing to it momentarily. Because the Giants take on the Miami Marlins at Oracle Park this Saturday, April 25th. It's Brandon Belt Day. Yay, the captain. First 15,000 fans will receive a Brandon Belt Aloha shirt presented by Super Duper Burgers. You can buy your tickets at sfgiants.com. And guess what, Shasky? We are giving away not one, but 2 pairs of tickets, 1 pair for every ring that Brandon Belt won with the Giants this morning. Keep it locked to the show this morning in the 7 a.m. hour and the 8 a.m. hour for this sounder. I really wanted the Who Wants to Go to a Giants game one, but whatever. When you hear it, be the 5th call in the contest line, and you will win courtesy of Super Duper Burgers. I have seen the Aloha shirt, Shasky. It's pretty cool. That's all I'm going to say about that. It's very, very cool. We were talking about...
There's a litmus test joke about Brandon Belt Day that I'm just going to let sit there, and you can just envision the rest of it.
Can't do it.
If you're a
true Mike Singletary,
if you're a true Giants fan, you'll be there. That's how I stated. Brandon Bell's a good Giant. Good baseball player. Good baseball player. Debatable. Good Giant.
Yeah, but the problem is that people like you were pretending he was great. He was great. You're not understanding how great he is.
Like he was
Eric
great?
Hosmer's nothing compared to him.
Was he? What were we pretending?
No,
were
I just the Brandon
facts?
Belt people are just such ducks.
Listen, if you want to
quack. Do you know Brandon Belt is good? Quack, quack.
Yeah, no, I love just not appreciating world
I'm the
champions.
duck hunter. I'm here to tell you what's real.
Yeah, man, you seem very emotional regarding this.
Let's get back into the Niners.
He gets very emotional when we bring up facts that he does not like.
Super Duper Burger is hella good, though. I had it the other day with my nephew on my way up to the Russian River. We went to the one in Novato. And I'm telling you, I had that double cheeseburger with the French fries, and the French fries are killer. Super Duper Burger is incredible.
You ever hit the stand, the Super Duper stand out in left field at the ballpark?
I can't say that I have, but I go to the main locations, and they also own the Bird, which is right over here on New Montgomery. It's really good.
I'll do the Super Duper every now and then. There's so many other food options at Oracle Park that I'm probably going to jump to before Super Duper. It's not a thing against Super Duper. It's just like you can get Super Duper Burger anywhere. You can only get a Cha-Cha bowl.
Agreed. That I agree with.
All right, the 49ers here. Now, there's a lot of things that John Lynch said. We're efforting to get some more of the sound on the board here, but there's obviously the no glaring holes line, which for those of you who want to hear that, he said the question was, you mentioned not having a lot of needs on the roster. You were looking at this draft. You're picking as low as you are. How do you weigh immediate impact versus somebody you have to wait a year or two? How do you strike that balance? And he said, well, I think you have to try to do is position your team such that you don't have any glaring holes like we have to take this position. So there's some comfort in that.
Let's play it right here. This is him right here.
Oh, do we have it ready to go?
This wasn't in response. This was something we were already doing. But like, we're in a little bit of a unique situation. Our facilities at our stadium, that's our game day. So space is somewhat limited, but we weren't adequate in terms of our hydrotherapy. Guys are using.
What is that? Hydrotherapy?
We thought we found the right cut, but I guess it wasn't the right cut.
We're having a banner morning. This is what the height of sports radio is in 2026, folks.
Anyway, we'll get that sound in just a minute. But Lynch said there isn't no glaring holes. He also said that all 11 players from the draft last year are still on the team, and that didn't really impress you either, did it, Joe?
Could you imagine? How you feeling about your wife? Well, we're still married.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
I'm still allowed to sleep in the bed.
I mean, what is that?
Okay, let's try this. How about this clip here?
Well, I think what you try to do is position your team such that you just don't have glaring holes where, like, we have to take this position. So there's some comfort in that. I think it likely gives you a more of a belief and a comfort in just picking the best players. You can't go wrong taking good football players. And obviously, it's a combination of all those things. It's short-term, it's long-term. But I think having that in place, some of the things we've done this offseason gives us a great ability to go in with really a mindset of taking the best player, not just saying we've got to come out with this position.
Now, look, I love John Lynch. Literally last year, they had to take 3 linemen in the first 4 picks because they had a glaring hole. I love John Lynch. You have not addressed the offensive line in forever. It's been a glaring hole maybe your entire tenure. Like, legitimately. And again, I think he is the best right now, current GM in all the 3 major sports. I really do.
Wait, John Lynch of all
I think John Lynch has done the best job of him, Dunleavy, and Posey as of right now.
Like all
if I took the Sharks and threw them to the side.
I thought you were like saying like all of like American.
No glaring need. You have no idea who your safeties are right now.
No.
You're going back with Mustafa and Jair Brown?
Oh, you might have Marcus Siegel in there as well.
Okay, Marcus Siegel. Okay. You don't have the guy who led your team in sacks is not on the team anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even know who your outside edge rusher is opposite Nick Bosa.
Right now it's the broken body that is Michael Williams and might be Keon White. It's at this point, it's not going to be anybody that is going to inspire any sort of confidence.
I wish, and again, I know that, like, you know, John has done a great job, but like I would have just said, John, you don't think you have any glaring holes? Your quarterback has gone down. Your quarterback has gotten injured every single season for 6 straight seasons. And if we go back a little farther, basically 8 out of the 10 years you've been here, you have had a quarterback go down for multiple games who you came into the year as your starter. Now, you could say, Joe, that's a byproduct of the NFL. Well, Sean McVay, and we did this exercise, remember? He's only missed like 12 of the 144 games to quarterback injuries.
Yeah.
Okay? Whereas the Niners, it was something like half the games have been missed. And I find it ironic we're bringing that up on the day that it's kind of rumored that Jimmy Garoppolo might set to retire.
Oh, really? I missed that story.
Yeah, Jimmy might be retiring. But
do we bring him back for a day so he can retire as a Niner?
No. We just let him go.
Okay.
But like,
Jimmy Garoppolo day?
Offensive line has been a hole forever. Can we protect Purdy? Does anybody right now feel great about Christian Kirk and Ricky Pearsall at wide receiver? Because I don't. I think Ricky Pearsall's got a lot of talent, but I don't feel great about it.
If you're feeling good about Ricky Pearsall, you're feeling good about the theoretical potential he could have. But again, it's just we haven't seen it enough because, Joe, he hasn't been on the field enough. Christian Kirk, I mean, is this DeMarcus Robinson 2.0?
Christian hasn't had a good year in a couple years now.
Yeah, he'll have that one good game this year, and that'll be a really fun game for us.
Who's your starting tight end? Is it Jake Tonjes and Luke Farrell?
I honestly, the fact that tight end has not been talked about as a glaring hole, right? Well, I really hope they're not getting into this position. We're like, well, George Kittle will see walking out without a brace yesterday.
They did that with Dre Greenlaw, and what happened? What happened? They signed Devondre Campbell for just like, hey, it'll be a stopgap till Dre Greenlaw comes back.
It was a disaster.
It was a nightmare. And Dre Greenlaw played like 2 quarters. There's just, look, again, I think they're positioned to have a really good year. But this draft, if they walk in with zero self-awareness and don't think that they have glaring needs, you're tripping. Now he goes, best overall. I ask you simply, was Michael Williams last year best overall when they were sitting there at 11.
I think they were trying to fill a need at 11.
It was a need and a project pick and a pick that you were hoping over time would be good. I don't want them to do that this year. No. This year, it needs to be plug and play for the first couple of picks.
I agree.
Absolutely has to be. And if they take any other strategy, they're going to miss on these picks.
That's why, again, I think it still looks likely. I think they're still going to be taking an edge rusher there at the end of that first round.
Look, I'm okay with that, though. Oh, no, I'm okay.
Because that fills, I think, one of their most glaring needs. It's if there is a big tackle that is available at the end of the first round, too, ideally, I would like them to take that instead, but I'm also just aware of the reality of how the Niners operate. I'm just not going to sit here and hold my breath and bang on the table like I'm Steve Kerr after a press conference saying, go get me a left tackle that I know they're just not going to draft.
Well, what if they took a guy who's like, let's say like the kid who I like from Arizona State, they take him and they go, hey, he's going to play left guard year one. And then over the next 2 years, as Trent is clicking down, we're going to develop him on the side to play a little tackle. But for right now, he's a plug and play, unbelievable freak athlete who's going to play right next to Trent Williams and have Trent in his ear all game. I would buy that. Wouldn't you buy that? I would love that.
I don't know.
You don't love that?
I think there's other options you can get later in the draft at that position. You can do that. A guy who I have my eye on, granted, call me a homer here, Markel Bell, the left tackle out of Miami.
I'm fine with that.
He's graded to go.
But that guy needs to play.
He's graded in the fourth round. And Shasky last year, the Texas A&M game stands out to me. He shut down Cassius Howell, the defensive end.
Who's got
A&M,
the short arms?
Everybody
loves him though.
And Howell has been mocked to the Niners at times. He's a guy, again, I was rewatching that A&M game over the weekend, and he really shut down Howell all game long. Everyone talks about Francis Maui-Noa on that right side, but Markel Bell could be a guy, again, I don't want to get too into the weeds on it, but my point is that there are tackles graded later in the draft that I think you could take them this year, plug them in at guard for a couple of years, because I do think that left guard position
it's wide open.
It's a black hole right now. They got Robert Jones in there, Brett Toth, Connor Colby was the rookie
Nobody
last
feels
year.
Good about it.
No, Nick Zakel is in there as well.
No, I don't want to see Nick Zakel.
No, all those are awful.
Did you know who Grace Abel was when the Seahawks drafted him?
No one knows who any of offensive
exactly. He played every single game for them, and they won the Super Bowl, and they nailed the Nick Iwinmori pick.
Honestly, I think the reality is, Joe, and we'll get to the break here on this one, is that I think John Lynch kind of needs to have a draft this year like what the Seahawks had last year or what the Eagles had 2 years ago, where it just impact players right away.
Yes.
And you got one of those guys, like whether it's Cooper DeJean, whether it's Nick Iwinmori, who just burst right out in their rookie year and immediately look like impact players. When's the last time a guy day one out the draft, regardless of round, hit the field and you're like, well, this dude's a special guy right now?
Nick Bosa.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably at the closest you came last year was Upton Stout, which does nothing to anybody.
Upton was a work in progress, but by the end of the year, I felt better about him. Problem is that he's only a slot corner. If he could play on the outside, I'd feel a hell of a lot better.
I think he's a solid role player.
I like him. No, I like him.
You got a live read coming up here. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Struggling with social isolation? Chances are you're not alone. Well, maybe you are, but you don't have to be. Introducing Dinner with Mom. Just one meal may help increase happiness and restore your sense of belonging. Side effects may include taking home leftovers and unsolicited relationship advice. Do not attempt if you're allergic to unconditional love. Call your doctor if conversations last more than 4 hours. Don't wait. Ask your doctor if Dinner with Mom is right for you. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Together heals.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with True Fan Travel as San Francisco will take on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. It's the ultimate fan experience. Think premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and so many more unforgettable moments. This is your chance to be a part of football history. Spots are limited, so don't miss your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in the Bay Area without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in the Bay Area for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. The Bay Area is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop this week right here in the Bay Area and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm going to have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Hey, this your boy Frank Gore. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
It's Miami Hurricanes legend, Frank Gore. It's NFL draft week, which means we get to have football on the mind again. John Lynch spoke yesterday and said that there's no glaring holes on, or he said you want to be in a position like they are where you have no glaring holes. But unfortunately, I do believe the Niners have a couple of glaring holes. The offensive line being one. There you go, Steiny. Offensive line being one. And I think tight end is another one that does not get talked about enough as a glaring hole. And Joe, I can't shake this belief that the Niners really, truly believe that they're just going to get George Kittle back earlier than anyone anticipates, and we're just gonna ride with George Kittle this year, because right now your tight ends are Jake Tonjes, who played well last year. I'll be honest, he played well last year. Luke Farrell, who I'm gonna be honest, did not play well last year. It was not very enjoyable. And Braden Willis, who is on the roster. If he walked up to you, Joe, and said, "Hi, my name is Braden Willis. I play tight end for the San Francisco 49ers," you would probably look at him and be like, "I'm sorry, who are you?" So that's where the 49ers tight end room is at right now. And you don't hear a lot of conversations about the tight end position. So, yeah, that seems like a glaring hole that they don't seem to be taking publicly all that seriously.
No, they're not. And so, yeah, they're in trouble here. They need to nail these picks. Like, it's very incumbent for this team to nail these picks. They have to be plug and play.
I feel like I know you like John Lynch a lot. I do agree with you. I think between him, Dunleavy, and Buster, he has done overall the best job.
By far.
But I do feel like, though, these drafts, the way they've been going the last few years, though, Joe, for me, I'm kind of going in the opposite direction on John Lynch. Like, I need an impact draft like this Thursday to happen.
Think about the Trent Williams trade. They traded a 3rd and a 5th for Trent Williams in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Look, as frustrated as I am with the financials and how he goes about it, I can't argue the results. It's been one of the great trades in 49ers history.
Oh, no, absolutely. John Lynch has built up an incredible roster over the years. I'm not denying that, but it's one thing to build up the roster, Shasky, as a football executive. That's part one of your job. And, yeah, to that point, he's done pretty well. Part two of the job is you got to feed the beast and keep it going.
Sure.
It's been very, very lackluster, and we've talked about this a lot. When you think about the last 2, 3, even 4 drafts, I mean, who's the guy that stands out ever since they got Brock Purdy at the end of the 2022 draft, which I think we can all agree that's been a pretty good one. 22 draft, though, kind of empty in terms of playmakers that you could depend on. 23 draft, I like D. Winters. He's pretty good, but I think at times last year you saw, certain moments from D. Winters that made you kind of wanting more. I don't know if he's a truly dynamic guy who can play alongside Fred Warner up at that level that we expect from guys like when Dre Greenlaw was here and in his prime. You talk about the 24 draft. Bernardo Green's solid at corner. I don't hate what we see from him. Pooney's been very good.
I mean, Bernardo Green, we might disagree. Bernardo Green is lucky to be on the team currently.
All right, maybe I'm over-evaluating him on that one.
Been a bad second-round pick.
Listen, I'm not going to die to Renato Greenhill.
This is a guy who got screamed at by the coach multiple times this year and yanked from a playoff game.
It's probably because he went to Florida State.
He's just not good.
Tatum Bethune, I thought was solid, but again, I don't think he's a starting caliber player. He could fill in, and then your draft last year, sure, guys are on the roster. There's guys to like from it. This is all to say, Joe, I'm looking at 3-4 consecutive drafts here from John Lynch that, outside of your quarterback, which if you're going to have only one good pick from that period, that's a good one to have, but it's been underwhelming. And so, yeah, I agree with you. I need a major draft from John Lynch, but it's at a point where it's like, John, I'm glad that you built up this team when you first got here, but if you can't keep this gravy train going, what are we doing here?
Well, they made the playoffs, and they beat the Philadelphia Eagles last year, and, they lost to the eventual Super Bowl champs. Mm-hmm. The results will have to be multiple consecutive bad seasons. So we could be mad at the drafts, but yet I look up and they still find ways to win games.
Absolutely.
So you do get credit for that. The ultimate prize is not do you hit draft picks. The ultimate prize is do you win games? And we have to give them credit. They win a lot of games.
Well, absolutely. But those are, again, with, I don't know if old guard is the right term to use for this 49er team, but the playmakers who led that team last year were guys who are, north of 28 years old. Your best players, whether it's Kittle, whether it's Fred Warner, whether it is Trent Williams, who was acquired via trade, like Chris McCaffrey acquired via trade, these are guys on the older end of things when it comes to football, not so much in life. But when I say feed the beast, keep this train going, I need these younger playmakers to be part of the equation too. When we bring up the Eagles game last year, who was the best player drafted in the last 3 years, the 23, 24, 25 drafts that made the biggest impact in that Eagles game? Is there anyone who sticks out to you from those last 3 drafts?
Jake Tonjes after what's-his-face got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
George Kittle got hurt.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably the fill-in tight end who was an undrafted free agent.
But that's also how you fill out your team. Draft picks are a big element, but so is free agency, so are trades. So you have to be a little well-rounded with it. Trust me.
Yeah.
I want them to draft better, Sam. But like, I also can't argue with the results when you win 12 games.
No, that's my point. But my point is that a lot of those 12 games were built on the backs. Those 12 wins were built on the backs of players who are either not going to be in the league in a couple of years or going to be out of their primes in a couple of years, which right now, in the immediate now, you could feel good about where this roster is at because you have a lot of really good veteran talent on it. But it's not going to last forever.
Well, of course, yes.
And that's where I get concerned with these last 3 drafts. If I'm thinking, are we going to keep having these good, successful seasons? You say 2 bad seasons and John Lynch is going to be on a nuclear hot seat. I put the nuclear hot seat
Well,
word
that's
in
just
your
the
mouth.
NFL. I think that's the NFL as a whole. 2 bad seasons in a row, and you're on a hot seat no matter who you are.
Absolutely. But 2 bad seasons in a row don't just happen out of nowhere. It happens because you're not adding more young talent into your... And that's where I get concerned with these last few drafts. Like, it's good now, but it's a lot of the early signs are kind of materializing for this team that usually portend those 2 bad seasons in the future.
Of course. Eventually, the chickens are going to come home to roost. But do you think New England Patriot fans care about how they drafted in 2018 and 2019 and 2020 when they were, or before 2020, 2017, 2018, like they were winning the Super Bowl? They don't care about the draft.
Well, I think also the Patriots, for the most part, I mean, again, having Tom Brady certainly helped, but the Patriots, for the most part, they were finding playmakers to keep plugging in and keeping the thing going.
The argument would be if I'm Shanahan, like, I make it work, dude. We'll find a way. Look, I want JSN on the team too. All right, I don't want to make this seem like I don't want JSN, but I also, it's difficult to have qualms when they win 12 games. You win 12 games, it doesn't matter to me how you do it. Just do it. I want to win a Super Bowl. So whether it's with all veterans or all rookies or some blend of trades, rookies, veterans, like, who cares? Let's just win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, and I think I think that approach works for this year because they have the talent to compete for a Super Bowl, which is why, again, like, no one's coming with torches and pitchforks for John Lynch yet, but it's all goes into say what you kind of opened up this thing with is I need a really, really good draft from John Lynch. And like, I hate I hate putting my football team in a position where you have to hit home runs in the draft.
Yeah, but that's every year in every team.
But it's so hard to do that. And it feels more necessary.
Lost Kenneth Walker. They lost multiple defensive linemen. They lost a cornerback. Do you think they're viewing this draft as a throwaway draft?
No, they got to restock talent.
Exactly.
But you're also feeling a lot better, though, because you do have, like, the Super Bowl trophy covers up a lot of stink.
Of course it does, but they want to keep the gravy train running. So
exactly, yeah.
This is the NFL. This is why the NFL is the best. There's always a sense of urgency.
Yeah, Gravy Train only has 4 picks this year, by the way, so they're probably going to trade back.
Yeah, they're in a lot of, like, they're a team in a really interesting spot.
Well, they had an incredible draft last year, too. Like, when's the last time the draft the Seahawks had last year? I could pull up here in just a minute.
It's Gray Zabel and Nick Ewan Murray.
Yeah.
That's who their first 2 picks were. Basically, 2 of the top players on both sides of the ball for rookies last year.
One of the Niners.
Pretty incredible.
You got to go back quite a ways to the last time the Niners have nailed picks like that. I mean, you again, 2019, Nick Bosa in the first round, Deebo Samuel in the second round.
Yeah, they also, it was like 34 and 2.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
2 and 36.
Yeah, see, there you go. 6 and 32.
Again, I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying you're going to snap I'm not saying you're going to snap your fingers and 2 playmakers just going to materialize in the draft in front of you. This is the challenge for John Lynch and every other GM is they got to figure out a way to hit that home run in this draft.
Absolutely.
It's a tough position to be in when you have to hit I think you want to be in a position where, like, I want them to hit home runs in the draft, obviously, but I think when you make it like an absolute, like, you have to do it necessity, that's kind of a dicey situation because it's not a guarantee.
Every team in the league is trying to nail their picks.
I know.
How many, you know, the Cincinnati Bengals had taken every first round pick since 1989. They had not traded until recently. They took every first round pick since 1989. That's almost like impossible.
That's pretty impressive, actually. Well, then, yeah, the Ravens never really traded any of their first-round picks either until the failed Max Crosby trade.
Well, they traded up to get Lamar Jackson back into the first round. So, like, there's many ways of building a team, and there's many ways of succeeding and failing. Now, I will say this. They've got to start hitting on some of these early round picks. And by hitting, I mean plug and play and not look back. They're still living off of the George Kittle, Fred Warner drafts, and some of their great trades.
And that's kind of the thing. they have been living off those past drafts. This is where I need to see them start living off of their current drafts.
Yeah, they need some young, under 25 pillars that they can build around for the next run.
Exactly. We are brought to you by Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Let's go to Damon on 580, who's got some frustrations with Lynch and Shanahan he wants to air out. Damon, how you doing?
What's up, man? I'm fighting to get through the toll booth right now. I remember last season, this was probably after the Seattle game, when in the playoffs, when we just, got blew out. And there was that topic of, are you close? And I called, and you guys know I'm a big Niner fan, but I said that we weren't close. And part of the reason I feel that we aren't close is because the mindset of leadership between Shanahan and Lynch. And it just shows that, they feel that, we got this. We're good. We don't need to change anything. We just need to fix a few pieces here, and we can just keep on doing what we're doing. It's like they don't understand that the league has changed and has evolved, and we went from being the bullies to being bullied, and like the whole dynamic has changed, and I don't really think that they understand that. And man, I don't know about Lynch, man. I don't know about Lynch. It's just, I know that, Shasky, you were saying, what was it, the Trent trade? Well, man, the thing that stands out about me with Lynch is, like, how did we let Tom Brady go? Well, how did we miss that one? You know what I mean? For the great trade of Trent, for a guy that was just willing, like asking, hey, let me come play for the team that I love, and let's get a Super Bowl. And we're good. We're good. We got this. You know what I mean? And like, I can't get over that. And they have not been hitting in the draft. They've not been hitting in the draft. He says, the draft, we got good guys and da-da-da. No, they have not been hitting in the draft. And clearly, when they said, we're going to get younger, clearly they just meant, through the draft, because everybody that they've been pulling in free agency have been guys, like you said, have been north of 28. So that's that. And, hey, who was it that said we should bring Jimmy back for a day so we can –
That was that was Lubman, not me. I'm not attaching myself to that opinion. Crazy.
Oh, is he not on board with it? Wait, maybe Damon was very excited for the prospect of – maybe they'll have a Jimmy G Aloha shirt. It'll have his face on it. You can wear it to the beach.
If the Niners weren't in the NFC West, I would have a different prerogative of the sense of urgency. But not only does their own roster give them a sense of urgency in their ages and where they're at in their careers, but when you're in a division with the champs and the LA Rams, it's tough. Mm-hmm. It's hard back-to-back years to see 3 teams make the playoffs from one division.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying it can't happen. It's just it would be difficult.
Yeah. Again, one of these 3 teams you got to imagine is probably going to take a step back.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's the law of averages.
Exactly. I'm not going to try and make a guess as to which of those 3, because each of those 3, I think Seahawks, Niners, Rams, you could make a case, I think, for all 3 of them. Why they will be the team that regresses. But at the same time, there's a strong case to be made that the Seahawks, Rams, and Niners will not regress, and that it'll be unprecedented where we once again see 3 teams from the same division win double-digit games and make the playoffs. That's just sometimes you play in the tough divisions. Yes. And the Niners, unfortunately, once again have drawn that short straw, and them's is the breaks. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Comes to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Bonte Hill is going to be joining us at 9:20 this morning to talk a little Warriors with him. Probably throw some Niners and Giants thoughts, too. Speaking of the Giants, don't forget, this Saturday, April 25th, is Brandon Belt Celebration Day. The first 15,000 fans get that Brandon Belt Aloha shirt that everyone's trying to get. Presented by Super Duper Burger. You can get tickets at sfgiants.com. At some point this hour and next hour, we're not playing the sounder yet, we will play an air horn sounder. And when you hear that air horn sounder, be the 5th caller, and you will score a pair of tickets to Giants Marlins this Saturday. And cop yourself a Brandon Belt Aloha t-shirt, or Aloha shirt, not a t-shirt, it's just a shirt. Joe, you put out a video about the Giants last night, and you spoke some facts And I know you spoke facts because I didn't like the facts that you were speaking.
Giants-Dodgers has been a rivalry since the 1890s. They were called the Bridegrooms, okay? And
they're called the Super Bows for a minute, too.
Goes back all the way to New York. Look, I grew up in the city. I grew up a stone's throw from Candlestick. I hate the Dodgers. I hate them bums. They suck. But if I took away the resumes and the archives and the history and all the stuff that's on Wikipedia, or if you're as old as I am, Encyclopedia Britannica, or whatever books you're reading these days.
That's a book, right? The Encyclopedia?
Yes, it is.
I've heard stories of those things.
Giants-Dodgers is a rivalry in my mind, in my soul. But when you try to think about how it's played out on the field, I'm not sure it's been a rivalry the last decade. And going back to 2017, I was doing some math.
Shout out, man.
The Giants ran back and forth with it in terms of the rivalry in the 2010s. All right. 2010, Giants, got the best of them. 2011, they were tied. In some of the series head-to-head. 2012, 2013, Giants. 2014, Dodgers. 2015, Giants. 2016, Giants. Since 2017, Dodgers. Giants win by 1 in 2021, but then lose in the playoffs to them. Dodgers. And now we get to this year. Since the start of 2017, the Dodgers are 81-56 against the Giants. That's 137 games. If I was going to put it into a 162-game season, that's a 97-win pace.
Jeez.
That's what the Dodgers are against the Giants.
A
97-win pace team.
That's a good way to put it.
All right?
Yeah.
So to say that this has been one-sided is probably an understatement.
Yeah.
They also have the most meaningful series win, which is the playoff win against the Giants. They also have 3 World Series in the last decade. And we can scoff at the Mickey Mouse ring, and I do, but they have 2 back-to-backs.
They did the thing that the Giants could not do during their dynastic run, which is not only have they gone back-to-back, but they're in the playoffs every year, Joe. And I agree. It's at a point
I'm
where
not done.
Oh, there's
done.
more.
Because not only are you supposed to be their rival, this upstart team, the Padres, is actually the true team that they hate more than you because they fought more hard than the Giants have when they faced each other. Their fans are actually showing out and showing more hatred than our fans. It makes me sad to admit this. I don't want this to be the way. It actually infuriates me that the Giants aren't a real, true rival, except in history, to the Dodgers. When they come over to our stadium and they take over our stadium, Sam, that tells me Giants fans aren't on the same level in terms of, stoking the fires and being pissed off as we should be. And the team on the field hasn't given us much reason to fight for them.
Yeah.
And so I look at Giants-Dodgers as a rivalry, and I go, I don't think it's that much of a rivalry currently.
It's kind of dissipated. Partly,
it sucks.
Partly one is, the gap between the two has grown so massive. You talk about the frustration and the anger over this. What angers me the most, I think, about what the Dodgers are doing right now, Joe, and this disgusts me to say it, but it's because I'm jealous of it. What the Dodgers are doing right now is what I wish the Giants had done in the early 2010s, where they started winning, and rather than ease up on the gas pedal like I feel like the Giants did after 2014.
Falling content.
They got content with what they were doing. Brian Sabian got his promotion, went off to the Cape Cod League and kind of disappeared for a few years. Bobby Evans took over the job, and I like Bobby. He's come on this show a lot. He's given us some great stuff, and he's had, he's helping Buster out now, but Bobby Evans just could not keep the train going.
And Sam, just real quick, you make a great point, and I think this is where I would highlight it. Buster Posey, the best player to bat in front or behind him was either Pablo or Hunter Pence. The best player to bat in front or behind Shohei Ohtani has been Hall of Famer Mookie Betts and Hall of Famer Freddie Freeman, followed up by maybe Hall of Famer one day Will Smith. Think about that sentence I just said.
Giants,
and I love Hunter Pence, but he pales in comparison to those other guys.
The Giants, I think they had this belief that they found a way that they could win. They didn't need to do it with free agents and big contracts. They didn't want to get into big contracts during that era because of the Barry Zito thing. But the Giants never put their foot down on the gas pedal in a way to truly take over the NL West and the National League and dominate the league for a prolonged period of time like the Dodgers have done. And that's where my frustration comes here, Shasky. It's like the Dodgers are basically doing what the Giants had a chance to do, but they let that opportunity slip away.
When Matt Cain and Tim Lincecum started showing wear and tear, they brought in old man Jake Peavy and Tim Hudson.
Mm-hmm.
When their staff and Clayton Kershaw started to show wear and tear, they brought in $300 million Yamamoto and $200 million Blake Snell.
And you bring up a very good point here,
Think
Shasky.
about the juxtaposition.
Well, no, you want to know why they brought in old man Jake Peavy and old man Tim Hudson is because they were terrified of giving big contracts to pitchers. They were gonna maybe do it to Zach Greinke. They didn't. I wish they had went in on Zach Greinke. Well, that would have been helpful.
They ended up settling on Samardzija and Cueto, which are lesser versions of the guys that the Dodgers ended up signing.
And that was when they were basically forced into doing it because they had no other options, because they also failed at player development like catastrophically too. Yep. After the 2010 draft, that's where it started. They had Gary Brown, which was a complete just fart of a pick. Joe Panik did pretty well until his back gave out. After the Joe Panik pick, though, you're looking maybe to Logan Webb to where you find a guy from the draft that actually came up and produced at a high level, whereas the Dodgers have had basically a top 10 farm system since 2008. They have kept finding ways to find young talent and turn that young talent into great baseball players or trade chips that they use to bring in great baseball players.
The Dodgers have become twice the payroll of what we thought the Yankees would be, with all the sex appeal and then some of the Los Angeles Lakers, as well as the dynastic stacking of the New England Patriots and the Golden State Warriors. I want you to think about the sentence I just said.
That's a lot of really good teams compared to the Dodgers too. And
But they are.
I hate how accurate it is. Must be what it'd be like to. This must be what it feels like to have been a Red Sox fan for those 86 years. The worst part of it all, Shasky, again with the Dodgers in town tonight, Shohei Ohtani, he's gonna be pitching tomorrow. I think there's a non-zero chance that Shohei is not even aware that the Giants are the Dodgers' #1 rival. Because ever since he's been on the Dodgers, what have the Giants ever done to actually challenge the Dodgers?
The Dodgers don't view the Giants as their #1 rival. Sam, I told you, they view the Padres as that.
No, I don't even think Shohei Ohtani is aware that there ever was a rivalry. That's where I think that's how much off the radar the Giants-Dodgers rivalry is for that organization.
It's in part the players on the field. It's in part front office. It's in part the lack of competition between the two organizations, and it's also in part because of us, the fans. Let's call it what it is. We haven't brought it. We haven't brought our end of it. Now, the players have not motivated us, but simultaneously, we've allowed Dodger fans to take over our stadium.
We
have.
You want to know what
it pains me to admit it.
Nope, you're absolutely right. We can touch on this again later in the show.
We look soft.
The Dodgers, they are all about championships. You know who might not be all about championships? The Golden State Warriors? What? What did Steph Curry say about this? We'll get into that on the other side. What's coming up the game is brought to you by Ceremony Ford. Did you know that gas prices are crazy right now? Yeah, they are sky high. But Ceremony Ford's got you covered. During the Fuel Your Ford event, get a $2,500 Visa gas card when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick. Yeah, they're helping you fill up. Happening now in Colma and Daly City, right off of 280, or at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Today on the CW.
We are green at Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series blasts off.
Great day to go race Talladega.
On one of NASCAR's most legendary tracks.
Talladega, dude, let's go!
This is the biggest and the baddest of the super speedway tracks.
It's a race. It's a party. This is Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
From Talladega, this Saturday at noon on Cron 4, the CW.
At the YMCA of Greater San Francisco, every child deserves a place to grow, belong, and thrive. Through youth and family programs, the Y is building stronger communities, one family, one future at a time. Join us for the Y for Youth Community Festival, Saturday, May 2nd at Crane Cove Park in San Francisco, near the Dogpatch YMCA. Enjoy live music, fun activities, and something for all ages. Best of all, it's free and open to the public. Come celebrate community, connection, and the power of youth. Sign up today at ymcasf.org/the game.
Join us Monday, April 27th for the 3rd annual Agape Golf Tournament at Stone Tree Golf Club. Register or donate now at atcopest.com. Click on Agape. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society of the Bay Area. Don't miss it.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
You've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
This is San Jose Jazz fan, and I wake up with the Morning Joes, Spadoni and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. They're doing a great job.
You know who was doing a great job was San Jose Jazz fan at Knockout the other week. He actually dressed the part too, rocking the Pat Spencer jersey and the headband. It's kind of like Jackie Moon 30 years after Semi-Pro came out. Love San Jose Jazz fan. I love that this hour is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Warriors season ended over the weekend. That really stunk.
There's a rumor San Jose Jazz fan wants to go one-on-one with Steiny.
Ooh, oh, wow. That's
What's the rumor?
Like one-on-one on the court, right?
What else would it be?
There's lots of things they can do one-on-one at.
Okay.
Like golf or bocce ball. Could be a computer
All right,
game.
Dibs.
Thanks. Or they could fight.
Speaking of which, I watched Dibs' swing. Dibs, you've been playing golf forever. How does your swing look like it's from the 1920s?
Well, that's because
has this guy seen a YouTube video of golf? I love you, Dibs. What is going on with that golf swing?
Well, in fairness, Shasky, where do you think he developed that swing? It was back in the 1920s.
That's a good point, actually. It literally looks like I'm watching like an old Sam Snead video, actually prior to Sam Snead. It's just unreal.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think Dibs was at the original St. Andrews
the first Open?
The first Open.
Him and
there,
old
yeah.
Tom?
Yeah, he was there. He was like, I was in need of a ticket, and he was able to get there. So I love Dibs. That's why I, take these cheap shots at him. And he'll probably take a cheap shot at me later today, too. Hey, Dibs, I know you're listening right now. Take a cheap shot at me later. Cook something up.
I love our YouTube chat. I love them a lot.
Oh, Joe, don't lie to them
No,
like
I
that.
do. Because I like to glance at it from time to time. And I saw a comment, and the comment said something to the effect of,
which one was it?
What is dumb Levy doing? Did he watch Kuminga last night? And I want to talk to Warrior fans right now. And I hear from you a lot. I do. I see it on the text line. I see it in the YouTube chat. I see it on my Instagram account. I see it on X. I see it on my TikTok account. Follow me, ButcherBoy415. But
Gray Rabbit or Drabbit on YouTube.
Just let me lay this out. Let me lay this out. And then I want to hear from Warrior fans. Why are we so quick to condemn Mike Dunleavy? I'm not even sitting here caping up for him. I'm asking a sincere question why we are cooking this man at every single turn. Let's just have a conversation about who Mike Dunleavy is, all right? Mike Dunleavy's dad was in the NBA forever. Mike Dunleavy's dad, similar to Kyle Shanahan's, was a player, coach, and a GM. Mike Dunleavy's dad was a coach from 1988 to 2019. Mike Dunleavy's dad replaced Pat Riley. Pat Riley at the height of Showtime Lakers. They went to the finals. They upset the Blazers. Everyone thought they were done. Now, they ended up losing to the Bulls, okay? Almost a year later, Magic is diagnosed with HIV, and the carpet is pulled out from underneath the Lakers. He's by far their best player. Kareem retires prior to that. They're clearly a team in transition, and he makes the playoffs without Magic Johnson. This is his dad, all right? Again, replaced the star, Pat Riley. He went to the Bucks, and he was the VP of basketball ops while also being the coach. And it wasn't great, but it wasn't, awful either. Was there for a couple years. Ended up going to the Blazers and coaches the Blazers during another time of transition and was coach of the year and made the playoffs 4 straight years.
This is all Mike Dunleavy Sr., right?
Mm-hmm. All right. Going up against the height of the Kings and the height of the eventual champion Lakers when they three-peated. He goes to the Clippers, one of the worst organizations in sports, makes the playoffs again for the first time in years, wins the first franchise series playoff game and series since 1997. Now, eventually he gets fired. All things come to an end. That's who his dad was. He learned from his dad. He is a basketball lifer, Mike Dunleavy, okay? Basketball lifer. He goes to Duke. Let me just ask you guys, are people that go to Stanford and Duke, are they dummies?
They're usually known for having pretty good grades and being pretty smart.
Pretty high IQ, would we agree?
Yeah.
Pretty high-functioning members of society.
Some people call it arrogance as well, but I'm just...
Look, the arrogance thing is absolutely a part of it, but we act like this guy's a dummy. He's a high draft pick. He knows what it's like to be one of those guys. He also lost his starting job multiple times. He knows what it's like to have that happen. He was crushed by media and fans. This is his own indoctrination into the league. He was traded not once, not twice, 5 times. Okay, he eventually retires. He becomes a pro scout. Within 1 year with the Warriors, within 1 year, he's the assistant GM. He is part of the architecture, and Bob Myers admitted this, in creating the sign and trade for D'Angelo Russell when they lost Kevin Durant. And I'll get to what else he's done with the Warriors.
And that D'Angelo Russell deal, obviously important
because KD left.
Well, KD left. They got someone back, and they were able to flip Russell for Andrew Wiggins.
Which is what I'm getting to right now.
I'm jumping ahead. All right.
Not only do you end up pivoting immediately off D'Angelo, you get Andrew Wiggins, former number 1 overall pick, and you get the draft pick that would eventually be Kuminga. All right? That year, he helps find Jordan Poole. Everyone says that. Like, he was one of the guys that helped find it. They also found Eric Paschall that year. Now, Paschall didn't have a long run with the Warriors. That first year was really promising.
It was in a year which I think the Warriors, 15 games that year, he was someone who was actually enjoyable to watch in a season that there was just so little joy to be found in that season.
Absolutely. Now, he's still assistant GM, and they draft Wiseman, Nico Mannion, Justinian Jessup. He's the VP of basketball ops after that draft. The team, everyone picked Wiseman. No, it was the wrong pick. We all admit it was the wrong pick.
In hindsight, yes. Joe, I'm sorry to cut you off here, but I will say, I say it now and I will say it to the day I die. I still think that they made the right pick in that moment with the information that we all had at the time.
Sure.
Like,
they made the wrong pick. It doesn't matter.
No, the pick went
even
sideways,
though the information they had on the day might have been correct, they made the wrong pick.
Yeah, no, it didn't go well. No, but yeah.
In the same way that Damian Jones was the wrong pick prior with Bob Myers, and Jacob Evans was the wrong pick, or Patrick Baldwin Jr. These are just some of Bob Myers' selections. And those were way later in the draft. When you miss on number 2, it hurts you forever.
For a long time.
Now, he really doesn't get the job till Bob Myers steps down in 2023. So he takes over officially June 16th, 2023. Dunleavy. He was inheriting a mess. He inherited the Klay Thompson situation where there was clearly decisions that were going to be made at an organizational level in concert with the GM. He's not making the decision on Klay. Would you agree on that?
No, and I think that's not the only decision that he was forced to carry out, and I think you're going to get to that in a moment.
And then 2023 was the offseason that they had to make a kind of stand, if you will, on a couple fronts. You had Draymond up, you had Klay up, you had CP3 deal go down because Jordan Poole was still on the team.
And they had to basically move off of him because of, long story short, the punch.
Everyone wanted to stick with Draymond. I was doing shows that day. We all agree. Everybody wanted to re-up Draymond, correct?
Push came to shove.
Consensus?
If push came to shove and your decision was buy in on Draymond Green or buy in on Jordan Poole, the unanimous decision was they were buying in on Draymond Green.
Now, I remember doing those shows, and my thought was this, and I said it then, I'll say it again, and no one cares, but I thought Klay, Dre, and Jordan Poole all should have gone. I would have reset everything right then and there. That was a very minority opinion amongst the Warrior fans, but that was my opinion then. I thought Klay, Dre, and Jordan Poole just start fresh. Now, they kept Draymond Green. Can we all admit, if you were keeping Draymond Green, Jordan had to go?
Yes.
Okay.
There was no way you can have both of them on the team. Even if they did patch things up behind the scenes, there would always be the cloud hanging over them and this team as long as they were together.
I agree. So we inherit that mess. Nobody wanted Jordan Poole. Nobody wanted that money. Yeah. Remember, it was the beginning of the CBA changing dramatically, and no one wanted to, accept that money, okay? No one wanted to.
No one was buying in on Poole.
Do I like the CP3 trade at all? No, I hated the trade. I will be the first to admit that trade, whether it was Dunleavy, Lakeup, Kerr, whoever, all you guys, I hated that trade.
Yeah.
I hated getting rid of a 23-year-old, attaching a protected first-round pick, plus Ryan Rollins, Patrick Baldwin, Jordan Poole, a second-round pick for CP3.
I want to reemphasize this, Shasky, because you're cooking up a lot good stuff here. But
I hated that trade.
I want to reemphasize they had to send a first-round pick out alongside Jordan Poole to protect a first-round pick with Jordan Poole to bring in a player that up until that point, Shasky, Warrior fans did not like Chris Paul.
No.
He was one of the big enemies of the Steph era, up there almost on the level of LeBron James. He was not an enjoyable player. A lot of fans were pissed off, not so much just about getting rid of Jordan Poole and whatever he could have brought to the team, but of all the guys you bring in, it's one of the guys that Dub Nation detests the most.
But Sam, Steph Curry wanted that deal.
Yep.
I know we could parse it. It's been reported from a variety of fronts. Steph Curry was like, yeah, I'm good with that deal.
Well, I'd say, did he want that deal or did he okay that deal?
He okayed it.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Because when you say want that deal, I imagine he's opening the door to, Joe Lacob's office, like, hey, Joe, I think this is
No.
Okay,
I'm not suggesting he's the one that, cooked up the deal. I'm saying that, like,
Gotcha.
I'm sure they brought it to him. Like, are you okay with this?
Yeah.
And he okayed it. Now, does it make it the right deal? I told you on the front end, I hate that deal. I will always hate that deal for 50 reasons. But we would agree, as a fan base, if you all wanted Draymond back, they had to trade Jordan Poole. Would we all agree on that?
Yes.
Did the best years of Jordan Poole happen under Warrior watch?
They did.
Okay. Did anybody want to be stuck having all their assets frozen and they couldn't trade away any first-round picks had they stayed with Jordan Poole and been over the luxury tax?
No, they're already handicapped enough with their roster building that you do not want to add on.
In the domino effect, they would not have been able to acquire Andrew Wiggins had they kept Jordan Poole and their salary cap had ballooned over the apron. They would not have been able to acquire Jimmy Butler. Now, I'm going to get to that in a second.
Really quick, 5 minutes from now-ish will be your chance to win tickets to Brandon Belt Day this weekend, April 25th.
In 2023, when he takes over, his first deal is that CP3 deal. He gets a second rounder as well. They use that to draft Trace Jackson Davis. It was in the 60s, basically.
Yeah.
It's a good pick.
Yeah, it was about a week after he took the job,
player.
too.
A low-end NBA player, but he's an NBA player.
He contributed.
Their first-round pick is Brandon Pajemski. Now, at 19th overall, you guys tell me, is that good value? At 19.
I think you've gotten positive value out of pods at 19, yeah.
Carter, are you trying to chime in? You going to say something?
Just a little news. Billy Donovan will no longer be the coach of the Chicago Bulls.
Interesting.
Oh, wonder what he'll coach next year.
Maybe he takes the Florida job when Todd Golden takes the Warrior job.
Oh, okay. That's a joke. I was just going to jump right to the Warrior job, but I don't want that.
All right. Guy Santos was in the G League, okay? And I think people forget that he didn't really have an NBA contract. The Warriors signed him to a two-way deal in 2023. You don't get Guy Santos now without Dunleavy making that move. Does he get credit for that?
No, he never really does. Honestly, Joe, I don't think enough people really are even aware that those series of events transpired enough to the point where that's how they got the Guy Santos.
So, if we're going to criticize Dunleavy, I'm here for some of them, but I think we got to give him a little bit of a chance. Dante DiVincenzo was really loved by Warrior fans. They couldn't afford him. They physically couldn't give him because he got a mid-level exception deal. He got more money. There was no way with the CBA they could afford him.
Well, period. Yeah, that was they did not have their mid-level exception that next year, if I recall right, because they were
over the cap.
They were over the second apron because of all of the money that they had spent on their stars already. They were unable to make that move.
Now, with Clay leaving, they did maneuver away to do a 6-team deal, and they got Buddy Hield, Kyle Anderson, and some junk for him. During that first season, we all could see, oh, my God, they need help. And Corey Joseph is not it. Remember, they had brought in Corey Joseph. He pivoted and got Dennis Schroeder. Now, we could argue about whether that was even a good move or not, but they lasted 1 month with Dennis Schroeder and traded him away.
One thing about the Dennis Schroeder, because I remember you and Spadoni and I, we were having the conversation that week about the Schroeder trade. And the thought I had that week was just like, is this the sign that you can actually kind of count on Mike Dunleavy to make moves? Because did the move work out for Schroeder? No, not really. But what I liked about the move was that
in season.
there was a need that they needed to fill.
Yep.
They needed someone athletic they could bring off the bench, bring a little bit of defensive energy, a little bit of scoring pop off the bench. And Schroeder was a guy who we've watched Schroeder a lot throughout the years, through all the different jerseys that he's played in. And one consistency with Schroeder was that he always played the Warriors tough.
Yep.
He was one of those guys, when you saw him on the court, it's like, oh my God, we got to deal with this guy. Like, he's one of those just pesky NBA players that can sometimes be helpful for a team. I appreciate that Dunleavy pivoted in that spot to try and fill a need that with Dennis Schroeder. It didn't work out. And then as you're about to, detail here, they did pivot off of him right when they realized that it was not working and they had a better option available in what became Jimmy Butler.
The Jimmy Butler deal.
Which is where you're going to next.
Which was a great deal. Wouldn't everyone do the Jimmy Butler deal over again?
Yes.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't have been able to make the Jimmy Butler deal for a couple reasons. Had you not traded away Jordan Poole a couple years prior, because you'd have been over the cap, you'd have all your assets frozen. Had you not pivoted off of Dennis Schroeder and acquired Dennis Schroeder, had you not got something on that 6-team deal with Klay Thompson, because you used the Kyle Anderson money to be able to pivot off that, and then the more recent trade that you ended up pulling off, which is the Kuminga deal more recently, Like, you needed to have Buddy Hield in the fold, which was a part of that 6-team deal when you got Klay Thompson. All these Jenga pieces. Now, we can argue about how good they are and where they are now. Can we all agree? We're talking about assets that have very little value.
Yeah.
And he has somehow managed to parlay that into useful stuff. Would everyone do the Jimmy Butler deal over again, knowing exactly what we know right now?
Absolutely. I think the Jimmy Butler deal up until the ACL injury had been a smashing success. You got exactly what you wanted out of Jimmy. You got the second helper for Steph Curry. You got the guy who's taking the load off of for him. You had some moments last year where Jimmy carried the team in key situations. He stepped up for them in the playoffs for the most part when Steph went down. Granted, it didn't work out well enough, but Jimmy was also dealing with his own injury that he was battling through. And yeah, it was... You saw the impact, Shasky, when Jimmy did go down this year. It immediately created a much greater burden for Steph Curry that probably wore down his legs a little bit faster than they already were being worn down. Do
you think Steph and Draymond and Kerr wanted Jimmy Butler?
In the moment, there was some trepidation to it.
I think they wanted to stick with Andrew Wiggins or get on Jimmy Butler. Come on. They wanted Jimmy Butler.
Yeah. Well, there wasn't...
Everyone did. Every Warrior fan's thought at the time was anything for Steph. He did that.
Well, I remember there was a lot of trepidation about the Jimmy trade because he was having this very ugly fallout in Miami. And this is, I think, why the reasons, in favor for Mike Dunleavy. There was a lot of trepidation about that trade because we saw the ugly situation in Miami playing out. Like, if a team like Miami, which I think is one of the better run organizations in basketball.
You're talking about the day of the deal.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm talking about leading into the deal.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that after we saw a month of it, it was clearly a great pickup at the time.
I didn't think it was a month. I think it was like a week or two before everyone was on board with it.
Everybody was all in almost immediately. And
the morning of, not so much.
Now, look, when you are at the end of a dynasty and you go all in on Steph, Dre, and Kerr, and they're all old, and you factor in Jimmy Butler, like, how's that Dunleavy's fault? He did what everyone wanted. Like, again, we all wanted KD. KD didn't want to come here. Right? He didn't want to come here.
Yeah, he specifically said he did not want to come here.
Okay? Steph and Draymond co-signed on getting Jimmy Butler. He apparently looked into LeBron James. He was trying to swing big.
He's looking into Kawhi Leonard.
Do you think he looked in on Giannis Antetokounmpo this year?
Oh, I absolutely believe. You know what, Chesky? I believe the Warriors were absolutely ready to pull the trigger on a Giannis trade, but the Bucks are the team that backed out, and then Dunleavy had to go and perform some cleanup afterwards.
Now, I've got a couple grievances with him. The first one, these are legit. I didn't like the JP trade at all. I wanted more back for him. He's a 23-year-old player who I still thought was ascending. That being said, he has no value in today's NBA. The other trade I hated, and it's because of the timeline and how long they hung on to him, the Kuminga-Porzingis deal. You hung on to Kuminga way too long.
Yes.
Way too long.
Should have been done last summer.
I am not here to defend Dunleavy on the Kuminga thing. Do I think there were forces that were higher than him, adjacent to him, and the agent and Kuminga side also being culpable? Absolutely. Absolutely. All I'm saying to everybody who's calling him Mike Dunleavy and being super disrespectful and not giving him a chance, why? Why are we not giving this guy a chance?
Yeah. Okay, Giants fans, before you get back into this Mike Dunleavy conversation, there's your cue to call. Be the fifth caller on the contest line at 415-523-4652. Again, that's 415-523-4652. And you'll score a pair of tickets to this Saturday's game versus the Miami Marlins at Oracle Park, courtesy of Super Duper Burgers. Good luck. And
I want to say this. 888-957-9570. Why aren't you guys giving Dunleavy a chance? Can we all agree? Letting Klay walk was one of the smart things this team has done. As much as we all wanted him sentimentally here, can we agree? In terms of basketball, on-court value, probably a smart move.
Yeah. No, I agree. 888-957-9570 is the number to call. Why are we not giving Mike Dunleavy a chance? And honestly, I wonder what's the biggest knock on Dunleavy, too.
I think the biggest knock thus far is it's the
Kuminga.
handling of Kuminga.
Yeah.
And I think but this is where he was asked to do. I think they've bent their will to the older players too much. I think that I would have started, turning it earlier than we have.
Yeah.
And I just think that no one was ready to accept that 2 years ago. Sam, people weren't even ready to accept this simple sentence at the beginning of the year. Steph might be out of his prime.
Yep.
If I had said that at the beginning of the year, you're an idiot. He just dominated USA. It's like, whoa, I'm not saying he's not great. I'm saying he's not what he was a couple years ago. Warrior fans were not ready to have that conversation in October.
Yeah. I'm not even sure they're ready to have it now.
Well, he isn't. Newsflash, he's still great, but he's not in his prime. Nowhere. Is LeBron in his prime?
No, probably not.
Probably. Of course he's not.
Yes, Kevin Durant. Okay.
Kevin Durant's not in his prime.
Kevin Durant's not in his prime either. No, yeah.
Like, of course he's not. It's like
Kawhi Leonard. Is Kawhi Leonard in his prime?
No.
I would say he's probably not in his prime
Even
either.
though he had his best season scoring-wise, like, I don't see the two-way player that I used to see.
The guy we saw in the 2019 finals was not the guy we saw last Wednesday night.
You know what they're guilty of with Dunleavy? He's guilty of hanging on a little too long with some of these guys. And you know what? You, the fans, all wanted him to do that. You all wanted him to stay in on Steph, which I did too. You all wanted him to stay with Draymond. That I disagreed with, but that's fine. Like, why can't we give Dunleavy a chance? I don't get it.
Yeah, it's almost like congratulations, got exactly what you wanted.
And again, have I said that he's the greatest GM ever? No. Have I said that all his moves are flawless? No. He's made some bad moves. I didn't like how they dealt Jordan Poole. I didn't think the return was good enough. The Kuminga situation, they should have moved off him a year earlier. That I do put on the GM. Like the coach was telling you. The Jimmy deal was a great deal. I'm doing that every time. Draymond, you all wanted him back. The owner wanted him back. Steph wanted him back. They were doing that. Guy Santos was a great deal. Podziemski was a great draft pick. Y'all can argue in the comment section all you want. 19th overall pick, it was a great draft pick. Why are we not giving this guy a little bit just giving him a chance? I'm not saying crown him, just give him a chance.
That's a very good question.
Sam, do you mind if I add something?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Add something, Carter.
Am I being too fluff?
No, but I think we're also forgetting one thing, which is signing Jordan Poole prior to the trade.
Well, that
giving
was
him all
Myers.
that money.
Myers did that.
Yeah. I mean,
Myers did
know,
that.
But
Well,
that
no,
was
yeah,
what
the Jordan Poole trade, or the Jordan Poole extension happened in the shadow of the punch.
But
and when
they
that
also
happened,
extended Wiggins.
yeah, and then those two deals were already in the works of coming together, and they were kind of stuck with basically bringing that Jordan Poole deal together. They had to keep Poole on the roster going into that 22-23 season, and there was a cloud over it the entire time. I think the reason why people don't want to really give Dunleavy a chance here, Shasky, and I think is there's this perception of, as you just kind of detailed, the cleanup from this dynasty has been ugly, and no one wants to be the cleanup guy. And unfortunately, that's kind of what Dunleavy's been forced to do. Is he's been kind of forced to clean up the rubble of these final years of this Warriors run, this Warriors dynasty that we saw that started going back towards basically the moment that I feel like it all started to end was with the punch, or you can go back to the James Wiseman draft pick, wherever you want to start it at. But no one wants to be the guy who follows the guy, because there's always such a large legacy you have to follow up. Bob Myers seemed to have this magic touch, even though he didn't hit on everything, but he seemed to have this magic touch with this team that fostered their success. And there's this belief that as the Warriors keep stumbling into the play-in year after year, because keep in mind, they've basically been in the play-in every year that Dunleavy has been running the show.
Sure.
It's very easy to see the results that you're seeing on the court, the lackluster play, the bad defense, the bad turnovers, the stuck in the box every single year where even a best case scenario doesn't get you out of it. I think it's very easy to associate that. Well, if this product here on the court isn't very good, it's clearly because the guy calling the shots is not good at calling the shots. I think
But
it really
I don't
is just
think he's fully called the shots.
No, and I think it's unfair.
A lot of the shots that have been called have been whispers in the ear, whether that's the owner, the coach, or their star player. Can we all acknowledge it's not like he's making all these picks in a vacuum with no input from anyone? Everyone's co-signing on these. Can we acknowledge that?
Well, I think this is also where you get people worried about Joe Lacob as well, and they start giving the Jerry Jones comps because they see this as a move where Joe Lacob probably put a yes man in charge of the GM role with Mike Dunleavy, because, again, the first thing he had to do, his first presser, I believe Dunleavy said, like, yeah, we want to keep Jordan Poole here for a long time, which, sure, okay. And then a week later, but then a week later he goes and makes that trade, and that just felt like, at the time, like Joe Lacob was working the strings, telling Mike Dunleavy what to do and making that trade. And in that moment, I think that's where Warrior fans started to see, like, is Joe Lacob going to start to do too much? And Mike Dunleavy kind of becomes the face of the whole movement of Joe Lacob is the one making these shots, calling these shots now that are not working out for the team.
I remember the end of the Lakers series. Every single phone call was get Jordan Poole off my team.
He was the scapegoat all of that year.
Was it not? It was get Jordan Poole off my team.
It was all year long. They wanted to get off Jordan Poole.
Every call I took, that's what it was.
But then
this guy falls on every play.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got banana peel shoes. Like
I think we pick and choose when to criticize and when to give praise. And look, I didn't like the way that the team and the organization dealt with the Kuminga on the timeline, on the actual timeline itself. That being said, I'm sorry. Like, just because J.K. had a good game last night, I'm still doing the Porzingis deal.
Yeah.
Porzingis had a great game in that game. Yes, he got hurt almost immediately and missed the next one. Everyone was flying high on Porzingis after the Clipper game. Were we not?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We were all ready to lock in and keep Kristaps extended for 2 more years. And to that point, Shasky, you bring up the Kuminga aspect of it. Let's not forget that going back to last summer, a large contingent of this fan base, Dub Nation, wanted Kuminga gone. Like, there was a lot of fans in this area who just, they given up on Kuminga ever working out here, and that's in part because they saw it from the coach. The coach was not willing to buy in on Kuminga. And so if the coach is not willing to buy in Kuminga, if they can't find a way to work him on the court in a way that actually works out, it becomes the GM's job to, you got to remove that. And then it gets back into, are these moves that Dunleavy himself wanted to make, or are these moves that basically forces beyond his control, such as the Jordan Poole deal, kind of forced him to make a move that I don't know if in a vacuum he would have wanted to make that move or not.
I just don't think he's this dummy.
No.
I think he's a lot sharper than we're giving him credit for.
He's not a dummy. He's been doing, like you detailed, he's been in this game for a very, very long time.
His dad's done the job forever. Why do we bestow all these unbelievable qualities on Kyle from his father? Mm-hmm. Like, oh, he learned at the feet of his dad. And yet we don't give Dunleavy any of that credit.
Let me ask you something. How much of it?
His dad replaced Pat Riley. So you think that the guy who replaced Pat Riley doesn't have his own son prepared to replace Bob Myers and to figure out what it's like with a fading dynasty when I told you he took over the freaking Lakers when they were fading?
Can I ask you a question? How much of it do you think is based on the preconceived opinions that people already had about Mike Dunleavy? Because you've brought this up in the past. Dunleavy was not a popular Warrior.
No.
He was during that dark days of the age of suck when Chris Cohen ran this team. And, you know, Shasky, the most notable thing that Mike Dunleavy ever did in his Warriors career was be part of the trade that brought Steven Jackson and Al Harrington to the Warriors.
Sure.
But he was not a well-liked player. Which draft was Dunleavy again, remind me?
He was in the Yao Ming draft.
Yeah.
03, I want to say.
Yeah, so, and of course, he was never, Warrior fans were probably pissed off at him because they didn't get Yao Ming, which I don't know how that would be Mike Dunleavy's fault. But when you're he's a 3rd, 4th overall pick, absolute bust. He was getting booed every time he touched the ball. I wonder how many Warrior fans are out there when they see Mike Dunleavy, you know, behind the podium or making deals, they still see that same player, fresh out of Duke, 4th overall. Like, fans are like that. They hold on to that hatred for a long, long time.
I agree with that. Look, when John Lynch is a Hall of Fame player, you know, there's a gravitas with that. Whether he's good at his job or not. I saw with Mike Singletary. He's the greatest linebacker ever. He was a terrible coach.
But he said a lot of snappy phrases.
Sam, I'm not here to say that Dunleavy is the best GM in the league, but I'm also not here for he's the dumbest guy to run a team. He's not Nico Harrison. And I see the way people are talking about him, and we're acting like he's Nico Harrison. Did you fans want Al Horford?
I think some.
I think a lot of people did.
Yeah.
How about the fans wanting Seth Curry? Like, he did what a lot of you guys wanted and what the veterans wanted and what the coach wanted.
I think that's more what the veterans want. I don't know. I don't remember a single person out there banging on the table saying, bring me Seth Curry. I think that was more Steph Curry who was making that response there. The Al Horford deal, I'll be honest, was I, super thrilled or excited about bringing in Al Horford at 39 years old to be center for the Warriors? And like right when we got him off the rip, we realized, well, there's 16 games that he's not going to be playing because those are the back ends of back-to-backs, which Al Horford does not do. We need a center, and already a good chunk of games are not available. I wasn't super thrilled about the Al Horford deal when it first went down. That being said, Joe, Al Horford, if I'm making a list of all the things I did not like about the Warriors this season, Al Horford is not one of them. Did it get off to a slow start? Absolutely. Once things started going rolling with him, though, he was a valuable asset for the Warriors down the stretch. He was a valuable player on the court. Mike Dunleavy, I give him credit for going out and pulled the trigger on a player like that who on the surface, it would have been hard to maybe jump in and support it, but he swung me on that move.
At minimum, can we acknowledge his moves have been hamstrung by salary caps?
Yes.
And by specific player preferences.
From what he's had to work with.
From owner, coach, and at times maybe the star players. Can we just acknowledge that?
Yeah.
It's a tough job. Now, whether they succeed or fail, that is his job. His job is to succeed. And right now, the team's not good enough.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, can we give him more of a runway to, figure out whether he's good, bad, great, awful? I just don't think that he's been given a fair shake.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number to call. You can also text us as well. Are you giving Mike Dunleavy a chance, or what's the reason in not give Mike Dunleavy a chance. Want to know how Warrior fans are feeling about that? Shasky did a great job outlining all the moves that Dunleavy has made. And I'm kind of curious, if you took the Jordan Poole thing and the Kuminga thing off the table, yeah, we're cherry picking here, but
no, just the whole body of work. Just give him the whole body of work.
No, just if you take away those two, like, what's the worst thing he's done?
Doubling down on old players when the old players wanted to double down on old players. Which is
also what Warriors fans want to do. So if the worst thing he's done is do exactly what everyone around him has wanted him to do, the worst thing he's done is basically his job then. That's basically what you boil it down to.
But everything for Steph. Everything for Steph.
I'm going to do what Steph wants me to do. Has Mike Dunleavy not been doing what Steph wants him to do?
I feel like he's, for the most part, done what Steph's wanted to do.
Yes.
Or Steph has been in lockstep with his thought process.
I would make the argument that over the last couple of years, no one has actually done their job in terms of what their job duty is more than Mike Dunleavy, because his job has been do what Joe Lacob wants, do what Steph Curry wants, get the roster that Steve Kerr wants, and he's done that. He's kept the guys on the team that Steph wants to keep on. He's traded the guys that Joe Lacob wanted to move off of, and he's traded the guys that Steve Kerr said, this does not work for me.
And he's had the guts to give the extension to Jimmy when I think 28 other teams in the league weren't going to give it to him.
And I do think he has...
Today it doesn't look good, but at the end of last year, we were all feeling really good about that 2-year extension.
Dave in Fresno. See what you got today, Dave. How you feeling about Mike Dunleavy? You're on the roast.
I'm feeling lukewarm, bro, to be honest. I mean, there's not much to be excited about. I think the heat is coming, Shasky. I think because a lot of fans probably didn't think he deserved the job in the first place. I'm pretty sure a lot of people think he got the job because he knew the owner, and it was a seamless transition from Myers to Dunleavy. It kind of kept it in-house. So anytime you make a move like that, you're going to be under the spotlight. And now you look at the roster.
Wait, Dave. So rising the ranks from within, he started as a pro scout in 2018, was assistant GM a year later. Like, hiring from internally is now viewed as nepotism because he knows the owner. No, he did good work probably. Like, can we acknowledge that?
I guess. I mean, I think we kind of criticize the Niners for doing similar things with like defensive coordinators and stuff. I think sometimes fans or other people just want like a outside source to come in, But I'm just saying that's probably what some fans are thinking. And as it pertains to right now, the roster is just not good enough. And you outline it very well and pointing out all this stuff. But at the end of the day, it's a bottom line business, bro. The roster's just not good enough, and you're the GM. So we can make all excuses we want. We're not going to fire the owner. We're not going to trade Steph. I mean, either you're going to fire the coach or you're going to, get the GM. One of the two, somebody has to take the blame for this. And again, it's not going to be the owner because you can't fire the owner. So you have people going to come for the GM. And the roster is not good enough, and it hasn't been good enough for a few years now.
Did you say that after the Rockets series last year? Did you say that after the Rockets series last year?
Yeah.
You did.
I wasn't a fan of the
You were the one fan not celebrating the Rockets win. Really? Come on, Dave.
I wasn't a fan of the Jimmy Butler move, to be honest. Like, I felt like for that kind of money, I think he's not that kind of player no more. So if we're talking championships, no, I'm not. I don't think the roster is good enough. And it hasn't been for a few years now. So, and right now it's going to be difficult to get to that point because you have limited resources. You're strapped to money to a lot of Asian vets, and like you said, they doubled down, and now you got this is what you have. So again. You could say it's not his fault, but at the end of the day, your title is GM, and your job is to put.
So he's supposed to alienate Steph Curry in his twilight years. That's what we wanted. That sounds so good in retrospect. Could you imagine if he came in Dave. And he was like, "I don't care what Steph wants." Steph's like, "Well, I want to play with Draymond." No. We got to get rid of him.
There's something that Dave said at the start of that call, or
I just don't agree
close
with
to the
that.
start. He said that maybe he would have wanted an outside voice to come in instead of someone internally there, and I could kind of I could get that thinking because the fact that Dunleavy's been in the building for as long as he has, there is an emotional aspect to it. Let's be real. As much as we like to believe that we're all cold and calculated here in the business world, there are emotions in this job. And in this Warriors organization, we've seen with how long they've all been together, working together. It's very not usual. It's very unusual to see organizations have this much continuity within their personnel. I do think that does create the emotional impact of it's easier for Mike Dunleavy than to capitulate to what Steph wants here. If your thing is it's not so much about Dunleavy and his moves, it's just you want someone who's from the outside to come in and start calling shots for the Warriors who isn't emotionally attached to Steph Curry and the history happens here. No, if that's your feeling as a Warrior fan, yeah,
you needed to be ready to run the risk of alienating Steph Curry, the franchise greatest player.
See, I wonder if maybe
no one was ready to do that. I think this is insane. No one was going to do that. No one wanted, hey, bring in outside guy X who doesn't know Warriors culture and have him rub Steph the wrong way. Well, I want him to make Steph uncomfortable. No one said that for 5 years.
Well, maybe is that something that's
insane?
Is it fair to maybe ask if that's something the Warriors need right now? Then would you take an outside voice to run things going forward? What I'm saying is give the guy
a chance to fail or succeed beyond this year. That's what I'm saying. I think he inherited kind of a weird situation. I think he's made some good moves, some bad moves. Let's let it play out.
Would you want him around past Steph, and he's the guy who's...
He's got to earn that. Let's see what he does over the next couple of years, and let's earn it. This is a results-oriented business, but I do believe context matters for this individual. And when you inherit a dumpster fire, it does take time to get out of that. That being said, let's see what he does. Hypothetical. Let's say Steve Kerr goes away, and he doesn't want to coach. Well, who's your next hire? That's an important hire.
Yeah.
Right?
You got to imagine. Well, that one, how much is that also going to be Dunleavy making the hire versus Joe Lacob? I mean, this is going to be Joe Lacob's third head coaching hire. And let's be he's kind of 2 for 2 on these coaching hires right now.
He is 2 for 2.
And I don't know the minutia details in terms of just how much Joe Lacob made the decision on Steve Kerr and Mark Jackson and those hires there. But my guess is when they're interviewing candidates, whether it's Todd Golden, whether it's Billy Donovan, whether it's, any other head coaching candidate, it's going to be the two of them, Joe and Mike, in that room making that decision there.
We act like hey, Dunleavy, hey, you got the number 1 overall pick. Victor Wembanyama's on the board. Yeah, I don't think I want him.
Yeah.
What? That's what people are acting like.
I don't even hate Mike Dunleavy's draft history, if we're being real. Again, Pods, I know we have our, qualms about Brandon Pajemski. He's a plus player. We can argue over what is the best role for him, stuff like that.
Overall, it's a good pick.
Yes.
And if you can't acknowledge that, well, then you're at the kiddie table.
Well, he's a plus player. Quentin Post showed promise at times, but again, at 52 overall, if you're getting any sort of positive production for a period out of guys that late, you're doing pretty good. He went out and made the trade to bring in Will Richard, who, again, second rounder, played better than I think you would expect most second rounders to play for guys drafted in that situation. And there's clearly a project there. But again, Guy Santos, been a pretty good trade move so far. But again, I think
he wasn't playing under Bob Myers. He was in the G League.
I think Bob drafted him too, actually. So.
No, Bob did draft him, but he wasn't playing. He didn't even have a real NBA contract. Dunleavy signed him to the 2-way deal in 2023.
That's got him on the roster now, which, again, another one of those good moves.
Dunleavy signed him to the 2-way deal.
The thing is, he's done well with the draft, with the picks that he's gotten, where those picks have been at. There's nothing really you could say from his draft history that says he cannot evaluate talent, because the talent he has had to evaluate at that point in the draft, for the most part, he's made the right calls there.
He's going to be evaluated over what he does this offseason tremendously. This offseason is going to be huge.
No, this offseason I think could determine whether or not he is the guy building this team up in the post-Steph Curry era. I absolutely agree with that. And that's where, right now, I'm not feeling as pessimistic about Mike Dunleavy. Again, we'll see what we get with the draft pick, but we'll get the calls into the injury report in just a moment there. We'll see what he does with the draft pick, but the other big thing is, can he make that big swing? And there's going to be a lot of talk about it. It's going to drive us, it's going to be nauseating. Can they make a big swing for a big player? I think Dunleavy is going to be as active as any GM can be in trying to get that big swing done, considering the fact that he's kind of got his arm tied behind his back.
But didn't he already swing on Jimmy? Isn't Jimmy a max player for Wiggins and the middle? It was the 17th overall pick.
He already swung on Jimmy.
Yeah, it's a great.
He made the swing on Kristaps. He was, I think, ready to make the swing on Giannis. That's what I'm saying. If the goal this offseason is they need to make a swing, I'm willing to give Mike Dunleavy the runway to try and make that big swing and see if he can connect on it. Let's take some calls in a minute, but first, your injury report. There's big news out of Levi Stadium yesterday where George Kittle, who is, of course, dealing with that Achilles injury he suffered in that playoff game against the Eagles last year, was seen walking around without any sort of boot or cast on his injured leg. Kittle described his rehab as going very, very well, but did stop short of providing any sort of return date. Apparently, it cost him a chance to cameo in an Australian movie that was being made over the summer, too. That's kind of a bummer for him is there. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And don't you forget, the Morning Roast is presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. Bonte Hill joining us at 9:20, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Barrier Ford store. And don't forget, it's the 8 o'clock hour, which means, well, in 25 seconds, it'll be the 8 o'clock hour, which will means that another chance for you to win Giants tickets to Brandon Belt Day this Saturday against the Marlins is coming up. Be locked in. When you hear the air horn sounder, that's your cue to call in. You want to go to the lines here, Joe?
Yes, I have a bunch of questions that I've been thinking about that I wrote down that I want to get to you, but let's go to the calls.
Awesome. Let's go to the calls here. Start with Jimmy in San Jose. Jimmy in San Jose, how are we feeling about Mike Dunleavy this morning? You're on the roast.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you guys are saying. I think, when you look at some of the stuff Dunleavy has done, I don't see it as being too bad, like some decent draft history. I think the, moves like the Horford move, in hindsight, were they amazingly fruitful and produced a ton of wins? No, but I think at the time, Horford seemed like a good addition. I think the Jimmy Butler move was a good swing. Again, in hindsight, the injury and everything, it sucked. But I also think, like you guys said, we have to give him some more time to earn it because – it's not like he came into a team and it was, all right, you have carte blanche, infinite resources to do whatever you want. You got a total blank canvas. He's come under power in like the most punitive CBA in NBA history. And he's got these, fading, whatever you want to call them, players from a dynasty that aren't just regular players. It's not like Steph Curry's, he's the local all-star, Joe Johnson. It's Steph Curry. It's one of the 5 or 6 most popular players in history. And it can, sometimes at the end, it can be ugly like that. I mean, I think of the end of Kobe's career. It was kind of rough. The Spurs, after Tim Duncan, they missed the playoffs 7 years in a row. Like, obviously, you'd love a quick transition. You'd love a quick back to success. We're a top franchise, but that's not really how it is in the NBA a lot of times. It's not like football where worst to first, or you get a couple draft picks and you bounce back. Like,
you made a
the
great
NBA is
point.
rough, and it's not. It's not ideal. I'm not saying we can just languish for years and years and years.
I totally agree.
He gets an excuse, but right now I think it's a little premature to kind of jump on his back.
I think you have the most appropriate perspective. The cap is a great point. Look, Bob Myers did great things. They were able to spend whatever they wanted for the most part, because the luxury tax wasn't going to freeze your assets.
Well, remember, 2018-19 when the new CBA kicked in that started getting very punitive for teams that were spending as much as the Warriors.
Yes. Now, Dunleavy's had to navigate that entire new landscape. They have, and I just did the math. So next year, obviously, they've got Jimmy, Steph, and maybe Draymond if he picks up the option, all still on the books. The year after that, they've got $13 million for Moody, which was a pretty good extension.
Yeah.
I think we were all feeling good about that extension.
He was a guy that I was willing to kind of keep as a part of the new Warriors order past Steph.
$5 million for Gee and $2.5 million for Will Richard. That's it. That's it on the books. By the way, you have
beyond this next season, this 26-27 season.
Yes. You have everything in terms of draft capital outside of one protected first-round pick in 2030. Which is going to be top 5,
I believe, the Jordan Poole pick, right?
Yes. And so they've got all their assets moving forward. I don't know if it's really fair to judge him until, I'm being real on this and on his own merit, until the Jimmy money comes off the books and the Steph money comes off the books. And this extension that he signs this year, that's on Dunleavy.
Well, then that's what I think kind of brings to the question I asked you a little while ago. Do you want him building up the post-Steph team? Right now, he is going to have every opportunity to have one of the blankest canvases possible with an owner who loves to spend money in Joe Lacob, starting after potentially next year. Again, we'll see what happens with the deals to, or the contracts with Steph and Draymond, if they do extend them beyond next year.
Well, so like what he does with Pods and the extension is on him.
Yes.
That is on him. What he does with Kristaps in the extension, that is on him. And that will be some way or another a referendum or, commendation on the trade with Jonathan Kuminga. Can we agree? Whatever he does, if he lets Kristaps come off the books, that will be 2 times that they have traded an under 24-year-old player for a guy that expired and they lost the slot. That I'll have a grievance with.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
to me, I'm a fair opportunist. I'm giving him a chance. I don't love a couple of the trades that he's pulled off, but I also think he's done a lot of good things as well. And there's some meh in there.
Yeah, the Kristaps thing, I mean,
quick post, second round pick, meh.
The letting him walk or go thing, if I'm making that evaluation, I'll just say this: I'm not holding on at Kristaps Porzingis simply because I feel like I need to get some sort of return out of the Jonathan Kuminga trade. I honestly think the Kuminga trade, the biggest thing you get back in return for that might just be you just don't have to deal with it anymore. And I know that's
but this is the world of assets, and it was an asset. It was a financial slot. It was a 7th overall pick, and you depreciated said asset until it's very lowest.
Yeah.
Like, for example, the Ayuk situation
I was just about to bring that
up.
up.
The Ayuk situation. Why is it so crippling? You paid him a ton of money, and you could have got off of him and his money and gotten picks back.
But you didn't.
And now you paid him a bunch of money. He didn't play, and you're probably getting nothing for it. That is horrible asset protection. And so part of being a GM, it is a stock market in a way.
Yeah. Well, this is where I get with the Kuminga thing, though. This is where I get back into the forces beyond his control. He was not the one who made the Kuminga pick. It was a combination of...
No, he didn't make the pick, but they held on to him beyond the coach's desires, and it was clear it was a net loss for everyone.
But that's my point that I'm getting at, though. There's forces beyond his control. He didn't make the pick. It was Joe Lacob and Bob Myers who made that pick. But then also, again, you going into last year, a lot of people did not want to trade Jonathan Kuminga. Among them, Joe Lacob, the owner, Mike Dunleavy's boss. I think it's harder to move Jonathan Kuminga in this situation. That's why I kind of take this burden a little bit off of Dunleavy for last summer, is that when your owner, who is Jonathan Kuminga's biggest fan, is saying, I want to build around this guy long term, that's going to make it a lot harder, I think, to move him when you have that, basically rock in a hard place that they were in with him last year where, Kuminga didn't want to sign anything.
But Sam, your job as the GM is to convince the owner you're right. That's why you have the job. So he could be, if he's a patsy, then he will fail.
Yeah.
He will fail. You have to have a spine. Part of what made Jerry West such a great executive, he told people things they didn't want to hear, and he did things that they were uncomfortable with.
Fair.
Right? That's what you have to be. You have got to be such a belief. Your job is to convince coach and owner you know what you're doing. So on that one, on the Kuminga thing, I think we're just not going to see eye to eye on it. His job was to convince Joe Lacob. We could say Joe Lacob's meddling.
Yeah.
You took the job. And part of the job...
He failed to convince Joe Lacob.
That's my point.
Yeah.
And you should know what you're taking on when you accept that job.
Yeah, and I do think there is a level of what I felt last year is they wanted to see if there was a way to make it work. I didn't fully buy into their desire to...
Last year or this prior year?
Last summer. I do think last summer during the Kuminga crisis.
They should have done it. It was just hanging over everything.
I think hindsight at the time, in hindsight, yeah, they should have absolutely pivoted off him. But let's not act like last summer we were trying to create rationalizations as to why they should just bring it, work it out with Kuminga and figure out a way to make him work in these lineups or in these rotations. That was a part of the conversation last year. We wanted to make things work with Kuminga last year.
We talked ourselves into CP3 knowing it was awful. That's what fans do. I'm guilty of it too.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. The CP3 thing up until he left for nothing.
Was awful.
He wasn't awful.
No, it was an awful experience.
Yeah. Let's go to the lines again. Sean in LA. How do you feel about Mike Dunleavy, Sean?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. Love listening to you guys. I feel pretty good about Mike Dunleavy. I think you guys hit the nail on the head. First of all, he's definitely going to be, like you guys said, judged the most off of this upcoming offseason, with the draft pick and, possible trades or free agency or whatever, negotiating with Pods. But yeah, so far, I think he's done really well. I mean, I did like the Jimmy move. I think drafting Pods at 19 was, pretty good. It's not like they drafted Pods at 8th and then there's, 3 guys behind him who are better. So the 19th pick being Pods is a pretty good move. And then lastly, I think his best move was actually signing Guy Santos to 3 years, $5 million a year. I think we're going to look back on that like, 5 years from now, like, wow, that was a steal.
Yeah,
that was a steal.
Great deal.
He could have got like, if let's just say he was a free agent, like going into this offseason, he could have easily got like 15, 20 million plus. Like, I totally think that. And then my last question for you guys was, and you might have said this earlier, I wasn't listening. What do you guys think Joe Lacob was like watching that game last night, just thinking anything about how Kuminga played in the fourth quarter? Because, the Hawks benched Dyson Daniels, and I hate to say it, but Kuminga did make some pretty nice plays, blocking Jalen Brunson and throwing alley-oops and stuff to teammates.
Well, can I ask you this? Can I ask you this? I'll be disappointed. No, I'll be disappointed in the Kuminga, like the return on the Kuminga thing, if Kristaps just walks and they get nothing. Like, I'll be really disappointed. If Kristaps stays and is, like, decent and plays, like, 45, 50 games, I think they could salvage the whole Kuminga thing. Like, we saw a glimpse of what Kristaps could look like in that Clipper game, and it's tantalizing.
Yeah, it was.
He was awesome.
He played great in that Clipper game.
He was awesome, and then he got hurt, that's the story. It's the full Kristaps experience. He looked awesome, and then he got hurt.
Right now, I do think Kristaps is going to be back next year because it's just the fit has looked good with him and Steph in the limited sample size that we've seen. I think they have a confidence that it will fit with Kristaps and Steph. So at that point, then if Kristaps come back and actually, can provide plus production on the court, then it gets a lot harder to get angry about how the Kuminga situation went down.
And I think this is something we need to acknowledge. There is a segment of Warrior fans and media who will never let the Kuminga thing go. And I get it. I do. Because there's things in my life I don't let go.
It was a frustrating saga.
I'm done with it. Like, I wish him well. I hope he does well. But I've moved on, and I'm only worried about whether we keep Kristaps or not.
Why do you think they're not going to let go of this Kuminga thing?
Because people don't get rid of anything. It's the same with Aaron Rodgers. We took 15 years or 20 years to let go of the Aaron Rodgers thing. He wasn't even a Niner.
It's just you're holding on.
There are some things in life we don't let go.
Yeah. And again, we'll see what he does throughout the playoffs. Again, it's the thing with Jonathan Kuminga. He had a good night last night, sure, but can he keep doing it? That's always been the thing with Kuminga is the consistency there. I mean, he had a great first 2-3 games with the Hawks. Everyone was thinking like, wow, we just gave the Hawks a future Hall of Famer. Name one moment that happened with Kuminga the rest of the regular season after those 2 games against the Wizards.
But again, the Clipper game happened, and I remember the feeling we all had watching that game. Oh my God,
this can work.
Look at him pointing at Steph. Look at that pass. Look at that shot. Look at those 2 blocks. Now again, he's delicate. He's a flower, but when he blooms, thing is an orchid.
Rick Celebrini, it's on you. Keep Kristaps healthy. We're going to break right here. Don't forget, on the other side, your chance to win tickets to Brandon Belt Day this Saturday at the ballpark against the Miami Marlins. What's coming up? The game is sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Draft coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
I always like talking about local organizations that actually do things the right way, and San Francisco Fire Credit Union is one of them.
They're celebrating 75 years this year, and it all started back in 1951 in a San Francisco firehouse.
And despite the name, anyone can join.
So you can get no monthly checking fees and a top-rated mobile banking app from a local, not-for-profit credit union.
Bank like a hero at sffirecu.org. That's sffirecu.org. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government, privately insured by ASI.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the 3 brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
My line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ILoveJax.com.
The NHL playoffs are here, and now you can trade every game on Kelsey. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. Tampa Bay is trading at 13% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $673 if they take the Stanley Cup. With Kelsey, official partner of the NHL, you're trading against other people in the live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kelsey app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kelsey. Trade on anything.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America and a member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years.
Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit HabasLaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Spring is warming up. Are you feeling your best? If not, now's the time to take control of your health. At Jumpstart MD, we combine GLP-1 medications with personalized clinician care to help you lose weight safely and effectively. Because real results don't come from shortcuts, they come from the right support. Where you get your prescription matters. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit Jumpstart MD today. Jumpstart MD, your partner in safe, affordable weight loss.
Hi, I'm Billy Keller from ATCO Pest Control.
And I'm Gabe Whitney from Eclipse Insurance.
We're thrilled to invite you to the 3rd annual Agape Charity Golf Tournament on Monday, April 27th at Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato. We want to thank our platinum sponsors, Cadillac Marin and Rush Injury Law of the Bay Area.
All proceeds benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Center's Help Funds and the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area.
To learn more and register, visit agapecharitygolf.com.
That's agapecharitygolf.com. We hope to see you there.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need. I first saw Ruben Bain Jr., the defensive end from the University of Miami, at practice, spring practice, a year ago when Mario Cristobal was coaching the offensive line and Hall of Famer Jason Taylor was coaching the defensive line, and I was watching Ruben Bain go one-on-one. He's a powerful guy that can play inside and can play outside and can be a dominant defensive end in this league.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Let's take a moment to breathe. Deep inhale. Extend your spine. Remain focused on what you're doing. If safe to do so, exhale slowly, leaning to one side. Inhale back to center. If safe to do so, exhale slowly to the opposite side. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. This message is brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Now back to the morning roast.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking the beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
It is the morning roast, but it's actually Sam Lubman and Joe Shasky, not Joe Spadoni. Joe Spadoni is out on assignment this week. In a couple minutes, you're going to have a chance to score a couple Giants tickets to this Saturday's games against the Miami Marlins. Why is that game so important? It's Brandon Belt Day. You can score a couple tickets to Brandon Belt Day, get that sweet, sweet Brandon Belt Aloha t-shirt. So that's coming up in just a matter of minutes. We're talking Warriors right now. Mike Dunleavy. Why are we not giving Mike Dunleavy a chance to run the Warriors and actually build out this roster into the post-Steph years? What about the current Steph years, though?
Just 1 second. We're going to stay on the Warriors. Schefter said something this morning, and Carter just sent it to me. I kind of want to hear this.
I think it was yesterday.
It was yesterday? And we're just getting this now? Play it.
Sam, why don't you read it for us?
Well, apparently
you suck.
We have such bad technical difficulties back here.
Well, then why don't we tease the sound? We could fix it and we can just, get to it later and we can play sound that we do have ready to go. Is that all right? Or do we want to, are we really rearing to hear what Adam Schefter had to say about the 49ers? I could just say it rather than reading it off.
He thinks that the Niners are going to trade back. I mean, geez Louise, boys, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
And that makes sense, seeing as John Lynch said yesterday, he was asked, what are the numbers like? Well, the question was, what are the numbers like this year in terms of draftable players? Lynch responded with, now I will say we're just about the same number of players are draftable. Our first round grades are down. I don't want to give an exact number, but we're down a little bit in terms of first round grades. Translation, there are a certain number of players that every NFL organization says are first round caliber players, as in this guy is worth a first round pick. Last year, they had a big board that said Mykel Williams, that's a guy you take in the first round. This year, the Niners clearly have not that many. I don't think he gave an exact number. He doesn't want to give an exact number, as I just said. But my guess is this means that they pick at 27. They have less than 27 prospects on their draft board that they grade out as first-round talent. So that said, if pick 27 comes, there's no one available who they think is worthy of being in the first round, then they're gonna trade back. So this is a long-winded way of saying, that makes sense.
I love you.
Thank you. I love you too.
I love you.
What do you love about me the most?
They need more picks. They have too many holes.
It's going to blow right through my question. Okay.
This idea that they've got, you went for 8 minutes there. So
you literally just spent 30 minutes talking about Mike Dunleavy.
Well, I'm cooking.
I was cooking too.
So look, they need more picks. They need to fill more holes. So I'm open to them doing this, and that's why I'm praying that some team overpays for a first-round pick. That being said, we do this thing every year. There's only 23 draftable first-rounders. Was Debo worth the first-round pick? Like, if you look back on it. How about A.J. Brown? Yes. The answer is yes.
A.J. Brown's going to trade to the Patriots.
I know, but I'm saying, looking back on it, there are guys that are selected in the second, third, fourth, fifth round. Fred Warner. Was Fred Warner worth the first-round pick if we did a redraft? Hell yeah, he was.
Absolutely. But again,
George Kittle? Yeah. Hell yeah, he was.
You can find, and I think what Kyle Shanahan has been very, very good at in his time running the 49ers is rounds 2 through 5, he is very good at finding dynamic players there who play above their draft position.
They've whiffed a lot in second and third rounds. Dante Pettis and C.J. Beathard and Joe Williams. I mean, they've literally had 10 in the third round alone.
Ty Davis-Price.
They've had whiffs too. But again, you mentioned Kittle, you mentioned Warner, you mentioned Debo, you mentioned Dre Greenlaw.
Who everybody fell in love with. What was the guy's name in 2019? Jalen Hurd.
Yeah. Colt McKivitz has proven to be a very good contributor for this team. Drafted out of the 5th round here. Diamonor Lenore was a 5th rounder. Talanoa Hufanga for a minute was good out of the 5th round. Brock Purdy, he's done pretty well out of the 7th round. Then you're getting into the last 3 drafts, which, D Winters, 6th rounder. My point is, Niners have done pretty well of finding impact players. Maybe not game-changing first-round Hall of Fame talent, but they have found some Hall of Fame talent. They found good players in the later rounds of the draft is what I'm saying. And if this year they feel that there's no one on the board at 27 who is worth that 27th overall pick, then it makes sense to trade back. That all these puzzle pieces fit together.
Now I get back to the Warriors.
Also, let's hope that Ty Simpson's available at 27 because I do like your, trade back if he is available.
So, like, in this hypothetical, like, Minnesota, like, they have Kyler Murray. Are they, like, give us your first next year or the second this year.
So you can draft Ty Simpson.
Exactly. He can sit for a year, and we'll take McCarthy. We'll put him in our back. Then we can trade Mac Jones away to Indianapolis or something. Like,
you can do that, too. I would just say that if that happens, it's the Mac Jones trade that you don't actually have to make. It's like you can make the Mac Jones trade without making the Mac Jones trade. Like I love to have my cake and eat it too. And this seems like a potential situation where the 49ers can get the second rounder that they would have gotten for Mac Jones, but still keep Mac Jones. And yeah, cake and eating it too. There you go.
Who's a bigger offseason for right now, just while we're sitting here? Niners or Warriors? Warriors feel like at a crossroads.
I feel like this is a massive one for Mike Dunleavy in terms of moving this organization forward. I mean, you're about to have a new head coach. Probably, maybe.
Do you think potentially? Today? I still think it's 50-50.
Today I'm swaying a little bit more towards the yes, he's not coming back. In part because, let's see if I can find where he said it here. Draymond Green, he has a podcast, right? It's called The Draymond Green Show. It's one of the Odyssey podcasts here. He said this about Steve Kerr yesterday on his podcast.
I've never been so uncertain since early in my career on what happens next, but I'm truly at a loss now because you just don't know what direction will be what. Steph, myself, Steve shared a moment in what could be our last time playing with Steve as our coach. I'm happy we got to share that moment, and he didn't miss the moment. It was a big deal. I hope he's our coach next year. You want my opinion? I think not. Just because it just feels like that. It felt like that was it. I also hope I'm on this team next year. We also don't know that. And man, if it was, what a run it's been. So lucky to have had for 12 years Steve as my coach. We shall see. I don't know. Just got to stay ready for whatever it is and roll with the punches.
If you think that was just Draymond pontificating in the moment on his podcast, he said something similar on Friday night.
Yeah, I think it'd be pretty crazy not to think that's a possibility. What I will say is I think, most coaches don't coach on the last year of a contract. I think Steve coaching on the last year of a contract is also just his comfort level and who he is and what he is and what he has to offer.
So there's Draymond Green there basically insinuating that it's very likely that Steve Kerr's not going to be back next year. And this is kind of coming after a stretch where Draymond was kind of more or less pleading through the media, hey, can we still bring Steve Kerr back next year? Like, he doesn't deal with change well.
I think that gives him protection. Would
exactly.
you acknowledge that? Like, let's say you brought in any coach, just Coach X, the avatar. Mm-hmm. How are they going to view Draymond?
Not the same way that Steve Kerr views Draymond. I know that's probably not the most exciting answer, but Steve Kerr and Draymond Green.
Forget Kerr. How are they going to view Draymond? What do you think? What do you think in any new set of eyes, they look at Draymond, what do they see?
Guy who probably should be coming off the bench.
That's what's his, is he a 4? Is he a 5? What is he?
I'd be very curious. He might be a 4, probably a 4. I don't know if he can handle the 5 anymore. That's
Small
a lot of wear and tear.
5 for 15, 20 minutes a night?
Even that could be a big ask, I think, with what's going on with his body right now.
If Kerr's back, it's like almost a guarantee that Draymond's starting. Of course Draymond wants him back.
Yeah, and the fact that Draymond is now starting to come out and say, like, yeah, man, it's possible that Kerr might not be back. The conversation from the words from Draymond have shifted to, boy, I really hope he does come back. I would love to have him back. We love playing for Coach, to, wow, it's starting to look like Coach might not be back next year.
The other element that I thought was very interesting regarding Steve Kerr. So I was listening to Steiny and Goo yesterday. And you know how in the article for Anthony Slater and Ramona Shelburne, there was this thing like, hey, they want a commitment from Steve Kerr. I'm paraphrasing. Mm-hmm. They want a commitment from Steve Kerr beyond just a one-year reunion. Mm-hmm. And there's this kind of like sentiment from everyone that they don't just want to do a farewell tour, a one-year reunion farewell tour, the Rolling Stones trying to sell out Oracle Park one last time. Mm-hmm. That's not what they're trying to do. Like, they actually want to, obviously they want to get better. They don't like the results of where they're at right now. I just would tell everyone, whether it's youth sports, high school, college, recreational, professional, losing sucks. Losing makes everybody think that everything is awful. Losing wears on you. So, of course, everyone is, like, not happy with where they're at right now. But Steiny said something really interesting. the acknowledgement by Steve Kerr, not just this year, but I think the last couple of years, we're a fading dynasty and alluding to things are just difficult. It's a tough, way out of the situation that they're in now. I do believe that if I was running the business, and forget the name Lakeup for a second, but if I was running that business and everybody was making a lot of money, even though we've had success year after year after year after year, I'd be like, what do you mean it's going to be hard to get out of this? Show me some fire. Where's your sense of urgency? I do understand, that point of view. I also understand the Steve Kerr point of view of show you sense of urgency. I've played in I've coached 6 finals for you. We've won 4 championships. I know a champion when I see one. We're kind of not there right now. Of course, I'm trying to win every single night. But just because I'm not as outwardly effervescent as I was 5 or 6 years ago when I had a superstar team, my demeanor has changed because I've aged a little. Popovich is not the same guy when he was 48 as when he was 68. Mm-hmm. He changed a lot.
Hey, Giants fans, there's your cue to call. Be the 5th caller on the contest line at 415-523-4652. We did just do that to you. 415-523-4652 is the number. I'll say it one more time uninterrupted. 415-523-4652, and you'll score a pair of tickets to this Saturday's game versus the Miami Marlins Branded Belt Day at Oracle Park, courtesy of Super Duper Burgers. Caller number 5, good luck. All right, so we're talking about Steve Kerr.
No, I'm done. You go.
Done?
Yeah.
You done?
Had to get that in.
Okay. Oh, well, don't worry. We have some good sound that follows up what you just said.
Cool. Finish out the segment.
What was it? This Lakeup thing on Brandon Bajemski you just put on my board here, Carter?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
I don't want to give him up, nor JK. We love these guys. And Moses, Trace, these are good young players. Now, everyone can be traded. Anyone and everyone. If it means that we're going to be, better as an organization, we're going to acquire someone that just really makes sense going forward, and we felt the deal was fair and it was something we should do. There probably isn't anyone on this team other than maybe one guy, maybe 2, that couldn't be traded. It's possible. I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's not. So, but I do not anticipate that these guys are going anywhere.
Yeah, if it was up to, I know it's a hypothetical, but if it's up to you, you came to you, let's do this for another year, you would be all on board for that, another 2 years, another 3 years?
I'm not going to commit to anything like that. I think the only thing I want to know is that he wants to do it and he has the energy and drive and enthusiasm for it. That is a requirement I do need from him. I need it from my GM. I need it from everyone in the organization, and including me. Mm-hmm. I need to be motivated. I need to be enthusiastic. I need to be working my ass off every day. And if I can get that out of them, then I want them to be here.
All right, so that first cut was the incorrect cut here. That was Joe Lakeup talking with TK about trying to get that urgency out of Steve Kerr there. And I'll just say this because there's something that Steph said the other day that I think is kind of more interesting than this. No disrespect to Carter putting this on here, but regards to the urgency that Steiny was talking about, I do think that some Warrior fans got frustrated with Steve Kerr with how brutally honest he was about the state of the organization when he says we're a fading dynasty. Like, no one wants to hear that.
You can feel that way internally, but to express it outwardly, look, I'm just being real. If you were running a business and someone was like, yeah, we're kind of a fading deli, people would be like, what? Why would you say that out loud?
If I said on this show, yeah, the Morning Roast, we're kind of a fading show, you don't want to hear that. Like, no one wants to publicly hear that. Part of it's like, no one wants to hear the truth, sometimes. And I think there's certain truth. What's a great example, I think, of a truth that maybe, whether it's true or not, we don't want to hear. A couple of years ago when Farhan Zaidi was like, oh, free agents, they don't want to come here because they have certain preconceptions about San Francisco. That's something to let us talking heads out here in the world say that. Agreed. When we're here on the on the radio screaming like idiots saying like, oh, no one wants to come here because of this or that. Like, that's one thing. But when people within the organization are saying the quiet part out loud, it gives it a level of more realism and more heft than when it's just us saying it, because then it's the organization actually admitting that we're just kind of stuck in the mud right now. We just kind of have to slog through it, and you guys just have to suck it up and deal with it. If I'm a paying fan, I don't want to hear that. I don't pay. These tickets are expensive, Joe. I don't want to pay money to go see a team where the coach is saying, yeah, we're fading. It just is what it is.
Well, and
that's
also,
not fun.
if you're the owner, you don't want to be paying premium prices for all the staff and everyone involved. If you don't think that there are entire, and I'm not accusing this of Steve Kerr. I don't think this is fair. But if you get the sense that they're not all in, and if they're not completely bought in and giving you that same sense of urgency. But if I play the other side of it, if I'm Steve Kerr, it's like, dude, I've been in 6 finals.
Yeah.
I've been in 6 finals. You want me to like show, and Draymond has said this, you want me to show passion in the middle of February on a Tuesday night against the Wizards? Again, you shouldn't say it out loud, though. You can feel that way, and it can be real, and us fans can feel it. But when you are getting a lot of money from the owner, like it's tough to say out loud. But I think Kerr feels like he's in a very unique position to where he's built up enough equity to kind of say and do what he wants.
You know what it kind of almost sounds like, Shasky?
I get it.
It sounds like an excuse.
What?
Like when you say we're a fading dynasty like that, when Kerr's kind of bringing that brutal honesty.
Is it a lie?
No, but it also sounds like an excuse like, oh, we're not winning right now because we're just a fading dynasty and that's just what it is. Like that's a hard sell to the fan base. And again, is it reality? Absolutely. But Joe, people don't like the truth.
But I felt like Kerr was coaching really hard even when he had Gee and Pods as his 2 leading scorers.
Yeah, no, he absolutely was.
Did you get the sense that he was just mailing it in? I didn't.
I think there are times this year where, again, I've said he looked like a guy who had just given us 2 weeks.
So you're looking at his body language or you're looking at the decisions that he's making on the floor?
A little bit of both. And again, I'm not an expert in the body language there, but sometimes, yeah, there were times in the middle of the season, granted, middle of the season, I don't know how much weight you want to put on that, where it did feel like, yeah, Kerr feels like, it kind of feels like he's coaching like he's on his way out here.
Yeah, I have no problem with the coach feeling that way. I'm saying if I was the owner, I would have a difficult time. Be like, dude, don't say that out loud.
Exactly.
Don't say that out loud. Like, you're minted here, but just don't say that out loud. You know, the Dave Chappelle skit, when keeping it real goes wrong. Like, sometimes being a little too honest is a little too much. Like, for example, the day Spadoni told us he doesn't wash his feet. Like, I'd have just kept that to myself if I was Spadoni.
Yeah, that's fair enough, too.
Carter's smiling because he knows that's funny.
Or he's using the incorrect deodorant. It goes, in multiple different directions here. In terms of maybe saying quiet parts out loud, Steph Curry said something. What was this after the game on Friday night, I believe? Yes.
Have you ever, before you get to that, now I'm going to go around the room. You ever had, your significant other, they're trying on different dresses to go out? This is always a thing for me and my wife.
And they ask, how does it look?
Oh, my God. And I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. It doesn't matter what I say.
This is the line
I do.
This is the line that I use in those situations. This is one my aunt taught me, is you don't give an opinion. Oh, it looks great. It looks this. You ask them, how does it feel? And then you let them answer the question.
Sam, let me let you know something. That don't work.
Oh, it's worked for me every time.
There's nothing that works. Sometimes there's nothing you can say or not say. It doesn't matter. You're going to get your head chopped off.
That sounds like a you problem.
So try on different outfits. How do I look? I like the black one. Why do you like the white one? I'm going to wear the white one. All right. Well, why even ask me?
Don't do that.
Yeah. And then she puts on the white one. She comes back. She's like, you really like the black one? I was like, I do. Well, I didn't ask for your opinion anyway. I don't get it. What the hell? I think you look great in both. I think you're beautiful. You're just saying that because we're married.
Michelle, I think you need someone else to go shopping with.
16 years, bro. You guys will understand. Carter, do you know what I'm talking about? The try on 7 different outfits before you go?
I want 100%.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think we need an marriage advice from Joe Shasky segment.
Yep. You've never had this happen?
No, I've never been married, so no.
Have you ever lived with a woman?
No, I've never actually shared a dwelling with a woman.
Okay.
I mean,
like other than your family.
Yeah, well, no, yes. No, yeah. I've dated them and I've gone on shopping excursions with them and they try stuff on and I'm like, well, how does it feel? They go, oh, it feels great.
How does it feel?
How does it feel on you?
Try that on Michelle. How does it feel? Awful. I don't like how I look. That's what all women say. I don't like it.
I think those are problems for you and Michelle to work out.
Quickly. Right, Carter? You know exactly the zipper. Without breaking this tiny, the women's zippers are so small, and any little hair will get caught in it. Any little thing. You don't know what I'm talking about, do you?
And then before you're running out the door to the event, she's like, I got to change. I don't love
100%.
it.
And I'm going to do my makeup in the car while you're driving and go around the block 6 times.
I see. I've never had to deal with the makeup in the car. They just take the 2 hours to get ready, and then you're just leaving an hour later. Which
that was actually a brief aside.
What actually works for me because, like, all right, cool. I could just take my time, and then of course my shoes aren't on, and hers are, and then I'm the bad guy. Speaking of what the heck are we trying to do here? Steph Curry Is it still about championships, or is there something else we can be playing for? Why isn't this playing? Are we already potted up? Let's try this again.
Building.
It's okay, Carter. I remember my first day on the board, too.
I've only been in one locker room for the last 17 years, and before you win the title, there was only like those first 2 years, like you're building the foundation for what a championship team looks like, even though you had no idea what that really meant. Then you accomplish it, then everything else is based off of that, and it's been that way since 2015. So I think we can reshape the narrative, like knowing in the back of our mind, like that is the ultimate goal, but we have to get back to the basics of what makes a good basketball team, a competitive basketball team every single night. Understand how, realize how hard it is to win in this league, but can we rethink, how we do things with the foundation that we've established? We don't have to keep saying championship every day, even though we've experienced that. Can we just build the foundation again with what this team needs to do, with the way that the game is played now, how fast it is, how young and athletic it is, all of those things we have to kind of put everything on the drawing board to get back to just being competitive every single night.
How do you feel about that, Joe?
Hallelujah! Finally, self-awareness. It's the most important skill in life and in sports, self-awareness. Looking in the mirror and knowing truly where you are and where you want to be and what's really going to happen to be able to get that way. The mirror is undefeated. It will not lie to you, all right, unless you're going to the clown area.
My mirror
got all the crazy different mirrors.
My mirror has never lied to me.
That being said, Steph finally admitting it out loud. Can everyone relax off the championship? What major trade could they do this offseason? There is no major trade out there. The hard part is rebuilding. And rebuilding is going to take time, and it's going to take patience, and we're just going to have to be flexible and see where this thing goes. And the fact that Steph is saying that out loud is a heaven sent if I'm Joe Lacob. Yeah. Lock him up for 2 more years, see what the number is, try to get it below a max, and let's go from here. Guys, it's okay. It's the natural life cycle of sports.
That's the key there. It's what does the number look like? I don't know if that's a sign that Steph's willing to take more or less money. I really don't want to get too deep in the minutia of, dissecting every single word that Steph says and what does that mean about, what he's going to take or whatnot. But with regards to the self-awareness, Shasky, I'll be honest, when he says not all about championships, I think the last couple years that's kind of been the case. Like, do you want to win one? Sure. No one's saying we're not trying to win. They are trying to win. But I do think the last few years, the do everything for Steph, I think this kind of plays into what Steph said last year about, I just want to play meaningful basketball. I think there is an alertness or awareness from Stephen Curry right now where he can look around and say, you know what? This just isn't a flat out compete for a championship roster. That doesn't mean that I still can't get some sort of meaning or gratification out of the final years of my career with the Warriors.
I think it's also him realizing, last year I played my butt off. I got hurt down the stretch.
It wasn't.
This year I battled the knee injury, and I really think the knee injury is the biggest element of everything. If Steph had no knee injury right now, I think I and he and everyone would view the situation dramatically different. The fact that he has dealt with this for 2 months, that sounded like a man who knows that the knee is going to be an issue moving forward, and I think he's tapering everyone's expectations.
Well, I think it's not just his knee, but I think it's Jimmy Butler's knee too. I mean, if Steph's knee was healthy and Jimmy Butler's knee was healthy, we're all singing a very, very different song right now about this team. But that being said, and maybe we can get into this on the other side, 888-957-9570. If it's not all about championships, then what is it about? I do think it is possible for the last couple years of Steph Curry, however long they may be, whether it's next year, whether it's years beyond next year, there's still fun to be had. There's still joy that we could glean from this. There's still successes we can still, share together.
Nobody wants to hear this, but the journey of the build-up can still be interesting if it comes short of a championship. And a first, again, I remember when a first-round win over the Mavericks was considered the greatest thing that had happened in 35 years.
Let me ask you this. Did you like how the Niners season ended last year with that playoff win in Philly?
I was disappointed that they lost to Seattle, but the win over Philly was amazing.
Yeah, it made the season amazing. It made the season feel very fun overall, right?
Yes, but it again, because of who they beat, where they beat them, the track record of them. And then I also understood, this team doesn't have what it takes to win it all. They could still have a lot of fun along the way and knock off some successes. One of the greatest wins in Niner history was against the Packers, and they lost the next week. They didn't even go on to the Super Bowl. It's the T.O. catch against Green Bay that finally beat Brett Favre.
Yeah.
It's one of the seminal moments in Niner history. Did not lead to a championship.
You can have a positive, enjoyable season that does not end in a championship. I do believe it's possible. Not always ideal, but you got a little live read coming up here, though, Joe, so don't go anywhere. What's coming up? The game is sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for Lucerne cage-free eggs. 18-count large grade AA, just $2.99 each. Limit 2 items. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
All right, let's just start here. Gas prices right now, they're out of control. And every time you pull into a station, feels like a bad decision. That's why I got to tell you about a Ceremony Ford is doing right now this month. It's called Fuel Your Ford. And when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick, you get $2,500 in Visa gas cards. Yes, $2,500 back for gas. And here's the thing. I've actually driven the Maverick. It's one of the vehicles that just makes sense for the Bay Area. It's compact. It's easy to park. It's great on gas, but it still gives you that truck utility when you need it. So now think about it. You've already got a vehicle that's saving you money at the pump, and Ceremony Ford is literally handing you $2,500 to fuel it. That's not a promotion. That's relief. Inventory is there. The process is easy, and you're working with a team that actually respects your time. But this is an April-only thing, so don't sit on it. Ceremony Ford in Colma, Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connects to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children. Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
At Kohl's, spring style starts with the season's best shoe sale and continues with 15% off the rest of your looks. But with great outfits from Kohl's, what happens next is unexpected. Strangers ask where you shop. The breeze feels like it's blowing just for you. Your kids pose for photos willingly. Yep, great spring outfits can do that kind of thing. Find yours at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles, offers end April 26th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak. Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages? No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside. Upside? What's that? Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well. Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Kendall Jackson is partnering with 95.7 The Game to give our listeners a chance to win a Chef's Small Plates and Pairings experience at the Kendall Jackson Wine Estate and Gardens in Santa Rosa. For more info and to enter our contest, visit 957thegame.com.
Now back to the morning roast.
Want to talk about basketball?
With Joe Spadoni.
Anything about the game?
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
I want to talk about the games. There's no games yesterday we have to talk about. Except for that Carolina-Ottawa overtime game, double overtime game. Sam Lubman here on the morning roast alongside Joe Shasky. Joe Spadoni is out on assignment. And we're talking about some stuff that Steph Curry said the other night about the Warriors and just the realistic situation they're in. And it's not all about championships. If you don't believe me, well, you can take Steph Curry's word for it.
I've only been in one locker room for the last 17 years, and before you win the title, there was only like those first 2 years, like you're building the foundation for what a championship team looks like, even though you had no idea what that really meant. Then you accomplish it, then everything else is based off of that, and it's been that way since 2015. So I think we can reshape the narrative, like knowing in the back of our mind, like that is the ultimate goal, but we have to get back to the basics of what makes a good basketball team, a competitive basketball team every single night. Understand how, realize how hard it is to win in this league, but can we rethink, how we do things with the foundation that we've established? We don't have to keep saying championship every day, even though we've experienced that. Can we just build the foundation again with what this team needs to do, with the way that the game is played now, how fast it is, how young and athletic it is, all of those things we have to kind of put everything on the drawing board to get back to just being competitive every single night.
I think too many people are caught up in the 2K legacy, meaning the video game legacy. He's got to go to 9 finals. He's got to do this, got to do that.
Well, that's just NBA ring culture.
Yeah, and it's absurd.
It is.
It's completely absurd.
It is.
It's completely absurd.
But we buy into it.
Does anyone remember how Dwayne Wade came back to Miami after leaving? Does anyone remember?
He did come back, yeah, but it wasn't to a lot of fanfare.
Off the bench, conquering hero, then that team ended up losing, okay? And almost immediately, he had a couple of moments. It was the final chapter, of his career, and he's still remembered as an all-time great, if not the greatest Miami Heat of all time, whether you think it's LeBron or him. Most people think it's
Dwayne
him.
Wade.
Yeah, I agree. Curry's legacy is already cemented.
Yeah.
All right. Now he's just adding pelts on the wall that are going to be on the back end of this book, this novel.
You know what they call that, Joe? He's in side quest mode. He's doing side quests in life right now.
I like that. I like that a lot. And so, I listened to Priest yesterday. I love listening to Steiny and Goo because they get all my favorite callers. And so Priest calls in yesterday and he goes, it's such a well-said. No, what are you saying about Priest? That's my dog.
Thinking from the head.
I love him, dude.
He was just looking for a Priest drop.
I love him. I love him so much.
No, he's top tier.
He goes, shame on all of us for thinking that a team with 6 guys who are either on minutes restrictions or won't play back-to-backs could go out there and be your top 7 or 8 players and win it all. Shame on all of us. And he's so right. Next year, Steph Curry, you're going to have him on some sort of a pitch count with this knee injury.
Probably.
No, yes. Draymond Green was on a pitch count this year, and he played 68 games somehow.
He needs to be on another one next year.
Yeah, but
the Warriors will be a boneyard.
I don't know about all that.
Eventually.
if Al comes back.
Already on a pitch count.
There's not,
he's on a game count, not a pitch count.
He's on a sign the signature count. Like, you don't want him using his hands too much. He might get arthritis. Kristaps Porzingis, whether he comes back or not, if he comes back, clearly he'll be on some sort of restrictions, right?
So right now you're looking at your 4-year most important player is going to be under some sort of restriction next year.
Really the only guys on the team right now who weren't on some sort of like restriction at all, Guy, and at one point Guy was, because he was kind of still a two-way player, not a real player, was Guy and Pods.
Yeah.
And then once they signed Pat Spencer, who was on a restriction because of his G League status, they were able to play him more. Yeah. Even Melton was on a restriction.
He couldn't do back-to-backs. GP2, was he on a restriction?
No, GP2 played 73 games.
Yeah.
But again, if GP2 and Pods, I like Pods, but if they're the two highest games played players on your team, you're probably not a great team.
Exactly. And that's the reality. So many guys were forced. That was the hardest thing about watching those last 2 months, Shasky, for me, is that so many games you had Pods and Guy leading what I thought it to be very inspired efforts against teams that were just flat better than them.
Yeah.
And they kept falling short. And the reality is you just didn't have the manpower to get the results that you wanted to have. Joe,
I didn't even bring up Seth Curry, who
I honestly forgot
he played 6 games.
I honestly forgot he was on this team for much of the season.
I think we all did.
I hate kind of taking this angle to it because it's kind of mean, but he was only on the team because Steph was his brother.
Yeah, but you know what? For Steph,
sure. Yeah, I'm going to do what Steph wants me to do. And maybe that's, I don't know, if Steph wants Seth on the team next year, do you still bring him back? I don't even know if it's material enough to be a conversation. Do you know what exceptionalism is?
Shoot it at me.
Exceptionalism is this belief that an entity or group is unique, superior, or exempt from the normal rules, often implying a special or providential role in history. I think, and again, what goes back to Priest saying, shame on us for thinking this. I wonder how many Warrior fans bought into this, Warriors exceptionalism, that whatever the Warriors touch is just going to turn to gold, and that their end is going to be the exception to all the other ugly ends that have happened to great dynasties in all of history.
Every single franchise at one point or another that's had ultimate success has fallen victim to whatever you just described. Exceptionalism.
I believed it with the
Patriots, the Giants, the Lakers, the Spurs, they all thought it was never going to end.
Yeah, the Bulls.
With the Giants, great example of the Giants. When Matt Duffy came up, I was like, we could turn anyone into a star.
I literally thought.
I was like, Matt
Pablo
Duffy.
who?
I know. And like Gregor Blanco, of course he's good.
Yeah.
Like that. That's exactly how I felt.
It's like when Chris Stratton came up or Chris Heston, it's like, oh, here comes the next wave of arms.
I mean, I thought with the Niners after 94, I was like, of course Ampley and Derek Lavelle are going to be good. Like that's how deep and how arrogant I was. And the reality is all things come to an end.
Yeah. Joe Shasky, I was convinced that Drake Jackson was going to be the next great defensive lineman for the 49ers because they were cranking out great draft picks at the time.
It's true.
So we all fall into this trap. And honestly, I don't fault fans for falling into that trap either. No. Joe, from the day Steve Kerr arrived here in the Bay Area all the way up until, let's just say that the end of that last championship, the bonus championship, as Nick Friedel, who will be joining us on Wednesday, likes to call it, was there anything the Warriors did during that time that made you think like, no, they're not capable of finding a different way to end this?
When they were winning that championship in 2022, I was there. Moody was getting fourth quarter minutes.
Yeah.
Kuminga was forget that. Kuminga played in some of those final games.
James Wiseman was on the roster.
James Wiseman working out before and after the games.
Oh, let's not forget Jordan Poole.
Knee injury.
Jordan Poole was one of the stars of that run.
I know.
You had
I thought it was never going to end.
You had 4 guys on that team between Jordan Poole, Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, and James Wiseman with Steph Curry, with Klay Thompson, with Draymond Green, who all very much looked like they had a lot of basketball left in them. You could very much be excused for thinking that the Warriors were going to find a way to land this dynasty in a way that, like, I think we'd admit, like, the Last Dance Bulls, that's probably one of the dream ways to end a dynasty where you win a championship and then everybody goes their separate ways at the same time. Like, I would not fault Warriors fans if there was a time you thought that they could land the plane even better than that, because for the most part, the Warriors were operating better than any professional franchise in all of North American sports during that run. How could you not fall into that?
There's no good way to end a dynasty.
I know. Well, that's what I'm saying, though, Joe, is if
you really think that's the ideal way to end a dynasty?
Where everyone
just leaves?
Everyone wins and everyone goes their separate ways at the same time and you start the new era.
Bulls fans have been miserable ever since.
Well, ideally you start a new run right after that. That's where the Bulls fail. I'm talking about it's the
Cowboys.
one that
when the Cowboys lost to the Niners, they ended up going back to the NFC Championship game to the Falcons, I believe, the next year.
Yeah.
Tom Landry was terrible for like 5 straight years. Terrible.
Yeah.
They were unwilling to give it up. All right. What has happened since Jimmy Johnson and obviously what's his face won? They've been terrible.
Yeah.
They've been to one NFC Championship game.
But the run they had before that was good. Was really they had that 3 and 4 runs where they won 3 Super Bowls in 4 years. And again,
how about
maybe that wasn't the ideal
post Jeter? How they been? They've been successful. Mm-hmm. If you ask a Yankee fan, are they happy?
But no, that's not the point. I get what you're getting at here.
There's no good way to end a dynasty.
Well, I think there's no good way to follow it up, I think is what you're saying here.
I think the Patriots are pretty close.
I think the Patriots had a pretty good ending, but even then, like, I think when your last run ends with a championship like that Bulls run did, like, that's about as good of a way to close the book as possible. It's just, you close the book, we all go out winners, and there is no ugly afterwards. Like, there was no, like, Michael Jordan leaves, but it's just like, it's the Scottie Pippen show dragging itself through the East, getting bludgeoned every other night.
If I told Patriot fans, right when Brady won that Super Bowl with the Bucks, within 5 years, you'll be back in the Super Bowl with a different coach and a different quarterback, they'd have been like, not a chance in hell. Within 5 years of Brady leaving, they got Drake May and they got Vrabel.
And who's to say that the Warriors can't do that too?
Well, that's the closest I can say to like a quick turnaround.
Yeah, but again, like, I don't know if like just because you have a great end doesn't mean you have a great turnaround. Like, again, I'm gonna stick on this Bulls example because again, everybody wins at the same time. We all go their separate ways. There was no guarantee that they could keep it going after that, and they did not keep it going after that. So picking up the pieces after a dynasty,
extreme awful.
Yeah,
the Bulls are like an extreme awful. You know, you bring up the Bulls. What about the Lakers? I told you about the Magic thing, right? They go to the finals, they lose to Michael Jordan. This is Dunleavy's the coach. And then the next year, Magic gets diagnosed with HIV. And they were solid, but they weren't, really pushing the needle. Cedric Sabalas, Nick Van Exel, they had moments. And then Kobe and Shaq show up.
Yep.
And within 7 years, essentially, of Magic leaving, they're back to where they need to be. I mean, that's a pretty quick turnaround.
Again, these turnarounds,
won 3 in a row.
It's not guaranteed. Obviously, these turnarounds, you still got to. That's where I think Steph says, talking about the foundation, getting back to that foundation. And to me, Shasky, when Steph says we need to get back to the foundation there, you bring up in the last segment that there's a level of self-awareness there that we're just not championship contenders. And
he's not the player he was 7 years ago.
Exactly.
I think that's the more important. Forget the team. It's also him.
Yes, there's that as well. But I also think it's him acknowledging that it is time to turn the page organizationally to the next era of Warriors basketball, the new world order of Warriors basketball, as I've been calling it. And he's clearly willing to be a part of that process and help usher in that new era where I think a lot of players in his position would be like, I don't care about the draft picks after me because I'm not going to be here to reap the spoils of them.
Yeah, but his legacy's already been defined. So I think a lot of those situations, like Dame Lillard, for example, Dame Lillard had not won anything, Sam.
Yes.
Right? Like Dame wanted to go somewhere to win.
Yes.
It's one thing when you haven't won. John Elway, there was a thirst for Elway at the end because he hadn't won anything.
And I'm saying, like with Steph, he's in a very unique situation where he can kind of take this whole, like, I've won so much, I don't need to put pressure on my organization to keep doing it. Yeah, there's a level of contentness. I don't know how common this is in today's day and age, but obviously we're fans here. We clearly love the Warriors. We want what's best for the organization. And I think it's very easy for athletes to be like, well, you know what? This is all about me and my time. I don't care what this organization looks like after I leave because I'm not going to be here. What this tells me is Steph, does he play for the Warriors? Yes. And this is going to sound silly to say, but he's also a Warriors fan and that he truly does want what is best for the organization to be present for him afterwards. I do think there is this is why we love Steph Curry. He wants the organization to be left in a good spot when he leaves because he cares so much. He cares about these fans so much that he doesn't want to leave them with a pile of slop and a bunch of losses when he does eventually walk out the door. That's why when he says he wants to get back to this foundation, rethink how we do things with this foundation, what that tells me is he wants to start trying rebuilding this thing up. Whether it leads to a title for him or not is immaterial. As long as he can get some meaningful basketball out the door And then when he leaves, there's a solid basketball foundation in place that they can build on and have another potential run after that. Like, that's what I hear Steph Curry saying when he makes that, when he says we need to rethink how we do things with this foundation. Not everything is based on championships. We have to get back to the basics and the foundation of what make this team good. That's what I hear when Steph says things like that.
I don't think he would feel that way if he was, getting paid $4 million a year. I think there's a happy medium.
Well, yeah, obviously there's I honestly don't think he's feeling that way if he has 1 ring instead of 4.
Exactly, but
like he's in a unique. That's why I'm pointing.
I think people say I want everything to be in a good spot when I leave. Everyone wants to be a part of the winner. Yeah, it would be nice if things are still good beyond me. Like, I always see David Robinson sitting in the front row at Spurs games, and I always think to myself, is there a part of David Robinson that wishes he hung around for 4 or 5 more years? No, I'm dead serious. If you don't think highly competitive individuals who went out and scored whatever it was, 73 points in the final day of the NBA season just to beat Charles Barkley in the scoring record, if you don't think these highly competitive psychopaths aren't thinking about, that could have been mine, that should have been mine, I wish it was mine. I hear you. I think it's an easy thing to say. He really cares about what the organization thinks. Quite frankly, I think it's a thing that they say at the podium. I don't know if that necessarily is
But, Joe, there's the thing, though. I think Steph is in a unique situation with the success he's had in his career and just the person that he is as a human being, where when he does say it, I'm willing to kind of give it more weight and actually believe it because he has the fact. Do you really care if you get? Just let me ask this: if you retire tomorrow, do you really care about who takes your spot and how well they do?
Kind of, yeah. I've come to really enjoy the show. And be better than you. Thank you.
Well, no, I say this because I'm putting thoughts in Steven Risotto's head here. No, if I'm not here, I want the show to keep doing well. And you know what? I want the next, you should want the next generation to be better. And honestly, if I retire tomorrow, I feel very confident that Steven Risotto would take over producing of this show. I think he would do a damn good job of producing this show. And I honestly think. I'm underestimating who?
Ego. Just anyone's ego. No one wants, the only people we want to see do better than us are our own children.
So you don't believe that Steph wants to see the Warriors do well after he leaves?
I just think it's things we say. I don't think it's...
Well, you know what? He's saying the words and the Warriors are going to follow his words.
If that's the case, he'd play for $1 million, right? Hypothetically, right?
Well, again, there's lines. There's levels to this.
I think, if he had his way and they were good, that'd be great. But
well, you think the only way that they can get back is if he plays for $1 million? You don't. Again, you say there's a happy medium here.
If that's how you really feel, everybody has a limit. You gotta get compensated.
Well, no, we could deal with the candy and rainbows aspect that I'm bringing up here. Yes, where everything is good and all hunky dory. But yeah, there's realities to it that I'm not dismissing here. Obviously, he's not going to just come back for $1 million a year because he wants to make things easier to build a foundation or anything like that. I think it just shows that, I don't think he's going to be putting the pressure out there to be can you guys make a big move and give up 4 draft picks to bring somebody in who can help me for the next year or two?
I agree with that.
Yeah, that's where
I don't think he's sitting here going I need to set this up so that they go to 6 straight finals and win them all. And I think
I don't know if he's saying it that specifically. I think he just wants to see this organization in a good place when he leaves. Why is that so awful? Why is that so hard to, he's in a unique situation where I think very few others have been in where he could take that position there. The NFL is so cutthroat and very down to business that I don't know if it would have mattered if Tom Brady said, I want the Patriots to be in a good spot. Because the NFL just doesn't matter. But I truly think one of the reasons why Buster Posey came back to run the Giants is he wants the team to be in a better position than it was after he left. And Farhan had it in a very bad space. And Buster took it upon himself to want to take this job and turn the Giants into a winner. Because why the hell else would he not want to take that job, Shasky? As you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of your Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I want to hear what Samita in Los Gatos has to say. Samita, how you doing today?
Hey guys.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Hey, Sam, you're having a good hair day today.
Oh, thank you, Samita. I appreciate that. That just made my day. See, Joe, it's that easy. Maybe your wife would enjoy shopping with you if you complimented her hair more.
As the one who is been and has been married for 16 years, I think I understand how to keep the relationship for the time being.
That's good.
Samita, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. You know what, Joe? You were right, though. There's no good answer to that question.
Right?
I never asked that question because there's no good answer to it. So I myself never ask it, but I totally get where you're coming from. There's no good answer. It's a tough spot to be in.
Samita, if I'm being real,
listen, I just wanted.
One day I said, I think you look better in that one, and she was going to kill me.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's a no-win situation. I will admit that one off the bat. So listen, guys, one of the things I've been thinking about, I'm watching the playoffs. You know, that Timberwolves game last night against the Nuggets I thought they were down and out, and then they just made this amazing comeback. I'm watching these young guys who are just hooping, and I'm thinking to myself, our top three guys, Dre, Steph, and Jimmy, are never, ever going to play a full season ever again, right? They're just not going to play a full season. It's not possible. These guys are going to get hurt because, as people have said before when they called in, you know, Father Time is undefeated. So no matter what, that has to go into the calculation, but they are the vast majority of your salary.
Yeah.
And you're talking about three guys who are going to be hurt, going to be hurt. Who knows what's going to happen with Jimmy Butler? And so you really have to rethink some real basic things. And just for context, Kobe, in his final season with the Lakers, he was 37 years old. The Lakers won 17 games.
Wow.
Now, I love Steph Curry. I love these guys. You know, all of these, they're all hoopers. It's great, wonderful. But I don't want to see the Warriors win 17 games just so that Steph Curry can have a great send-off year. I'm sorry, that's just not where I am as a Warriors fan. Watching the Warriors lose consistently because we can't afford to build a roster around him because of the salary obligations we have to these guys. I don't know that that's really a winning combination going forward. And, you know, whether or not Steve Kerr comes back, I think everybody in the Bay has got to tip their hat to Steve Kerr for what he's done while he's been here.
I agree.
And Samita, to your point, 38% of the cap for next year goes to Steph. 35 goes to Jimmy. If Draymond picks up the option, 16.5 goes to him. And then Al Horford would be another 4%. That's 93% of the salary cap in Steph, Jimmy, Dre, and Horford, without even bringing up Kristaps Porzingis, who might be the biggest injury risk of all of them, which is an insane sentence.
Oh, God, the amount of money the Warriors are going to have inactive on random nights next year. It's going to drive us crazy at times. Your guy Austin San Jose, he's taking a shot at me this time.
Why?
It's a nice little, he's saying that Steph wants Pods to be better than him. That's what Lubman is saying.
I don't think that's
Austin San Jose, first round draft pick in terms of guys who don't listen to what's being said. That's never what I said.
No, I think your view of like really, really, really caring about what's there after you. Like, I understand that might be at the back of his mind, but I don't think
maybe I'm overselling it.
Yeah, that's kind of where
maybe
I'm at.
Okay, I'll
overselling
admit,
it.
I may be overselling
and maybe
it, but
I'm too cynical.
Well, no, it's probably a little bit of both. I mean, again, I'm embellishing to make a little bit of a point here.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it's part of the whole thing we do here on radio. I'm speaking my thoughts out about it, but. No, I do truly believe that if you truth serum Steph Curry and you said, do you care about the state of this organization after you leave? I do think that, he would care about it. Is it so crazy to think that Steph would care about people beyond him?
No, that's not what I'm saying. But I think first and foremost, his job is to play.
Yes.
He's a player. He's getting paid to play. And he's getting paid 38% of the cap to play. And he's been amazing. And he's outperformed himself forever, right? But beyond that, it's all extra. Meaning, if he cares about where the franchise is at and all that stuff, that's all just extra stuff, which is great. It's a bonus, but I don't think it should matter on how I'm fielding this year's team.
Oh, no, I agree with you on that one there. But I think in terms of this year and going forward, I think it's a factor. But this all goes back to he is in the unique situation where, like we said, he's in his side quest phase where he can have these feelings here because, what else does he have to prove?
Well, you say he's in the side quest phase. I think this extension will tell me what phase his mind is at.
If he takes the big fat money and he's got the 67, 71 over the next 2 years, then maybe I'm rephrasing what I'm saying here in this moment. But based off of that one quote that we just played right there and just the grand scheme of things, that's kind of the read I got it.
If you hypothetically extended Jimmy and Dre and Steph, so you get 2 more years of all of them. There's, let's say, 160 games. That's 90-something% of your salary cap, 89%. How many games they playing of the games, of 160 over the next 2?
160, so I would say probably close 50 to 60%. I know.
What team With what group of guys in the history of the game would I need to give you at their primes who could only play 50% of the games, who could do damage in any league in any era?
I don't think that exists. Maybe that's what Steph means by it's not about championships. It's not about
Michael and Wilt and LeBron.
We're not about building championships because we're not going to be on the court enough to build a championship. So maybe he doesn't care about the future. Maybe he's just tempering expectations a little bit. Let's ask Bonte Hill on the other side. He knows a little about building foundations. What's coming up the game is brought to you by Fairmont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our spring sale, now through April 27th, means up to 50% off every product store-wide, plus 2 full years of interest-free financing. Visit floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Are you lacking energy? Have low libido? Stubborn belly fat that you can't get rid of? Working too many hours at the gym with no results? These are warning signs of low testosterone. The doctors at Prime Male Medical can test your testosterone levels and prescribe treatment if needed. For just $99, get a testosterone test, PSA test, Doppler ultrasound, and a full year of free visits. Prime Male Medical, 415-761-4037, or go to primemalemedical.com, 415-761-4037, with locations in San Francisco, San Jose, and the East Bay.
Cars for Kids, KARS, Cars for Kids, 1-877 Cars for Kids, donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids, KARS, Cars for Kids, 1-877 Cars for Kids, donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids, KARS, Cars for Kids, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
If
you've got spring fever, Lowe's has the cure. During SpringFest, make your landscape stand out with 3 free bags of Miracle-Gro 3/4 cubic foot garden soil when you buy 3. Plus, get up to 40% off select major appliances to keep clothes, food, and dishes fresh all season long. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Now, back to the morning roast.
Hey, Dunleavy, get on the phone, start making calls, dude. Why you sitting at the desk twiddling your thumbs, bro?
With Joe Spadoni.
Stop playing with your pencils and playing tic-tac-toe with yourself. Get out there and make some moves, man. Make it happen. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
And Joe Shasky.
Giants, Niners, this on crack.
On 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's up, Nick and Berkeley? You are listening to The Morning Roast. Sam Lohman in for Joe Spadoni. He is on assignment. Joe Shasky sitting in this room across the table for me. And we would talk a lot of Warriors, a lot of 49ers. We even throw some Giants talk in there. We hit the Triple Crown today. All 3 professional Bay Area sports teams that are not the San Jose Sharks have been mentioned on the show today. I guess there's a Sharks mention right there. Let's go to Ray in San Rafael here to kick this segment off. Bonte Hill's running a little bit behind this morning. Those early wake-up calls are very tough for His Majesty. So we'll get him on in about 10 minutes or so. In the meantime, though, we got Ray in San Rafael. Ray, are you feeling a type of way about Steve Kerr this morning?
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you look at the history of it all, I think that Steve Kerr is going to win another championship for sure. And it may not be with the Warriors, but if it's going to be, we should keep him so that he wins another championship here. Will Steph Curry win another championship? Maybe. But I think deal everybody, keep Steve Kerr. Also, give Dunleavy the boot.
All righty. Why are we giving Dunleavy the boot, Ray?
Well, Dunleavy's never been good at anything, let's be honest.
How so?
He wasn't a great player, and he was sort of a cheap shot artist, if you kind of watch that.
Yeah.
And what has he really done for their organization? Let's just get somebody new in there.
What about let me just real quick. Did you like the Jimmy Butler trade?
Well, look where it's got us.
Well, but you got to play both sides of this. Do you think that Steph and Draymond and Kerr wanted the Jimmy Butler deal? Because I think they did. And I thought it was pretty fruitful last year. And, of course, he got hurt now, so it doesn't look great. But, knowing what we know now, I still think I would have done that deal at that time.
Well, I think this is a good point. Here's the thing. Dunleavy served his purpose. I mean, he was there to sort of be their pawn, and now it's time, all right, you got to get serious and make some tough decisions. Dunleavy isn't the guy to do that.
Okay.
I believe.
Hey, look, it's your point of view, and you're entitled to it.
Dunleavy isn't the guy to make tough decisions. I mean, he's going to have some tough ones this summer, so we're going to find out in the next 2 months.
Couldn't you argue he's made the toughest decision already in the history of the franchise, letting Clay walk?
It's one of them.
I think the next tougher. I think there's tougher decisions to come.
Here's the thing. I don't think they let Clay walk. I think they had a number on Clay that didn't, and a year amount that didn't jive with what Clay felt was respect. And I think it all crumbled after that.
Yeah.
He stood to it, though.
He absolutely did. But I also think it was deeper than just Dunleavy, although he was absolutely a main character in this saga.
Like you say deeper than Dunleavy, I assume you mean like the Clay side. Like Clay had his own feelings and reservations about things. And
I think the Draymond 3-year extension weighed so heavily on Clay.
Clay thinks
you giving him 3 and you only want to give me 2
after I gave you my leg and my Achilles. Yeah, that's fair too. I think we heard a lot about how Clay's attitude was kind of not great that last year. I mean, I remember the one day in the middle of the season
it's
they had
tough
to pull
for me to buy that though.
Well, I remember there was one conversation we heard that like they had to pull him aside because like, hey, some of these shots you're cranking up early in the games are hurting us here. You need to be more selective with your shots here. And his role was moved around all over the place during that year. You're on the bench, you're not on the bench. I can understand why Clay felt that way, and that's why I think it goes beyond just Dunleavy that year. I'm agreeing with you. There's the Clay aspect of it.
People think Clay left on his own. He did not leave on his own.
Yeah.
He was so ticked off at what they viewed as his value and his price point that he, yes, ultimately decided to go elsewhere, but he did not leave on his own. He wanted to be here originally. That's why that whole Joe Lacob golf thing with him and Joe Lacob going golfing, he was so pissed off because they're like, no, we gave you an offer. And he was like, yeah, I'm not accepting that offer at all.
Yeah, and he thought he was getting maybe a different offer, and that's not how it went. But
getting lowballed.
Again, we're bringing up the difficult decisions here. Then what is going to be the difficult decision that Dunleavy is going to be faced with this summer? I think it's obviously, number one, what happens after Steve Kerr if he does leave? Or, you got a better one.
No, I think it's the Curry extension 1.
Yes.
Kerr 2. I think Draymond 3, Kristaps 4, in that order. And once those things align themselves, I'll know what to do with Jimmy.
Do you think that the Curry extension gets figured out before or after Steve Kerr?
I think Kerr will be the first bit of business.
Gotcha.
But I think the Curry numbers are being exchanged as we speak.
Yeah,
I think they know exactly what they want to give Curry.
Yeah. Steph said, I think he was asked if he would sign an extension on Friday night. Here's what he had to say about that.
Multiple, for sure. That's more than one. Yes, that's perfect.
Would you be interested in an extension?
For sure. But none of those conversations have happened, so it'll be a busy summer for the Warriors.
So he said those conversations haven't happened, which makes me think that I think those conversations have happened. And I think Steph is telling a bit of a fib there.
Last time this happened, when he had an extension, he was like, yeah, we haven't discussed anything. And then like a month later, they were like, boom, extension, max, let's go.
Well, it is the NBA's lying season, so that is
He can only extend 2 more years after this one.
All right, yeah, and that's where it's going to be either he's eligible for a $67 and $71 million.
If he takes the full.
Yeah.
God, he comes in at 40, 45.
Yeah.
He'll be a conquering hero.
Yeah, and that's still a lot of money. So
it's a ton of money.
That's absolutely something
His
they can do there.
Next salary for next year will take him above $500 million career earnings.
So after that, though...
But those Coachella tickets don't pay for themselves. Did you see that?
I've never...
Out of nowhere, Steph gets bounced. He's like, going to Coachella.
Oh, he was at Coachella last weekend?
Yeah, him and his wife.
Oh, geez. Must be nice.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what that house they rented? What the price on that was?
I didn't see that. Where was it?
It was down there in Indio, but I know the price of those houses are not cheap, and that one looked pretty damn
You've been house hunting?
No, I've just looked to go to Coachella before.
Carter dabbles.
Never went, obviously.
So how long has Coachella been a thing? I don't know.
Well, how long is it? It's just for a weekend, right?
It's 2 weekends.
It's 2 weekends.
2 weekends, not during the week.
So this last weekend was the second weekend, and the weekend before was the first.
And where exactly is Indio?
Palm Springs area.
So it's the Palm Springs. Okay, I love Palm Springs. Yeah.
I talked over that one. Dang.
What?
That I love Palm Springs.
Did I ever tell you the story about the wedding in Joshua Tree?
I'd love to hear it.
You haven't heard this story?
No, tell me.
Oh my God. So my friend,
Story time
who I
with
love
Shasky.
dearly, I love her dearly. She's one of my oldest friends. She's a total hippie. She's always been a hippie. And she married this guy, great guy, Mike. And Katie was like, we're going to get married in Joshua Tree. And I was like, I don't even know what that is. Like, I'm not even trying to be that guy.
Yeah.
I had no idea what Joshua Tree was. Apparently, it is an actual tree.
Yeah.
Okay, so
The
you guys
type
all
of
know
tree,
what this
yes.
is. All right.
Yeah, no, I've been around that area.
Okay, so long story short, Michelle's like, yeah, we'll fly into Palm Springs and then we'll get a car and we'll go here. We'll do this Airbnb. So Michelle had the whole thing mapped out. And I was like, cool. Well, I didn't realize in Joshua Tree, there's no internet. Like,
It's
none.
pretty remote.
What?
It's pretty remote.
No, there's nothing. There's no internet.
That's
There's
where-
no TV. There's nothing.
That's what remote means.
There's literally nothing.
There's dirt.
What?
There's dirt.
I'm pretty sure there's trees too.
Dog, we rented a pretty cool little Airbnb, right?
Yeah.
And there was nothing. There was literally nothing out there.
So wait, what did you have to do? Just talk to each other?
Grizzlies Warriors.
Ooh.
Grizzlies Warriors. And it was the game
22?
What?
Is it 22 then?
Yeah, game 6 where the Warriors won and Clay went off.
game.
Right? So Friday night
I was at that game. That was a lot of fun.
I think Friday night was the rehearsal dinner, and then Saturday was the wedding, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
And so, of course, I brought my golf clubs, and I went golfing. I took a long drive. I came back, blah, 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 blah. Long story short, I'm like, well, how am I going to watch this Warrior game? That's all I cared about. And so the night before, we went to the little place where the party was going to be, and this was however many, 5 years ago?
Yes, 4-ish years
ago. And I'm like, y'all don't have any internet at this bar? Oof. They're like, no. You don't have a TV? They're like, no.
I guess they're probably giving you the weirdest looks. Like, who's this outsider asking for a TV?
I'm like, how are we going to watch the Warrior game?
The what?
So I have my iPad.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you guys don't have anything? They go, well, there'll be a band here tomorrow, and they're bringing some internet generator thing that you can link up to. I go, serious? They're like, yeah, because I was going to leave the wedding and go drive to Palm Springs and watch. Well, I think it's like an hour from Joshua Tree to Palm Springs to watch the game.
You would drive an hour out of your way to go watch a game, and that is why you are so beloved.
And it was like 100,000 degrees. So anyway, the beautiful wedding, everything was awesome. Maybe the game was the Friday night of the whatever. Point being, I had the iPad out, and I'm getting the internet. It's like buzzing in and out the entire time. All the men are watching the game,
of course,
over my shoulder while the game's going on, and we're like going crazy. And it's just all the dudes. And she's like, you're ruining the wedding. I'm like, I'm not ruining the wedding. I'm enhancing the wedding. This is incredible. Like, what are you talking about? And then all the guys were happy, and she was not happy. And I don't think Katie's happy with me to this day. I love her, though. Hey, Warriors won, dude. It was like,
that's good, yeah.
A great time.
What's more of a pet peeve?
Am I a psycho?
A little bit. What's more of a pet peeve for you? Okay, you can't ask the question and get mad when I give you the answer. You asked, am I a psycho? I said a little bit.
To have a Warrior playoff game against the Grizzlies on the iPad?
It's a little. I mean, I agree with you. I would have done the exact same thing. But that's also because I'm a bit of a psycho.
Joshua Tree, what a fraud that area is. No internet.
Joshua Tree,
get out of here.
What a fraud of an area Joshua Tree is.
Here.
What's more fraudulent, Joshua Tree or the Rams the year they won the Super Bowl?
Joshua Tree. Yeah. No internet. Come on, dude. Keep it real, Carter. You feel me on that? No internet?
You gotta 100%. Have internet. You gotta have internet at your wedding.
Honestly, I'm with you on the pulling out the phone and watching things at weddings. I do it all the time.
All the time.
All the time.
Well, it depends what. Like,
don't invite me if you don't understand what comes with that.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair.
I'm there for a reason to enhance the party. Yeah. So I'm gonna enhance the party my way.
I think it's if you bring it out during the reception and the dinner and everything, that's completely fine. Like no one's paying attention to you anyway at that point. Like
exactly.
If you do it during the ceremony, yeah, I might kind of scold you a little bit.
It was so hot. In the ceremony, you were out in you're in the desert. They gave us these see-through fans that you stick up in the air to block the sun. Your boy fried up like bacon.
Oh, did you have sunscreen at least?
Dude, when you gel your hair or do your hair up and you're in the sun like that, you're just melting. Carter, you know what I'm talking about because you don't put gel in your hair, do you?
No, I'd put other products.
Risotto, do you ever put gel in your hair in the sun?
Yeah, I do.
You're just melting.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah. You can still put sunscreen on, though.
Keep it real. If you were at that wedding and you knew the Warrior playoff game was going on, you'd have been huddled up behind me. Am I right or am I wrong?
No, yeah, absolutely.
But I'm not inviting you. Carter?
I would have had my own phone out watching it for sure.
Thank you. But you would have had to link up to the band Starlink
to the bathroom if I needed to.
100%.
I'm just saying, it's okay.
You were ready to drive an hour with me, weren't you?
It's okay to be that psycho. We're all that psycho, Joe. It's why we do what we do.
I also think Rodon, the next day, I had to drive to hurry up and watch because he was playing the Cardinals and he had a no-no going through 4 innings. And I was like, I don't want to miss this.
Again,
I'm getting on a whole nother
level. It's a little bit of psycho behavior, but again, that's okay. We're all kind of sports psychos here. It's why we do what we do. It's why we love what we love. What's more of a pet peeve for you? Is it the wedding on Memorial Day weekend or the wedding with no internet?
Oh, the Memorial Day weekend is one of the most selfish things you could possibly do. It's ridiculous.
What if that wedding had internet? That's not changing anything?
I mean, if the wedding had internet, that's okay, but you're making me take one of my 3 weekends, which is, I told you, the 3 weekends that you do not have weddings on.
Let me guess. Is it Memorial Day weekend, Labor Day weekend, and 4th of July weekend?
Absolutely 4th of July.
But that's not always on a weekend.
I'm going to read you the most cruise text of all time. San Jose Jazz fan. I was on a cruise. The sports bar was packed. It had Warriors Grizzlies on, Game 6. Shoulder to shoulder screaming fans. I got COVID.
Was Mrs. Jazz fan there? I also got COVID from that game. Funny enough, I got COVID that night. Didn't realize until a couple days later. And that's why I remember Langford and the boss were out for a week after that because I think I gave them COVID because I didn't realize I had it yet.
And me.
Yeah, you weren't working at the station yet.
Oh, you gave me COVID a year ago. Sorry, I thought that's what
I did?
You're
patient zero?
Yeah.
I might have been.
I gave it to you, one of the way.
One of us are eating bats in here. Speaking of bats, the Giants, they going to break out their bats tonight? We're waiting for Bonte Hill to join us, but I don't know, the king might not be coming back to the castle right now. The Giants, they host the Dodgers tonight. Oh, I hate the Dodgers.
Could you imagine if the king was in my position at this wedding? They would have been holding the iPad for him. Your liege, your majesty, here's the iPad.
Bonte would have brought his own internet generator machine. Bonte's on his... Well, I mean, he's probably got to do Warriors pre- and post-game from there, too. So, the bride and groom are exchanging their vows. He is here in the background. Oh, baby.
Hilarious.
Oh, Bonte's a fun wedding guest. We had fun with him at Langford's wedding a couple years ago.
We did have a good time.
Yeah, that was a good time there. Your wife
teaming up on me was not cool.
Oh, your wife was roasting me all night long. She was.
You were blacked out drunk from red wine.
Well, it's easy on the blackout there. I was pleasantly buzzed. All right, Spadoni can contest that. He gave me the ride home that night from that one, so I was somewhat, verbal and able to communicate. I wasn't blacked out. But anyway, they're getting Bonte on the phone right now, so we just need to vamp for another 60 seconds or so before we can get to him. And
what's the worst wedding you've been to? By the way, Josh True was not the worst wedding. It was a fun wedding.
I honestly have not been to that many weddings, so I don't
really.
I only a few of my friends have been married so far, and the few weddings I've gone to have all gone kind of pretty well.
Do you know what my rule is?
Not on Memorial Day weekend?
Well, that too. But I have another rule, which is if you get married one time and I buy you a gift, that's it for the rest of your life. You get divorced and you get remarried, I'm not buying you another gift. I'm very... I draw a hard line.
Do you include that in your toast?
I've said some great speeches.
Yeah, I've done some good speeches too. You know who's really good at giving speeches? Is the guy who's joining us right now. Bonte Hill joins us, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Bonte, how you doing this morning, bud?
I'm trying to stay dry, man. Me and Tessa just got caught up in a downpour out here in Burlingame, jumping her off to school, man, so duck for cover. She goes, it's raining cats and dogs. I'm like, I know. So, yeah, that's how my morning's going.
There you go.
Hi, guys.
It's raining upon the King's rain. That's how it is this morning. Bonte, we've been talking a lot of Warriors over these last couple days here. And let's start off with a very broad question here. Just with the season coming into an end, everything's being where it's at. Just where are you at with where the Warriors stand right now as an organization coming out of this most recent season?
Where do I stand after a disappointing 37-win regular season? This is the most critical offseason in the Joe Lacob era. There's no doubt about that. It's not even close. We could talk about 2016 when they got KD, but they won 73 regular season games. We could talk about 2019 when KD left and Clay was hurt, but we knew that was going to be a rebuild and reload season. This is the most critical offseason of the Joe Lacob era, and it's not even close. There's a lot of dominoes to fall, with the big one being, is Steve Kerr going to coach his team again? Because who knows? If he doesn't come back, then what happens with Draymond Green and the player option? What happens with Melton and Horford with their player options? What happens to GP2 with his unrestricted free agency? What happens to Brandon Paczynski, who we all know now is going to be eligible for a rookie extension? So I stand that this is situation critical. How do you reload this team? How do you compete in the Western Conference? Because I'm sure you guys have watched the playoffs. They're not close to these playoff teams right now in the Western Conference. Not even close.
Bonte, the name you didn't bring up was Mike Dunleavy. And I'm not here to say that he's the best GM, nor am I here to say that he's Nico Harrison as a GM. I just think we need to kind of give him a little bit of a chance here. And I don't understand why we're so critical of him. Like, everybody loved the Jimmy trade last year. I thought he pulled a rabbit out of the hat. Obviously, he got hurt this year, and he doubled down on being old. But it felt like everyone wanted to double down on being old. I'm talking about all the fans. Where are you at with the criticism Mike Dunleavy gets? Do you feel it's warranted?
Well, you got to understand where this fan base comes from when it comes to Mike Dunleavy. We're talking about one of the draft picks during that terrible era of Warriors basketball from 94 to 06, to where he may have been the most hated Warriors player in the last 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, who would come second? Like, Dunleavy was getting booed at home. I mean, it was rough. And Was he overdrafted maybe as a number 3 overall selection out of Duke? Probably. I mean, that was the Yao Ming draft, and obviously the ping pong balls didn't go the Warriors' way, and had to settle for WD. So some of that criticism stems from his playing days because people haven't forgotten. It's like, this guy. And so you think about his situation. You come here and you praise Bob Myers, who was likable by most people. And you have to inherit Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, Steve Kerr, and you're tasked with extending this dynasty. It's not an easy gig by any chance. Like, how much juice does he have to maybe make a power move? Well, he made the power move last year with Jimmy. We can all agree that Brendan Podziemski at 19 overall has been a good draft pick.
Yep.
He squeezed the limit out of Quentin Post, a mid-second round pick. Now, he was a second-round pick for a reason. But they got some production out of Quentin Post. Same as Will Richard, who kind of flatlined during his rookie season here in the NBA. So I think the criticism is going to come because of the nature of the business, the nature of the job, and who he's replacing and who he has to construct this roster for, which is Stephen Curry, Steve Kerr, and Draymond Green. So he's going to get criticized regardless. But that next big move that he makes, Shasky, is going to be the one where people say, okay, this is the offseason where we're going to find out just how good Dunleavy is at his job.
All right, let's rat-a-tat-tat these big deals. Steve Kerr, today, I know you said you've gone back and forth. What do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if that article, and I trust Anthony Slater, Ramona Shelburne, especially Slater, that's our guy. There needs to be a philosophical shift in the way they play. Is Steve Kerr willing to do that? Is Steve Kerr willing to move off of some of the vets? We know they tried to trade Draymond Green. I know Dunleavy and Joe Lacob said otherwise, but that was out there. And he was out there on the block because obviously the money makes sense. As of today, I'm going to say no, he doesn't come back. I'm going to go back to that angle here and see what the Warriors do. Because come on, guys. When he said, I don't know what's going to happen next, I love you guys. Like, come on, man.
I'm with you. It felt like a moment. It felt like a moment, and it felt final. I agree with that. Draymond Green, back or not?
Oh, that's a tricky one. If Steve Kerr's back, Draymond's back, no doubt about that. If Steve Kerr's not back and they hire a new coach, does that coach play a style that fits Draymond Green at the stage of his career? And then does Draymond Green want to opt into that and say, you know what, opt in and trade me? So if Steve Kerr's back, Draymond's back. If Steve Kerr's not back, now things get interesting with Draymond.
Kristaps Porzingis.
I don't know. What's his value? Let me ask you guys. Were you impressed by the Kristaps Porzingis era?
I think
what you saw from him? Because
2 games.
I mean, I know it's some games, right?
I think it was the 2 games were in a nutshell. Wow. He looked great against the Clippers. Oh, my God, he's backpedaling. He's hurt. The next game, oh, my God, he can't play. Get him off the floor. It was the full KP experience.
Yeah, if you're the Warriors and you're trying to get younger and more athletic, you got to see what the market is for Kristaps Porzingis. And you can't overpay for this guy. Is he back? It's up for me to say because I don't know what his market is. You know what I'm saying? And if you do bring in a new coach, does that new coach want to inherit Kristaps Porzingis and try to stretch him up? This guy has played more than 57 games in the regular season 3 times. Do you really want to heavily invest into that? Like when you're one of the most injured teams in the NBA this season? I have a hard time seeing Kristaps coming back, and then that makes the JK trade look really bad, especially after what we saw last night. Like, I get you had to trade Jonathan Kuminga, but I think, Kristaps Porzingis and his availability makes things difficult, man. So I don't know if he's coming back, Jask. I really can't call that one.
We got Bonte Hill here joining us on the River Islands guest line. He joins us every Tuesday, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. Bonte, another deal we've been kind of discussing in terms of what it might look like is the next contract that Steph Curry might be signing. We've been kind of kicking around the idea. Does he just take as much money as he can? He takes the max, which will be $67 and $71 million. Or do you see any sort of situation where Steph maybe does take a little bit less money to kind of open things up for Mike Dunleavy to add more guys onto this team with that money that they'd be saving by not giving Steph the Supermax?
Well, I can't speak for Steph. I don't know what's floating in Steph's mind. I do know he wants to finish his career with the Golden State Warriors and is, I'm guessing not willing to move around, especially with his kids, his family or whatnot. So I'm not going to speak to Steph and what he may do for his next contract. I thought it was very interesting, I should say, what he said Friday night, that we have to get back to the fundamentals. We got to stop talking championship. We got to get back to who we are. And right now we're not who we are, which is a competitive basketball team. Like, you look at those teams in the Western Conference right now, the Warriors got smoked by Portland. Smoked this year, 3 out of 4 games, right? Phoenix, we saw what they did to them on Friday night. They just look so much damn faster. That's my issue with the Warriors right now. They're at an athletic disadvantage every single night, even when they play the Brooklyn Nets and the Washington Wizards. I mean, you got to have – I get IQ and you got to be able to think the game, but you also got to have talent. And right now, this franchise is devoid of a lot of talent on that basketball court. So getting back to the basics, what does that look like for Steph? Is it talent? Is it athleticism? Is it bigs? Is it youth? So that's what we got to figure out first and foremost. But as far as this contract and that, I don't know what Steph's thinking. I'm not going to sit here and speak for Steph Curry.
No, I want you to, please. Burlingame Bonte speaking on behalf of Steph Curry. No, I'm just teasing. Warriors on NBC, your colleague, Monty Poole, said, barring a renewed faith that would prompt a change of heart, the belief is that Steve Kerr won't return as Warrior coach, sources tell Monty Poole. So let's get beyond that. I saw you suggesting a name back in November, and it's funny that you referenced that individual because I'm now seeing Kevin O'Connor and a bunch of other people reference him. His kids went to St. Cecilia's. I know a lot of people whose kids were in the class with him, and he was a great guy, and that's Todd Golden, who is now at Florida right now. He's got a lot of Northern California ties, playing at St. Mary's, coaching at USF. His wife's from this area. They own a house up in Tahoe. Make the case if we're getting past, I don't want to be disrespectful to Kerr. I'm not trying to replace him, but if there's a case to be made for Todd Golden, what would it be, Bonte?
Well, let's go back to something with Monty, because Monty, we were doing a podcast yesterday when he said that. And if you haven't subscribed to the Dust Talk podcast, it's not full of propaganda. You'll get some nuggets there. Listen.
So like 90% propaganda?
No propaganda.
I'm teasing. I'm totally teasing.
Facts. I know a lot of people out there. It's just
hey,
facts.
You know what? 2 to 6 is 95% propaganda on this station. I'm just joking. Willard, I love you. Thanks.
So back in October, I was like, or November, I should say. I was like, Monty, I'd be surprised if Steve Kerr's back. And he started going off of that. The Todd Golden thing is interesting because before training camp, I was approached out and about. And I was like, what do you think about Steve and him coming back? And I was like, I don't know. Steve wants to be back. He'll be back. And that person was like, don't forget about the name Todd Golden. And he kind of put that in my ear. It's like, Todd Golden is. And look, you mentioned everything, his whole private life, Shasky, the Tahoe, the St. Cecilia's. We talked to him on the Morning Roast. We talked to him on the Dust Hub podcast the morning I brought it up. And obviously the city ties, taking the Florida Gators to Original Joe's when they're out here for the NCAA tournament. We know Dunleavy and Joe Lacob attended those games at Chaser. We know they were probably talked to Todd Golden. And the thing about Lacob and his hires, he's hired guys without NBA experience in terms of coaching. Steve Kerr, Mark Jackson. Now, Todd Golden does have some coaching experience now with the Florida Gators winning the national championship. But when you watch the way they play, it looks like an NBA brand of basketball. They get up and down. I know they lost in the tournament in the way that they did, and things happening in college basketball. But young, and you look at the Western Conference right now, they got a lot of young coaches. Jordan Ott in Phoenix, Will Hardy in Utah, Mark Daigneault in Oklahoma City. The youthful people are willing to take a chance. You look at the Eastern Conference, Chris Lee with Charlotte and Jordy Fernandez for Brooklyn or whatnot. So there is something there. Now, it's a report. Like, we all know. Steve Kerr says tomorrow, hey, I want to come back. This is dead. And by the way, in Gainesville, I'm sure the Florida officials are working on maybe extended Todd Golden, saying, hey, here's some new money. Will you stay in Gainesville? Like, because it's a little late in the game now in college basketball to try to go out there and get a new coach. So, I don't know. The Todd Golden thing has legs. I just found it interesting yesterday that it blew up out of nowhere. Well, I was like, hey, wait a minute. People were hitting me. I was like, didn't you say this thing? Grady texted me a minute ago saying, you told me this midway through the year. So it's just a name that was brought to my attention before training camp with the Golden State Warriors. So No, yeah, sometimes I do. Broken clock is right twice a day, right? But
well, when you get it straight from Lakeup, that's what people think.
Yeah, I wish I had
there he goes again.
Hey, but B, real quick.
Steiny has Joe Lakeup's number, not me. By the way, if Todd Golden did come, how would he feel about taking over for Steve Kerr and coaching Steph and Draymond? How would Steph and Draymond feel about a rookie coach coming in from the college ranks to coach them during their last few years of their careers? So there's a lot there with Todd Golden in terms of will he, won't he, is he interested, is he not interested, is Steph willing to play for a college coach? So there's a lot of variables that have to come into play. And when something like this blows up like this, it tends to not happen.
Yes,
so
I would agree.
I would hold my breath on the Todd Golden situation.
I will say, if he doesn't come to the Warriors, expect a big extension with Florida and a pay raise. I know that he's got it good with Florida. Let's just put it that way. I had it on good reporting. Let's just put it that way. He has told people that the Warriors are his dream job, and Lakeup apparently told his agent. Now, again, I heard this from people that know him very well.
Yep.
Lakeup told his agent they're just going to keep an eye on him and what he does at Florida. So whatever this relationship is, there's clearly mutual interest on both ends, whether it's real or not.
No doubt. There's no doubt. And again, when that name was floated to me before training camp with the Golden State Warriors, and then obviously you guys see the clip with me taking a mailback question, and I floated it to you guys, because it's like you said, Shasky, it's being fair to Steve Kerr. Who the hell am I as the Warriors pre- and post-game show host to start pumping up, hey, Todd Golden, next coach of the Golden State Warriors? I'm not going to do that. And that's not my job. But that's a name that has been floated to me multiple times, and it started way back when, before training camp, saying, hey, keep an eye on this guy because of all the variables we just laid out here. And I think Todd Golden would be able to make the transition to the NBA. I really think highly of Todd Golden. Obviously, here's the craziest part, too. He's so deep into the city, he used to intern and be a sales rep in NBC Sports Bay Area. So
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so I mean, look, and Joe Lacob is 2 for 2 on coaching hires.
Yep.
He is. Mark Jackson worked out. Whether or not we want to admit that, Mark Jackson was successful. He helped kickstart this whole thing. Steve Kerr took it to another level. Now, if you want to reset, I'd love to reset with a young, innovative coach who's kind of just learning on the fly. I think highly of that hire if they were to go that direction. But obviously, Steve Kerr's got to decide what he wants to do. And if Steve Kerr decides, I want to come back and coach the Golden State Warriors, well, guess what? He'll be coaching the Golden State Warriors next season.
Simple as that. Bonte, thank you so much for joining us this morning, and try and keep dry out there the rest of the day.
Bye, Chess.
Yeah, I think I'll see you guys Thursday and Friday. Draft talk.
Might be Thursday and Friday for all we know.
Yeah.
The King's
Thursday
Court?
and Friday, excuse me.
The King's Court's coming to town?
The King's Court's, well, the game needs me. No pun intended. And, love into this draft prep. Listen, love the draft prep. We know all he knows is Miami guys.
Markel
There's
Bell.
about 365 other schools out there. You better prep up on your defensive linemen from Iowa and Missouri and Tennessee.
It's a key Mesidor or bust, Bonte. You know this.
Hey, the big Trent's back. I know you love that, Chesky.
I'm happy that Trent's back, and that's our final thoughts.
There we go. Thank you very much, Bonte. Bonte Hill there joining us on the River Islands guest line. And with that,
so Bonte will be coming in 8 to 10 Thursday and Friday.
Yes.
8 to 10 in studio Thursday and Friday for wall-to-wall draft coverage. And obviously, if there's any Warrior news, we're going to be breaking that all down with Mr. Warrior himself.
Yeah, we might even ask him a Giants question, too. Final thoughts. Oh, my final thought.
Do not give me a Kuminga update.
My final thought today is got Landon Roop on the mound tonight for the Giants against Yoshinobu Yamamoto. It's a very good pitching matchup here. Very, very good test for Landon Roop. And Landon, please go out and just shock the world and just, shut these bums out for 8 innings. And then we can let the bullpen figure it out in the 9th inning. Or, you know what? Go the distance. Go all 9 innings. It's your first complete game shutout tonight. Landon Roop. Would love to see it happen. I just want to get one against these losers this week. I can't stand the Dodgers. I hate them so much, Shasky. Blue's a stupid color.
Okay.
That's my final thought.
That's all right.
I despise the Dodgers.
Blue's a stupid color. I'm a Warrior fan.
Well, Dodger blue is a stupid color. Well, okay, wow, you just had to turn into a completely dark direction.
Well,
The Dodgers ruin everything is basically what I'm saying.
Okay.
We bring up the Dodgers, and now we just ruin this final thoughts. They really do ruin everything. I hate them. Do you hate them?
Well, of course I hate them, but like we've got to like.
No, that's convincing.
Actually,
I hate the Dodgers. Yeah. What's your final thought today, Joe?
Got a couple. Quick one.
Of course.
Is there anything worse, and Carter would fill me on this, when you're at the driving range playing around with your driver and you're switching all the weights and the lofts and everything, and everyone around thinks you're just a complete lunatic because you're trying to dial in that driver head? That's what I was doing yesterday in the rain at San Bruno driving range, which, again, just still awesome. Just pounding crappy balls to the left and right, up in the air, off the ground. I finally got the setting just right. My tailor-made QI 4D driver is ready to hit the Echo Pest Control Tournament on Monday, baby. Let's go. We're going to be live and direct. Is it Stone Tree? I think it's called Stone Tree.
I believe Stone Tree, yeah.
I'm pumped for this.
I am too. I'm going to be playing in that too.
You are?
It's going to be the first time I've swung the sticks in like 2 years.
I guess there's no handicap limit, huh?
Oh, no. I hope you're not counting on me to carry our group. I don't even know if we're in the same group.
Yeah, I'd prefer to not play with you.
Yeah, that works for me. Hey, we had fun that one time we played together.
Yeah, I know, but like.
I think it's because your brother was there, though. He's the fun one.
He's coming Monday.
Oh, really? Oh, awesome. So it will be fun.
Filling in.
Yeah. On the morning roast? The morning roast with Lemon and Pat Shasky?
I told him to come on by and tell some stories.
Oh, Pat, tell the best stories, please, about your brother. I like your brother. He's cool.
Did you guys see any of this stuff on the Trailblazers owner?
Like?
What are we betting on now?
Immensely cutting costs for the Trailblazers. Let me read a couple of these.
He's Dr. John York in the 2000s.
Oh, no. What happened?
Tom Dunn, and he has now required the staff to check out of all hotels by 12:30 because they want to avoid late fees at the hotels.
I feel that.
Team masseuses are denied a room for pregame treatment. There's no two-way players are allowed on trips, like away trips for the playoffs. And my favorite one, he's canceled all the free T-shirt giveaways for the playoffs for the Portland Trailblazers.
What about the buffets?
That's pretty nuts.
Can I just tell you something? I mentioned golf on air, and who do you think texts me within seconds?
Steiny.
Oh, I know who.
Zachary. Hi, Joe. It's me, Zach.
No.
I didn't get an invite. Zach, it's on-air hosts, buddy.
Is Zach going to be there on Monday? We don't know.
Zach's too busy working up AI graphics for the Niners draft, dude. By the way, he had an outfit on. He was feeling himself on his outfit yesterday at the Lynch presser.
Risotto, what do you got?
Love you, Zach.
I don't know how to follow that up, but I will say.
How can you?
Giants-Dodgers tonight. Looking forward to that. And one of the things that I'm looking forward to this series is, can the Giants hit good pitching? Like that's the storyline for me. The Dodgers.
That's the question?
That is the question. I know it's simple.
Can they catch the ball at first base?
It's
can
simple.
They score a run?
It's simple, but could the Giants hit good pitching? And that's my question this series.
Spoiler alert, probably not.
Zach, I think I haven't gotten an invite because everyone knows I'll whoop their butt. He really he did
not say that.
Swear to God.
He did not.
He definitely said that.
100%.
Oh my God, Zach, you are such a goofball. That is it for this edition of the Morning Roast. Steiny and
Zach Green, nemesis character arc.
Nemesis. Just because he went to Indiana and I went to Miami doesn't mean we have any bitterness towards each other.
And then he just sent me a Fred Warner emoji. I don't even know how to respond to that, Zach.
He's not a Fernando Mendoza emoji. Steiny and Grooves coming up next. Brought to you by Firm Up Bank. Here for you, here for good. Bye, everybody.
Draft coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Hello.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America and a member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children. Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in the Bay Area without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in the Bay Area for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. The Bay Area is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop this week right here in the Bay Area and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week, new segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcast. We're back. We're better. Let's get it.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right. Good morning, everybody. How are we doing today? Worst day of the week, but we're going to make it a good one.
Why the worst day?
Tuesdays stink.
To you.
They stink. Let me try to do my Shasky. I'll keep talking. You do it, and I'll do what he did.
Yeah.
And go ahead, hit that thing while I'm in the middle of making a point. I have a good...
And there was a picture captured of Shasky looking back. Pretty good. How you doing?
Oh, dynamite. Headache's gone.
No, that's the first thing I was going to ask. All right.
Yeah, and we got a lot going on. We got, feels like Warrior news percolating. We got the Dodgers in town. We got the NFL draft coming up Thursday. But I got to start right here. Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area.
Monty.
Barring a renewed faith that would prompt a change of heart, the belief is that Steve Kerr won't return as Warriors coach, sources tell Monty Poole of NBC Sports Bay Area.
Wow. So, it's not happened as of yet, and we're waiting on, pins and needles, but I told you when we went out there, Stoney, I just felt like Steve Kerr was done. I felt it in my veins. But now we're reading, we're listening, we're waiting. So you're telling me after a decade, the Warriors are going to have a new coach possibly? That's exciting in itself, good and bad. And I just wonder who they, no pun intended, dub good enough to take over the reins if it does happen. But, it ain't weird to you that he would go before Steph and Dre or not ride out with them together? Because I thought that's where this train was headed.
Am I surprised?
Well, it hadn't happened yet. Are you surprised at the noise that's around it,
No, I feel like the more it goes, the longer it goes, the more people are going to kind of assume he's gone.
Okay.
I'm just looking at it from my point of view. So the season ends and Steve Kerr's saying, we'll see what happens. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to take a week or two. Okay, take a week or two. What's he going to do? Come back and say, hey, you know what, Joe? I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
Okay, well, how many years do you want? I don't know. It just doesn't feel like it's going like that.
No,
we've got Anthony Slater of ESPN. He's joining us in 25 minutes. He's going to join us at 10:30 to give us some update and clarity on what's going on with Steve Kerr. It feels like the Warriors may be having a new coach next year. I actually, today is usually the day where the general manager talks after a season's been complete. I texted Raymond Ritter and said, hey, is Mike Dunleavy talking at all this week? And he said Mike Dunleavy's not talking until Steve makes his decision. Steve Kerr makes his decision, in the next week or two. So after Steve Kerr makes his decision, and I really feel like saying after the Warriors and Steve Kerr make their decision, then, then we'll deal with Mike Dunleavy and the offseason and what he hopes to do. Billy Donovan available. Todd Golden, the coach of Florida, one of the hot prospects out there.
Yeah, I got my list, and at the top of it is
Mark Jackson?
Sam Cassell.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to see him at least interviewed, but, he's played the game at a high level. He's won, so he's just been on the – this is my whole Patrick Ewing thing. Like, what's he doing not to get invites or even talk to? So we'll see how that goes. He probably won't even get an interview. But I am excited, Stoney, if this does pop off, just to see where the Warriors are at. And I don't like, currently where they're at, obviously, with, a lot to do with health. But, man, I can't sit here and lie to you all and say this is not exciting if they are looking for a new coach.
Yeah, it depends. What if they like Jerry Stackhouse? and he's been around now for a couple of years.
I'm not mad at Stack. I like Stack, and I'm sitting here talking about Sam Cassell. Why wouldn't I afford, Stackhouse that same luxury? So we'll see. You think he's going to get interviewed? Like if he had Stackhouse?
Yeah, if there's an opening, I think he will with the Warriors. He or Stotts would be, I guess, candidates. But you ever laying around and you're starting to think about things and a couple things come together?
Did it last night.
And what happened?
I just had some thoughts about life and what I'm doing on the daily. You came up?
Yeah, I'm talking more about sports takes. So something hit me today that's been building for a while. I want to ask Warrior fans if they saw this on Friday night. So at the end of the game, Draymond Green got ejected. And he's walking down the court to the tunnel, and he's putting on a show. All right, he's putting on a show, and he's telling the crowd to yell louder and boo, and he's acting like Draymond. And the camera catches Mike Dunleavy, who was standing in the tunnel that Draymond Green was going to have to exit through.
I missed it.
And Draymond Green had to walk right by Mike Dunleavy. And if you watch that, Mike Dunleavy absolutely ignored Draymond Green. There was no eye contact. There was no, hey, great season. There was no, hey, Draymond, we're okay. Take it easy. Mike Dunleavy did not look happy and looked to me as if he were just trying to avoid Draymond Green in that situation.
Steiny, I'm hugging you from over here. I still have the game on Prime, and I've watched it since. But one of the first things I do when I get off, go back and look at that, because I love that type of stuff that, the average or naked eye does not see. And let's keep it real. Bob Myers was not a babysitter to Draymond, but he was the guy that fixed Draymond or helped him out in time of need. But if you're telling me Dre's going verbal and he's talking about his possibility with this team and future, it hinges on one Mike Dunleavy as part of making that decision. And it's obvious that Dre feels like that decision was made when they tried to get Giannis. Mike D said no names came out. But if you're telling me that went down like that just to me is I don't want to say chapter, but a damn important footnote on, am I doing too much if I say their relationship?
So at the trade deadline, when it came out that the Warriors were interested in Giannis and the whole situation where whether Draymond Green's name was used or not, the one thing that did stick out to me was that I thought Draymond was a little shook when he found out that obviously he'd have to be included. And I think it took him by surprise. And I think that when he thought about it, he realized that he didn't want to be traded. He wants to finish up here. All right, so fast forward to now and the things that Draymond's saying. So the first thing Draymond says is, I want to play basketball next year. Well, okay, we assume that because you're under contract for one more year.
Correct.
But what I think's happening here is, this is what I think. Draymond wants to turn that 1 year into 2 more years. I don't think Dunleavy wants to do that at all. In fact, I think Mike Dunleavy has made it clear that he's willing to move Draymond and maybe even thinks they should move Draymond or have to move Draymond. And Draymond knows that about Dunleavy because he's already lived through it. And I just have a feel. So Draymond is thinking to himself, well, I don't want to opt out and become a free agent, but I also know that if I just come back for 1 year and say I'm going to pick up my player option, the Warriors can say, no, that's fine, great. I'm going to try to trade you.
No, wow.
And so if Draymond just takes the 1 year, it feels to me like he believes that Mike Dunleavy's going to try to trade him if he takes 1 year. And if he wants 2 years, I don't think Dunleavy wants to give it to him. And so I think that's an interesting facet here. I think Draymond realizes that Mike Dunleavy may very well want to move him in the offseason. And I know people are going to say, well, who wants him? You'll be able to move Draymond Green for 1 year, I believe, if they really want to.
this is some of your best work.
That's what's hitting me right now.
Yeah, no, I love it. And I'm going to just say this. It is speculation, but Steiny, there is no doubt Draymond Green has been Frank Sinatra. He's had it and done it his way, okay? And what you're preaching or what you're saying or what you're feeling, it would bother me or anybody that's had it his way all the time. And now that he doesn't have the Janet Jackson, the control, and he's looking around the room, it's like, wow, that would bother me, especially the one where I can't parlay the one into two, So we'll see how this moves forward. But I did not catch that in real time because I would have expected, had that been Bob Myers, that was Mike Dunleavy in that tunnel, and I have to walk past you, one of my bosses, there would have been a conversation, a dab, good season, what have you. But that didn't happen. And what you're bringing up, there's no doubt that Draymond Green is a prideful guy, and it's bothering him. And it would bother me, but, I mean, how long has the ball been in your court? So now if Mike Dunleavy does not want to do that, turn that one into two, I could see the irritation or what Draymond's doing being vocal about it.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. So much going on with the Warriors these days. Monty Poole's reporting that barring some change of fortune, Kerr probably isn't going to be back. And I'm trying to make make out all the things that Draymond is talking about when he talked about what's going on after this season. Like, I do think, and he talked about it in the middle of the season, thinking about turning 1 year into 2 years, and I'm starting to think that's out of the question. And if it's out of the question, then I think Draymond Green has to look and say, well, look, so you're not going to break it up into 2 years, Mike? No, we're not going to, Draymond. We got too much influx. We got too much uncertainty. Let's just keep it the way it is. Well, at that point, Draymond's got to make a decision. And if he says, okay, I'm going to opt in, I'm going to, play it with $27.8 million, then I think Dunleavy will be like, okay, that's fine. Now I'm going to try to move you. Just like I did at the deadline. It feels like that's what's going on here. And maybe Draymond realizes that he doesn't have a ton of leverage if the Warriors aren't willing to spread that into 2 years, which, quite frankly, if I were the GM, I wouldn't want to do that either.
And, again, I don't want to throw rocks at Dre, but I've been vocal. You talk about his lack of scoring. Okay, that's been a staple for a while, but he made up for it defensively. Now when I watch the Warriors, if he plays or he doesn't play, to me, it's not a big indictment on if the team can win or not. And we've seen other guys that can score the ball, Guy Santos and whatnot, Bassie. So if Draymond were to take a lesser role, or Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob have decided, there is life without him, this is what it starts to look like. And it will be interesting to see Draymond's verbal game as this plays out, if it doesn't go his way or he doesn't get his way. But man, maybe he is on notice and he's feeling some type of way. And what I do love about Draymond Green is what he said, on how he handled the trade rumors. And now I'm thinking, if I was Draymond Green and I went vocal and I was vulnerable, forget why I was vulnerable. I'm telling you what I felt and how I talked to my wife and kids about the possible trade drama. And then one of my bosses goes and says, yeah, that wasn't really nothing. That would piss me off. So I bet Draymond Green is feeling some type of way.
Maybe he is. That's kind of the way I see it.
That. I know it was 5 cents, but
Evan
I can't believe you didn't bring it up yesterday. You guys.
Well, didn't hit me till today. Yeah. But I it's funny, as I looked for it for a few minutes, couldn't find it, and then Evan finally found it and said, "Oh yeah, wow." Well, did you say, "Oh yeah, wow"?
Well, it looked like Draymond, who was obviously
hot.
Well, he was playing with the crowd, but it was hard to tell if he went up to Dunleavy to say something on his way out, because it looked like Dunleavy just stonewalled him.
Wow.
Like he just completely ignored him. And it was almost as if he was just feeling like, you're going to go out that way? Like, we're going to go out that way. And he was right.
Yeah, here's one for the people out there that say, Steiny, quit reaching. Let me tell you something about Mike Dunleavy as a player. If you watch Mike Dunleavy as a player, and, he would get hammered for not being emotional. And I always felt with Mike Dunleavy, and tell me if you saw Dunleavy play with the Warriors, like
I did.
When he was getting booed or when he was getting criticized by the fans during a game, it's almost like he tried twice as hard to show no emotion. Like, that's kind of who he is. And I felt like when Draymond was coming down, he was like, I am not a part of this right now. Like, I don't like it. I'm not going to pat him on the shoulder. And this, quite frankly, is what I may be getting a little bit tired of.
No doubt. And I'll say this for that. If you look around and we just take a second here and do Warrior inventory in a season that culminated with no playoff berth, we know, right now the wagon is hitched to Steph Curry, and rightfully so. But if you're going to make a decision and they already know that our coach is out of here, we dealt with the Clay situation. I mean, who's to say finally they're ready to look and just, I'm not trying to Jetson Draymond Green off the Warriors, but it's like the bill has come due to where Mike D and Joe Lacob are like, enough. And enough in regard to the heartstrings of emotions. If we're going to make a change at the head coaching, and now Draymond Green, the task now is to send you a message. I mean, this is what it would look like. So this just makes what you said and started the show with an interesting offseason. Like, I can't wait to see how it plays out.
Anthony Slater of ESPN is joining us in 10 minutes to talk about the Warriors situation. And that's kind of another thing that fits into this equation. I think it's obvious Draymond Green, and he made it clear he wants Kerr to come back. Well, why would he want him to come back other than Kerr helps him maintain some juice in this organization? Anyway, that's my theory. I'm sticking to it for now. But I'm interested to see if anybody is with me on that particular one or not. Then the other one we got to talk about, and this was Steph Curry from Friday night. We really didn't get into this a lot yesterday, but it's another facet of this offseason I want to bring up. This is Steph Curry talking about where the Warriors are and where they want to go.
I've only been in one locker room for the last 17 years, and before you win the title, there was only like those first 2 years, like you're building the foundation for what a championship team looks like, even though you had no idea what that really meant. Then you accomplish it, then everything else is based off of that, and it's been that way since 2015. So I think we can reshape the narrative, like knowing in the back of our mind, like that is the ultimate goal, but we have to get back to the basics of what makes a good basketball team, a competitive basketball team every single night. Understand how, realize how hard it is to win in this league, but can we rethink, how we do things with the foundation that we've established? We don't have to keep saying championship every day, even though we've experienced that. Can we just build the foundation again with what this team needs to do, with the way that the game is played now, how fast it is, how young and athletic it is, all of those things, we have to kind of put everything on the drawing board to get back to just being competitive every single night.
So if some people in the organization were miffed or chagrined that Steve Kerr called the Warriors a fading dynasty, what's the difference between that and Steph Curry saying, we just have to build a foundation again, and it's okay not to say championship all the time? Isn't that the same thing?
No, it's actually worse to me because it sounds like Steph, the chef, was saying everything is rotten and we need a do-over or a reset. So my first question is, do you have the necessary resources to go fix and rectify all that? Bastani, with a house or anything that's important, it starts with the foundation. And for the chef to even bring up young and athleticism, I'm like, wow, that's letting me know. I feel like the chef is looking around outside of him saying the cupboards are bare.
What's interesting is I looked at it the opposite. Wow. And I'm not just saying that. I look at, you said that he looks at everything's rotten. Yeah. I look at it as Curry saying, look, I've been around for 18 years and I'm not delusional that we can win a title in the next year or two. I understand that. And I'm not going to stay only to win a title. So I'm looking at my team right now. We just got to get better. Like we have to. I want us to be more competitive. That gives me hope that you can try to rebuild this, and Steph will be all right with it if there are some results that come fairly quickly. But I think it's obvious Steph Curry's not saying, well, if we don't get into championship contention in a year, I'm out. I think he just wants to, can they get to 6? Wow. If they got to 6, I feel like that would be enough for him.
Yeah. Well, a lot of that is going to hinge on the recovery of Jimmy Butler, Moses Moody, and what you do with this new draft pick that you're going to get. And if you feel frisky in the offseason once the playoffs are done and you go via the free agent route, we'll see how that plays. But, yeah, that I hear you. I'm not saying you're wrong. Just to me, that sounded like he didn't feel like they were checking a lot of boxes. And when you don't, this is what happens. And this is night 3, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Yeah, 3 nights in a row where I'm watching basketball and I'm watching young and athletic teams, play for meaningful basketball. And it's just weird that the Warriors are not a part of it, man. And the worst part about that, me bringing that up, is it's just starting. Like tonight will be day 4.
Yeah, I mean, but again, I'm looking at it positively too, because if Steph Curry's saying, look, we need to get back to some build a foundation here, in the same interview, he says, I want an extension. And he said multiple years. So there's no chance that,
I hear you.
If he wants multiple years, then he knows he's going to have to live with the direction they're going. So I actually think, Steph Curry's telling everyone, I'm not going to go ring chase. I just want to have the last 2 or 3 years of my career where I'm playing some playoff games and having some moments and maybe we can win a series or so. And that, I feel like, will be good enough for him.
Well, definitely it'll be good enough for the fan base, but, I'm just speaking for you. You told me, or you shared with us, you don't think he's a top 5 player,
not anymore.
When he's healthy. So on one instance, Dub Nation is fed and rubbing their belly like the chef is not going to play that card. It doesn't seem like a get me out of here, I want to go to a contender. And that's nice on one front. But then on the other front, Stoney, I'm scratching my head and I'm asking the question out loud is, how good are we when we're whole? And when are we going to be whole to find out how good we really are?
Well, not until at least January of next year. All right. Anthony Slater is coming up on the other side, covers the Golden State Warriors for ESPN. There's already a report out from NBC Sports Bay Area's Monty Poole that barring an unforeseen change or barring a change of heart, that Steve Kerr's probably not going to return as the Golden State Warriors coach. But we'll get into that with Slater. We'll get into Steph wanting an extension. We'll get into the how realistic it is that Draymond Green will or won't be on the team next year. All right, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And don't forget the 3rd annual Agape Charity Golf Tournament is coming up on Monday, April 27th at Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato, and we will be broadcasting live. It's presented by Atco and Eclipse Insurance. All proceeds will benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the Help Fund and the San Francisco Bay Area Autism Society. So if you'd like to play in the tournament or be a sponsor, go to agapecharitygolf.com.
All right, let's just start here. Gas prices right now, they are out of control. And every time I pull into a station, it just feels like a bad decision. That's why I got to tell you about something that Ceremony Ford is doing this month. It's called Fuel Your Ford. And when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick, you get a $2,500 Visa gas card. Yes, $2,500 for gas. And here's the thing. I've actually driven the Maverick. I own one. It's one of the best vehicles that just totally makes sense for the Bay Area. It's compact. It's easy to park. It is great on gas, but it still gives me that truck utility when I need it. So think about it. You've already got the vehicle that's saving you money at the pump, and Ceremony Ford is literally handing you $2,500 to fuel it. That's not a promotion. That's relief. Inventory is there. Process is easy, and you're working with a team that actually respects your time. But this is an April-only thing, so don't sit on it. Ceremony Ford in Colma de la City or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. you need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's cars with a K.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Get ready for the Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton, June 19th through July 12th. Kick off summer with food, rides, and the Big O Tires concert series with Flo Rida and Al King. For more info and a chance to win tickets courtesy of Alameda County Fair, visit 957thegame.com.
Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let's get right into it. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's welcome in Anthony Slater of ESPN.
Slate.
Covers the Golden State Warriors when they are playing. And I think I saw him in Denver the other day. What's up, Anthony? How you doing, man?
I'm a little tired. It was an 8:30 tip in Denver last night. Bunch of fouls. We didn't get out of the arena till like 1 or something.
Well,
Slate's working hard.
Hang in there, buddy.
Yeah.
You know, have fun in Minneapolis. I can tell you some places to go there. I'm sure you're very familiar with it. Hey, let's get into the Warriors. How long do you think before we know about, the Steve Kerr decision? And let me ask you this. How much of it do you think is his decision at this point?
Timeline-wise, I think Steve was pretty transparent about, 1 to 2 weeks. And he said that Friday. So we're talking 1 week would be this Friday, 2 weeks, obviously the following one, I think somewhere like in that pocket. I think important conversations will be had in the middle to later part of this week. As far as how much it is his decision, I think he's checking the box number one of, do you want to be back or do you not? Like, he's like kind of the first domino within the decision. Like, he has to make the choice that he wants to, but then, it'll be collective. And when I say collective, I'm talking Steve Kerr, Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob, Kirk Lacob, discussing plenty of topics on the future and direction of the franchise. And then it'll have to be a collective decision. To your point, it's not just a Steve Kerr choice.
Slates, you cover this team inside out, man. I was just telling Steiny and the listeners, it's day 4 of the playoffs. I'm stunned that this season ended the way it did. And there are reasons. But if I asked you how shocked you are about what happened with this Warriors season in totality, how would you answer that?
Jimmy Butler tore his ACL in January. I was there that night. Obviously, I remember kind of being right in the tunnel when they were carrying him off. And, I had the thought at that moment that this season had changed. It was the second best player's $54 million guy on a team that was already kind of top heavy, right? Among teams that have, 2 stars, he was, on a team that they were most reliant on those top 2 stars. So in the West, I think right then you knew they were at minimum a play-in team. They were lucky that, if you want to say lucky, but 5 teams tanked under them, so it just locked them into 10th. But I didn't really predict going back to January, February that they were going to last past the Friday of play-in week, because without Jimmy Butler and with a hobbled Steph Curry, which he was, as we all know, I don't think they were a top 8 team in the West.
Anthony Slater joining us on 95.7 The Game, writes for ESPN, covers the Golden State Warriors and the NBA. I'm trying to put some tea leaves together, and I'm just wondering, did you happen to see when Draymond got ejected Friday night that Mike Dunleavy was standing in the tunnel at the time of the ejection?
Yeah, I was actually in the tunnel down there because, you love it, especially late in the year, to see the kind of like the walk-off and the interactions and all that. So, yeah, I was down there right in that mix, and Draymond just got, a 90-second head start for everybody.
Yeah, anyway, maybe I'm making too big of a deal out of it, but I thought Mike Dunleavy basically ignored him when he was walking by. And then I just got to think, you obviously reported a few days ago that Dunleavy got an extension maybe a couple months ago. And I was just thinking, Draymond was, I thought he was pretty shook at the trade deadline when he thought his name was brought up. And I'm wondering if Draymond Green doesn't think that Mike Dunleavy may be open to moving him. And that's one of the things going on here when Draymond talks about wanting to be back and not wanting to retire, et cetera.
Yeah, Draymond Green's name was brought up at the deadline in the honest talks, and obviously if the Warriors go big fish hunting this offseason, especially now that Kuminga's contract out the door and you don't know what you can do with the Porzingis signing trade or not. Like, Draymond Green's contract is more needed if you are going to go down the Giannis, the Kawhi, salary hunting. So there is an understandable level of unease from Draymond. I do agree with you that the trade deadline, he's talked about it. It did unsettle him. The one thing I'll say, and we reported it in our story this week, and I could say going back to all my conversations with management post-deadline, they've pushed back against the idea that, they're trying to move off Draymond, or even at the deadline they were shopping him around. He is an understandable salary that they may have to move, but also that, they're voicing to me that a desire to still, keep him around long term. If a decline in multi-year extend would help them financially, get other pieces in the door this summer, they're open to that. So in no ways do I think Draymond Green's future is decided with the Warriors one way or the other. I do agree that if Steve Kerr leaves, you could see much more of a sea change organizationally, which I think would make Draymond more vulnerable. But I don't think Draymond believes that management is actively trying to push him out.
Slater, let me ask you this, because I got to be careful. It's a big if, but if this team, the Golden State Warriors, were to make a change at the head coaching position, I know you have Steph and Dre and Jimmy coming off injury, but your honest assessment, how attractive is this team right now with everything, the books, the players? How would you respond to that?
I mean, they're a big brand team. They have an owner who's going to spend, which, look at Portland right now. How appealing would that Portland situation be with the owner won't even get, the reports are around like $1.5–2 million for the head coach, obviously all the cost cutting stuff he's doing. So there are aspects of the Warriors that should appeal to a coach that is willing to step in and build with the Warriors, because they're certainly a build. They're not Mike Brown took the Knicks job this summer, right? And that was hey, come in, you have a contending roster, but there's pressures that come with that. Mike Brown's already, after last night, feeling like he's in hot water. Whereas if you come in like a Jordy Fernandez to Brooklyn, for example, the Nets have not won the last couple of years, but he came in as a young head coach who, has a great reputation across the league, and he was in alignment with Sean Marks, and it was like, hey, let's build. And he just got an extension, this week, despite the season they've had. So I think it is an appealing job for a certain type of coach, and I'm probably talking about a younger, build-it-up type coach. But that's not the weird part is the transition the Warriors are in. I mean, you guys talk about it every day. We all know they seem ripe for a rebuild, but at the same time, because of how good Steph Curry still is and who he still is to the franchise, they kind of still have to be protective of the final few years of Steph Curry's career. So they're a little bit caught in the middle, where that makes sense more for a veteran coach. And to be honest, that makes sense more for Steve Kerr to be coaching. But at the same time, if you take a broader look at their situation, it would kind of make sense for like a younger build-it-up type coach.
Yeah, Anthony Slater joining us on 95.7 The Game, works for ESPN, covers the Golden State Warriors. In the wake of that loss Friday, Steph Curry said, he wants a contract extension. And when he said multiple, that means more than two. I didn't know if that meant tack one more on the end of the one that's already existing for two, or two more after this one. In any event, what does a Steph Curry extension even look like?
Yeah, so it's over 38 rules, so he can do a max of 2-year extension, and or could just tack one. So it's either just one or two. Look, the conversation begins with a max. He's still a all NBA type of talent. I do think that how this summer goes, the direction, which obviously is very undecided at this point, and what they can and can't get done this summer could, dictate where, stuff should go with even Steph's money long term. If, I think some people wonder, hey, is it possible if he takes a little bit of a pay cut, could that help them, build up the roster in his final seasons? Possibly, but Steph doesn't know those answers yet. The Warriors management does not know those answers yet, and that's why I expect a Steph extension conversation to happen more in the, late July, August, September type of range, because there's so many questions to answer before then that I think would dictate what would make most sense for Steph.
What would you make of Pods' year? A lot, from the fan base is a lot of hate, and I don't think it's deserved, but in totality, how would you assess his year?
Yeah, I mean, I think durability was a big bonus from him. 82 games. I think, only 19 players across the league played all 82. I think it was some learning lessons for him, not only from just like kind of, his media communication, but also like what he is and isn't as a scorer. I think there were at times, when Steph was out or when this team needed more creation and scoring and star level offensive talent, he maybe fell short a little bit, where I think in a lot of ways he's still doing a lot of the glue role player type stuff that can get you paid in the league, and that'll be the next thing with him, extension talks. But I think he's at 19. He's very obviously a value pick, a pick that they got right. But as you look towards the future, it's a little bit more about the acceptance of him of what he should be in the NBA, and also an acceptance probably from the Warriors that, it's fine to have, his ceiling be high-level role player, because that's where I think it's kind of going.
Anthony Slater joining us on 95.7 The Game. He covers the Golden State Warriors for ESPN. Where do you think things are headed toward for Porzingis and the Warriors?
I think that it could matter what else the Warriors can or can't get done. And for two reasons. Number one, if they use a lot of their, financial tools to go elsewhere, then Porzingis has to search elsewhere himself. But also he could be, I kind of mentioned it earlier, but, he is the salary slot. They traded remember Kuminga's salary slot was basically held on to theoretically use in a trade. It was used in the Porzingis trade as an expiring, which felt like maybe they were trying to get off the money. But at the same time, if they find something this summer where you want to try to find some building blocks, in conjunction with Porzingis, who would have to sign off on it because he's an unrestricted free agent, he could be used in a sign and trade to help get that done. So I think a lot of conversation need to be had, and including the possibility that at a smaller number than the 30.7 that he walked out on, like he could come back. Like we all saw the fit at times when he was healthy and he was on the floor. Obviously that remains a big if, but if you get him at a decent number, he still provides a lot on certain nights.
Speaking of conversation, Anthony, this might not be fair, but I know you're around the team, and once a week I tell Steiny, man, I wonder what Joe Lacob is thinking. Do you have any feel to how the owner is feeling just about his team and where they're at and what's going on? Because I was at a few games and I always have fun with the Joe Lacob meter from my eyes. And I'm like, even when they're on a run, I just, I don't see him jumping up and down. I'm like, I just wonder what he feels about his team he's running. What do you think old Joe Lacob is feeling about this season and the direction they're headed?
I mean, look, they just paid, $67 million in luxury tax, I think it was. I mean, they're obviously one of the highest salary rosters in the league, and they won 37 games. They were 10th in the West. They didn't make the playoffs. I saw him walking out of the arena, try to chat it up with him a little bit after the Suns lost, and he was scooting out, in a pretty frustrated way, which is understandable. I mean, he wants to win. He's paying to win, but also, typically when you get him in, his more thoughtful moments, he's realistic about the hows and the whys of where the season got to, and he understands the injury troubles that this team went through. I think he understands the age and some of the dynamics at play. So they are certainly over the next week, 2 weeks, going to figure out what the proper direction to get this thing a little bit more back on track and to where they're a more consistent, obvious playoff team. But, I don't think he's rattling the table saying everything needs to be torn down.
What do we know about the lottery and the Warriors and their scouting staff? They're going to have, the highest pick they've had since Kuminga, I think? Moody.
Yeah, I should say
Kuminga, yeah, I'm assuming.
Well, Moody was 14, so you're right. It would be Kuminga.
So they obviously this is supposed to be a heck of a draft. If they get 11, they have an opportunity to get a real good player. Any sense of what they'd be looking at position-wise?
Yeah, well, I'd say a few things. Like, they've been scouting this draft all year. I mean, most people, most front offices in the NBA have, especially college this year was so good, right? I mean, the top 11. This isn't one of those drafts where it's a bunch of international guys up top. Although, Mike Dunleavy actually did near the deadline go to out to New Zealand and watch a couple potential first rounders out there. But they have a pretty long, I guess, scout staff, obviously led by Larry Harris, who lives in the Dallas area. And, they're doing a lot of work on these guys. And this is a huge pick for the franchise. Obviously, we'll know come May 10th if there's a 9.4% chance it's in the top 4. And if it jumps up there, I think that changes a lot, right? Like, Dallas was in this exact position last year, and they felt in a very, unsettled place franchise-wise, and obviously they ended up firing their GM and everything like that. But the fact that they jumped up and got Cooper Flagg, that changed so much for their franchise. So, number one, you got to wait for that on May 10th. And then other than that, like as far as positionally, what do they need? I mean, wings, right? Look, they came into the year with 3, you would say starting caliber wings or rotation level wings. And I'm talking Kuminga, Butler, and Moses Moody. Yeah. Traded one away. The other 2 got knee injuries that are going to impact a majority of their season next year. Like they are just depleted on the wing. So, you kind of got to, at this point, I'm not sure you could just say you have to. It's the whole, drafting need over just best player available. But if they can find a good, wing, like it's clear that's what this roster needs.
Yeah. Hey, Anthony, thanks a lot for joining us. I know you're probably on your way to Minnesota, so appreciate you squeezing us in, man.
All right, fellas.
All right. That's Anthony Slater of ESPN. Updating what's going on with the Golden State Warriors.
Man. Well, how would you describe where they're at? What this a colossal rebuild or what or hope project? What do you think?
Okay, to me, the only way it's a colossal rebuild is if they move Steph Curry. I don't think they're going to move Steph Curry.
All right.
So he's not going anywhere, I don't believe. So whatever you can do around Steph Curry is what I would try to do. But that would include anybody and everybody.
I'm with you.
And so we'll see. I mean, can you get into the first round of the draft with a trade and get another first round pick? Can you get 2 picks in the first round if you make the right kind of move? I don't know. But I do think that, outside of Steph Curry, I do think all bets are off.
I'm with you. And, we'll see. I remember we talked about it, Dunleavy, going overseas or whatnot. So we'll see. Could you imagine somehow if they went that direction in the draft? And it's, kind of difficult to think that knowing that Stoney, could you imagine right now? This would be like a heart transplant. And somehow they could have the Dallas type of luck or get damn near close to it than what we think in regard to 11 or 12 pick, which could get you a player. But if somehow something were to pop off, that would be the start of, you know what, we had some bad luck, but now we're on the bounce back and we're trying to come back. And if somehow the lottery could be nice, kind to us, I mean, that to me would be exciting.
I'm sure it would be exciting to Warrior fans. I don't think it would be very exciting to teams around the league.
Ooh.
I mean,
they want them to I get you.
Yeah, I mean, Oklahoma City's got a shot to move up. I mean, that's the one where I say, could you imagine? You imagine the Oklahoma City, and people are like, well, Oklahoma City's in trouble. They're not going to be able to re-sign everybody. Yeah, exactly. That's why they'll draft somebody great this year, and they'll let somebody walk in 4 years when that guy's ready to play. I mean, they got it licked right now, the Oklahoma City Thunder, in terms of their salary cap situation and their draft picks.
As they try to go back to back. That's in progress,
Exactly. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, we've got a bunch of things going on today. I mentioned what I was thinking about Draymond Green. I'll quick repeat it, and I'd love to know what you think. I just feel like some things are starting to add up with Draymond. I was a little surprised at his reaction at the trade deadline. He seemed unsettled, as Slater said, because obviously he knew that he would have had to be included in the Antetokounmpo trade. Shortly after that, Mike Dunleavy gets an extension. Obviously, Dunleavy was talking to the Bucks about Draymond Green. Draymond Green gets ejected the other night, walks right by Mike Dunleavy. Dunleavy doesn't even look at him, looked disgusted. And I'm just starting to wonder, putting everything together that Draymond's saying, Goo, about, he wants to play next year. And I was thinking, well, of course you do. You're under contract.
Well, I get it, man.
But I'm starting to think that Draymond knows the Warriors. They might not be trying to move him, but I think Draymond knows they're willing to move him, and he does not want to come back on 1 year and then get moved.
Yeah, I get it. I understand it. He's human, and would you have a problem if I described that as, he's seeing his Warrior tenure maybe coming to a head?
Yeah. I mean, hey, what if the Warriors say, Draymond, we're not giving you an extra year. We gave you 4 years ago with the player
and
option.
You're not getting that bang for the buck. We all know that. So I would say it's about time.
Yeah, and
I'm not being a hater, but it's about time.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're telling Draymond, we can't give you that second year. And he says, well, I really want that second year. And they can just say, well, then opt out. Go opt out and go get 2 years from somebody else. I mean,
good luck with that.
Is Mike Dunleavy, can he play hardball to that extent? I mean, I think you got to start thinking about it at least. Doesn't mean you have to alienate Draymond Green, but just tell Draymond, look, you see where we're at. We can't be handing out contracts 2 years down the line to guys that we don't know what we can expect out of them. So you got 1 more year left. Come back, play it out. While you come back, we're going to try to move you.
Well, I'll say this to that. And, you know, I'm currently going through memory loss. I'm a client. I need help. We did our grades last week, but when I talk about Steph Curry, I think of, you know, when he says his new normal, but the ball player is still a top 5 show to me. Okay, and I mean that. Like, when he's available and ready, we just saw it last Wednesday in L.A. against the Clippers. Draymond Green is on the opposite side of that spectrum in regard to bang for my buck. So, I mean, how much of that is about Mike Dunleavy maybe, you know, not excited about the future of Draymond Green, Stoney? Because when it's all said and done, how good is he really at what he used to be?
Well, I mean, if you go down the list, and it's going to be unfair for the guys at the top, but it's the way it is. Curry's making 62. He didn't earn that this year. Butler's making 55. He didn't earn that this year. As much
Injuries
as Dre
took those two out. Go ahead. I'm sorry, but Dre played.
Yeah, and he's not a $25 million player anymore. Now, when he plays well, he is, obviously, but he's a 25. This is the problem the Warriors have. He's a $25 million player against the Clippers, but he's a minimum player against the Suns. So how do you balance that with his long history here and what he still means to the team? And in a less, or in a more important way, they're going to have to figure that out with Steph Curry too. I thought it was interesting when I said Slater, he wants a new contract, and Slater said, well, you'll start at the max. Okay, wow. I mean, I don't know how I can put it anymore, but I think if you give Steph $60+ million 2 years from now, I can't sign off on that. I gotta believe Steph Curry is willing to work with us on a contract extension.
What makes you say that part of it?
I would be, I'll just tell you me, and it wouldn't matter. It's okay. It doesn't matter. Sometimes you say this and it sounds arrogant. I think people, I won't even say me. I think people lose a little respect for Steph if he comes to the table and says, it's got to be another max. Now, again, he may have the right to do it.
Right.
But just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something. And the reality of the situation is he's no longer a max player. So if you give him max money, then you have to be willing to live with the fact that your best player will be on the decline and maybe not play a full season. And that's I don't see how you win consistently like that unless he were able to turn back the clock in a couple years.
Yeah, and I would just hope Steph would look at it like, my success is defined by the team's success. So, we just played that soundbite, and he's talking about what's around him, and I'm talking about what's not around him. So if he did take that hometown discount or, looked at it from the vantage point of those resources could go to maybe, a player or two somewhere else, like that would help him. But I'll say this about the chef, and I love him to death. He's never left any money on the table. I'll say that.
No, never. Never. But I mean, if there'd be a time, I think we could all agree it would be right now. And, when we're talking about, hometown discount, like $40 million for Steph is not a discount at the level he's playing now with the number of games he's playing. I don't think. I think that's pretty fair. But we'll see how that goes. All right. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. And life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe you've been in a car accident or had a serious injury or a tragedy that changes your family forever, and suddenly you're dealing with insurance companies, paperwork, and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's when Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
If you're thinking about upgrading your outdoor space, don't just think deck boards. Think the whole system. Trex from Ashby Lumber gives you decking, railing, lighting, everything designed to work together, look clean, and last. It's low maintenance, holds up in the elements, and you're not dealing with constant upkeep like wood. And the team at Ashby actually helps you plan it out, so you're not guessing on materials or design. Stop by Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord. Check out Trex in person and get your project started.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to TrueFanTravel.com. That's TrueFanTravel.com.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. An elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
You know, we're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
The NFL offseason is here, but the action never stops. The draft is right around the corner, and Heed the Call NFL podcast with Dan Hanzus and Mark Sessler is your pro football destination. Prospects, team needs, and pick-by-pick coverage of draft weekend.
Heed the Call covers all things NFL, and we have fun. No fake hot takes or boring data dumps here. Just entertaining football talk from your favorite buds at the bar.
So come hang out with the Heed the Call heroes for football news, analysis, and mirth. All the mirth. Follow and listen to the Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcast.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need. I think Jeremiah Love might be the most talented player in this entire 2026 draft. When I watch him at Notre Dame in any game over the last 2 years, he's the best player in the field, averaging almost 7 yards a carry, and he's a great receiver, catching almost 60 passes in the last 2 years. I could see Jeremiah Love going as early as to that team in Arizona at 3, to that team in Nashville at 4, or maybe that team in New York at 5.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Kendall Jackson is partnering with 95.7 The Game to give our listeners a chance to win a chef's small plates and pairings experience at the Kendall Jackson Wine Estate and Gardens in Santa Rosa. For more info and to enter our contest, visit 957thegame.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Yeah. We good? Can I talk? All right.
It's your show. It's our show. You can talk, baby. Boy, I got a doozy to lay on you, man.
By the way, how about those Wolves?
Well, you beat me to the punch. How about Kuminga and those Hawks?
I didn't watch
35 minutes he played, 36.
And I'll say it for the 18th millionth
6 of 12, 17 points, was D'ing up.
He was 7 for 12. Get your facts straight. Secondly, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I was looking at Jalen Johnson, 7 of 12.
Yeah, I didn't have to watch a game to know Kuminga played well.
How do you know?
3 things. 1, he played a lot of minutes. 2, he had a good box score line.
Okay.
3, he was a plus. 4,
right.
They won.
All right, I thought
they
you were
won the game.
Yeah,
he clearly was a factor.
No doubt.
That's all I've ever wanted from Kuminga. That's all we've ever wanted for Kuminga. So that's what I want him to do.
Yeah, plus
play
10
well
on the night.
In a win.
35 minutes, man.
And he
good
did
for
that.
JK. And your Wolves battle back. I was dog cussing them. Well,
Goober, they get down 20 every game. They're just the worst.
For Jaden Mack to say they're all bad defenders, I think that means something. That wasn't just a throwaway line. He's just telling you they are not scared of the Nuggets defensively. He said, we go with Jokic, Murray, all of them, Gordon. I'm like, damn, Jay. So the playoffs have started, my friend.
Yeah, they have.
They have, man. Mike Brown in trouble.
Yeah, I think the loser of the Denver-Minnesota series, I think the coach is in trouble there. I do.
Even
Adelman? Yeah, I think so.
You talk about an attractive job. Slater was talking about Mike Brown, how he went to the Knicks, and that was the covers were full. No need for grocery shopping. But if you went to Denver, I'd feel that same way.
Well,
long way to go, but I hear you.
You heard it here first. Billy Donovan's going to Denver.
Oh, you think he's not done, huh?
No,
it would take Denver to lose. Minnesota would have to finish it.
Well, it could still happen if Denver loses in the second round. If they're ready to make a move.
I'll put that in the cap.
Yeah, put in the cap.
I went to my diary before we get back to it, which is social media. And, Steiny, I'm about to share with you what I wrote because you're not privy. And this is if the Warriors do make a move at the head coaching position. I just want your thoughts because 3 of my favorite coaches of all time all played the game. Okay? Lenny Wilkins, Pat Riley, and Phil Jackson. They all played the game. And, I love wordsmiths. I love men and women that are good at explaining their craft or the job at hand. And I'm speaking for a guy and he may not want to do it, but I'm going to share with you, and I want your initial thoughts. What if the Warriors asked Chris Mullin, would he want to coach the team? One, could he do it? I know he was a GM. I listened to him talk the game, and I know that's different than dealing with personalities, but Stoney, I've talked to him. I've listened to him talk to others, and I'm just like, when you hear that, what do you say?
Probably not.
Mostly on him not wanting to do it?
And, I don't know.
He's a Hall of Famer.
Never coached in the NBA. Maybe that doesn't matter.
Steve Kerr didn't.
Yeah. I'd say no. I don't see it.
Wow. If I see him again, I'm gonna be like, man, I think you could do it. I mean, he's seen all the jerks, losers, what makes guys tick. That, like, when I hear him every night in my living room, I'm like, that's what I'm talking about. Can you convey that? Would Kuminga have reached his ultimate goal here?
Probably not.
But the thought. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of excitement for that. I like Mully. He's older than me.
Okay, he's 60.
No, he's not. He's older than me. He's got to be older than me. Pretty sure he's older.
I just looked it up.
I think he's 62. He better be 62. I think he's 1 year older than me.
Yeah, 1963.
Yeah, I was born in 64. So he's older than me. And you can tell.
Look at this.
He's still in way better shape.
Carter, when you hear that, did it do anything for you? Because Evan goes, goo. Kind of sounds like Barry Bonds being head coach.
Yeah, I think
manager,
or Will Clark. You're just grasping.
Mully was a GM, Carter. He was in it.
Yeah, I think I'm out on it, but yeah.
I can't get mad. You didn't, it's Cat. You didn't say, you didn't say.
Oh, my God, what are you doing?
It's called living. She brought her family in. Look at them. Beautiful family.
That's not her family. She doesn't have 14 kids.
Well, she can't hear me, so I'm acting like it is. But anyway, it got me fired up.
And you've lost your train of thought.
No, the Mullen take got me juiced. You never know if something pops off with Kerr.
I don't think he wants to coach.
I got you.
Who knows? Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Let's go to Miguel. Miguel's in Hayward. Cheo's World 415 saying that's a god-awful take, Goo. I didn't say it. Wow. Hey, what's up, Miguel? How you doing? A lot of people saying shake my head. 420 was yesterday,
Hey, good morning,
Goo.
you guys.
Oh, boy.
Wow. What's up,
Hey,
baby?
Miguel, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, so I'm hearing you guys talk about trades and all this, and now I think I already changed my mind again. You know what I'm going to say. I think the coach that we should get right now is just sitting down right now, just waiting for the phone call. I think it's Andre Iguodala. I think he will make a good fit for that coaching position. I think he will pretty much connect with all his players and just give it one more run for the playoffs. Try to keep everybody still, but if we do get a top 5 pick, I'm hearing rumors that we want to get Kawhi Leonard to come over here. But, we see what happens. But LeBron James said that he wants to come over here and play for the Warriors. But, how much money is he going to want to take? Because we don't have that much cap space. Because, we're over here paying almost 3 players making $122 million. So I wanted to see, do you guys agree with Andre Iguodala becoming the new head coach for the Warriors?
I want Mullen before Iguodala. I'll let you go, Stein.
I don't really want either.
Is that an SMH for Iguodala?
I mean,
because come on now.
I know people are going to say, well, Steiner, you'll think everybody's not going to be a good coach. I don't think Iguodala would be a good coach. I don't. I think he's too cynical.
Wow. What a word, Steiny. I've never heard him talk about
I think he'd have trouble working with management.
Okay. Wow.
Honestly. And on top of it all, I think he's more interested in making a lot of money.
Yeah.
Not just coach money.
He's in business with my boy Landis Grayton, Steiny.
Well,
hey.
I would say that Landis Grayton is probably in business with Andre Iguodala without even knowing.
However you want to look at it.
Without knowing Leighton. My guy Leighton.
Landis. Yeah,
Landis.
Yeah.
No, Landis is.
Now, I'll say this about LeBron. If Joe Lacob wants him.
Oh, he'll just come.
No, he'll have to do another hometown discount, right? I mean, that's what he's a billionaire. So is the chef. Like, money is, I'm going Jay-Z, money ain't a thing. So if they wanted to get together and ride out and have some fun that way, both of them, I mean, that's what it would be. But that discount for Curry, man, I can't wait to see how he plays this. But I do feel like you're onto something. Him feeling like he let the team down, not last year, because it kind of felt that way. It happened in the Auss, but he was available. But this year, I feel like Steph is really, like if he did something like that, that would be on brand for who I think Steph is, presidential.
I told you about that.
You don't like it?
Not now. You don't want to be presidential now.
Right, okay, listen, all right.
And I just take my shot. Listen, I don't dwell on this kind of crap, but I have to take a shot when I need a shot.
Go ahead.
And then I'm moving on.
All right.
But, yeah.
I hear you.
What does that mean? Volatile? Nasty? Evil? Mean?
Dumb?
Vindictive? I'll move on.
All right. Did I say dumb? Yeah, go ahead. What you got?
You like, how about Billy Donovan for the Warriors?
Do you ever feel like you know people that you don't know? I feel like I ain't got that much of a problem with Billy D. He ain't got it done. And you can say, yeah, did he have much to work with? I don't know. And I guess I'm warming up for Stotts or Stackhouse. I guess if it were those two, I don't know, man. Or would that be too much like Steve Kerr still running the joint?
I don't know. Tell you one guy, I wonder what he's doing now. He's my age.
Can I get? No.
You have no idea.
George Karl.
No. He's 97. I don't think this guy's coached in a while, but I like him. He would certainly mix it up. Scotty Skiles.
Oh, but
yeah. Get Skiles in here.
I've always been a fan.
And the shenanigans stop.
But when you leave, you leave. I don't even think he's around the game. Watch somebody say
he's got more knowledge in his
to the
index finger than. All right. 888-957-9570. On the other side, Draymond Green actually just talked this morning and talked about his future. I think it is up in the air, but we'll hear what Draymond Green says on the other side. If you want to jump into the conversation, 888-957-9570. Also got a fair or foul. I did something last night, and I want to know if it's okay or you think it's a big problem. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Draft coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
Today on the CW.
We are green at Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series blasts off.
Great day to go race at Talladega.
On one of NASCAR's most legendary tracks.
Talladega, dude, let's go!
This is the biggest and the baddest of the super speedway tracks.
It's a race. It's a party. This is Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
From Talladega, this Saturday at noon on Cron 4, the CW.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Administrator Dan Daly at Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center would like to thank his staff, residents, and family members for helping us become both Newsweek Magazine and U.S. News and World Report's top-ranked California nursing facility. Lawton continues to be a 5-star facility, conveniently located in San Francisco's Sunset District. Please don't hesitate to contact our admissions team of Dab Sterling or Christopher Lord at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Hi, I'm Billy Keller from ATCO Pest Control.
And I'm Gabe Whitney from Eclipse Insurance.
We're thrilled to invite you to the 3rd annual Agape Charity Golf Tournament on Monday, April 27th at Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato. We want to thank our platinum sponsors, Cadillac Marin and Rush Injury Law of the Bay Area.
All proceeds benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers Help Funds and the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area.
To learn more and register, visit agapecharitygolf.com.
That's agapecharitygolf.com. We hope to see you there.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
It's deck days at Lowe's, and the savings are stacked. Right now, pros get 15% off all in-stock composite decking from top brands like Trex, TimberTech, and Decorators. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. The deck's stacked in your favor with brands pros trust. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. How's everybody doing out there today? Usually that's when you say great.
Well, I had to have I came in with an umbrella. Umbrella. That's Rihanna.
All right, so I did something last night, and I'd like to rely on my Warrior fans and my basketball fans out there and my sports fans out there. I did something last night, and while I was doing it, I said, is this the right thing to do, or is this absolutely unacceptable? I texted the group. You didn't reply, but Evan did, and he said what I was doing was fair. And
I missed it.
Here's what I was doing. So last night, I believe the Hawks played the Knicks.
Yes, sir.
Cleveland played somebody?
Toronto.
And Denver played Minnesota.
Great game of the night. Well, there was 2 games of the night.
So it's about 7 o'clock, 6:30, and I'm like, what do you say, settle into that Minnesota game?
Yeah.
And I said, you know what? I don't want to watch that game. It's too early in the series. Yeah. So I watched The Logo.
I've been hearing about it.
I watched The Logo, the documentary on Jerry West, 2-hour documentary. It was pretty darn good.
Okay.
It was really, really pretty darn good. They had some interviews with Jerry West late in his life that had never been released. I feel like it was made as a direct response to the Winning Time documentary. I think it felt like the NBA was behind it because everybody under the sun was interviewed. They had Jordan. They had every Laker who ever played for him. They had Jeannie Buss. They had Adam Silver, Joe Lacob, Steph Curry. They were all in this, and it was mostly positive for sure. But it was a really good documentary, and I would highly recommend it, dude. Like, do you realize you couldn't have been a sports talk dude back then? You would have buried Jerry West. Steiny can't win the big one.
What was his final record?
He lost 8 straight finals.
Oh, man. Wow. But the world was different then, Steiny.
He was a great player.
Now, my one-time question when you watch docs is, did you learn something you didn't know about Jerry, the logo?
Yeah, a few things. You just get more insight into his personality. Very, very competitive. They talked about, the moves that he made in L.A., getting Kobe at that workout. He talked about his workout, all that kind of stuff. It was great. And, the thing is, and here's what I really remember is when we had Scott Osler in here a couple Fridays ago, and he said that the Winning Time documentary just absolutely crushed Jerry West. Like he was just haunted by it.
So did we hear his responses to that, how he was portrayed?
No, I don't think that's in it.
All right.
I don't remember any of that.
But I just would love to have been a fly on the wall because Jerry West is legendary before the Kobe workout. But for him and what he saw, and I guess Michael Cooper was a part of the Kobe workout because Kobe was giving him some of the business. But for him to know that Kobe would be what he was, man, that's incredible. He knew hoop.
Well, the other thing was they had the trainer of the Lakers, a guy named Gary Vitti, was also featured prominently. And he said, I was at the Kobe Bryant workout, and he goes, I didn't see it. He said he looked good, but I didn't see it. Yeah.
But Jerry, the Jedi, saw it.
Yeah, exactly.
Man.
All right. Draymond Green did a podcast yesterday, and this is new. He talked about what his future is with the Warriors. And my theory is I think Draymond thinks that the Warriors very well are going to try to move off him. And that's what's adding to his uncertainty about coming back. And that's why he's talking about how much he wants to play and stay here.
I have a player option coming up this year. I don't know what's going to happen. What does that look like? Is that an opt-in and finish the contract? Is that an opt-in and get traded? Is that an opt-out and sign a longer-term deal? I don't know what that looks like. We obviously haven't had our conversations yet. Exit interviews coming up this week. None of that stuff will get done in an exit interview, right? That's stuff that will play out over the next couple months. But this year was a little bit different for me. Even going through the trade talks at the deadline, I've never gone through that before. I think I would love to finish in the place that I started, but ultimately, it has to make sense, for Golden State Warriors organization. And it also has to make sense for me. This isn't a one-sided thing where it just makes sense for me and I just do whatever's needed. No, it got to feel good on both sides. What I've learned in this job and showing up every day, if it don't feel good on both sides, at some point it's going to crash and burn. And I don't want to put myself in a position to where I'm just like, oh, man, I want to be here so bad that you can do anything to me. Because ultimately, you have to kind of think with that mentality. How am I going to feel about this when I don't feel like going to the gym the next day?
All right, that's Draymond Green.
Well, he doesn't have a no-trade clause. So,
no.
They can send you anywhere.
Right, and he
that's
knows,
bothering him, no doubt about it.
He knows the danger of just playing on his last year, that then they can move him.
He's too smart not to know.
That's why he's saying, am I opting in and being here? Am I opting out and doing an extra year? Am I opting in and then they might trade me? That's what he does not want to happen.
You've turned me into a bit of a cynic. The cynic in me says, do you think he's looking for sympathy?
Yeah, well, he's looking for leverage. And you know, in a way, and I'm not saying no malice. Ron
Artest.
But the reality of the situation is, you know, Kerr, Draymond, and Curry are all angling right now. They just are. You know, Kerr's angling because he wants a week or two to figure out what he's going to do. You know, Curry's angling by saying, I want multiple years. And Draymond's angling by already telling the organization, hey, I'll rip it up for 2 years.
I bet you will.
But I get the sense that the Warriors have no interest in that. But I could be wrong. They could have interest in it if they want to run it back for another 2 years with Kerr and Curry. So I think what's going on right now is everything's on the table. And I think anything and everything could happen with one exception, and that's trading Steph Curry.
No doubt about it.
Because the other thing that to me becomes clear is Steph Curry just did it. He just said it to my way of thinking. And that's, I want to retire a Warrior. What else could multiple years mean? No. All right, so there you go. He's willing to stay here. We don't even have to put a super team around him. All he wants to do is compete. Like, okay, that's our starting point. Curry's going to be here. Okay, good.
Yeah, there it is.
Now, other than that, there's nobody as valuable as Steph Curry. So we got to figure out where we're going after we acknowledge that Steph is going to be here for a while.
And just because he's okay with that being here, and I'm not saying you're saying this, the bottom line is it's not okay to not make the playoffs. And I'm just taking off my Warrior glasses for this point. I mean, the league loses by him not being in the offs. And I know they're good, and you watched last night, and I'm going to watch every night. But the bottom line is, man, this is not okay. So hopefully this is one and done, because last year they did win a round. It went 7 games, the first round series against Houston. And then we saw what happened with Minnesota. But, man, it is Operation Get Back to the playoffs. Even if now, like you feel or said, there's not that stress level of him going to the management saying, get me up out of here because we're not good enough or I don't have a chance. Now it's just how can you get healthy and get some more top-tier talent in here.
Yeah, and as for Draymond, I think what's happening with Draymond is, to me, pretty simple, and it's not necessarily an awful thing. But, look, he ain't going to be able to drive down to Joe Lacob's house this time and get an extension. He's just not. I think that's clear. And so, 3-4 years ago, Draymond wants to be here. He drives down to Lacob's home, and guess what? He's here for 4 years. Times have changed. And that's what I saw when I saw Mike Dunleavy look disgusted after Draymond got ejected against the Phoenix Suns. I saw something. Okay, you can get on me. It was like Wiggins' eyes with Guru.
Somebody had written that
Dunleavy
early.
was pissed, man. He was not happy. He didn't like the look.
And I didn't like the look just from the simple, you didn't ask, but from the simple standpoint that, I mean, Draymond Green just came off a performance a couple nights before against Kawhi Leonard, and he took their victory lap, and Kawhi gave him the flowers. We all gave him the flowers. And I just felt like an OG, a steward of the Golden State Warriors. I don't know, Steiner, you're probably going to say I'll goo your BSing, but I wanted to see him give Devin Booker a hug or a dap or whom Jalen Green or whatever. I just didn't like the way he was getting thrown out, and I know WrestleMania was upon us last weekend, but I just hated that from Dre, that you kind of marred, you getting your flowers by going back and doing something that meant nothing at the end of the day to me. And it sounds like your boy Mike Dunleavy wasn't a fan either.
No, I don't. Just knowing Mike Dunleavy, he's I'm not comparing him to a guy who may be going to the Hall of Fame, but in terms of demeanor, he is very similar, I think, to Buster Posey. Very unemotional, very rational, and I don't think he liked what Draymond did.
I do have to say this because yesterday, and you're not the only one, I think Dibb said it or Willard, but it's still, without using this reasoning, the 49ers example, I really believe in sports there is prestige in announcing an extension, a re-up. Just for that moment, you tell the world, the sports world, we're bringing Stoney back, or we've rewarded Stoney with a couple more years. There's just something that's right about that. And for Mike D to get his extension, Stoney, and it not hit the presses, besides the Niners doing it a couple years ago, what is that normal to you? Because it's not to me.
It's like not abnormal though either. I've heard it. It's happened. It's definitely happened. It just has. Right. I mean, we saw it again, like I said, with the 49ers. Also, didn't something happen with...
Give it to me.
Something happened with the Giants where John Shea was at a press conference.
Okay, I feel like
he asked somebody about how many years they had, and they indicated that it was one more than everybody thought. I can go back and check
That's where all the young fellas or the young hosts asking, but they would know.
Well, no, this is where our listeners come through in a big way. Something happened with the Giants. We're at a press conference. It was like, Farhan's got another year or something like that. Let's go. We got a call here. Let's go to Ronald. Ronald's in the Bay. What's up, Ronald? How you doing, buddy? Ronald, what's up, man? No. That'll do it.
I have to do this. It's scatterbrain. Just bear with me. But I have to tell you about what I saw yesterday. We talked about Kuminga. We talked about Minnesota and just how good they were. Stoney, C.J. McCollum reminded me just how smooth that dude is with the basketball. You talk about Gregory Hines, Fred Astaire. I'm talking about – I think you know how good he was. I just forgot. And he was riding Robin to Dame's Batman, and they went up against Steph and the Warriors. They had no chance. But C.J. McCollum has found a home, Stoney, and he was putting it on display last night. I just had to get that off.
Yeah, I remember his name came up around the trade deadline.
Yeah.
Too old, too small.
How old is he? Do you know off the top?
About 34, 35, I would think.
He would fit in.
Even a lot of Warrior fans didn't. A lot of Warrior fans, they just don't think anybody's good enough for them.
Well, don't you think that changed when Butler came? We all were going crazy?
No, my point is like, C.J. McCollum, people be like, he's washed. He couldn't beat us when he had when he was with Damian Lillard, so he's not very good.
Undermanned.
So 888-957-9570 is the number. Here's the deal. I wrote it all down this offseason. So much going on with the Warriors. And Slater hit it on the head that there's a lot to do, but there's no guarantee that a lot will get done. But if I said to you, what are your priorities this offseason? And I'm giving you the questions.
Okay.
All right, we got Kerr's status. Curry wants an extension. Draymond Green clearly wants another year. Or I shouldn't say clearly, but Draymond Green would love to add one more year to his contract by opting out. Podziemski due for a contract extension if the Warriors want to. Horford, player option, maybe mulling retirement, maybe mulling going to another team. Porzingis and Melton, free agents. Like what? Does it have to start with Steve Kerr?
It doesn't have to, but if you're doing business right, I believe it starts there because you want to know who's running things, right? But regardless who that name is, if it's Steve Kerr, if he remains, and I know it's highly unlikely by the reports, the bottom line are Horford and KP to me. What are you going to do, and do they want to come back if you want them back? And I got to believe with what we saw on a good day from both, and, I was a little on Porzingis, and he showed me in that Clipper game when he's right what he can do. There's not a lot I feel like the Warriors have at their disposal when they go to the basketball Walmart. And right now, Horford, his championship pedigree, along with Porzingis, and Horford showed you, although it was one game, you were alive because he hit those 4 threes. I got to find out what's going on or do my best to bring both of those dudes back. Yeah. They're just a better team when they have them, Steiny. Now, you could, hey, Goo, you don't know how much you're going to have them, but at this point, you have to roll the dice. Couldn't I bring them both back for 1 year? Wouldn't that entice both of them?
Well, ideally, you don't have to do anything with Horford. He just picks up his option.
Yeah.
Porzingis is a different story. I'm in theory, I'm with you on Porzingis and Horford. But here's the problem to me. If you bring Porzingis and Horford back,
I'm ready.
You now have what I consider 5 players who are 40-game players. And I'm not saying they're going to play 40 games, but the reality of the situation is Curry is coming off a 40 games played season. He's got to play more than that.
All right.
Butler, he's going to have a 40-game season, no matter what, at best.
Right.
Moody, he's going to have a 40-game season next year, no matter what. And that's where Porzingis and Horford really worry me, is those guys are playing 40 games a year. In essence, you can't have 5 guys who are going to play half a season, and you kind of acknowledge it going into the season.
Now,
we can't expect to re-sign Porzingis and he plays 63. We can't expect to re-sign or to have Horford stay and he plays 65. You just have to find more players who can play more.
Wow. I hear you, but I'm just doing some guru math, and I did it, Steiny. If you got 3 or 4 guys like that already without those 2, why not just go in? You know what I mean? Like, obviously, you don't want it that way, and Horford wasn't playing back-to-back, so you already knew you hit the subtract button on him. But if you got already Jimmy, we know for sure, Moody, we know for sure, Steph, Dre, it's almost on brand to kind of, are you really going to find some other guys that can play more, but more efficiently? Are they better than these 2 dudes? And are they tall as he? Like, that's why I would just, that to me is the Warriors version of going all in a sense.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Is there any world you would extend Porzingis past 1 year?
Not in mine.
I agree with you, Goo.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't feel like it. I don't feel like it.
How about your world, Carter?
I'm completely with you. I think you're talking 1 year to me because I don't see a future with him past Steph and Dre and these guys.
And that's why I think I kind of am leaning he's not going to be back, because I think somebody's going to give him 2 years.
You think so?
Even if the second year's a team option. I mean, if I were the Warriors, I'd love to get him for 2 for $50 with the second year being a team option. But I don't know if he takes that.
So right now, what excites me most in Warrior World, shout out Sheed, is this draft lottery. And even Anthony Slater, until it happens, you guys can laugh and mock me. Not many are, but I'm a dreamer, and hopefully something pops off like it did for Dallas. I'll leave that there. And then also, too, is what you talked about, and I didn't like it months ago, but now it's a reality. We're one season away this upcoming season from the books basically being reset. And if you can get a nice player, wherever you get him at, wherever you pick him at this season, and then have that financial freedom to go kind of, go Arsenio Hall and get kind of busy, I mean, and still have Steph, that's exciting to me.
Well, I mean,
I don't know how many wins it is.
But here's the thing, and I'm kind of with you. Right now, 2026, 2027, after 2027, the books look terrific.
Man.
Okay, but you still have an off season right now. So are you going to extend pods? If you extend pods, his money's going to kick in 2027. All right? Porzingis, if you give him any more than a one-year deal, he's going to linger into 2027, 28 at probably 20+ million. Are you going to give Draymond Green an extra year? Are you going to ask him to opt out, become a free agent, and then you re-sign him to a 2-year deal, meaning his last year leaks into 2027? And then I'm not even bringing up like a guy like Melton if they want to re-sign Melton. I would be very, 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 very careful about who I want under contract right now for 2027. That's the issue to me. And as hard as it is with Steph and Draymond, and hell, for Butler's sake, I mean, what if Jimmy Butler may want another year if he comes back and, plays 30 games. What I'm saying is I got to ask Steph and I got to ask Draymond to sit tight. Can they sit tight this summer? And if Steph doesn't want to, then figure him out with an extension. But 2027 to me, sacred. It's sacred.
Yeah, I was sick of hearing about it, and I'm focused on the now, and now people are coming at me with what I was coming at you with. So, Goo, you're okay with winning 36 games next year? No, I'm not saying that, and I hope, with the Red Cross going our way, guys can be more available, but I'm just not setting myself up to think LeBron. Like, when you asked me, or you asked me last week, why would LeBron pick the Warriors for him to try to get another ring? Because that's what I believe he's playing for, just like Steph. Steiny, and what glasses would he have to have on to be so blind to think him coming to this team puts him up there with Denver, OKC, and all the top teams?
I don't think it would be about that. I think it would be about, well, I'm just going to go have fun with Steph.
But if he went to Cleveland, he would have action.
Exactly. Or if he stayed with L.A., he'd probably have action.
Man.
Lakers have space. Lakers have cap space.
It feels like they always have space.
888-957-9570 is the number. How are you guys navigating the Warriors' future? And it's starting right now. First indication of what may go down. Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, saying unless there's some kind of change of heart between the Warriors and Steve Kerr, that he's probably not going to be the coach of the Golden State Warriors next year. It feels like the Warriors may be in the new coach search business. Any names out there also?
Willie Green. We'll talk about him on the side.
You can. That segment was brought to you by Serramonte Ford. Gas prices, they're crazy right now, but Serramonte Ford's got you covered. During the Fuel Your Ford event, get a $2,500 Visa gas card when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick. Yep, they're helping you fill up, too. It's all happening now in Colma Daly City, right off 280, or at CerramonteFord.com. Serramonte Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years.
Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in the Bay Area without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in the Bay Area for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. The Bay Area is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop this week right here in the Bay Area and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties.
To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit HabasLaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Spring is here, and it's the perfect time to reset your health. If you're ready to lose weight and feel confident again before summer hits, Jumpstart MD has you covered. With the right combination of GLP-1 medications and clinician-led care, you'll get safe, effective results that last. Because not all weight loss programs are created equal. Where you get your prescription matters. Trust the experts at Jumpstart MD. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Rain for San Francisco today with a high temperature of 57.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy. Get ready for the Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton, June 19th through July 12th. Kick off summer with food, rides, and the Big O Tires concert series with Flo Rida and Elle King. For more info and a chance to win tickets courtesy of Alameda County Fair, visit 957thegame.com.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Timmy! Tim Roy! What's he doing off
Let's
season?
get him on at some point.
No doubt. He was just on with, I think it was Willard and Dibbs. Before the Phoenix game.
It's Tim Roy's birthday?
There's no way.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. And it's not birth I'm saying birth.
Happy birthday, dear Timmy.
Oh, you smart asses out there. Now do the happy birthday to... Have you ever done that one?
No, never.
Shocker.
Never.
Get into it. You got soul.
Tim, of course, reaching the ripe old age of...
I thought I was the only one. Because Dibs the other day didn't want you to say his number. That shocked me. Dibbers.
I never got being sensitive about your age.
Or like models. You know what I mean?
You're weird.
No, I'm the only one here at the station that doesn't have an ego. You all, I don't tell you all, but you all have one.
Okay.
And we're like models, and I get it, but I don't want my number out there. I'm still hooping, so I'm good.
Yeah, what happened the last time you hooped?
Got my shot blocked.
By who?
I don't know his name.
How old was the guy?
Younger than me.
No, it's...
And I looked at him like 8 years ago, you wouldn't have thought about it.
You wouldn't have been able to get a shot up off of me.
I'm taller than you.
I would have stripped you down low so easy. It would have been so funny.
Carter.
Just turn it.
Carter, I'm done.
Fact.
Yeah. Hey,
Such a fact. It's not even funny.
I think we played against each other. We just didn't know it. But
well, no,
Stoney, I had this single house.
Let's go to, should we go to Lilo and Hayward? Or should we listen to some fairy tales?
That is, boy. Let's go to Lilo.
Lilo's in Hayward. Hey, Lilo. What's up, Lilo? How you doing?
Good afternoon, fellas.
Hey.
Good afternoon.
Hey.
Steiny, this is the second time you got me. It's Lilo, buddy.
My bad.
It's all good. Anyway, first of all, let me give you guys your flowers from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. And the weekends are so long without you guys. I love what you and your colleagues do.
Thank you.
Shout out to the NBAL. I'm class 89 out of Monroe.
Wow. Okay, we probably got down against each other. Yeah,
so you're a lot younger than Goo.
I feel you. I'm class 89, but I'm going to tell you, Steiny, it's an art to learning how to listen to you, but I so appreciate you. So here's what we do next year for the Warriors.
Okay.
Paz, I need you to get a new look and work on when you get in the paint. Don't stop the dribble because your hard edges. You do great grunt work, but you can do more when you get in the paint. Just don't panic. Draymond, Paz, you play with the best shooter in the world. Draymond, if you develop the three, you're going to get your whatever you're looking for as far as money, you can extend your career if they go keep leaving you open for threes. And after that, you keep 1A, Draymond, Steph, Paz, if you want to extend him, and you let the books dry up. We got to get younger, longer, and athletic. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. Goo, I'm emotional like you. So when I first started, and what's up with Rocky Devers? It's been about a year. This is when I first started listening to you guys daily.
Wow. I'm worried.
Following him. I didn't know who he was, but maybe that's why Boston got rid of him.
Man.
I don't know. Take your comments off.
Yeah,
love
no
you guys.
doubt. I love you too, Lalo. I'll leave that there for another. But Devers has me concerned. It's still early, Snotty, but man, it's how he's getting out. It's like Brandon Belt, like they're throwing it right down the. Come on, and he's just not hitting it. So it's early.
Since early last season.
Oh God!
The Giants are after their. Hey Risotto, after the Giants' 41-29 start last year, they've gone 49-64 since.
Yikes! And a lot of that, if all of it's with Ralphie.
Yeah, it all is.
Man,
I mean,
I'm waiting. When he hits him, though.
Steve Kerr has the greatest saying of all time, and I wish some of you would acknowledge it. And, the Giants acquire Rafael Devers, and, now they're going to score 8 runs. That's not how sports works. It's not how sports works. Mm-hmm.
Nobody's saying that, but you're adding him to a guy.
He ain't getting the pitches he got in Boston.
Oh, please.
So he ain't going to be the player he was in Boston.
That is, you ain't watching him. He's getting the pitches.
Oh, yeah.
He's getting the pitches.
He's turning on them.
No, that's the problem. Yeah, he's getting the pitches.
Sure. Oh, he's getting them. What's he doing with them?
Nada.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. You know that, he had the wall in left field in Wrigley that he could use.
Fenway.
What did I say? Wrigley?
Yeah.
In Fenway, People don't realize this about Fenway, too. The right field foul line, it is short. Now, it does jut out. But I'll tell you what, you hit a ball down the line at Fenway in right field, it's got a much better chance of going out than in, what are they calling it now? Oracle Park.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it's not just Oracle. It's every park he's in on the road. But he's got to figure it out. Does it feel like the Dodgers are in town to you?
Yeah, it does. It does. And by the way, don't worry about you get out there to that stadium tonight.
Yeah.
No rain out. The field's been,
on the West
guys,
Coast.
the field's been covered. They didn't work out on the field yesterday. The field's been covered since Sunday. The Giants didn't play at home. The field's been covered. The field's going to be dry.
I like
Just
this
take a towel, dry off your seat.
Yeah. I like
Really
this
simple.
opportunity for him. Like Dodgers are the Dodgers.
They could take one here. They could take one out of 3. It's all about...
You want to sweep or take the series, man. You're having fun. I ain't even been close lately. The Dodgers, they're our daddy. Or the Giants' daddy. And you just,
No, I don't.
They're not okay. Well, I guess they are the Thunder to the Giants Warriors, right? Yeah, Giants ain't made the playoffs.
Okay. Nick Friedel. Was he on with Dibbs and Willard, or was he on the morning roast?
Both.
Everything. He's on everything.
Except with us.
This is the situation from Kerr and Lacob's perspective.
I think there's hesitation on both sides. Everybody's kind of looking around going, all right, do we want this to continue? And if you're Steve Kerr, you want to get paid, and you want Joe Lacob to say, look, I appreciate you. I appreciate what you've done. I want you to keep running this thing the way you feel comfortable with. You have helped us build the whole culture and helped us win 4 titles alongside Steph and Draymond and Clay. I think there's a lot to that there's going to be certain things that Steve's going to want to hear. And if you're Joe Lacob and you own the team, I think there's certain things that you want to hear the other way. Steve, do you really want to be here? Is this something that is going to get you out of bed every day and keep you motivated? Or are you just doing this out of loyalty to Steph? And to Draymond, I think there's got to be an open communication on both sides. And only those two guys have the answer.
Wow. They've been together forever. And I told you I couldn't find the story, but I read that, there was a possibility some within the organization were telling Kerr if he does come back, there would have to be, you would have to change some things about, how you go about your everyday business. And right there, I'm being honest with you, Steiny, I've been with you over a decade. We won 4. How dare you say I need to change to keep my job? Like, that wouldn't sit well with me. So, how valid that is, I don't know. But if you worked for somebody that long and had that much success, would you have the stones to hey, Steiny, I know you've been doing it this long, but look, man, we need you to cut back or die. Like, I would just be like, if you need me to do that, you've already mentally moved on.
I don't think Kerr's coming back.
Yeah. Man.
There's too much.
Tell me.
Yeah, there's just too much. He said it. Listen, and I'm not going to play the whole thing, but listen.
I think there's hesitation on both sides. Everybody's kind of looking around going.
There's hesitation on both sides. It's over.
Yeah.
A little strong, but that's where my money is at right now.
Who are you just looking? Oh, he.
Yeah, he just went, ooh, like it was a hot take.
Evan.
Listen, you either think Kerr's going to come back or you think he's going to not be back.
Now, what did I tell you when we were next to him? You got to give me some love for, not that I'm right and want to be right, but there was a finality to what he was saying and how he was looking when he was just being real and authentic. I felt something. I felt like a closure, like a man that was like, Goo, I'm tired of people telling me not to tell my truth. We're fading dynasty. I can't front and lie.
Okay, then you're fired. It's pretty simple. I mean, that's what we need coaches to do.
Boy,
we need our coaches to lie. We need our coaches to tell our fan base that we're better than we are.
Well, there's some entities that I've worked for where that's part of it. You gotta lie to the masses. He's not comfortable doing that. But that is strange, though. Ritter's answer to you why Dunleavy won't talk. That lets me know something's going down.
I mean, but it wasn't anything we didn't know. Steve, Slater, and we had Anthony Slater on this morning of ESPN. He said Kerr said he once a week or two Everybody knows he's going to get away. They're probably not going to talk much in the next week or two. Then they'll come back and they'll talk. And that's when they'll come to a decision that they're probably going to part ways.
Yeah. And Slater did, I'm all over, Stan, to keep up with me. May 10th is not that far off. That is the draft lottery. So that is the day. I just want to find out who they're sending.
Right. And here's how you know Guru is completely
fixated.
No. What's the opposite of knowledgeable? See, here's how I know that you don't get this draft. Because you're fixated on 1 through 4, which is fine.
I'm a dreamer.
But what I'm telling you right now is at the 11, they will get a hell of a player.
All right.
I'm telling you that right now. A guy who should be in the organization for...
But until that day comes and we find out where we're slotted, I'm dreaming of what Dallas did.
Yeah, because you don't want to do the hard work of a rebuild. So you all you have is... Well, we don't have any strategy, so maybe we'll just get lucky. And
like Dallas.
That's not a strategy.
Yeah.
But let me tell you,
who called this? Hope is not a strategy.
No such thing as losing the lottery this year. If you're in the lottery, you should get a player. It's up to Mike Dunleavy to find him. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. This is more Nick Friedel on who would be the next coach of this team if, for say, it's not Steve Kerr.
The only guy, as I was sitting there thinking about this the last couple of days, who would fit if you could just plug him in, but it just doesn't work like that because he's got a big job somewhere else, is Mike Brown. Mike Brown is respected. Mike Brown is loved internally. He has the respect of the Stephs and the Draymonds. That would make sense. He's been around this team. He knows what it's all about. Outside of Mike, I mean, you could go in a different direction. You could say, hey, it's time. And Kerr said it the other night. There are expiration dates on every coach, and maybe that's what they come to. I'm just telling you, as I look around, not just the league, but, even out of the box hires, you're going to stick, let's say, for argument's sake, Todd Golden with Steph Curry and potentially Draymond for the last couple of years, and you're going to say, hey, let's go do this. I mean, if you are changing coaches, guys, you really should change everything and almost everyone not named Steph Curry. And I don't know if everybody's got the stomach for that right now, given how this season ended.
Mike Brown may be available if his team, they don't figure it out.
I'm trying to think of how to put this.
Because you're not a big Mike Brown. I asked you about him last week.
No.
Yeah.
No, on Mike Brown.
Yeah.
That's me. And Todd Golden, he just doesn't fit at this time. Nick's right. You can't have Todd Golden coaching Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Too many OGs.
Who'd you see?
Oh, Dibbs.
Oh, Dibbs early today. You can't hire Todd Golden at this point. I'm not saying ever, but...
You could, but I get where you're going. I mean, how difficult would
I don't think that would work. I'm just saying.
Does it have some Tony Vitello vibes? Well, the Giants don't have a Steph or a Dre, 4-time champs over. You know what I mean? Like, you got to play into that. So to come in and just rip everything up and say, it's my way. Not that he would do that, but it would be a lot of that. So maybe you just need a stopgap until the Steph Curry's era is over. But who wants to take a job knowing, okay, well, what happens when they're gone,
I mean... Would you rather have Todd Golden or Danny Hurley?
Hurley.
Yeah, I would too. Not even close. Because, Hurley would...
I mean, he's a wise...
Todd Golden obviously can coach. I just think he needs... This wouldn't be a good first job for him with Steph and Draymond on the decline. And, I mean, he's just going to be at the... What do I want to put? He's just going to be indebted to Dunleavy and Lacob, and it's just
But if it does happen, somebody's going to be, no pun intended, dubbed worthy enough to take on this task. That's why, I know right now if the scoreboard read, I feel like it's 20-1. Steve Kerr's not coming back with everything that's being written and said. But until I kind of we get the breaking news, I'm not going to believe it. But I do seriously, Stein, I want to know why a guy like Willie Green just you just go Matumbo.
How'd they do in New Orleans?
Well, again, injuries had a lot to do with that too, but it didn't work out in New Orleans.
Yeah, I don't want and if you want to say Sonny, you don't like anybody, you're probably right. No Willie Green, no Mike Brown, no Todd Golden.
And no Chris Mullin.
No. I would lean Stackhouse or Stotts.
What about interview with Cassell?
Sure, why not? Has he had a head coaching job yet?
No. Yes, and it's like his clock is going like Pat Ewing's, where he had to go. My boy Silk Basie, one of your men, you didn't turn him on me. He's saying, how'd you do in college? He was horrible. The point is, Silk Basie, he shouldn't have had to go to college. He was on Orlando's staff forever. He paid his dues. He should have got a shot at one of these jobs. Pat Ewing. But he had to go to Georgetown. And then, why you didn't get the job?
So do you just want to skip the interview process?
How did Steve Kerr do skipping the interview of the college rank?
No.
He knocked it out the park.
The point is Patrick Ewing's had interviews, and he does terrible at interviews. Clearly.
No.
He must not interview well. I'm not, you think I'm joking? I'm not.
Well, my interview is you're Pat Ewing, you're hired.
Well, exactly.
Do
That's
you want to coach?
Okay. What kind of offense do you want to run?
Well, I mean, the dude's a Hall of Famer.
That doesn't make him a great coach.
But for you to label him a bad interviewer.
He stunk at Georgetown as a coach.
That's college.
He couldn't win. Okay, yeah. Lose in college, get promoted to the NBA.
Hey, that's not the way to do it. I'm just saying, man. Brian Shaw, bad coach?
No.
He's done getting a job,
he's
right?
Done.
That sucks. He's too young to be.
He's 0 for 2, Goo.
Yeah.
Tell you the guy, I'm hearing this name on the text line, YouTube chat. It's funny. I was like, somebody's just throwing names out. And then it's like, I kind of like this guy, but I don't think.
Who is he?
Taylor Jenkins.
Like, I don't scoff at that.
I think he's interviewing for Milwaukee, right?
Is he?
Man.
Kind of like him a little bit.
Billy Donovan?
You know what?
We talked about him.
I got Donovan going to Denver.
They don't. He's got different. I'll let Evan. You crack your mind.
What, are you going to laugh again like when I said Chris Paul would be a good warrior? Keep it up.
I told you Adelman's a dead man walking.
Thank you. You're right. You're right. He is.
Kerr?
Adelman was your guys' boy last summer.
That's right.
And
last
now this
year.
time he's just a dead man walking. Dude, I like Adelman. Look, don't sleep on Adelman. Now you're replacing him already, and the series is 1-1.
That was last year. Malone had lost his voice. There's no doubt about it. They were headed for a first-round exit. Okay?
Oh, man.
Then whatever his name is, Little Petey Adelman took over.
Oh.
He got him into the second round, and now
he looks just like Alfred E. Newman.
And now he's
Mad Magazine.
looking like an interim coach.
Oh, boy.
What about Steve Nash?
Now, that's intriguing. Like what are your thoughts on Steve Nash?
That's not a bad name.
Now, Evan, why would you hit the buzzer?
I don't think that would work.
Nash.
Steve Nash at the end of Curry's career.
Why am I getting excited? I don't know, man.
Gary's in Daly City. Hey, Gary, how you doing?
Good, guys. It's been a while, while. I've been a fan of 60s. I got a name out there. You guys are going to shoot it down. I'll just be quick. He won't take it. They won't offer it. Tom Thibodeau.
Oh, I would love it here.
We're too old for him.
I would, too.
Yeah, right.
Hey, you know what? That is an interesting name. Because,
Tibbs.
Because he'd get the most out of whoever the hell he's coaching next year.
And they need a gurney after the first 10 games.
And guys, he coaches veterans. He takes no crap. He coaches. He coached New York, and he survived in New York.
Man,
what a shaft in New York.
What about the fact that
they won't do it because it's a short term, but why not?
Well, you have to ask him about the minutes that he usually.
Curry playing 46 minutes a night.
That's right. Oh my God!
Obviously, he wouldn't do that if he were here. I kind of like that.
But I'm not.
I kind of like that name.
You think he's done, or he's going to get another shot?
It's a good question. It's a good question.
Because Nash is what, 0 for 2 coaching, or Brooklyn?
It was just the Brooklyn job.
Yeah. Somebody said 0 for 2. Yeah, that's it for Nash.
You know, the other thing the Warriors might want to do is if Steve Kerr leaves, wait till the Minnesota Timberwolves are eliminated. Hope Chris Finch gets fired.
Now, could Kerr's son be a name? No. Or could it?
I mean, are you... 2 years on a bench, become a head coach? That seems a little premature.
Be like Bronny a little bit, huh?
What do you think about the... who did I just say that I liked?
Tibbs.
Oh, Thibodeau, yeah. He'd rock the boat too much here, I think.
Sam Mitchell?
No, he's awful. Oh, my gosh.
Dude, I'm getting mad at you. But oh, my gosh. You just threw up in your mouth. I like me some Sam, but man.
Is that the guy who's counting the dude's pockets on NBA TV?
You are correct.
He's a great guy who's at dumb school. That's the dumb school. Are you guys practicing tomorrow? No. Why not? You guys have lost 2 in a row.
Oh.
Well, because we've played back-to-backs. Oh, I just thought you'd practice tomorrow. Kind of old school. That's dumb school.
I remember that. Oh, Sam. Yeah.
That was a stupid question, Steiny.
Shut up, Steve. You're a short timer. You know.
Nah, we don't know, though.
He's gone. Lacob's not. Hey, Lacob doesn't need this half in, half out.
Well, he's only half out because the owner might be half out.
He's half out because he said, when you say before a season, I don't want to start an extension or I want to sign an extension.
But he had done that before and signed.
Yeah. So that's right. And they were in the middle of a dynasty then.
All right.
The dynasty's over.
I'm going to just tell you this.
He's gone, Goo.
From a guy that's emotional. When he didn't know he was mic'd up or people were going to hear it, for him to say, I don't know what's going to happen, that tells me the ball's not in his court.
Nor should it be. I mean, yeah, if they want a title this year, he gets to make that decision. But you can't be 4 straight years of 45, 46, 45, 37 wins and just assume you're going to keep your job ad infinitum.
Yeah. The
only guy who does that is Billy Donovan.
Dude, Billy, he stepped down. They hooked him up.
How about Billy Donovan? Warriors.
I don't know why I like the dude. Hey, I'm just, yeah.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We are talking Golden State Warriors basketball, and the latest is from Monty Poole. Monty Poole of NBC Sports Bay Area is reporting the following, which is that Steve Kerr, barring a change of sentiment from both sides, is probably not going to be the coach. Not quite definitive, but it does feel like it's headed in that direction. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Listen up, 95.7 The Game fans. Kendall Jackson Wines is giving you a new reason to cheer. Kendall Jackson is proud to be an official wine partner of the Golden State Warriors. Family owned since 1982, Kendall Jackson crafts exceptional wines from California's cool coastal vineyards. From their iconic Chardonnay to bold Cabernet Sauvignon, raise a glass with KJ's winning lineup of sustainably grown wines. Find Kendall Jackson nationwide at major retailers, your favorite bars and restaurants, or delivered to your door. Find more and find a bottle at KJ.com.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, we're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our spring sale, now through April 27th, means up to 50% off every product store-wide, plus 2 full years of interest-free financing. Visit floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
If you need to sell your house fast, this is for you. Sometimes a house just becomes too much. Bills, repairs, a big life change, we get it. At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we'll help you turn the page. We buy as is. No repairs, no fees, no hassle. Call 510-800-JOHN or visit johnbuysbayareahouses.com.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code WAGON for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WAGON for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's WAGON.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
I said, I'm a Pirate fan. You got to have more hope than that. Pods can dunk.
Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. Hope you're
hope he's back.
Relaxing.
We had two names if he were to be moved on, and I want to know what the people think. You brought up Jeff Van Gundy.
I'm just somebody on the text line brought it up.
Well, I'm just telling you how it sounded to my ears when it came out of your mouth.
Are you raising your voice?
No,
okay.
Just irritated.
Come on, dude.
And I said Luke Walton.
Oh God.
What's he?
I mean,
what's
like,
the God?
This is where I gotta.
Luke.
I gotta be careful.
Yeah, Luke.
No. If you like,
dude, you are something else.
Who's a better coach, Jeff Van Gundy or Luke Walton?
I think Jeff Van Gundy, Sonny.
I don't know. I might even want Stan.
It's been a minute for him, no?
I think Stan's been out
longer.
Has he?
Did Stan get back?
Stan had the Knicks job when Kerr was here, so he hasn't worked in 10 years. When was Van Gundy's last job, Jeff?
I thought he also had a job with the Pistons. Yeah.
That might have, wow.
Yeah.
Before Monty.
Yeah, he got all control, I think, of the Pistons.
Yeah, that worked out.
He's pretty damn good on the mic, man.
Let's go to Jay. Jay's in San Jose. Hey, Jay, how you doing, man?
What's going on?
Hey.
Stu and Guru. What's going on, buddy?
You got it?
Yeah, I think Jeff Van Gundy will be perfect for them guys because they've coached with them in Team USA. He's a veteran coach. He's been around the league enough. And I think it's just time for Steve. You know, like, I thought Jimmy Butler kind of like saved his job because Jimmy Butler was that accountability that Steph and had. So it was like a divided line.
Jay, you're breaking up a little bit. Call back if you want.
Jeff if there was an opening.
Stan was in New Orleans, too.
Oh, forgot that. So he might be done.
This is Kevon Looney.
Well, I kind of feel like Jeff's more done. When was
but
Jeff?
What's he doing with the Clippers? I'm like, man, Jeff, you need to be doing your thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's just a feeling.
I mean, I got to believe Jeff Van Gundy, if he wanted a job, might be able to get a job.
Yeah.
I would think.
Think he puts his hat in the ring for this one?
Yeah,
interesting.
I don't think I'd go with Jeff Van Gundy. I want a guy maybe a little younger, but I don't know. Joe's in Burbank. Hey, Joe, what's going on, man?
Hi, Steiny. Hi, Goo. How you guys doing?
Hey. Doing good.
Good. You know, on some of the things you're talking about, by the way, good show. You've been talking about a lot of great stuff. I just don't know where to start. It's so juicy. But anyway, on Steph, I'm with you, Steiny. I just hope that he takes some off his contract to give the franchise a chance to be able to make some financial moves. So I just hope that happens. And I would ask him that try to do a year at a time. Hopefully he can do that. I still tell him year after that, we do it again, whatever. I wouldn't extend Draymond because I like the fact that that there's going to be more flexibility with his cap space if you just go one more year with him. And a couple things that are interesting, I think you guys will like. You know, this year's draft extends into the second round. It's so deep it extends in the second round. And you were mentioning about OKC having the 12th pick, and they could end up in the lottery, and that's kind of disturbing because they're so darn good. But how about San Antonio? They have the 20th pick, 35, 42, and 44. They're going to get some great players to add, and they'll be right up there with OKC. But if I was Mr. Joe Lacob, I would go to San Antonio and see if I could buy one of those second-round picks because there's we've had great success in the second round. We already have a 50-something pick over there. We have a nice first-round pick. If Joe Lacob could buy one of those, like the 42 or the 44, we would have 2 second-round picks and we'd have a first. And then you got some action on some young players. Maybe only 2 out of 3 make it, but at least you got a chance. So I'm excited about that. I wish he'd buy one of those picks.
He may.
It also gives you a chance to combine your second rounds and move up.
True.
Or combine seconds with your first and move up a little bit. So what do you guys think of that?
Joe, I like it, but nobody gets excited about second-round picks, but Lacob's bought them before, so he's willing to do that if they think there's a player worth it. I don't see. Here's a great name.
Give it to me.
I want to give the dude credit. Book of Barnett. Jay Wright.
I've always been a fan.
Jay Wright.
But he's a virgin to coaching in the NBA, so this would be his first shot at it.
I kind of like that name a little bit.
I like him.
Yeah. So, we'll see. We'll see. This is Nick Friedel was on with the morning show, and he was asked what his biggest takeaway was from the locker room after that Warrior loss on Friday.
My biggest takeaway in all of it was Steph and Draymond acknowledging in the moment that they are not close to a title, that there has to be a shift in how they build these next couple years worth of teams. And I mean, Draymond was basically sitting there saying, I want to come back. I don't know if they're going to want me to come back. It revolves always around Steph, but that was the first time in years I have heard from either of those guys. And it wasn't, hey, the standard is the standard around here, and we're going to continue to push for a championship. They know they are far away. And if you know that and you make a coaching switch, I think this roster could look a lot different than it looks right now today.
That's Nick Friedel.
Man, he
Reminds
ain't
me
lying.
of the old Billy Joel song. And it looks like we're finally getting there.
Girl.
No.
What?
Honesty, such a lonely word. Or such a... But mostly what I
hadn't
need
heard that. I like
from
it, though.
you. And it feels like the Warriors are finally getting honest with
Well,
themselves.
you can look around the West
They're
and look
finally
at
looking in the
OKC
mirror.
and San Antonio
Right.
and be
A
like,
little
we're
late.
not them.
Yeah, a little late, but
Yeah.
the Warriors are finally looking in the mirror a little bit.
Man.
Mm-hmm.
You can look in the mirror all you want, but like I said, I'm sure they prefer to have Horford and Porzingis back if Horford says he's coming back. So those are older guys, but they're still professional, and you need them. They're just in a messy place. That might be the wrong word, messy. This is a big project.
And this is where, and I want to put a disclaimer on this. A lot of people think sometimes I just disagree with you to disagree with you.
You hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when you say something like you just said, I disagree with you. They don't need Porzingis and Horford back. They don't need them back.
Well, what's the goal next year?
To win. More games.
To what degree? To make the playoffs, right? And I believe had Jimmy not got hurt, woulda, coulda, shoulda, this year would have went totally different. And maybe we're not in the play-in. I truly believe that.
My point is, next year when Porzingis plays 27 more games over the course of a season, we're not going to be saying, boy, we needed him this year. Like, the bottom line is, and I'm sorry, and this is the way I feel about some of the guys in this team, they don't need anybody on this. They don't need Melton. They don't need Porzingis. They don't even need Horford. Like, what they need are better players up and down the roster. And yes, if
who are available more.
Exactly. Like in a crazy kind of way, I don't need anybody that I'm going to have to worry about whether they're going to be able to play night in or night out.
But
Horford's and Porzingis are both in the same boat.
Yeah.
So.
And now Steph's in that category, whether you like it or not, with me, with this new, this new normal and this runner's knee, you got Moody, you got Jimmy Butler, and you're right. If you do bring back Horford and KP, they're in that bucket too.
Yeah, I just
man. I just hate the playoffs are starting again.
And the Warriors aren't in it?
No, they were in it last year, so I can't say that. But man, it just
by the
feels
way,
like it.
I forgot to tell you, I shouldn't do this.
Good news?
Not for you.
Well,
I hadn't heard from him in a while, but I heard from him today.
Man, who the hell is Harry, man?
Is that it?
Yep.
What did he say?
He said he happened to be in the car yesterday, and he heard you say,
"Go ahead,
Steiny. Nobody saw the Warriors not making the playoffs."
Well, before that,
and he was just like, how come this guy lives in Dream World? He said Harry said they were a 9 or 10 seed. Said they wouldn't. He said, I said it.
Yeah.
A lot of people did say it, that it was absolutely a possibility. That's all. So a lot of people did see this year kind of coming.
Your take's not a hot take.
No, I'm not saying it is. Just don't.
Evan, that was taken out of context.
Just don't gaslight.
I'm not gaslighting.
No, that's what gaslighting is when you.
I know what it is.
Okay, well, you explain it to me.
No, I don't want to now.
Evan, what's gaslighting?
It's what you do every day.
Yeah, this is a masterclass on gaslighting from 10 to 2.
There you go. I'll let you get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying.
Putting thoughts in people's heads.
But don't bring Harry up because, like I said, had Jimmy remained upright and Moody doesn't get hurt.
Yeah, then what?
We're We're not in the play-in.
No, you're not. You never were a 6 seed this year.
Yeah, I'll give you
ever.
that.
With Butler, without him.
I'll give you that.
See, and this is where you need to come around.
So the hell with
Harry.
If
the Warriors are being honest with themselves, it's time for you to be honest about the Warriors. If they're willing to do it, then you can do it too. No more of this. If Jimmy plays and Jimmy, if Steph, the Warriors are done with this.
Funny. Now, listen, I'm being so real. I'm telling you, they're screwed right now. But also, that's why I put my attention and all my Bible verses, and I'm doing right, and I'm trying to eat right. The lottery is everything for me.
I hope they get 11.
I have shit to see.
I do hope they get 11, and I'll tell you why.
What if they get a top 3 pick? Oh my God!
Are you going to think they're a championship team?
It ain't about that. It's
what is it about?
The future.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to see them get 11. Because I'll tell you why.
So weird.
Because I'll tell you right now, if they get 3 or 4, then they're just going to take the guy who falls to them, and anybody could have done that. I want to see them at 11 pick the right guy. The right guy.
With the top 3 picks.
No, they're going to get who falls to them at that point if they have 3 or 4. And let me tell you who I don't want. I don't want Boozer at 4 sitting there with the Warriors.
I'm not a big fan.
Because they'll take him.
You think so? I'm not a big fan of Boozer.
Give me Peterson, DeBoncha, or Caleb Wilson.
Oh, man.
Boozer's my 4th choice there. Boozer's my 7th choice.
Dude, he's my 8th.
I got him after Wagler, too. City Boy.
Our man.
What's going on, City Boy?
Oh man, I'm I love the Warriors and I love hoops, and I'm just like, I am aghast at the team and the decisions they make. I mean, I'll tell you what. I mean, look, Steve leaving, honestly makes some sense at this point. But the thing is, right? Okay, so Steve's leaving. They probably had a pretty good idea he was going to leave if they're willing to not extend him. So then they trade Kuminga because he couldn't play in Kerr's system, and now they need an athletic wing. And look, I'm not going to go down the Kuminga road too far, but that's not really my point. But Matt, I feel like, I'm very frustrated with Dunleavy. He's been here 3 years now. This is his 4th draft. Pajemski's probably his best move since he's gotten here. I mean, he's a good player. Like he's a solid base hit, line drive up the middle. I mean, he's a good player. He's not a double or a triple or even close to a home run, but he's a good little player. Like I'm happy he's on the team. Other than that, like think about every move he's made, even the ones that we maybe even liked in the moment, like the Jimmy thing, right? Like every single move has not worked. Whether it's been Jimmy Butler, whether it's been trading Jordan Poole, and you're thinking, okay, well, hopefully he's going to use that Chris Paul money on the contract for an expiring deal to go get somebody. They let it just go away. Now they trade Kuminga. Now that salary slot's just going to go away. Either that or they trade a guy who's not going to play and is going to be hurt and is going to, basically give us nothing like he did in the second half of that game the other night. So, it's real bleak right now. I mean, there is a dearth of talent on this team. Mike Dunleavy for 3 years has given us nothing. He has not upgraded this roster at all. It's gotten worse. It's gotten older. And now we're going to start in a rebuild. And he gets an extension and a hidden extension that they didn't tell us about because they know everybody, all the fans are going to hate it. Why would you extend the guy? And look, I don't come down people's road and want them to get fired from their jobs or anything like that generally speaking. But this is sports. These guys make millions and millions of dollars. And the job they do affects, everyone in a fan base's lives. I mean, like we go home at night, we want to hang out with our kids or our buddies and watch the game and enjoy it. And what Mike Dunleavy has built is a less and less enjoyable watch. So, I'd love to see him just gone, but they extended him, so now he's going to be here, you know. So, hey, but bringing that coach that was at USF, that's over in Florida now, like, I love that idea. I mean, bring some fresh blood, get a guy in here that, you know, knows the game the way it is today, you know, and let's move into the next chapter with you know, something fun, you know. So.
Appreciate you, City.
Yeah, I'm with City on that extension, Stoney. I know you said you've been around, you've seen it, and then Niners did it a couple times or did it a couple years ago. But, yeah, I do wonder if there would have been an uproar or blowback, and that's why they kind of just did it on the under. But it is what it is. But I'll tell you what are your thoughts on him not being happy with Mike D? Now, the only mistake that I'd put under Mike D's ledger, the glaring one, was the Chris Paul for nothing and the Jordan Poole fiasco.
Yeah, and I don't blame Mike for that. To me, that comes straight from the top. That was a salary. That was a salary dump to me in any league, and they needed to get under an apron. And I think Lacob would have told anybody to do that. I told you what I feel about Dunleavy, and that is, I thought when he took over the team, it was an absolutely thankless job. And whether you like it or not, after the 2022 championship, he's managed to somehow keep them fairly relevant. They haven't hit rock bottom. So now they're at a place where they have some flexibility in a year. I got to give Dunleavy a crack at it.
Yeah. And I'll say this about our guy Bob Myers. You know, he felt the storm was coming, and he got out. And now there's a tornado, a big one that's hit. And now, you know, Mike's left to deal with it. But City Boy made some valid points, and you feel how you feel. But like you said, regardless of what happens in the lottery, the Warriors or Mike D's going to have his highest pick. And now I guess Will Richard just gets a 0. I'm asking Dub Nation. Because at many junctures this year, we were excited about him, a rookie, and then he kind of fell off for whatever reasons, got yelled at. But, I mean, is that a 0? That damn sure ain't no mistake.
Well, I don't know. He's just saying, like, it's a second-round pick. Post.
Who played?
Post TJD and Will Richard. They're all the same. They're just guys.
Well, TJD's gone.
Exactly.
And Post might be gone.
Exactly. And Will Richard is just a guy to fill out a roster at a good money spot. I'm not saying he's terrible, but like
I'm not saying he's an all-star. I'm just saying
he's not even a starter.
He started some of this season.
Right, and that tells you why the Warriors were 37-45. Let's go to Austin and San Jose.
Oh, man.
What's up, fellas?
You got it.
Hey.
Hey, man. Hey, listen, I guess I said I don't want to say I'm calling to take a bow, but I did say a couple weeks ago that I thought Kerr wasn't coming back. So he hasn't left yet, but I think it's pretty obvious. I kind of saw it early in the year that he probably wasn't going to make it back, and so it's playing out the way I thought. Dunleavy will go with a college coach. I don't know who, but I do think it'll be a college coach, and that's because I think it'll be easier for him to manage a college. I think a strong personality would give him trouble. Is what I kind of view as Dunleavy, and then kind of the way I see him, I would say he's probably a C. I would give him a C in terms of what I've seen from Dunleavy. I don't think the draft picks have been great. They've been okay. The Jimmy move was a good move, decent move, and not even before the injury. I think people think that we're saying it's a bad trade or it wasn't a good trade because of the injury. I think that people questioned the trade even when it went down. A lot of people did. Because, one, Jimmy's on the other side of what he was in Miami. He's not the Jimmy that people thought he was in Miami. That Jimmy's gone. When he left Miami, they let him go for a reason, and it wasn't just because they didn't get along. I think they recognized his skill set was diminishing. So even before the injury, I think there's a question about whether you give him an extra year. $55 million for a guy of his caliber at this stage of his career, I think is an overreach. I mean, that was not a good contract. And then the final thing is the most recent one was with Kuminga. And we can go back and forth about the Kuminga thing, but I think it's obvious now, and I know it's a small sample size, that, you know, the guy's doing everything that they said he couldn't do here, which is kind of interesting. So I think we got to open our eyes up and say, hey, you know, you love Curry, you don't love him, but for whatever reason, he wasn't able to get a guy on the court. And now we have to be sold Christmas Porzingis. The media has to continue to try to sell us on the fact that this guy should be re-signed. I don't know why you want to do that. The guy can't stay healthy. I mean, why would you want to add another guy to the roster that can't stay healthy? That doesn't make sense. My fear about that, my feeling about that, guys, I hate to say it, is it feels more like Kristaps Porzingis is coming back to save face on the Kuminga trade. I don't know what you guys think about that, but it feels more like a save face signing than anything else. So I'll let you guys go. Thanks for letting me on. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, Austin.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm looking at NBC Sports Bay Area.
What you got?
Okay, this is about Bob Melvin. After the San Francisco Chronicle's John Shea reported on Tuesday that Zaidi and Melvin's contract are guaranteed only through 2025, not 2026, Zaidi clarified the confusion in an appearance. Zaidi said, I didn't read the entire story, but there is 2026 language in both contracts. It's not fully guaranteed. And then he goes right here. Okay. With these contracts, it's not always the case that every detail is publicized or divulged, especially when there are complicating investing scenarios and things like that. So we just made the decision for simplicity to say the contracts ran through 26 because there's language in 26 in them. But it's accurate what was reported that they're not fully guaranteed. So
that's a lot there.
Well, I mean, the Giants, whatever they did, didn't make an announcement about that. And Farhan Zaidi acknowledged that, we don't divulge everything about something, or sometimes we don't even, and I want to say that the 49ers put out that press release about Lynch and Shanahan a month or two after the actual deal was signed. I don't know why they do it. I don't know why they announce it. I don't know why sometimes they don't. But the Warriors didn't in this case, and means Mike Dunleavy is going to be around for a little while.
We're up against it.
No, go ahead.
No, Porzingis or Horford. If you needed one back, who would you pick?
That segment, ladies and gentlemen, was brought to you by Safeway. Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and thousands of questions running through your mind. Maybe it's been a car accident or a serious injury or a tragedy that changes your family forever. Suddenly you're dealing with insurance companies, paperwork, and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's when Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so that you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly is named the best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Head to Safeway this week for Lucerne cage-free eggs. 18-count large grade AA, just $2.99 each. Limit 2 items. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
Draft coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Pharma.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in the Bay Area without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in the Bay Area for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. The Bay Area is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop this week right here in the Bay Area and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need. Carnell Tate from Ohio State is the best receiver in this draft, and he's going to be the first wide receiver taken. First of all, he's big. He's been well coached, as all the receivers that come out of Ohio State are, but he's a difference maker because of his ability to adjust to the ball in the air, his route running, and he's a game changer. He could go as early as 5 to the team in New York. He could go to Cleveland at 6 or the team in Washington at 7.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, social media, kiss my ass.
We're dysfunctional.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Everything revolving around Steve Kerr right now, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll tell you why. Wait, what did that mean?
Don't do that.
And you need to answer my question you cut me off with.
Okay.
People out there, you know what you did.
Yeah, I do know what I did. And I'd like you to pay more attention to the clock.
No, I knew.
If you could, from the B chair. There's not a lot of responsibility in the B chair.
I'm in the A chair.
And you can take as little as you want.
My chair to B. This is the A chair. I don't have a label.
Oh, please. Go ahead.
And,
I can't remember your question.
Now I don't. Oh, Porzingis or Horford, if you had to pick. No, seriously. You guys had a draft when I was gone. Porzingis or Horford, which one? What's cheese
the
or
question?
ranch?
What's the question?
Which one would you, if you had to bring one back?
Horford.
I don't know why I thought you were going to say Porzingis.
The real answer is it doesn't matter.
I didn't need to hear that. Blue cheese or ranch?
I forgot where I was going. Oh, I saw a report that it's in the ESPN report with Ramona Shelburne. And everything's coming clear with the Warriors, ladies and gentlemen. Things are becoming crystal clear. And it all starting to make sense about how this offseason is going to go. The Warriors want Kerr to sign a multi-year deal. Why? Why do they want him to sign a multi-year deal, do you think?
So they don't have to deal with this. The commitment, one, show us you want to be around here, and they don't have to go through this whole song and dance that they've been doing the last 5 years with, okay, you're up. What are you going to do? Like, I'm like, I think they just want some stability, knowing you're going to be around here and you ain't just one and done.
I think the reason they want him to sign a 2-year deal is because if he signs a 2-year deal, they might be prepared to extend Steph another year and then have Draymond opt out and get 2 more years. And then they could just call it a day and line up those 3 guys through 2028 and then call it a career.
So you feel like there's still some action for him to come back then?
I'm saying if that's why. No, I just said, why would they want him to sign a 2-year deal?
Right.
And to me, that's why they would want him to sign a 2-year deal so that they can line them all up. Now, if he's not back, what I believe is all bets are off. If he's not back, then there's no guarantee. Steph's fine, but there's no guarantee with Draymond Green. If Steve Kerr's not coming back.
Yeah, I was just texting with Willard because he was on our Vine, and it's just
what did he say? I've said wrong.
Nothing. Nothing at all. It's just how he looks at the Steve Kerr situation, and I don't want to speak for him. We'll do it when we hook up with him and Dibs on the crossover. But it's like everybody's opinion on what you thought with what you saw Friday with Draymond going by the GM. That stuff is interesting because we all are speculating and guessing. But I told Willard, I believe Steve Kerr, as open as he possibly could be, hurt, disappointed when they were losing, to have that powwow with Steph and Dre saying, I don't know what's going to happen to Daryl L. Johnson the first. In my world, that means there's other things in play besides your want. And I believe Steve Kerr still wants to coach this team. But if we are correct and the streets are correct when his comments talking about the team that he runs and works for us, it's a fading dynasty, and that could be rubbing his boss the wrong way, or little itty-bitty examples like that, that just leads me to believe Steve Kerr knows it's not all up to him, because he wouldn't have said that, I don't believe, in that moment had he known it was just up to him. And Willard, basically kind of sees it the different way, and that's what makes what we do, enticing and fun. But, man, Steiny, when you say I don't know what's going to happen in anything, that leads me to believe there's other powers or people in play that can control that decision.
I mean, I could make a case that this is very simply a replay of the way Bob Myers left. He was on the last year of his deal.
Okay.
Didn't really want to deal with it. And then to hear Joe Lacob tell it the day before Bob, quit.
I'll never forget. Right.
Lacob's like, oh my gosh, I thought he was coming back. I think we could absolutely be in a situation right now where Steve Kerr takes a step back, looks at where the team is, looks at what Lacob's expectations are for the next 2 years, which he may feel, I'm talking about Kerr, are completely unrealistic. And Steve says, it's just, no, I'm not coming back if you think that we should be a 55-win team next year. And so I don't think Kerr's coming back now. And I'll be honest, I didn't think he was coming back 3 months ago. And then the last couple months, I was like, it seems like he's coming back. But now I really don't think he's coming back because I don't know if he's taking 2 weeks. What's he figuring out?
And that's where I was going, right? That's where I was going. What?
Like, it feels like he's got to say to Joe Lacob, Joe, I not only want to coach, but I'm really going to be revved up. Like,
and here's these are the things I'm going to change.
Yeah, what? And
like,
what
I don't like that.
What do they want him to change?
He shouldn't have to change a damn thing. I've been with you over a decade.
Well, he should. I mean, I'm not saying he shouldn't have to change. Yeah. I mean, if Steph Curry's saying we're not a championship team, and quit talking about championships, then let's start playing younger players.
Okay, but now to me, just in regard to that Steph comment, Steph, we're not even talking about chips. We're just talking about making the playoffs.
Right. And Steph's okay with that. So to me, that's great news. This quote by Steph Curry, to me, if I'm a Warrior fan, I am very, very encouraged.
Multiple, for sure. That's more than one. Yes, that's perfect.
Would you be interested in an extension?
For sure. But none of those conversations have happened, so it'll be a busy summer for the Warriors.
Steph Curry just said, yeah, multiple years. Do it. Get it done then.
Yeah, but that's about money. It ain't about winning. You know what I mean? Like that I ain't going to say I'm shocked, but he's trying to get his chicken and some ultimate chicken. I get it.
Right. He's saying
kind of like
maybe he's saying
us not making it ain't a big deal, and I know it's bothering him.
Well, is it?
I've only been in one locker room for the last 17 years, and before you win the title, there was only like those first 2 years, like you're building the foundation for what a championship team looks like, even though you had no idea what that really meant. Then you accomplish it, then everything else is based off of that, and it's been that way since 2015. So I think we can reshape the narrative, like knowing the back of our mind, like that is the ultimate goal, but we have to get back to the basics of what makes a good basketball team, a competitive basketball team every single night. Understand realize how hard it is to win in this league, but can we rethink, how we do things with the foundation that we've established? We don't have to keep saying championship every day, even though we've experienced that. Can we just build the foundation again with what this team needs to do, with the way that the game is played now, how fast it is, how young and athletic it is, all of those things we have to kind of put everything on the drawing board to get back to just being competitive every single night.
But see, Stoney,
that's not enough for you now?
No, it's not even about enough. It's just, I thought you were the foundation.
He is. He's part of it.
Well, he's talking about they need to rebuild it.
They do.
And how long is he going to be around? Like, this could be forever. Some teams take decades to figure it out.
And he's saying he's here for it. He's saying he's not going to walk if he thinks they're continuing to build the foundation. Like, to me, he says it all right there. We just got to get back to competitive basketball night in and night out. Man. I knew that would bother you for some reason.
It definitely has the rebuild vibes, which I guess it's, if he's okay, how can I not be okay with it? But, we were having fun. He was at Coachella Saturday, the day after they got eliminated, and I'm just remove Steph, any athlete. I've removed myself from, I need to see video of you crying in a dark room. It's not that, but I guess I'm, without not even knowing how to ask or say it to you all, like, I am a bit shocked that he's okay with, it seems like with that wordplay, it taking some time, and I thought he didn't have that type of time.
He knows it has to take time. Like, he knows it has to take time.
If you go somewhere else, you can it's like Waze. You got a faster route.
But why wouldn't you look at that as a tremendous thing?
Because
seriously.
I hear you, and I got an answer. Stoney, I want Steph here, and I want us to be a viable option, a player and trying to go deep in the offs and get a chip. I don't want Steph to be here and then we're watching him play, but the team's not making the playoffs. That's nasty.
Well, hold on a sec.
That's not how I had it envisioned. And I'm not saying it's that way now, and he's talking. And
they just said they're doing everything for Steph. And so this is where they've ended up as a 37-win team. 3 years ago or 2 years ago, we would have said, tell you what, the Warriors win 37 games. He may want out.
Right.
Well, they won 37 games. They didn't make the playoffs. And he's saying, I want to sign an extension. We got to rethink some things around here and get back to building a solid basketball foundation.
Yeah.
Steph Curry's saying it doesn't need to be championship or bust for me to stay. And, in a way, I'm thinking, thank God.
Well, it's kind of obvious, too, with how the last 5 years of where they finished.
But
yeah, I hear you.
But it sounds like you're down on him for acknowledging what everybody believes.
Honestly, I don't know how I feel. Like, wow. But, again, those are his words, and that extension, too, that security on top of the security he already has, but that's some big payday coming to him. So he's saying that he's damn sure saying the right company thing,
I mean, to me, what I'm hearing Steph Curry say is I would rather retire a Warrior than this organization try these Hail Marys that haven't worked. And we've got the 11th pick. We're going to have money next year. Let's try to get back and just get better. Yeah. And if next year we can be a 6 or 7 seed or a 7 seed and make the playoffs, that should be the goal.
You might laugh at me.
Make the playoffs next year for Steph Curry.
You might laugh at me. It's almost like he's saying, "Don't do everything for me," or stop doing everything for me.
I mean, I think what he's just saying is he's watched the last 3 or 4 years, and he knows that this is not a championship team.
Wow.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I don't know what. I just took a downer pill because I got to tell you, this is a play out of old Guru's book, but I went third person. I want, Jimmy to come back healthy whenever that juncture is next season. Steph to be able to battle runner's knee. And if you bring Porzingis and Horford back, you're kind of running it back. And I know then, health may not be on your side, but I'm trying to find a reason to get excited about just next year, Stoney. Forget the year after. And I guess that's all I have. And, until I see the guys or we get the announcement of who's going to, make out this roster and this new draft pick, I'm still thinking, okay, if the Red Cross goes our way, we still got action. But what
health?
What do you think action is?
Making the playoffs.
Yeah, and Steph wants that too. So you and Steph are on the exact same page. Like, seriously. I know you think I'm trolling, but come on now. Isn't that good news?
There's good news with the Warriors right now.
No,
that's the reality of the situation.
I got to disagree.
Steph has 62 or somehow million coming, and he's saying what he's saying, but
good.
I mean,
2 years
outside
ago,
of the lottery, what is there to get excited about? And Steph may not be the same moving forward. So now he's saying, no, Maz, Roberto Duran. I'm not saying that's what he was saying, but I hadn't heard that side of Curry in a while, and I don't know now if Superman's feeling like he ain't Superman, and it's easier to say, but that didn't give me a boatload of confidence about the foundation and tear it all down. I'm like, whoa.
So 2 years ago, Steph Curry has a quote where he talks about his future with the Warriors, and he says, I don't want to just be playing. I want to play meaningful games.
Things change quickly.
And we talked about that for weeks, about how what if the Warriors can't compete? Steph is going to want to leave. Steph's going to want to leave. He has to play meaningful games. We all got frightened about that a little bit. Now he's saying 2 years later that he wants to sign an extension for multiple years.
Max.
Well, he didn't say max.
Well,
he just said extension. He wants to sign an extension, and he wants to, get this team more competitive. He's saying he's not going to go ring chase. To me, that's what he's saying.
No, I hear you.
Am I, maybe
no, that sounded
I'm
like
hearing
a guy
something
that
different.
was content that if the dart doesn't hit the mark, I'm okay.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah. No, I know you're like, ooh, are you mad at that? I'm not mad. I'm shocked is not the word. I don't know. I didn't expect it. But I do know, Steiny, you're right. He's eligible. The max is coming up. If he wanted to do that, he could do that. And,
right. And I'm telling you that if all this happens and the Golden State Warriors give him a $60 million contract, not next year, but the year after that, I think that's asking for so much trouble you don't even know what you're asking for to do that now.
Yeah.
Now, he may make you. And
would you look at him any differently if he did?
Yes, I would. I'm sorry. I would.
Like, what would that look like? A guy that you've covered for 14, 16 years.
I don't believe.
He exercises at the end something that he's earned. You know, what would you?
I would be surprised if Steph Curry goes to the Warriors and says, you know what, I want a one. He can get a 1 or 2 year extension. Yeah. And I guess the super duper max or whatever is off limits because he didn't play 65 games. But whatever. I would be surprised if Steph Curry goes, you know what, Joe, give me 1 more year at 62 again in 2027, 2028. That's just going to put the Warriors in a brutal spot. It just will.
Wow.
And what would you do? I don't know what you do at that point. But he's not a $60 million player right now, and he sure as hell won't be in 2 years. But I don't think he'll do that. Good. Evan, you think he will? I don't think he will. I mean, he may start asking for 60, but...
I love the make a drop of that.
I think he will ask for the max.
Man, money, man.
But I don't know if the Warriors will want to give it to him.
And then how does that go?
Well, I think also the Warriors are probably going to lowball him, right? They lowballed him on his last contract.
And that would be a PR nightmare if they didn't exercise that.
So if we heard that Steph Curry wants 60 and the Warriors are offering 40.
Oh, stop. That would be...
Would sentiment be against the Warriors?
I believe so. I don't know about you, Evan.
This is unbelievable then.
We're talking about
I
the
think
chef.
eventually they'll find a place in the middle.
I do too.
All right.
I do too.
Now, right on the...
but I don't let's say you get him for 50 instead of 60. I don't think that's going to do enough to really give him a whole hell of a lot of flexibility.
That's another rotation player. What do you mean?
What do you mean?
$10 million. Yeah. That's a rotation player.
Well, that's assuming if they're all the way under the cap and, who knows where they're at that point.
Yeah, but the time you're talking about Curry being a $50 million player is when Draymond's gone, Jimmy Butler's gone, and you have...
Well, I'm assuming. I am, seriously, I'm assuming they're gone.
Well, I think it's safe to say Butler's not going to get another contract from the Warriors. I don't know about Draymond, but anyway, it'd be a smaller number. So then you'd have another max salary slot, and I don't think you're in a terrible place.
No, I don't think you're in a terrible place, but yikes.
I have to ask you this because you've said it on this microphone at this said station. It's about Jonathan Kuminga. And you said, Goo, I'm paraphrasing, you help me out if I misconstrue what you said. But you kind of said, I'm going to always follow what he does. And I'm just looking at this box score last night. Let's just say the Hawks were to shock the world and go to the Eastern Conference Finals. And he played 30 to 35 minutes a night. Would you come in or would forget even what you say on the mic? Would you feel different about that whole trade if that were to happen and he showed, on the fly that he could play and handle 30 minutes a night in playoff basketball and do pretty well? Wouldn't that be a Laker nightmare?
It would surprise me, but it would also tell me that he didn't want to play for the Warriors.
Man.
It'll tell me, if you're telling me Kuminga, if Jonathan Kuminga plays a key role and the Hawks win 2 rounds, and let's say he's playing consistently like he played last night, then I would say, you know what? He did not want to be a Warrior.
Man. Wow.
Because if you're telling me he was capable.
He was balling, Steiny, and he was playing D. It wasn't just scoring.
Well, he's had games like this.
No, I got you.
Throughout the last 5 years. So, he was obviously very good last night. Yeah. And the most important thing was they won the game. Again, I saw him play 4 games last year against Minnesota, and I didn't even see the game last night.
He was guarding.
But I guarantee you he was better last night than he was in any of the 4 playoff games with the Warriors, even though he scored 30 points.
He was flustering Carl Anthony. But some will say it's not easy to do, but, he's undersized, but he was making it difficult. But I just had that thought we're not in the offs. He's playing. And then here we go, and, I didn't know what to make much of him. And then I'm like, we don't want to. I don't think Dub Nation wants to see this continue. Not hating on the young fella.
Yeah, the other way I look at it is, it's old news. Kuminga's old news. And the minute you trade a guy, the minute you have to be prepared that he may be a different player than, I'm still, I get it. Kuminga played well last night, and, he plays well, and everybody's jumping on the Warriors, and then he plays poorly, and everyone's saying he's not very good, and I'm still interested in what the Hawks are going to do with him in the offseason. Not that it matters to us, but are they going to pick up his $25 million option?
He keeps showing that stuff. Obviously, I'm being proactive that it'll be good.
Okay, well, will it be so good that they'll rip up it's a team option for Jonathan Kuminga at $25 million.
Talk to me.
Do they just say, we're going to pick it up, Jonathan, $25 million, and you'll be a free agent at the end of the year? Or do they say, hey, Jonathan, we love you. We're going to rip up this contract, and now we're going to give you the 4-year $125.
What would you say, and I believe these words about to come out of my mouth, I still think he's kind of playing for that. They can't tell him that.
I agree.
Like that. Okay, that's undecided. Because Evan and I were texting each other. We thought you were asleep, Stoney. No, I didn't have to add that. Evan and I were texting each other.
It doesn't hurt my feelings.
No, I wasn't trying not to.
Was it after 8:05?
Evan was about
Was it after 8:05 p.m.?
No, I think the Knicks finished before that.
Yeah. But anyway, we were talking about Daniels for Atlanta, and it was just one game. But, I'm not saying any of us did it. We crowned him, and he could come back, and just go ham. But I'm like, man, Kuminga, with performances like that, could,
Yeah, with
move
performances.
up a notch or two.
Yeah.
Within the Hawks.
Maybe. He never really moved up a notch or two with the Warriors.
In my mind, he did. Because I was hoping, man.
I mean, yeah, I love Kuminga. It'll be an indictment on. I have no problem saying that.
And then the coach would be gone. If Kerr was to move, that's what I think would be salt in the wound for me. Because for others, it's not a wound, because they didn't think J.K. could play. But just watching him continue to play high-leverage basketball, and you're like, man, he's answering the bell. That'd just be kind of on brand to like, man, not a good look, And the coach ain't even here. Maybe we could have had a new coach that could have, got to him if that happened.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty simple to me. If Kuminga does well in Atlanta, the Warriors' development can get ripped. If Kuminga doesn't play well in Atlanta and he just kind of lingers and maybe goes to another team, then the pick itself was bad. But it doesn't matter now. Yeah. He's not on the Warriors.
And we got bigger fish to fry.
Yep. You can go get him back if you want.
Yeah, look at you.
Probably.
I've never been that type of guy.
See if they'll trade, sign Porzingis to $25 million and just flip him again. How about that?
They're not houses, Donnie.
But they're every bit the commodity. Yeah, you think these guys... Look at Draymond. They're treating Draymond like an inanimate object. And he can't tolerate it.
First thing I do when I get to the crib today is fire that bad boy up on Prime.
Can you find that for Goo?
No, I don't even want it ruined. No, I just want to see it on the 75-inch.
All right, somebody call in and tell Guru about Draymond walking by Dunleavy and Dunleavy stone-facing him and ignoring him. And
yeah, you didn't bring that
so
up yesterday.
Disgusting.
Yeah, you didn't.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. One more time, the number is 888-957-9570. You know what's important? And I'm gonna do the whole thing again, but I'll tell you what, Gino Auriemma is right when he talks about body language.
Okay.
Very important.
No doubt.
Very important, body language. Where people need to be aware of their body language. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. I was wrong.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America, N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
The Pro
football draft is this week, and you can trade on every draft pick. Will David Bailey and Arvil Reese be the number 2 pick? They are trading at 50-50, meaning you'll double your money if one of them wins. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the draft. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
The draft is here. Catch 95.7 The Game live Thursday, April 23rd with Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 6 at the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. Watch every pick and talk football with us. Presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin. Thoughtfully designed for the way you live.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
I'm talent. I don't book.
He cannot be that guy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, they did a whole segment on Jerry West playing against black guys last night.
I'm in. I got to check it out, man.
Because they brought up some really interesting points that when Jerry West came into the league in the early 60s, the league was very black.
Right.
Up until like the mid 70s and even beyond there. But they had, they had black player after black player talking about how Jerry West was just the baddest dude.
Do you remember what outlet? Prime?
Amazon. Amazon Prime.
Yeah. Can I read something to you before we get to it? Our last segment before the boys come in. But
can you give me some context? What it's about? Is it going to bother me? Who's it from?
No, I think you'll take a victory lap.
Oh, okay. Then read it.
So I come in daily and I'm just myself. And, imperfection city. I get it.
Yep.
But I'm honest with myself every day, my kids, you, Evan, the boss. And I just try to share what's in my heart. So I'm a Chris Mullin fan without him needing me to be a fan.
Right.
And I watch him nightly. Yeah. And I said today, if Kerr is removed somehow and there's an opening, I don't know if Mullin would do it, but he could do it to me. He could that's what they need. Somebody to articulate what it takes to be a pro and how you step your game up. And then when it's bad, what you do. So I text Bonte after you ripped me for the thought and some of the fans, not everybody. You want to know what he says when I said, hey, tell Molly I think he could coach this team? Bonte's response, and I don't smoke. Are you high? Hennessy before the shift, profiling B. No, why would he respond like that?
I don't know, Goo, but I took a little liberty.
Did you text Mullin?
And I texted Mullin.
And
I said, Guru wants you to be the next coach of the Warriors. And he said, is Guru high?
You're playing. Did he say that?
No.
Oh,
I didn't text him.
All right. Did you text Ritter? The stuff you don't care about.
Okay. I did text Ritter, and it went like this. Jesus H. Christ. My partner, Guru, wonders about the stupidest stuff.
Hey!
But he wants to know who you guys are sending to the draft lottery.
It matters.
I said nobody cares, but for whatever reason, he wants to know.
A response?
No. There's no response.
That's like your good luck charm, Steiny. You're not into that. You're not superstitious. I get it, but, dude, that's a big deal.
It means nothing. Let me ask you, how much time do you think they spend talking about who's going to the draft lottery?
It depends.
Because here's how it goes. Anybody want to go to New York for the weekend?
I do not believe
Kerr's like, I don't. Dunleavy's like, I don't. I got to be here. Larry Harris is like, I can't. I got to be in the war room. Then Terry Stotts says, you crazy? I'm going back up to Portland. And then they finally go, I'll tell you what. Nicholas Kerr, you've drawn the short straw. Congratulations, you're going to Secaucus and North Jersey.
Dude, wow. Nah, Steiner, you got to have, and they got departments for this, but you got to, look around. It could be Bay connected. It could be E40. Somebody that represents the Warriors in the Bay that has, some good stuff going for them. And you send them. And do you know who Dallas sent last year? Because I do, and I'm about to tell you.
Nico Harris.
No, Rolando Blackman.
Okay.
So he's a good luck charm forever, right? I mean, he pulled off an upset.
So do you send him this year? Probably not, huh?
I was just like, they ain't needed to give, but they are. Right? Oh, man.
Let's go to Will in Berkeley.
Will.
Hey, Will. What's going on, man?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
What's going on, guys?
Will, you sound a little down.
Oh, I was just leaning down, look at some.
My bad. Go
I'm
ahead.
buying something at the store now.
Oh, okay.
I saw the video in real time, and I thought the same thing you thought, Matt. I was like, wow. This is like when you walk into the principal's office and they just look at this stern. They don't give you any kind of emotion, and And, and Draymond, let's be honest, Draymond kind of walks around like he's the not the bully of the school, but he kind of walks like he's the big man on campus. And he's always getting in trouble. And so, this is very telling on his face what he was thinking. And I was like, man, I never forgot that. And when you mentioned it today, I was like, man, that's exactly what he was thinking.
Wow,
that's what I thought.
Wow.
And thanks for the call, Will.
Yeah.
And I'll also go one step further, and Guru brought it up. If that's Bob Myers standing there, he may hug Draymond.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Or pat him on the shoulder.
Yes. There's conversation for sure. Like that's a great. So you saw that in real time Friday, sat on it, and just forgot about it yesterday.
Yeah, there were about 4 times when I was going to bring it up yesterday, and I got interrupted, and then I forgot. I saved it for today.
That's a 9. Oh man.
Oh boy, that was classic this morning. All right, I'll tell you all. Why not?
That was so funny.
It's incredible.
So, I guess they were giving away, Giants tickets?
Yeah.
They're giving away Giants tickets, so we use the sounder. You guys know it. Play it again, Evan. So, they had to give it away, I guess, during one segment, and Shasky was like, he starts out by saying, I was listening to Steiny and Goo yesterday, and they made a really good point, and he starts getting into this.
I love it,
and he is right in the middle of it. And he's characterizing what we were talking about, and he's saying what he agrees with.
Right.
And the next thing you know, you see Sam Lubman putting up his hand, pointing to the guy, and it's Carter. And he's right in the middle of his thought about Steve Kerr, and the next thing you know, boom! And Shasky looks over at Carter.
We got a picture of the look, too.
With fire in his eyes.
Right. Venom.
And Shasky just shook his head, and then after the contest, Lubman goes, go ahead now, finish up, and he goes, I'm done.
Oh, I didn't hear that part of it.
And they had to go to sound. We love you, Shasky.
He was finished with it. Oh, man, we captured his look back of just disgust.
He was laughing about it, though.
We know, but, dude, that was great stuff.
Not in the moment.
Right. That look we got. The boss is good at this stuff. He would tweet that out. But, I ain't good at that stuff.
What, social media?
No, just, They call it IG University, my kids. I think I need a class or two.
Sure.
By the way, there is no contest right now, so we're sorry.
Yeah, no contest. No Giants tickets. By the way,
baseball tonight and who?
I told you they're going to play.
Okay.
I told you. The field has been covered.
Going out on a limb?
I'm just saying.
Buffalo, New York.
You guys had forgotten that the field has been covered for the last 3 days.
Who forgot?
You did.
Stop.
You asked, do you think they'll play tonight? And I said, Goo, there's no chance they don't play tonight. The field's been covered.
I don't even know if I said that.
By the way, can I make, Giants, Bay Area fans, listen, you guys are the best. If I got to hear this one more time, I'm going to knock somebody out.
Oh.
It's not the end of the world that there'll be Dodgers fans in the stadium tonight.
But they do what the Niners do to the Rams.
Thank you.
They don't like it.
You go on the road, the Warriors travel better than any team in the league.
Well, that was a bad comp.
My point is the 49ers travel better than any team in the league. The Warriors travel better than any team in the league. The Giants, hey, I got news for you. The Dodgers travel.
No, there's a lot of transplants in the base.
Is what I'm saying.
That's what it is.
Okay, you can say whatever you want.
All from LA.
The bottom line is relax.
Dude, we got that series to look forward to, the NFL draft. What's going on with the Warriors?
I'm gonna lift during the Giants game tonight.
My man.
Yeah.
You saw my video?
No.
When I went shirtless, a lot of people gave me love on my traps.
Nobody gave you love in here. Nobody.
I didn't hear anything like.
Well, that's because you weren't here last Thursday and Friday. You posted it on Wednesday, and we laughed for 2 days. You came back Monday, and then we just don't talk about it.
Oh, well,
right, Evan?
Some people DM me. Like, I wasn't trying nothing, but I guess I got a trap or two, Stoddy.
It was unsettling.
Shirtless in the dark. It was quite a look.
That's what that game did. Horford's 4 threes will never be forgotten.
Yeah, they will. They're already forgotten.
The ball was like
they don't even exist anymore.
And Kevin Harlan
Find the box.
Now that bothers me.
Find the box score.
I'll give you that. And that really does bother me.
What a sad sack of fan you are.
What?
Oh, dude, hey, Horford made some threes and Curry had 35 in the second of 2 play-in games. That's all we need.
Oh, no,
that's good enough for me.
No, we seen one before, but Horford's he just got hot. Yep.
That's a big red flag.
Man. This is already interesting.
What is?
Just this whole Steve Kerr thing. Like, when Willard comes in here, I'm not going to jump him. He really thinks it's up to Steve Kerr. But I told Evan, you were out. This is a great
you guys can argue about
relationship analogy. If I tell you I'm going, my girl's mad, we don't know if we're going to make it, and I know she's mad at me, and I leave dressed up trying to salvage the relationship, I'm in. But I don't know if I'm going to salvage it because she's not in. So I got to wait till I see her. So Steve would not have said to Draymond and Steph, I don't know what's going to happen, if it was solely up to him.
Save it for
It's
Willard.
almost genius-like.
Save it for Willard.
No, I already texted him. It's not about
He's going to gobble you up today. He's going to gobble you up with that take.
I'm not afraid of him. It's not that. Like,
you will be after today.
Seriously.
He's going to take you apart.
What did I tell you?
Willard.
What did I tell you when we went over there?
You think I'm going to remember something like that?
Well, I told you today. I keep saying it. He looked like he was done.
Who, Willard?
Kerr. He sounded like he was done.
Right. And Wiggins was going to be all fired up.
Are you guys going to ever let that go?
I don't know. I'm still seeing Dallas in 6 on chats. That was from 2022.
And you did the station a favor.
You're right.
Yep.
That's what I do.
Willie didn't have your back.
No,
Shout
she
out Willie
didn't.
Sandretto.
No, she didn't.
So what you watching tonight? We got 3 games.
Giants.
That's at 6:45.
Okay.
What about
give me the list of games and I'll tell you what's worth watching.
Well, we got 3 basketball games.
Right.
Boston, Philly, and 4.
That's the boring.
Peacock. Portland, San Antonio.
Maybe. I might watch some of that.
That's at 5. And then the dessert. Durant, please play. Houston at LA. And I'm with Evan.
I'll be rewatching the Smoking Joe Frazier documentary tonight.
I'm going to check out the one you just I got 2 to do. I got him and Jerry West.
Boy, it's going to be hard for you to watch 19 games like you say you do then tonight.
Well, there's only 3 and baseball.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, the big series for the Giants.
I mean, the Dodgers come at a perfect time. Like, man, if you want to kind of change the slow start, send a message. It's the Dodgers. But, Stoney, they've owned the Giants.
What are the Giants now, 9-12? 10-14?
I think 9-12.
Something like that? Yeah. I mean, this is the kind of thing where they keep stubbing their toe for the next couple weeks.
Okay.
9 they're never going to get they can't get to second place.
They're officially in 4th.
I know. I'm not even
a half game up on the Rockies, who are playing some good baseball.
Yeah, but it's about the Padres and Dodgers just starting to put big distance between
Arizona. 4 games over 500, 13-9.
I'm going to go out on a limb with the Giants this year. They're not going to have a winning streak longer than 4 games. I was going to say 5.
Now, I want to bet that.
I'm going to say
that's
5.
A hot take.
I'll give you 5.
I think
Let's
5.
bet now. That's a bet. Come on, so they're going to run into 7 or 6. Come on. 5. That means Come on, man.
Did they win? Well, they had.
I think 4.5 is a good number. You should throw it by Willard and Dibbs.
Dude,
you taking the over-under on win streak?
I'm taking the over. Come on now.
Well, I need it to be 5. Because 6 has to be the winner. 5's got to be my win.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Well, forget them. I'll take that. So 6 is a winner.
Yes.
Right,
they will not have a 6-game winning
5 is a
streak
push.
this year. No, 5 I win.
Well, then it's 5.5.
Okay.
All right. That put it in the book.
Yeah, put it in cap.
That's a good bet.
I think it's a good bet, too.
Evan, for me, right?
For both of you. I could see it going either way.
Their pitching is concerning me.
Yeah. What about their hitting?
That's just when the sun comes out.
They got to get through that rotation once.
They went to Cincinnati, and I was like, whoa. This used to be the tennis courts and wiffle ball, but yeah. What do you make of Vitello?
Tell you what, here's what you need to do, Goo. Every time Logan Webb starts a game, you got to pray that's the first game.
Man.
Well, that's this Thursday.
Okay.
Getaway day against the Dodgers.
Yeah.
I hear that's sold out.
Well, they all should be sold out, shouldn't they?
Well, you're onto something. I'm just
It's going to be a lot of blue.
What about tomorrow? We got Ohtani on the mound, right?
We?
Yeah.
When did you?
I do whatever I want.
Dude, you are man.
Meaning we're going to the game. I'm going to the game tomorrow.
No, seriously, are you?
Nah, we'll see.
Oh.
I got the dog home alone again.
That's a no.
What about the kid that you had the dog sitter? You said he was out of town.
Yeah, but if I get home at 3 every day, it'll be fine. But let me tell you something about dogs. Oh, God, Goo. They are unbelievable. Get this. Susan's taking a trip.
Okay.
Another one.
All right. That's the
You may as well be single, too.
Yeah, man.
This is unbelievable.
Ready to mingle.
Anyway, be alone for the next 8 days. Anyway, we have a funny thing in our... Huh? Yeah, she's going for a week. 8 days.
I'm here to build you up. I won't say what some of my friends would say, but that's some trips. You do get alone. You better be careful. That's all Goo is saying to you. But go ahead, Snotty.
So,
that's our girl.
You know, whenever we take a trip and we pull the suitcases out, the dog knows. The dog knows a trip's coming. It is unbelievable.
I believe that. Okay.
She pulls out the suitcase last night, and as soon as the dog sees it, the dog just starts moping around and laying in another room.
Wow.
And so we go to bed, and I'm like, where's Rosie? And she's nowhere to be found. And then I hear her on the steps, and I go downstairs, and she's sleeping on the couch, just like a husband had put. The dog was so mad.
Oh, man.
The dog was like, I'm not even sleeping in your room. I'm sleeping on the couch.
Wow, man.
The dog knew.
I'm being real with this one to you and Evan. And Evan, I look forward to his IG post. Summertime, he's walking his dog, and it's like, man, I missed out on that. I didn't get the kids a dog. But is a dog truly man's best friend?
The dogs are unreal.
All right.
You know,
you guys make it look
let me
like
tell you something about
I missed out. I could go get one.
You want some dog stories? I can give you some dog stories. You know, I mean, our previous dog, Rex, passed kind of suddenly.
I remember that.
Had some cancer, developed a growth, and we lost Rex. And you know what they say, especially if you have some kids, you should wait 6 months before you get another dog.
Okay.
We didn't. And we got a puppy. And we got the puppy too fast.
I would love to hear why.
Because we weren't ready for a puppy after Rex. And as I was saying, you know, somebody travels a lot. So then you got a puppy without a partner.
Yeah.
And so anyway, you know, there was some acrimony there because I was like, we should have waited 6 months. But then about 4 months go by and you're like, oh, Rosie's fine.
So how old is this dog? Your
about
new dog?
7, 6 or 7.
And Evan, yours is how old?
Tuna's going to be 6 this year.
Tell Guru what Tuna does in the morning. This is so cute.
Well, if you don't take him out late, you know, like 10, 11, you don't have to take him out for a long walk. You just got to take him out to do his business. If you don't, what he will do is the moment you think you're ready to get up, around like 6:30.
That's incredible.
He'll be on the bed just staring at you. just in your face, waiting for you to get up because you didn't take him out last night.
That's incredible. If that ain't communication, I don't know what is, man.
They're great.
Could you imagine if they could talk?
What's the name Tuna? Where'd that come from?
Bill Parcells.
So me and my brother during the pandemic were watching The Office, and there's a character in The Office named Jim, and his nickname is Big Tuna. And so he's named after Jim from The Office.
Okay.
My mom didn't like the name.
You guys big tuna guys? I never could.
No, not really.
Especially if somebody else makes it, Evan. I'm okay.
Well, it's incredibly healthy for you.
So salmon, yeah, salmon.
Well, I like salmon.
Salmon's got to be cooked right. Sometimes if you don't cook salmon all the way through, I don't like it.
I really have to do a dinner.
I don't like sashimi at all.
Where Mia cooks for you and Evan. Like, she really, truly is special. Her salmon is teriyaki salmon, and she marinates it. Evan, it is to die for, man.
That sounds so good.
The best fish is mahi-mahi.
Mahi-mahi.
Yeah, that's the fish. That's the fish. They make them in patties, or you can get the fish. Oof, they're good. Woo!
Would the old ship have that? Original Joe's, would I be able to do all that?
Well, there are a couple places that might have it, but I don't think it's a...
you got to go to like a market.
Okay.
Yeah,
or something
exactly.
like that.
And in fact, I didn't realize this, and maybe somebody can help me. About 8-9 years ago, I'm looking for mahi-mahi, and it's like I can't find it anywhere. It used to be at Real Foods or Whole Foods or whatever, the Whole Paycheck, that place. And I said, where's the mahi-mahi? It hasn't been around in like 4 months. And they said, yes, it's been overfished. It won't be around for another couple years. And then it came back. Yeah.
Wow,
Anyway, well, anybody got mahi-mahi knowledge?
I got to believe somebody out.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Stoney, I've lived in Kauai for 15 years. Mahi-mahi is overrated. Totally dry. That's kind of why I like it.
Like turkey. Yeah.
You don't like turkey?
I do, but it's dry.
Well, the white meat.
Doesn't have to be.
No.
What about a little gravy?
I'm not complaining.
Tuna has the highest amount of protein per gram. That's according to Bee's Knees.
Count the bucket.
Oh, okay. All right. We're getting there, Goo. We got 2 more minutes.
Did Ritter text back who they're
let me
sending?
see.
Well, you omitted the whole purpose of your text, which it sounded like you didn't actually ask.
No, I did.
Can Guru be one to accept the lottery ball?
They wouldn't send me.
And I know you're going to think I'm kidding, but I'm not. I did get back from Ritter. He goes, TBD. I've been in the back room like 10 times. Raymond goes to the back room.
Wow, go ahead.
Because that's where it really happens.
Yeah. I thought TBD stood for the Big Daryl.
You think I'm kidding here, and you can come over and read it. We might want to send Guru for good luck. That's from Raymond Ritter.
Man.
Oh, my God. Guru would love to go.
Could you imagine if we got one? I wouldn't even come back.
No, you wouldn't come back if you got 13.
I lost. I'm out.
Well, boy, you guys would rub my face at the I don't even want no parts of that. That is a
problem. Is you know, like if you
send Mullen.
No. He didn't. Please, he's above that. It's like he's above head coach.
I didn't appreciate Vontae.
You know what though, Goo? You know who'd probably be upset if they sent you. Who do you think?
Butch.
Well, him too. Pods. Pods would be
pissed. They already sent him.
That, exactly. He may have that in his contract. And he's got to go back for the lot.
Why does that stuff fascinate me? I want to see every team and who their representative is.
Okay. They have that information before the draft.
Dub Nation, this is Alex Tui.
All right. Hey, the 3rd annual Agape Charity Golf Tournament's coming up on Monday, April 27th. That's this upcoming Monday, ladies and gentlemen, at Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato. And we're going to be out there broadcasting live. It's presented by Atco and Eclipse Insurance. All proceeds benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the Help Fund and the San Francisco Bay Area Autism Society. You want to play in the tournament or you want to be a sponsor? All you have to do is go to AgapeCharityGolf.com and get it done. Mm-hmm.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber, connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in the Bay Area without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in the Bay Area for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. The Bay Area is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop this week right here in the Bay Area and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Tune in every Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. to hear The Morning Roast, hosted by Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni, as they dive into the latest sports news to get your morning going. Presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, where everyone is treated like a hero.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, it's time for the crossover brought to you by Bay Alarm Rest Easy. We've got you covered, bayalarm.com. Let's welcome in Willard and Dibbs.
Morning, boys.
Hey.
Yeah.
What's going on, fellas? How we doing?
I got to go ahead, Steiny.
I'm done.
Well, you were getting ready to formulate a thought, and I interrupted you.
Go ahead.
These are the days or mornings that I appreciate this guy because, Willard, you always have fun with me. Guru, you watch 100 games. But Friday, I was at the draft pub where you guys will be at for the draft come this Thursday.
Hours.
There we go.
Can't wait.
So I didn't get to hone in like I normally hone in on the games. So I come in today and Steiny goes, Goo, when Dre got ran, which I'm on record I didn't like, did you see Mike Dunleavy in the tunnel as Dre was walking? And I can't wait to get home to watch that.
I missed it too.
But that speaks volumes to me, Dibbs. If it went down like Steiny described, there could be not a changing of what's going on in Warrior World with what you used to be able to do and get away with, or just how we looked at you, or how disposable you are now compared to when you were not.
Well, if you look at a lot of things, I mean, something's got to change at some point, and maybe it's going to be now. If Steve doesn't want to come back and the team doesn't want to give Draymond a new deal, then the writing might be on the wall that he could be dealt in the offseason, or he could be dealt at the deadline. I don't know. If you start making changes with the coach, I think all bets are off outside of Steph.
I agree with that.
Yep.
I agree with that.
Wow.
Yep.
I don't know. I mean, you guys, I think for the majority of my drive in, you're just hawking names all over the place.
All right, though.
And I'm
Chris
like,
Mullin, nobody. I'm getting
no, but I, you know what I mean? I'm like, nope. Because I don't, there's no one.
Wow.
There's no one that fits this situation.
Stotts or Sackhouse don't do it. I felt like that's cursed still, and I love the guys.
But I'm probably with Steiny on that just because there's no one else. So you might as well grab someone who's already here.
Well, let me ask you this. Speaking
Unless
of which,
you're going to change everything.
If there's nobody else, then how did we get here to where Kerr is disposable? Because you and I brought it up on the show.
He's not. You're listening to social media too much.
I'm going to give you this, and I just, Dibbs, grade my analogy here.
Okay.
I'm in a relationship, and it's not going well. I'm dressed up. I'm going to meet my girl for dinner to try to salvage our relationship, but I know she's got one foot out the door. So if my brother says, good luck, where are you going? What are you trying to accomplish? I hope to repair this relationship, but I know I'm only one half. So when I get to the restaurant, I have to hear her opinion, and then we both have to be on the same accord, and then I come back like we're together. And I bring that up because when Steve Kerr told Dre and Steph, I don't know what's going to happen, Willard, it led me to believe he's in, but he don't know the other half is not in, so that's why he can't commit, and he would say, I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, see, I didn't read it that way, and I know you do. I've heard you say that a lot, but at the same time, I don't know what's going to happen after all this time suggests to me exactly what we're hearing. In other words, like the puzzle pieces have to fit. These people are all so accomplished that they can set that boundary. The puzzle pieces fit or I'm out. And I know you guys read Monty Poole's piece, and it very much suggests the opposite. It suggests that Steve Kerr is driving this boat and that he may not want to come back. And I'm at a spot where I've decided none of this makes any sense. Someone is going to be made out to be at minimum disingenuous and at maximum a liar. If Steve Kerr is leaving, then I thought you'd never leave Steph.
Well, new information, and you go through a year like this.
And what is the new information?
The new information is the reality of next year you come back with the same group by and large, and you're probably going to have the same kind of season. Do you want to keep beating your head against the wall?
But he, even according to that article, came into this year very optimistic with regard to the roster that he had, derailed very much so by injury. And in theory, they have, and I know only half of Jimmy Butler, but they have that same opportunity with other roster additions and a new draft pick and all. Like, why, if you were optimistic a year ago, last summer, why would that not still be available this summer?
Because it's a year later, and now you're talking about Jimmy coming off an ACL. You know he's not going to be 100% ever all year. Moses probably gone for the year. Steph going to be 39, and Draymond. And I just think that this year was such a bummer that you look at it and you go, you know what? I liked our chances early, and then the whole thing fell apart.
From Lacob or
from Kerr?
For Kerr.
Doesn't change his word choice.
And
I'll never leave Steph.
And he said he still wants to coach. Yeah. But now where did this new slogan come from that he brought up? Coaches lose their voice. That to me wasn't on brand with what you've been telling you guys. Like, I still got the energy and the gusto to still do it. But now coaches lose their voice?
None of this makes any sense. This is not the right time. There's nobody else to coach this group. So if this is the right time, then I agree with Dibbs. What you're saying is then I want all kinds of roster changes. There's nobody to come in here and coach Steph and Dre for another year. Like, what are we talking about here?
Right, so maybe this isn't going to be the group, and Steve maybe knows that they're not going to give Draymond the 2 years. And I heard you earlier saying this, Steiny, and I thought you were right on the mark where they may not want to give him 2 years and $40 million. They may want to just have that 27 and be able to possibly trade him.
Oh, and Todd Golden's not coming here. That's not happening. So all
right,
that ship sailed.
There's no chance.
There's no chance Todd Golden.
I mean,
first of all,
he may be a head coach in the NBA at some point, but not for the Warriors. Not right now.
I don't even know. I just Chandler Parsons, who went to Florida, had a report today. Just watch it. You can tell. He's like, calling anonymous sources. He talked to Todd Golden.
Of course.
Todd Golden's best player announced today that he's coming back.
All right, I got you.
He's not going anywhere.
And Golden has a relationship with the Lakers.
Yes.
I think, and I can't imagine it would be this simple, but if Steve Kerr and Joe Lacob meet and they're like, let's do this, 2 more years, does that set up the way to go then with Steph and Draymond? Like, in other words, if Kerr's back for another, because they said they want him multiple years.
Right.
So if they somehow say, 2 more years, let's do 2 more years, I got to believe then that means 2 more for Draymond and Steph.
You would think.
But if Kerr's not back, I'm with Dibbs, then anything could happen.
All bets are off.
Yeah.
That's why Dre wants Kerr back.
And both Draymond and Steph said at the podium they do not believe next year is their last year.
Right. Well, and let me ask you, I don't know if you heard the part with Goo when, and I'm not going to play it again because it's a minute, but Steph saying we don't have to talk championship. Yeah. We got to get back to the basics.
Foundation.
It's my favorite quote of the weekend.
I mean, I took it as he's ready to, he'll retire here.
Yes.
And you don't have to get to the finals. You just have to put something out there that he can be proud of.
Yeah. There is no build a winner or send me somewhere.
No, I mean, it was as if the fans are out here going, you have to win one more for Steph, more so than Steph is. And he's not saying
that's
that.
What I learned.
Remember
today.
a couple years ago when Steph had the quote where I just want to play meaningful basketball, and everyone's like, oh my God, if the Warriors stink, he might want to leave. Well, it's 2 years later, and now he's saying, they're 37-win team, and he's saying, we just got to get back to competitive basketball. We'll be fine.
And the foundation.
Yeah.
And, they did play meaningful basketball last week. They had 2 games that were meaningful in the play-in, and they went 1-1 again. And so if you're Steph, I think the interesting piece, too, is, and I think Anthony Slater was saying this about his extension, maybe it's in August or September, and, wondering what that number might be.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
Because he could probably get $70 million as the max.
Well, and I have to check this, but the one thing, he might not be eligible for whatever the super duper duper is, because he only played 43 games this year or whatever. So I think sometime, I don't know if it's just for the awards you have to play 65, but I think it also is tied into that Supermax also. I may be wrong.
But I gave you love because I remember the show you and Willard did where you itemized how Steph at 60, 70 is underpaid.
Yeah.
I'll never forget it. So do you think this is finally the time that he leaves some bread on the table because he's feeling some type of way like, okay, I wasn't available and that had a lot to do with where we finished? Or do you think he's trying to money talks, Charlie Sheen?
Yeah.
Less extra. What is it, 70? We're all of it.
Depends on, I think, and he'll probably make this decision before next year, but he's making $62 million next year, and he's going to be turning 39. And, yeah, he can still do it, the Steph Curry things, but not all the time. Even when he plays, it's not like it used to be where he's going to have 25 for sure every night.
He probably takes a little bit off the top, Go get another player or two.
That's what I
got
45 or
50,
I was
55. Whatever. And I whatever. Like,
that would back up that quote, Stoney, to me.
Not the minimum. I love when people are like, take the minimum.
Yeah, right.
No,
I got
that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Sound like you were ready to jump in.
No, I get excited, man. I just love people. Does it feel like the Dodgers are in town?
Yes and no. It feels like the Dodgers are in town 2024 and beyond version.
Wow.
And I hate it. This is my least favorite iteration of this rivalry that I've ever experienced in my years of 51 years on this planet. This is my least favorite iteration of it. And it's not because the Dodgers are really good and the Giants are disappointing. It's because of what you're talking about. The feeling amongst fans when the Dodgers come to town used to be excitement. It used to be the Giants and the Dodgers are about to play. And now everybody sticks their tail between their legs and goes, oh no, here comes the team that we're not
Kevin Durant Warriors.
We're not even allowed to beat them. We're not even allowed, and we're going to be worried about, like, what are the concession stands? What are they selling in left field? Are they selling Dodger hats? And there's going to be too many blue hats in the stands, and we all just act terrified of them. And there's a lot of, I'm not blaming people for that. I get it. We are where we are, but I can't wait for someday for Giants fans to get their swag back.
Well,
I hate this.
They could have their swag back if they were playing better because they have some fancy hitters now as well. And you're not throwing your two best arms. Unfortunately, it's not lining up for you to go with Logan and Robbie.
Tonight, firing.
Yeah, Roop is good, and then the other two guys kind of like duck. You kind of hope that they can keep the ball somewhat in the yard. But I get what Mark is saying, and right now I'm sure Giants fans, a lot of them are resigned to the reality of woe was us. They spent so much, we can't beat them.
You get Webby on Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, the day game.
The day game will be Webby, yeah. Roop, Malley, Webby.
Okay.
Stein, you want to tell them about our bet, which I appreciate you helping me save me from that bet yesterday.
Okay, yeah.
But we got a new bet. I love my
before I have a chance to come in there.
Well,
it was a mandate.
A couple weeks ago, I was talking to Evan, and I was like, I don't know about this Giants team. And I was like, there's a lot of holes in that offense and their pitching staff. They got a couple guys they got to worry about. I'm like, I don't know if they're going to have a big winning streak this year. So I just bet Goo the Giants will not have a 6-game winning streak this year.
Just pay me now.
They will not.
Pay me now, Will. Come on, man.
5.5.
This offense get hot, Tim. Come on.
That's a fun one. They probably, what I like about it is for once in our lives, Goo, you didn't take. You have some odds on your side finally. Jesus.
I tried to get
he
you
almost
two
could have gotten
teams
5.
yesterday.
He could have gotten 5.
Why don't you just let him have it for crying out loud?
Hey, Grandy, you know I don't like this bitch you guys got.
I wonder what Vegas. What would Vegas?
That's too low. That's
I'd like to see the longest winning streaks from every team last year, just to see, the numbers.
Damn,
I'm looking at the Giants right now, and they won 7 in a row
last year.
Yeah, they were 8-1. They won 7 straight, and then beyond that, hard pressed to find another one, Steiny.
I mean, as bad as they've been this year, they've already had 2 threes.
Yes, they have.
Well, you're right there.
They had another 7 last year in June. And then, those 2, I believe. And here's
they had a 7. Was that part of when they started 41-29, or was that after 41-29?
That was, right in there. They were 40-28 when they won their 7th in a row, their second 7.
And then I think they lost. the Dodgers game that they won on Friday night was coinciding with the trade. That's what I kind of remember.
Yeah.
And then the Dodgers won the last 2 games. But then Devers played the next day, I think.
Yes.
No, it was over the weekend.
Oh, here's the 6th in August?
They beat the Dodgers, and then I think they made the trade over the weekend.
They probably will.
If I want to give you the biggest, because I don't even feel good saying it, because I didn't believe it when it happened, but the biggest front-running statement I can make on this station to you all right now about the Giants is, you should have held on to Dominic Smith. Like, he can't get out right now.
But how?
I'm wondering. You're right.
Where the hell were they going to stick him?
The dude can't get out right, and he got a glove, man.
You got Rafi Devers, your top prospect as a first baseman. You have like 3 other dudes that you sort of like.
You can't second guess that one. Come on, now.
I loved him. But I don't like.
Well, I got
what the hell are you going to do with him?
It was overkill.
Yeah.
I mean, eventually you're going to have to make room for Bryce, right? I mean,
whenever, man.
I'm sure he's still tearing it up down there. I haven't checked in lately.
I think he's over his last 8. He was tearing it up. I look every night.
You do?
I look every night. I didn't look last night. I looked last night.
Can I ask you guys?
His OPS is good. It's very good.
Can I ask you guys? We were on the air, so we didn't hear any of it, but I guess Mike Vrabel talked.
Yes.
Yeah.
What can you summarize what he said?
He basically, the message was he talked to everyone close to him, the organization, the players, and family members, and he wouldn't say exactly what he said, but he talked about how he needs to be better and he's going to be a better person going forward. And they asked him a bunch of questions, and he, it's a personal and private matter. We're not going to do that. And he wanted to talk today that way when the players come in tomorrow, they don't have to get peppered with the questions.
Gotcha. Word salad, but the headliner was that he had to have some difficult conversations with his family.
Yeah.
And then,
so is that admitting guilt?
Completely. Like completely. Like it sounded very much like Kevin Durant's press conference after the burner accounts.
Man.
It's like your non-denial is an affirmation. And also in this one, Vrabel was asked about his initial response. Do you remember the initial? And I think it was a written response.
No, I don't.
When he was just like, this first came out. And he's like, this is a laughable, ridiculous accusation. So they said, do you have a response to that now?
Wow.
No. I'll keep that private.
She loses her job.
She loses her job.
Does she resurface in any type? I mean, how?
In this day and age, probably, but not at one of the big networks. Wow. There's just so many platforms now that, she probably will, but yeah, this one did not go their way.
And maybe she goes to a different sport. I don't know what her background is as far as her ability to report other sports, but that to me would make a lot more sense.
There's a dude out there that has an article that sort of sets a timeline of Rossini and Vrabel. Like she used to cover the Titans when Vrabel was there. And he's talking about how ESPN has just all of a sudden not covered this story very much.
At all.
Why not? And it sets up a pretty fascinating timeline that suggests that Rossini and Vrabel had, that's been her source since the Titans days. It's why she's been ahead of the game on
she voted for him for Coach of the Year.
And A.J. Brown, who used to be on the Titans and is rumored to be going to the Patriots, and she's been ahead of the game on all of those reports for years now. But the suggestion is that ESPN is the one who sent the cameraman to Sedona. And that's why they've just been super
that's
quiet.
A wow to me.
Why was there a...
I thought it was her husband.
Why was there a camera?
I thought it was her husband.
I don't know.
But the 4-letter syndrome, wow.
I mean, to what? Get her off of The Athletic? Their competitor, essentially?
I mean, they're getting, according to sources, I'm getting beaten to the punch.
Who, where was this story?
Huh? It's floating around on social. I don't know the guy's name, but he's like, this has been the most accurate story all along, and he keeps reposting it. And, I it's interesting.
I got to believe somebody at TMZ got fired or called in the office because they got the first crack at this, and they were probably thinking this is a nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you
like,
kind of have to assume that no matter what you do and where you go, there's cameras. Mark and I talk about it when we walk to the old building every day. It's about a mile, and we go different ways. It's a extemporaneous piece, as Mark says, based on the red lights and whatnot. But I'm probably captured on video 84 times between here and there, like building surveillance or.
Well, if you count Waymo's, this is about.
Good point.
1,084.
Good point. Yeah.
There's a couple alleyways where we're probably not on camera. That's about it.
Yeah, you just have to assume that whatever you're doing is going to be seen.
Make sure it's the right thing.
Right, and if it's not the right thing, well, make sure it's worth it. I
don't know if this is shoving the envelope at all. This is, to me, this is two adults' business and it ain't got nothing to do. Like, I get that this one, if you're talking about sourcing and journalism and all of that stuff.
But you hit me in the cardiac muscle last week when I heard you say that what I'm about to say.
What's that?
For the kids' sake on both sides.
Right.
Like, they got to go to school and all that, and seeing that. That's where my heart, like, forget them.
That's why I don't really enjoy talking about it, because it's just like two adults have made it looks like some bad decisions that like half of the adults in America make.
Yeah. You might be more.
I mean, I don't know.
I hear you.
I'm sorry, it just becomes a thing because she is a reporter covering, Vrabel.
No doubt.
So,
No doubt.
I mean, that's why. Whatever, salacious, because, they're both married and we love that stuff. But because of the journalism part of it, I think that's why it...
So it's no double standard. It's just she was journalism, he's a ball coach.
Oh no, then there's a double standard.
Yeah. There has to...
For sure.
I just can't ignore it.
For sure. I mean...
I go to the podium, but you lose the gig.
What if a male reporter... what if a male reporter... cheated with a member of the U.S. women's national team in the middle of the World Cup?
It wouldn't get this. Do you think?
No. But what I'm saying is would it be handled the same way?
Okay.
The female player's just like, oops, sorry, got a game at 3,
right.
And the male reporter is dragged and fired.
I don't know if this has...
I don't know.
No.
This probably doesn't fit the analogy at all, but remember when Caitlin Clark got to Indiana and I think his name was Jeff Doyle, asked the question of her, and it was so awkward that they took him off the beat.
Oh, wow.
Because it was like he like hearted her. It was
super creepy.
Yeah, and they took him off the beat. And there was something there about like his fawning over her at that press conference where they were like, that's too much.
Did they take him off the beat?
Yes.
Or did they take him off the job?
No, he's still working for the paper.
There you go.
As far as I know. Yeah.
So you still got your gig.
Still got your gig.
Yeah. Greg Doyle, right?
Greg, yeah.
I just was looking at it. The Google, man, it's so great.
It's incredible.
Caitlin Clark, Greg Doyle. Caitlin Clark, I'm so sorry. And then he had to, of course, come out and apologize.
We really got to get back to the old Encyclopedia Britannica.
You think?
Yeah, that's the way we used to look things up.
You had to. You had no choice.
It took 42 minutes, but we finally did. What do you want to know about Vrabel? Let's go under N. NFL. Let's see what they have.
See, when people say life is too short, I think of stuff like that. Life is actually really, really long. We used to have a set of books in our den, and we'd go look stuff up.
Wow.
Yep.
That's a million years ago.
And then came microfiche. And when the fiche came out,
what are you guys talking about?
I never understood how that thing even worked.
I mean,
you usually got to go down to the basement.
Yep, no doubt.
I took my daughter on that college trip last week, 2 weeks ago, whatever it was. We walk on the campus at Cal Poly, and we walk right by the library. I go, let's go in there. I go, we had to use the restroom anyway. And we walk in and we're looking at the library. I go, see those computers over there? That's where I used to go when email came out.
Oh, boy.
And we'd walk over to those computers and log in.
That's amazing.
And check our email like once every 2 weeks. So if you sent me an email, I'd get it in 10 to 14 days.
Right.
I go, that's where we would go. That was 30 years ago.
All righty.
Thanks, Stein.
It's that time. And you got anybody coming up today?
Mark Spears.
Oh, Oh, sweet. What time?
Spears. He's at 3:15.
Spears at 3:15?
Got a text out to Monty.
Nice. Monty Poole.
We'll see.
All right. On 95.7.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
No, I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Someone's going to have to explain this to me. Hopefully it'll be you. You're the only one here.
Okay.
But there's a lot of people listening, I'm told. And so 888-957-9570. This doesn't make any sense to me.
What
I'm
is
completely at a loss for why we sit where we sit. We have this little triangle of people, right? And it's more than just a triangle, but can I represent everybody with a triangle with three people?
Sure.
Steph Curry, you represent the players and the team. Steve Kerr, you represent the coaching staff. And Joe Lacob, you represent the ownership. I don't understand. Everybody says that they want the group to all keep going. Yet it just keeps heading down this railroad track of it's not going to happen. And it's like I don't understand why. I'm okay with it if that's the way everybody wants it to go, but you've all been saying that that's not how you want it to go. Steph Curry, I want Steve Kerr to be my coach. Steve Kerr, I'll never leave Steph. Joe Lacob, we'd like to offer him a 2-year deal. Okay, what are we doing then? Why is it going this way? Something is amiss. Somebody's not telling us something. Somebody's mad at somebody about something, but it's none of the stuff that you're telling us. And if you remember Anthony Slater, like 4 weeks ago, you and I were sitting at Splash, and that report came out where he's like, they're worried about the runner's knee thing because why? Because everything is about next year.
Right.
Remember that report? 4 or 5 weeks ago. And now this is what we're doing? Now
we might be doing this. We don't know.
Now we're grabbing a new coach to come in here and who knows what? What the hell happened?
A lot happened.
In those 4 weeks?
Well,
what?
The whole, I will never leave Steph. That's, I think, a long time ago. I don't know how long ago, the last time he said it, but.
No, that was this year.
Right. But this year went a certain way, and that way was all bad with the catastrophic injuries, the disappointing record, the Kuminga saga, so many other things that took place this year, and you wind up a 37-win team, and you lose 45, you go into the play-in, and you don't even make the playoffs. So I don't know if Steve Kerr has already decided either way, or if Joe Lacob has decided either way. I know that Steph is going to be the guy wanting him to be the coach, and you read all those other quotes from all the other players, and they're all just praising Steve, and he's like a father to me and all the rest of it. So I don't know where it would come from. My gut would be if Steve Kerr decides that he doesn't want to coach anymore, it's going to be because he doesn't want to coach anymore.
Let's just let everybody know kind of where it stands. Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, posted an article just within the last few hours. And we'll go through some of the specific quotes, but just to give you an overarching view of what it says, it sort of says, unless there is some sort of unseen, unforeseen change of heart, Steve Kerr will not be the coach of the Warriors next year. And then it goes on to very much paint a picture of Steve is leaving, not being told, not being fired, not being forced. Steve doesn't want to come back. And I'm looking at this going, well, then a lot of things that have been said over recent months don't add up. They don't make any sense. And I'll start with that one. And I feel like it's been said repeatedly and
many
recently.
Times, yeah.
I'll never leave Steph. And there you are,
leaving Steph, potentially.
Putting your arms on their shoulders on the sideline in Phoenix going, I love you guys to death. I don't know what's going to happen. Well, it's like Monty's article make it sound like whatever happens is up to you.
Right.
So why do you not know what's going to happen?
Because he probably wants to have some time to reflect on the year, get away, which is why we won't have him on this week. And you take a full week or maybe even a week and a half, whatever it's going to be, and then you have time to really think about what you want to do. Do you still want to keep doing this? If it really is his choice, if it's Steve Kerr saying yay or nay, and they want to sign him to a multi-year extension if he comes back, well, then you have to look at, 2 years or 3 years, depending on how much longer Steph will be here. And I don't know, you get to be 60 and you look at your life, it might be time to try something else,
Oh, I get all that.
Right.
That's not what everybody, including him, has been saying the whole time, including last week.
Right, but the whole time he's been saying at the end of the year, then we'll sit down and we'll figure it out.
I still love coaching. I'll never leave Steph. I love you guys to death. This is that's all. It's fine. If he wants to, it's kind of like what Steph said. Like, the most important thing to them is that Steve is happy. And if Steve doesn't want to do this anymore, then cool. Don't do this anymore. Like, life will go on. But I'm sort of stunned because, and again, I don't think this is over yet by any stretch, but I'm stunned we're in this moment because something doesn't add up. Maybe multiple things don't add up. And I'll continue to sit there, which is, if Anthony Slater said this, and this was on ESPN just a month ago on the Hoop Collective podcast.
Next season has become the season in this final Steph era, and I don't think at all they want to jeopardize that. And this is, from what I gather, an injury that they fear if you do put him back on the court and he's not quite ready, it could re-injure, re-aggravate.
Okay, so there's one premise.
Right.
Next season is the
season, right?
In the Steph era. This is the one. You gotta be ready for that one. And Steph is under contract, and Jimmy is under contract, and Draymond is under contract, and all of these things are so you're going to start it with a new coach?
You might, and after whatever happened over the past month, it was not good. Steph's runner's knee continued to be a problem, and you lost a lot of basketball games, and you wound up getting knocked out in the play-in. So the team, and maybe Joe Lacob, is frustrated to a point where he decides that now is the time for some wholesale changes, and that would start with a new coach, and maybe you move out a couple of your aging stars and you move their contracts and you start to really turn this thing over.
So you think this is coming from Joe?
I don't know. I think it's coming from Steve.
The article very much suggests that Steve is the one who needs to be convinced to come back, and that is considered very unlikely. There's even a line in there that says, and it's not money, which I really believe. I've always kind of scratched my head when people are like, well, there's a certain number they're going to have to hit. And I'm like, why would that even be a thing? Joe's not a penny pincher, number one. And Steve's made $1 gajillion, and I don't think operates that way, to where it's like, oh, I really wanted to keep coaching, but they only offered me 19 and I wanted 20. What are we talking about here? Like, that's not a viable play. The article says they could offer him 25, and that wouldn't do it. Okay, so that's what I'm after. What is this, and who's driving it? That's what I want to know.
I'm reading the piece, and Monty writes, yet Kerr last week left open the possibility, very slight, according to sources, of returning. So it seems to me that Steve Kerr is the one who is making this decision to not even, go to Joe and say, yeah, let's do a multi-year deal. If he wants to leave, and last week he left open a very slight possibility that he may return. So that tells me that this is coming from Steve Kerr.
Monty Poole, apparently on the Dubs Talk podcast, just stated that the percentage chance that Steve Kerr is the coach of the Warriors next year is, pick a number, what do you think?
Probably like 5?
15.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's not
15.
Great.
It's like Patrick Bailey getting a hit.
That's about right, huh? Batting 150.
Sorry, Grandy. Grandy didn't like that one. Maybe Susek starting tonight. I don't know yet. It's
15% chance.
15.
Okay.
And you know that I love this. That for me is from the same files of like the injured players. Like, why is he about 88%? I'm like, what does that mean? Where are you getting these numbers? Anyway, okay, 15%. I think it's coming from Steve. I can't wait for that interview.
right?
I got questions, dude.
Tons of questions.
Because I don't, again, I accept it, but I don't get it. I don't get it, and I do believe that in this moment, until further answers and explanations are provided, and I'm not saying that we're owed that, but we do get to ask the questions, I find something to either be disingenuous or information not shared. And that's okay. Like, we still don't know where Andrew Wiggins was.
Right.
It's okay. You're allowed to have your own information. Why did Bob Myers leave? You can all still debate it. We don't really know. But, so it's not owed to us, but everything that you all are saying is actively not coming true right now with no barriers. There's zero barriers to you all doing what you're saying you want to do. Steph wants you. Draymond wants you. Lakem apparently, according to reports, wants to offer you 2 years, not 1. He wants you just to be locked in. You say you love coaching and you're locked in. You say you'll never leave Steph. Okay, where's the hole in this dam?
Well, the hole is that he's 60 and he's done it for 12 straight years, and this year was probably exhausting. And he said he enjoyed it. He enjoys coaching and all the rest of it, but he's at 15% right now. It doesn't mean that come next week after some time in San Diego and putting your feet in the ocean, he may come back and say, you know what, I just needed that week.
Yeah.
I needed about 10 days to refresh, and now I'm going to get all recharged and do it for a couple more years. But yeah, if Steve Kerr is the one making the decision, I can see where, based on how this went and where they are right now as a franchise, I could see him, being burnt out.
I'm having a hard time because I'm asking myself these questions too, right? And I think we'd love to welcome you into this conversation. Mark Spears in less than an hour. Maybe he'll have some insight. 888-957-9570. What do you think's going on? What do you think's going on here? Because if I just take everyone at face value, I don't arrive at the spot on the chessboard where we've apparently arrived. I don't get there.
Yeah.
There is, if you think about this like Chutes and Ladders or whatever, all those games where you need to follow the little path on the board, there's no path that they've created that leads to where we are, but we're here.
Well, much like Chutes and Ladders, where you're cruising along and then you get on the space where you break the cookie jar and you hit the chute all the way down.
You're the one with the little one. I don't remember
We're not
this.
there yet. That's going to be the next game.
It's been a decade since I've played this game.
You be bopping along, and then the ladders are good, and then the chutes are bad. And so you hit a chute, and you go all the way back down to spot 21 or whatever. And so I don't necessarily think that this is that, but if Steve next week says, you know what, I'm going to step away, I'm not going to coach anymore, then it becomes interesting on what happens next. Not only who do they hire, but what do they do with the roster? And does Draymond get a 2-year deal? Or does Draymond rework his deal? Or does he opt in? There's a lot of things that will follow the Steve Kerr decision.
I have to guess that there are philosophical differences that we are not being told about. Philosophical differences, for sure.
I mean, between management and Steve Kerr and the players as well?
No, management.
All roads lead to Kuminga?
Well, that was one of them. You know what I mean? That was one of them. That's one thing in about, 15 different sort of things. Jonathan looked great last night.
He sure did.
Jonathan looked great last night, man, for Atlanta.
Nice little comeback win.
Nice win, and he was a part of it for sure. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Gas prices are crazy right now, sky high, but Ceremony Ford's got you covered during the Fuel Your Ford event. Get a $2,500 Visa gas card when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick. Yeah, they're helping you fill up. Happening now in Colma, Daly City, right off 280, or at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. All right, we'll dive into your calls. Coming up next, 888-957-9570. That is the number. What do you think's going on here? Plus, we got commentary from Nick Friedel, Chandler Parsons, Draymond Green, Steve Kerr, and the rest to let you hear as we have this conversation. And the Dodgers are in town. It's Willard and Dibs.
Draft coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years.
Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our spring sale, now through April 27th, means up to 50% off every product store-wide, plus 2 full years of interest-free financing. Visit floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
From Carriage House to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen. So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as Big Bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart. Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off.
That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I tell you another area where this is disingenuous. This idea of Steve Kerr holds the power, he's got the leverage, but he just doesn't want to come back. He's done coaching the Warriors. Whatever's leading to that opinion, what happened to everything for Steph? And why does that only matter in the minds of, and I guess I could just say all of us, why does that only matter in the form of teammates? That's the way we usually talk about it.
Right.
Teammates.
You can't force the guy to coach if he doesn't want to coach.
Of course not. But I don't again, now I'm going to go to the fact that you said that you still love coaching. You said that you still want this job. If I put my arms on Draymond and Steph Curry's shoulders and I say, I don't know what's going to happen, that's not suggesting, hey, I'm just not really happy doing this anymore. Like, there's nothing he's ever said or done that suggests that, right?
Right.
Okay. So if everything for Steph, if the organization has sort of committed to this, which is we want to position Steph in the best way possible, and it doesn't mean like Steph's in charge, but if we want to surround him with the best possible chances because he's our guy, we owe him that, he's still effective. We talk about that in terms of teammates and who they can acquire. Doesn't the coach matter too? I mean,
absolutely.
I just don't understand who the hell's going to, if this roster looks anything like this, I have no idea who's coaching this team next year that actually has a chance at success.
Probably not a first-time NBA coach, Todd Golden, who I think will be a good coach someday. But if you're going to have this roster with this many veterans, and you probably won't have all the same guys, but if you have Porzingis and Horford and Draymond and Jimmy and Steph, you're going to need somebody to come in with experience and a certain level of gravitas to replace Steve Kerr, and that might not be what the organization wants. So if Steve Kerr decides that he doesn't want to coach anymore, you might see a younger coach brought in, and you might see some sort of a roster overhaul, because that's where a lot of these leagues go now, like NFL, younger coaches, the NBA, younger coaches. And so if you have an older team, can you bring in like a 35-year-old head coach?
I'm not like against any characteristic. I don't know who this person is. There's so many intricate dynamics to what's going on with the Golden State Warriors right now. I got to think anybody who gets this job, their pants are going to be around their ankles on opening night. I just like Steph and Draymond.
It depends who you bring in. Like,
what?
You could bring in somebody who's a veteran. And Steiny earlier was joking around, I think, when he said Scott Skiles. Well, and, somebody like that, somebody who is, in their 50s or in their 60s. But the other piece is, if you do replace Steve Kerr, don't you want to have somebody who's really good at development? Because you're probably going to have a young team here pretty soon.
I don't know. I've never, it's like I don't even know how to assess that on a head coach. I've never looked at development as like just the head coach's job. That's an organizational job. For the most part, development with these teams is happening away from the head coach, unless that team is just god-awful. But outside of that, development, like Guy Santos developed. Where did he develop? It wasn't on the floor with the Warriors until he suddenly could come play. But there's the G League, there's the end of the bench, there's practices, there's a whole team. There's a developmental squad with these basketball teams. So
I guess it's more about the development of the team as opposed to the individual. And I'm thinking about Jordy Fernandez and the Brooklyn Nets, who he was hired in 2024, and they've had back-to-back horrific seasons, and he just got an extension because they like what he's doing to develop a young team, and they're trying to put the pieces together. So if the Warriors are going to go that direction, then you want to find a younger coach who you're going to give some time to go out there and build this thing back up.
And again, I without being against anything you're saying, where the hell does Steph Curry fit into all that?
Exactly.
At age 38 through 40.
That's why, for me,
I don't understand.
It's really a curious one, because if Steve decides to leave and you want to bring in somebody who can develop a team over a long period of time, that's not going to probably work for Draymond and Steph. So do you want to bring in like a stopgap or elevate Terry Stotts or Jerry Stackhouse? I don't know.
I mean, does the name Billy Donovan do anything for you?
Nah, not really.
He just left the Bulls job. He left it on his own accord.
Well, it's because they brought in new management, and so the writing was probably on the wall.
Maybe. They tried to keep him. The new management wanted him to stay.
North Carolina tried to get him. He was offered that job.
He said, no thanks. And then, did you see what Colin Cowherd quote tweeted on top of the breaking news?
No, I didn't see it.
Quote, this is Shams breaks. Billy Donovan's leaving. Hour later, Colin writes, told ya, he's moving to warmer and greener, bluer pastures.
Okay.
Translate.
Well, greener would be Draymond Green, and bluer would be the color of the Golden State Warriors.
Unless they wear any of their 27 alternate jerseys.
Yeah, and he should have added, hurry up and get there.
And warmer. This is warmer than Chicago.
At times, yeah. Not yesterday.
The suggestion is that Billy is leaving because he's already got another gig.
Okay, and if that gig is here, then that would be Steve Kerr go bye-bye, and Billy Donovan's the guy who you bring in.
I mean, you and I, we're always in lockstep on this. Whatever the hell's going on, it's a hell of a lot further down the road than we know.
For sure. Yeah.
So if Steve Kerr is leaving, they know. They made this meeting that's going to happen in the next week to 10 days or whatever. Maybe that meeting is about, like, can we save this? Do we want to save this? But maybe this is also just about, let's get together and let's coordinate the PR of this departure. Maybe.
We're going to find out. And, just the moment after the loss when he grabs Steph and Draymond and they have that three-way hug and the conversation, that to me was the first real, moment of like,
no question.
Oh no. I mean, he might actually be leaving.
Oh, no.
That's right.
I think that's how Steph and Draymond took it, which is wild to me. The cynic in me, that's the other thing that's like back of my neck standing up. Well, Steph and Draymond, again, last week, Draymond's on ESPN being like, laughable. Another coach coaching us next year? What are we talking about here? That person is Steve Kerr. And then he goes on all the things that he loves about Steve Kerr. And then you mean to tell me that then that game happens and Steve just walks over to them for the first time, puts his arms on their shoulders and is like, KD, I'm out. And they're like, what?
Yeah.
Nobody discussed this at all in the NBA where everything like that is orchestrated?
Right, but Steve Kerr can be private about it.
Sure.
And, as much as he reveals a lot to us, there are things, one of the things he hates the most is when there are leaks. So he probably, if he's deciding to leave, he probably has had conversations with his family, and that's it.
Yeah, but see, that's why, I mean, Steph and Draymond, wouldn't he treat them like family? That's what I mean. I don't mean tell us. I don't even mean tell Joe. But Steph and Draymond were flat-footed? That's surprising to me.
That would be surprising. And, it's also possible that Steve Kerr reached that decision recently as the year going on and, Steph is out and you're losing all these games and you're going to be in the play-in and, Willard and Dibbs are peppering you every week with questions. Maybe you get to a spot where you have the clarity and you decide, a week ago, you what, this is going to be the choice.
Oh, yeah, thanks a lot.
Thanks, Steve.
It's possible.
650, I see you. I think Cowherd meant Donovan was going to get paid greener and go back to Florida, bluer and warmer, because Golden State will be getting Todd Golden. Okay, Chandler Parsons today on FanDuel TV.
That whole talk yesterday, reports about Todd Golden from University of Florida going there.
I saw that.
1,000% not true.
He ain't going anywhere.
Put your name on it, Chandler.
Right. This is an anonymous source, or what is it? Anonymous sources. He ain't going anywhere. So enough with that.
So stop it.
Bogus.
We don't respect anonymous.
Yeah, with your,
you know that.
Your bogus reports. Sources say. Well, I say he's going back to Florida. How about that?
Chandler Parsons went to Florida. Chandler called Todd Golden yesterday and went, Coach, what are we looking at? I'm not going anywhere. And about 2 hours ago, Florida's best player, who was expected to be a first-round draft pick, said, peace to the NBA draft. Right. I'm going back to Florida. And one of the things he said in his quote was, I can't wait to stay with my guys and play for Coach Golden.
Right.
It's not Todd Golden.
It's not Todd Golden. He got an extension last May. He got a 6-year extension for $40.5 million. So Golden's making some good money. It's not quite $7 million a year, and you'd make more in the NBA unless you work for Portland. So I guess you want to stay there and you want to give it a couple more goes to try to win the Natty, especially now that you can just flat out pay guys and you can pluck guys from all over the place.
Yep, you're seeing this is now at least 2 first-round draft picks, like lockdown first-round draft picks who are like, no thanks. No thanks.
Right.
College is comfier now.
And you get to play.
Right.
You're not going to be coming off the bench and you won't get to pick your destination. If you're taking number 12 by whomever, that's who you play for now.
Ask almost any pro and they'll college is more fun, And if they're getting paid millions of dollars and they know that you can take out an insurance policy on injury and that the NBA will be there, it's a consideration now.
No doubt. What did DeBonsa get this year? $7 million from BYU, I think?
I have no idea.
I think that was the number.
A lot of dough.
And they knew it was going to be a one and done. And so that's why he went to BYU, because he got, I think, 7 M's, as Goo would say. And now you're going to go maybe number 1 overall in the draft, and you're going to get another big payday.
How old is Todd Golden? Todd Golden he's 40. He's a man.
Yep.
He's 40. He's only 40. This is the way I sort of look at that stuff. I don't know if everybody does, but to me, when you're a college coach and the pros come calling, when you go to the pros, that's the beginning of the end. That's the highest you can go. But it's also where there's the most pressure and probably more turnover. At the highest of levels, as Steve Kerr said last week, all of these jobs have an expiration date.
Right.
And a decade in an NBA job is a lifetime. So if I'm 40, do I want to go to the pros where even if things go epically, that'll take me to maybe when I'm 48, maybe 50? Or do you want to do when you're good and it's a year and a half off of a national title?
Yeah.
You have ultimate job security, and the opposite is true. Go to the NBA. You can go to the NBA
eventually,
in 5 or 7 years.
Yeah, and he got that 6-year extension for $40 million, so he's all set up for as long as he wants to be and be there. And if you come here, that's a tough job because the end is near. So even if Kerr was out and Golden came in, he's 40 years old, and you've got the last gasp of Steph and Draymond, and then what? You're looking at a rebuild, and there's no portal, and there's no NIL, and you're down there in Gainesville, and it's a pretty cushy thing, and you are the big man on campus because you won the Natty, and you got guys, whoever you want, you pretty much can have. You compete with, the other big boys, but you can just stack your squad and pile up the wins.
Gainesville. Everybody's focused on the football team. You're over here winning natties, living in small town USA. San Francisco, California comes calling with a fan base that thinks you suck if you don't win a championship every other year. And oh, by the way, upon arrival, hey, Steph's got about 18 months left. Don't screw it up.
That's right.
Let's go, team on 3.
Exactly.
Yo, I'm good. We'll get there some other time.
You're trying to get in there and do the pep talk, and Draymond looks over and says, Coach, I don't know if you knew this, but I can't get up for Orlando on a Tuesday.
Plus, I run this show.
Right.
Stand down. Your office is over there. I'll do the talk.
Seriously. Hold on a sec, Todd.
Yeah. Todd.
Seriously.
I talk.
That's right. You listen.
Here's a whistle. Put it in your mouth.
I wonder how this is going to go. Monty Poole saying 15% chance that Steve Kerr comes back, and I'm just fascinated by what that means. It's either you find an experienced guy and you just hope for the best for the next couple of years, or you completely change a lot about your team.
You ever have a teenager try to tell you a story?
Yeah, sure.
That's what this feels like to me, and that's why I'm bothered by it. It's not about whether Steve can do whatever he wants. The Warriors can do whatever they want. You know what I mean? Steph Curry's going to keep playing basketball. We're going to keep doing the show. Everything's going to be wonderful here in San Francisco, California, USA, planet Earth. Everything's like, we're good here. So this is not about that. We love talking to Steve every single week, and Steve is one of the best interviewees I have ever worked alongside in my entire career. That is a fact. But you know what? Even in retirement, I bet Steve still come on the show here and there or whatever he does. Like, I'm not worried about that. I just feel like I'm being told a story by a teenager. Like, there's too many holes here. All I want is for it to make sense. But your story about why there are empty beer cans in my recycler that you don't know anything about while I was out of town for the weekend. Somebody next door must have used it, Dad, for overflow.
That's right, yeah. You're not buying it.
This doesn't make sense. And so all I'm saying is there has got to be more going on here, and I think it's relational. It has to be Steve v. somebody front office. I don't know if it's Joe. I don't know if it's Mike. I don't think it's Mike. And could it be door number 3? You know what I mean? Could it be somebody else with the last name Lacob?
It's possible.
I don't even know what kind of power those guys have, but something does not make sense here.
Well, it will. And we may not officially know what the disconnect was if Steve Kerr leaves the job. It might be as easy as, he's just burnt out. And he talked in the Monty Poole piece about, alignment back in the start of the year. Remember all the talk about alignment? And he said he's very aligned with Joe Lacob and with Mike Dunleavy. That was at the start of this season. So maybe the alignment isn't what it used to be, because now you go through a year like this and the owner who's competitive is probably very frustrated, and the GM who gets to pick in the lottery for the first time, most likely, he's probably thinking about, getting younger and more athletic. And that's what Steve said, too, in this piece. He said, the league now is younger and faster and more athletic, and the Warriors just aren't that.
But so what's wrong with that? What does that have to do with whether or not Steve Kerr can coach it?
Because the team's not good enough. And so
what?
So maybe he doesn't want to go down with the ship.
I'll never leave Steph Curry.
Right.
That's what you said.
Sure. And Mike Dunleavy said they're not going to trade Jordan Poole.
Yeah, but,
and then they traded Jordan Poole.
But that's completely different. That's completely different. That's protecting.
Those are words that, Draymond Green was not dangled at the trade deadline. Hey, Draymond.
Right.
I was dangled.
Listen, I'm not. I understand. I'm a big boy here. I know we get lied to, but it's always in an effort to protect the asset or to protect the organization or whatever. Like, you're playing possum on that one. This is just Steve talking about himself. He doesn't need to do that. You know what I mean? If Steve wanted to go, just be like, yeah, I feel like going. I think everyone would be like, thanks, coach. He's the greatest coach in the history of the Warriors. It's not even close. It's not even an argument. There's nothing to be said here. And those of you who live your lives on social media, who hate Steve Kerr and think he's an awful coach and the game has passed him by, then you'll be happy. Great. There's not who's going to be mad if Steve goes? Who?
Who's going to be mad?
Who?
Probably Steph Curry.
Well, but you're right.
And Draymond.
All the more reason then to not go. But there's nobody that would be what is being protected by Steve feeling forced, in other words, to say something like, I'll never leave Steph Curry, or I still love coaching, or all the things that he said. And even he has said, I hope that I'll be back. Well, you don't have to hope if you're the one who if you got the baton.
But
just
things can change, and, I don't know if it changes in a heartbeat, but I'm looking at a clip from the Dan Patrick Show back in February of this year, and he was saying, I'd never leave Steph Curry. So as recently as February, he was saying that he'd never leave Steph Curry, and now he might be on the cusp of leaving Steph Curry.
As recently as February?
I'm looking at a video from the Dan Patrick Show.
How about as recently as Friday?
I mean, I don't want to walk away from Steph. I'm definitely not going and coaching somewhere else next year, in the NBA. I mean, I'm just, I would never walk away from Steph, but all this stuff has to be aligned and right. And so those are all discussions that we'll have. That's what I said from the beginning of the season. I felt great coming into this year. I thought we had a real chance, with Jimmy and Moses going down. Obviously, it took us off track, but we have to account for all of that stuff. And, this is just a phenomenal organization, and Joe is a great owner. Mike is a wonderful GM, and I'm lucky to work with them. And like I said, we'll all put our heads together next couple weeks.
That's Friday night.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I stand where I stand.
There has to be alignment, is what he said.
Well, okay, so let's talk about that.
So maybe
what
there's not alignment. That means the front office, the ownership, and the coach, they all have to have the same idea about everything. How are we going to build this roster? How do we want to run our offense? Who do we want to have around? Et cetera, et cetera. And when you have a year like that, 37-45, with a couple guys in catastrophic injuries, and you're an old team getting older, maybe the front office doesn't want to go down that road anymore, and Steve does.
Okay, so that's fair. Let's talk about that for just a sec. The idea that, we should adjust kind of the way we're doing. We need to get a little younger and longer. You think Steve is I hate youth and length?
No.
Okay. You think he could coach youth and length?
Yes,
okay.
But I don't know if you can go out and just find wings.
Of course not.
Anthony Slater with a great cut today with Steiny and Goo talking about, what do they need in the draft and in general? And he's like, they need wings.
Yes.
They have no 100%. Wings.
But that's not, Steve's not allergic to that. So if the organization was that's what we want to do, Steve would be like, well, I can't, I'm not staying here if you're bringing in somebody who hasn't turned 34. Won't do it. That's not what's happening.
No, but maybe what's happening is the franchise, the front office has a desire to trade Draymond Green.
Okay.
They didn't do it at the deadline, but maybe now with his $27 million player opt, maybe now is the time that they, want to pursue that.
That feels warmer to me.
They traded Klay Thompson, remember?
Yeah, but each of these has their own unique circumstances.
They do. And Steiny was really looking at the tunnel interaction when Draymond got ejected and he's walked right by and Dunleavy didn't even look at him. That might be reading too much into it, but the reality is that's $27 million. And if Steve wants it to be Steph, Draymond, and Steve, and the front office wants to trade Draymond Green, then Steve can. Steve might just say, "I'm out."
That feels warmer to me because, again, if Steve's point is, "I'm never going to leave Steph," well, the front office doesn't want to leave Steph either. So, okay, we're aligned there.
Yeah,
I've never heard him say, "I'll never leave Draymond."
Right.
Is that the linchpin to all this?
If he doesn't agree with a potential Draymond Green trade in the offseason, then that could be enough to send him packing.
The draft is Thursday. We're going to be broadcasting live from the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. Watch every pick. Got great prizes for you. Come spend the afternoon with us. We want to hang. Thursday, 2 to 6 at the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. Is presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin, thoughtfully designed for the way you live. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That Slater interview that you just sort of referenced, want to play some of that sound for you coming up as well. Mark Spears in 20 minutes. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs. And it's Willard for Habas. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? And then it got real. Here's how Omar Habas responded. He said, "We meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com. Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes."
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar. And we are here to... Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Today on the CW.
We are green at Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series blasts off.
Great day to go race Talladega.
On one of NASCAR's most legendary tracks.
Talladega, dude, let's go!
This is the biggest and the baddest of the super speedway tracks.
It's a race. It's a party. This is Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
From Talladega, this Saturday at noon on Cron 4, the CW.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications the top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Trades are hard. He cannot be that guy. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. And you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
It's finally true.
You got that right, Steve.
It's finally true. You never know.
I mean, could be just one more time.
Yep.
Assuming we will get one more time.
Sounds like it's probably going to be one.
Idea.
Now, I bet,
Bug him.
Yeah.
I don't care.
But Monty Poole says 15% chance Steve Kerr's the coach of the Warriors next year.
That's not great. Those are not great odds.
And Todd Golden is not going to be the coach of the Warriors, but imagine the T-shirts if he was. Can you imagine? Todd Golden,
State Warriors. Yep.
I mean,
it's too easy.
Fire those into the crowd with those big guns. That'd be fun.
The air cannons.
Yeah.
The Todd Golden State Warriors shirts.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Like Joe Lacob were in the super uber billionaire. We are in Silicon Valley, America, the age of AI and the most unbelievable technology of all time, and they still can't get air guns to shoot those things to the upper deck. I'll never understand it. Let's go, people. Come on, chop, chop. For crying out loud, fire the T-shirts to the people who really deserve them. Not the people who are in the club for the first and the second quarter, okay? Fire those things a little farther. Let's go. You can do it.
Yeah, you probably don't want to do it because then you're talking about some serious velo on that T-shirt to get it up there.
It's a T-shirt. You just get a little arc on that thing. Dude, we got cars driving through the city with no driver.
Jimmy McCormick was concussed today when a T-shirt struck him in the 300 level. I mean, someone can seriously catch one there, and you might be out.
It is true in the lower deck, too. That's actually got even less arc.
They usually,
just not looking.
Up there. That's
Ow!
right. That really hit me.
Anyway, that's forever going to tick me off. Fire those things. Come on.
They usually have somebody up in the upper deck throwing them out, like lobbing them.
Sometimes, but those are my least favorite, when they stick the people down on the floor to throw them. It's like those things aren't getting past the 8th row.
Totally.
Like, come on. Involve the people. This is what we're doing here.
Ow. Especially the people up top who don't have the fat cat money.
Right. Give them a T-shirt for crying out loud.
I would love to have a T-shirt, absolutely.
Go, Joe. Make a air gun. A really good one. Oh!
I never knew this really bothered you like that.
Oh, it bothers me. Every time. And I'm usually...
down low.
I mean, I'm usually... But not always.
Right.
I go up there. But
totally.
I'm sitting there, and I'm like, I don't need a T-shirt. I'll reach for one if they're coming. Try to get one to either my kids or a kid in the area, but... Come on, man. Fire those things up there. Get those things up there. Anyway, you loved Slates.
Yeah, he was great today.
All right, let's take a listen. It's funny because Monty Poole wrote an article that very clearly at least paints the picture that this is Steve's decision. Anthony Slater says it's not just Steve's decision.
I think important conversations will be had in the middle to later part of this week. As far as how much it is his decision, I mean, I think he's checking the box number one of do you want to be back or do you not? Like, he's like kind of the first domino within the decision. Like, he has to make the choice that he wants to, but then, it'll be collective. And when I say collective, I'm talking Steve Kerr, Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob, Kirk Lacob, discussing plenty of, topics on the future and direction of the franchise. And then it'll have to be a collective decision, not just a Steve Kerr choice.
Kirk Lacob.
Yeah. I mean, he's a Lacob.
It's an interesting little addition to the party that no one has ever brought up before as far as making decisions in the history of ever.
I'm sure he's involved in a lot more decision-making than what we think.
I'm sure he is, or his name would not have just been uttered.
Right. And, I mean, we always go back to the James Wiseman pick, and we always think about who might have made the pick and who might have liked the pick, and it could have been a variety of various Lacobs who liked the pick, not only Joe, but Kirk, and I think there's a Kent as well. So, yeah, you're the owner, so you get to have your son sit at the table if you want. And be a part of the decision-making. What's wrong? Something's up.
Well,
something's up.
Look.
And you don't know what it is.
Well, yeah, something's up and I don't know what it is, and that's fine. That just means it's Tuesday. You know what I mean? Like, that's sports. There's always a lot of things going on that we don't know. So that's fine. It's not that. I just think that the jury is still very, very much out on if anybody with the last name Lacob should be making basketball decisions. That's what I think.
Yeah.
And I won't say they can't. Obviously, they're the owners of the team, and they're very, very good owners. They put their money where their mouth is. They want it. I think that's, as a fan, all you can really hope for. But this is a well-documented topic that we're discussing right here, and many do point upstairs with regard to Wiseman and Kuminga. And it's not that I don't think Kuminga was necessarily, Wiseman was a bad pick. I don't think Kuminga was a bad pick at number 7. It just sounds like that was lack of alignment, if nothing else.
Right. Not the great fit for, what Steve Kerr tries to do offensively. And so you ended up trading him, and now he's in the playoffs, and he's, what do you have, like 20-something last night?
I think he had 19.
Yeah.
He had 19.
In 35 minutes of
he was
bench
really
action.
good. He was really good. I mean, he didn't do a whole lot there in the fourth, but the third quarter, he was electric. They were running the offense through him for about 6 minutes.
So that could be part of the alignment problem, where, if theoretically that the Lacobs liked Kuminga more than the coach, and they went and picked him, and then the coach didn't really play him as much as they would have liked, that could be a certain part of the alignment where now you're trying to go out there and find an athletic young wing, and you had one in Jonathan Kuminga, and he didn't fit with what you were trying to do. So I do think that when you look at some of the pieces of the past, you can look at this situation with Steve Kerr and think, all right, I can see where the two sides maybe haven't always been aligned in all the decisions.
Mark Spears in about 6 or 7 minutes. You brought up earlier that maybe Draymond is the linchpin to all of this. Maybe the team is done with Draymond Green. They would like to trade him, and that is lack of alignment. Here's Slate's on the Draymond situation.
Draymond Green's name was brought up at the deadline in the honest talks, and obviously if the worries go big fish hunting this offseason, especially now that Kuminga's contract at the door and you don't know what you can do with the Porzingis sign-in trade or not. Like, Draymond Green's contract is more needed if you are going to go down the Giannis, the Kawhi, salary hunting. So there is an understandable level of unease from Draymond. I do agree with you that the trade deadline, I mean, he's talked about it. It did unsettle him. The one thing I'll say, and we reported it in our story this week, and I could say going back to all my conversations with management post-deadline, they've pushed back against the idea that, they're trying to move off Draymond, or even at the deadline they were shopping him around. He is an understandable salary that they may have to move, but also that, they're voicing to me that desire to still, keep him around long term. If a decline in multi-year extend would help them financially, get other pieces in the door this summer, they're open to that. So in no ways do do I think Draymond Green's future is decided with the Warriors one way or the other. I do agree that if Steve Kerr leaves, you could see much more of a sea change organizationally, which I think would make Draymond more vulnerable. But I don't think Draymond believes that management is actively trying to push him out.
Yeah, they're not actively trying to push him out, but I'm sure it's something that they have whiteboarded.
Maybe not actively trying to keep him either.
Right, and they can't do anything until July 4th, I think, when the new league year starts, so you can't even actively try to shop him right now. I mean, we're sitting here in April, and a lot of teams are still playing, I think they call them playoff games, and so, yeah, you can't do anything anyway, but I think that they would have a good idea already what they want to do with Draymond Green, and that might affect what Steve Kerr wants to do.
I think certainly could be a part of it. And
or what they want to do vis-a-vis Steve Kerr's job. If they do have interest in trading Draymond Green and they know that Steve Kerr wouldn't like that or wouldn't want to have a team without Draymond Green, well, then you start thinking about another coach to come in.
Well, and look, there's another set of questions to ask about this too. And again, we're still at a spot where as of right now, we are free to kind of form our own opinions about this. Monty Poole writes an article that suggests this is Steve Kerr's choice. Anthony Slater says it's definitely not just Steve Kerr's choice. If it's not Steve Kerr's choice, then especially in this moment, look, when it's time, it's time. I wasn't necessarily offended when Bruce Bochy had to leave. So when it's time, it's time. But when Steph is still playing, the idea of Steve being forced or even nudged out after what he's done here, that's a little rough.
Yep.
That's a little rough. You don't see that.
And it might be, the alignment thing. And Steve Kerr, if Draymond Green is gone, Steve Kerr may want to just leave of his own volition.
The draft is Thursday. We're broadcasting live from the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. Boy, we found the right place to be. The Draft.
At Draft.
At the Draft.
The Draft at the Draft.
Watch every pick, win great prizes. Come spend the day with us. Thursday, 2 to 6 p.m. at the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. It is presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin, thoughtfully designed for the way you live. How do you translate all this? How do you feel about all this as the Warriors move forward? Your calls are welcome at 888-957-9570. But coming up next, Mark Spears of ESPN jumps on in to talk this out and give us his wisdom on all of the matters. This is Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. And let me tell you, it is tough getting into San Francisco. It's tough on city streets just trying to get onto the Bay Bridge. The game today, Dodgers at Giants, and it's at 6:45 and traffic already tough on 280 North. I'm Tiffany Whitstrom, game day traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. Fremont Bank is my bank, and I love it because it's family-owned, and it's got that family-owned feel as well. When I go into one of the branches, I feel like a part of the family because they know me, they know my accounts and my goals and all the rest of it. I made the switch over 5 years ago, and I'm so glad that I did because it's not a big box bank. It's a local bank that serves and helps local people. They started it back in 1964, and they wanted to build not only a bank, but a local ecosystem that is built on relationships that benefit many of us right here in our Bay Area communities. They have 21 branches, 20 in the Bay Area, 1 in Carmel by the Sea, and that means they contribute to 21 different communities through all their great work. And it contributes to a more vibrant and enjoyable community when you've got a bank reinvesting the money right back into those communities. You should go in and see exactly for yourself what a good local bank feels like. It's Fremont Bank, putting the community in community banking.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Looking for a fun and memorable way to celebrate Mom this Mother's Day? Join History San Jose for a Mother's Day tea the whole family can enjoy. Set inside the historic Empire Firehouse overlooking beautiful History Park. Gather together and treat Mom to a delicious spread of pastries, tea sandwiches, and refreshing teas. It's the perfect way to slow down, reconnect, and make lasting memories with the people who matter most. Vegetarian options are available. Space is limited, so reserve your seats today at historysanjose.org.
Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. Suddenly, you're dealing with insurance companies' paperwork and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's where Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Dub Nation, it's Steph Curry. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Well, I'm looking forward to this. I always look forward to this. But, boy, we got a lot going on.
Oh, yeah.
With the season now gone for the Golden State Warriors, is their coach gone as well? Straight out to the River Islands guest line to talk to our friend Mark Spears, joining us courtesy of Kendall Jackson Wines, an official wine partner of the Golden State Warriors. And the last time we spoke with Mark, he was in an undisclosed location.
That's right.
And now we know that location was Milwaukee. because he's got a brand new story on Anscape about the
Charlotte.
Were you in Charlotte?
Charlotte?
Yeah.
Well, you were covering. Is that where Doc was?
That's where Doc was. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So he had left Milwaukee and now in Charlotte, and that's where you found him. And on Anscape, you got a new article about his departure. What are the parallels potentially between Doc Rivers and what you found out there and this situation surrounding Steve Kerr?
Well, with the draft, first of all, I hope we have some of my KJ wine there, man. I need some of that Kendall Jackson wine there as well. But you guys didn't invite me, but that's a different story.
You're invited.
I think the one thing that was interesting that stood out to me about what Doc said was that before the season, this was the first time in his coaching career, which I think is 26 seasons, where he wasn't excited about going to camp. And that he had told basically management that this could be it. And we'll see. And he said it wasn't that he didn't love the game anymore. It just wasn't as fun. And when it's not as fun, he kind of knew in the back of his mind it was time to go. And certainly the Giannis drama, the injuries, the lackluster roster, like all those things played a role in it. And I wonder if Steve is in the same position. Like, is it not fun anymore? Like that hug he gave to me said goodbye. That's something, it's not like he hugs him at the end of every season, unless it's a championship, right? Like, I talked to somebody that's close to the situation. They said, I wouldn't be surprised if he stayed, but I wouldn't be surprised if he left too, which basically told me nothing.
Told you that person won't be surprised, no matter what.
Yeah, they just won't be surprised. Something's going to happen either way.
Not surprising.
But to me, I wonder if he's in the same situation as Doc, where there's just some fatigue there, and there's some ownership management stuff there that, you know, maybe it's time for him to move on. And I truly think if he's going to stay, that Steph and Draymond have to convince him to do so. But shoot, Draymond's situation ain't settled either. So the timing might just be really bad in trying to convince him to stick around.
And also the sentiment is that the Lakers would want a multi-year deal for Steve Kerr to then come back. So how much of that would be predicated on what they do with Draymond Green eventually, if Draymond indicates, you know, what he's going to do in the new year?
Well, one thing, to me, I'd make Steve like, and look, I ain't ownership, so who am I? I'm just some lowly reporter, right? I'd make Steve like the same way as LeBron James. I make it year to year, right? He deserves that. He's earned that. Let him decide every year. Let him figure it out. But, you know, if Steve's not here, respectfully to the coach at the University of Florida is doing an amazing job, I think you need to talk to Draymond and Steph about who they'd like to be coached with, and not the ownership's favorite guy who they want to go to lunch and dinner with and communicate the best with, who Steph and Draymond communicate the best with. And when I look at Steve's coaching tree, you know, there's a couple guys that come to mind. You know, one is Willie Green, right? And people are like, well, he got let go by the Pelicans. Is that a good name? But I think oftentimes a coach is better the second time around. And Willie quietly came to Chase Center for a game this season. And he also spent some time with Steve. So is it deeper than two old friends getting together? I don't know. But I do find it curious that Willie made a point after he was let go by the Pelicans to come by Chase Center for a game and to spend time with Steve. And typically that's stuff that, you know, coaches that have been let go go make the rounds. But I did think that was an interesting round. You know, Luke Walton is also in Steve's coaching tree. He's had a couple shots at it. He coached the Warriors under Steve for a couple years, and now he's with the Pistons, and they've had a great run, best record in the East. Mike Brown obviously has a job, so you could scratch him off the list. And then right now, Terry Stotts is very, you know, experienced at that position, and I'm sure Jerry Stackhouse is chomping at the bit at that position. But ultimately, are any of those guys somebody that Steph and Draymond would be comfortable coaching? To me, like, their opinion matters the most, because if you decide to go against their grain, then that also could be an invitation for them to say, you know what, it's time for me to go too.
Mark Spears, courtesy of Kendall Jackson Wines, with us all the time here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. So can we put a little checklist together then, Mark? Because I'm still trying to figure all of this out. When you add everything up, sort of where we're at, to me, doesn't really make sense. Let me start with this question. Does the Warriors front office, heart of hearts, do you think they want Steve Kerr to be the coach next year?
I would hope so.
Okay. And Steph Curry, we know wants.
I haven't talked to Mike about it, but everything I've heard is up to Steve.
Okay, that's fascinating. This is what I'm trying to figure out. If everything that you've heard, and I believe that, is that this is up to Steve, and Steve has said anytime he gets a microphone for the last 2 years, I'll never leave Steph. Why is he now leaving Steph?
Maybe fatigue. There's a weight that comes with that job. This is a franchise that is expected to have greatness, whether it has it on the roster or not. It's a brand now. You got Steph, so if you trot Steph out there, you have Draymond out there, people expect something great. There's a weight that comes with that. And I also think that Steve also truly respects the weight of the job that he has, the platform that he has. He speaks out on social justice issues. He speaks out on racism issues. He speaks out on violence, gun violence. And I've heard a little bit that maybe he's being stifled a little bit in that regard.
Huh.
I'd like to find out a little more than that, and if that's true or not.
Yeah, by who, Mark?
I'll dig deeper into that.
Mark, who would do that? Who would stifle him?
Look at the smile. For those of you not watching on YouTube, that was a big non-answer. You know who it is.
I'm just saying, I'm hearing that might be something in the background. That's
okay.
all.
Right. Like maybe somebody who, I don't know, signs his checks, if they still do that, or is in charge of his direct deposit. Yeah, I know you're not, and that's why I'm filling the void here.
Because it's something that I'm not saying that that's anything, but Steve is a strong man, and he and Greg Popovich and Stan Van Gundy, I think one thing people oftentimes that don't know, and like I got a jersey. There's a method to the madness of the story, so carry with me.
Okay.
I got a jersey on this wall that the National Museum of African American History in D.C. actually called me for today. And it's a Black Lives Matter jersey from the bubble with Kyle Korver's name on it. What's significant to me in that is that you have a white NBA player who's standing up for Black issues, right? To me, that voice speaks so loudly. Sadly, oftentimes Black people of color are often crying and speaking out and trying to fight, that it just gets lost in this. They're always complaining, but our complaints are real. There's weight to our complaints. That sometimes if our white brothers and sisters actually say something and speak out for the less fortunate, that it speaks volumes. And Steve is one of those people where his words to the less fortunate, to people of color, to gun victims, like they speak volumes. And I have heard that maybe there's some people that are tired of his voice. And if that is true, then maybe that's something that could add to Steve's fatigue as well. Because he's a great man. He's not just a great white man. He's a great man. He's a great human. And he cares about other people. So I don't think he would compromise that. So if that is true, that people want him to be a little bit more quiet, I'm sure that might not sit too well with him, But again, there's a fatigue that comes with that job. He's been there for, 11 years
12
now.
12 years, yeah.
You don't need the money. A TV job is a lot cushy. Steph, though, is certainly the guy that would, and Draymond being there, would be the reason to stick around. But if you're fatigued like Doc is, you're fatigued.
Yeah, and I'm just going through your piece right now on Anscape, and Doc may have coached his last game, and he's a little bit older than Steve, and as he was saying to you, 26 consecutive years of doing it, and so Steve's been here for 12, including all those playoff runs, so it actually adds up to be more than just 12 years worth of hoops. So could you see him stepping away and coaching somewhere else, or just maybe disappearing?
I see him stepping away if he steps away and being my coworker.
Yeah. I mean,
right.
Bring back Bob Myers, too.
Hey, Steve, welcome to NBA Today. Hey, Steve, welcome to NBA Countdown. Not that I'm on that show, but, that's something. Steve could do whatever Steve wants to do. I can see him being president of the team. I can see him sitting on the beach in San Diego and doing nothing. And I think that's what Doc's going to do for a year or two, just get away and do nothing and go watch his grandkids, which includes Steph Curry's kids, play soccer and sports and just spend time with them. And Steve has a grandchild now, right?
Yep.
So at some point, maybe just the weight of the job and the circumstances might be too much, and he can walk away.
Mark, I find what you're talking about to be so fascinating, because all the things that you're saying about Steve that we know to be true, like if there is something, and I know we're staying general and we're just kind of putting stuff out there that might be the case, but if there's something coming from the front office of the Golden State Warriors, that would
I didn't say that.
But okay, if there's something coming from, let's just use the word above. If there's something out there that is literally taxing him to the point where he would do the one thing that he has said he has no desire to ever do, which is walk away from Steph Curry. We are not talking about an insignificant thing here at all. That feels very heavy to me.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of depth to this job. You're talking about a man who took an organization to a place that Al Attles hadn't taken it to since the 70s. This franchise was absolutely laughable. They were dormant. They had a little hope. Steve took them, led them. Obviously, he had the talent to get them there, but he led them to a championship. And he's going to be in the Hall of Fame. So from a coaching standpoint, from a legend standpoint, from a care about other people standpoint and stand up on a mountain and scream for them standpoint, if Steve Kerr leaves the game, it's going to be a sad, sad day for Warriors fans, for basketball fans, for humans. It's going to be a sad day. We lost Popovich as somebody speaking out. We lost Stan Van Gundy doesn't have that platform anymore, really, and to lose Steve as a coach and as a human being, and is his prerogative to disappear if he wants to. I think it would be a very, very sad day indeed.
No doubt. Mark Spears here on 95.7 The Game. Do you get any sense that Steve Kerr is still mulling it over, or do you think he's just waiting for the right time to announce what he's going to do?
The person I text with today, they seem that he's still thinking about it.
Okay.
But that hug spoke volumes, right?
It sure did.
That audio spoke volumes. And he said if this is it. He said if. Right. He didn't say this is it. So if maybe Steph needs to leave Coachella and go to Steve's house. Just like they recruited Kevin Durant, sometimes you got to re-recruit people.
Have you spoken to Draymond since last Friday?
I played dominoes with him online, but I've not talked to him.
Okay, so.
But I do, from the Kendall Jackson dinner that we had several weeks ago.
Yeah.
Everything he said to me was that if the Warriors are fair, he'll stay. If the Warriors are fair, he wants to stay. And he said, but they have to want me to be here.
And do you think they want him to be there?
After what I saw against the Clippers, Why should they think otherwise?
Well, because there was also what we saw against the Suns.
That was a reminder masterclass. Yeah. And I do think that Draymond's going to be fiscally responsible for the team there. I don't think he's asking for the moon.
Yeah, I think he's locked up.
We might have gotten frozen there from Mark Spears. I'd like to hear a little bit more about that.
Right. He's not going to ask for the moon, but he'll probably ask for something, right?
Well, I also wonder what is his desire to still be with the Warriors if there's no Steve Kerr. Well, I hope everybody just heard that. I hope everybody just heard what Mark Spears said, because Mark Spears has been in and around the NBA for decades.
Yeah.
Okay? And this is part of why sometimes, look, we all get to come from where we come from when it comes to opinions and whatnot. But that was a very, very weighty sort of diatribe about the Steve Kerr situation. And I'm with Mark. This would be a massive loss to me for the Warriors and the NBA. And if it's in any way being forced, I'm completely against it. But go ahead, Mark. You're back with us. What were you saying there about Draymond?
Yeah, no, I just think that based on, and I asked Draymond about it at the Kendall Jackson event at Chase Center, and he's like, if the Warriors are fair, he'll do it. Can you guys?
Yeah, we got you. We got you.
No, I like.
Oh yeah, he said up there, and then he said he's not trying to break the bank, but he said they have to want me too. I can't just want to be there. He'd like to finish his career in one uniform. So I think if the Warriors are aggressive in saying that they want him back, they could work out the finances and he could finish his career here. And I think that would be great for everybody.
Mark, you're making it sound like there is an impending negotiation, and Draymond does have an option for this year that he can just pick up. Is it your understanding that there's more to it this offseason?
The way he sounded, it made me seem like he might be open-minded to opting out and redoing it, right? To get a longer deal. But nothing that suggested that he wanted to go. Everything suggested that he wanted to work it out and stay. Whether that's opting in or opting out and re-signing. There was nothing that he said to me that suggested that he was ready to take off the jersey.
What about if Steve Kerr's not here anymore? Do you think that changes it?
Steph Curry's here.
Okay. Yeah. That's fair.
But that's to the point where, and this is nothing that Steph has told me or nothing that Draymond's told me, but if Steve's going to leave, then I think you should consult with those two people on who they'd be best for the.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And I just wonder about the Draymond relationship with the front office and ownership. Is it just as strong as it's always been, in your opinion? Mark, did we lose you?
I think Mark's having a hard time hearing us again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here, guys, Leah, grab Mark and see if we can we can reconnect. What was your question to him again?
Just the relationship between Draymond and the front office and ownership. Is it still strong? Has it changed? Mark Spears back with us. 14 years, long time with one organization. Is it still rock solid between Draymond and the management?
Well, it's different people, right? I mean, the owner's still the same. The owners are still the same. It's not Bob Myers anymore, but I've never heard anything that suggested that Draymond and Dunleavy had any issues. I'm more worried about Steve than Draymond.
Interesting. Mark, thanks for powering through all of that with us again. The article on Doc Rivers on Anscape is excellent and potentially not related, but maybe there's some overlap there to what the Warriors are experiencing. So make sure you check it out. Mark, great to have you. We'll talk to you again soon, my man.
Take care, brothers.
All right, there he is. That's Mark Spears, courtesy of Kendall Jackson Wines, an official wine partner of the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, it's fascinating when you have all these great reporters and they see things a little bit differently, whether or not it's balls in Steve's court or it's a mutual decision or it's going to be up to Steve and yes or no. It's just fascinating to see what the reality is.
Mark sounds right in line with Monty Poole.
Right.
That the ball is in Steve's court. And I'm going to keep chasing this. to the best of my ability, which may not be great, but this is where my head just happens to be. And if some of you want to just look at it from a basketball sense, and if you're not high on Steve Kerr because of the last few years or Jonathan Kuminga or whatever, I totally get it. And maybe this lands with you very, very differently. But what I see is Steph Curry's career is not over yet, and the Steve Kerr that I know does not want to leave when Steph Curry's career is not over yet it sounds like everybody thinks he's about to leave, which makes me question what is going on in the front office that is making that so.
Well, and Mark just mentioned, without, saying exactly where it came from, that perhaps, and it's just something that he's not even reporting on, but maybe Steve Kerr is feeling a little censored in the things that he wants to talk about or messages he wants to impart. And, there's things that we can say whatever we want on these microphones, but if they don't like it, our bosses, we can lose our job over it. And that's kind of the way that goes.
But no one's firing Steve Kerr. Like, in other words, right. if they did re-sign him to a new 2-year deal and he came out the next day and did this massive thing on Congress and gun laws, what are they going to do? Fire him?
Probably not.
They would get canceled the bleep out.
Of course, but behind, closed doors, you can, ask him, or, you can recommend that he not be so forward-facing with those other non-basketball issues.
Recommend. Yeah, you can. Yes, you can.
I mean, they are the boss, ultimately.
They are. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. If there's even a nudging of Steve, I wonder, fans, how does that make you feel? We don't know that that's the case, but there's certainly the suggestion, I think. 888-957-9570. 4 rings, best coach in team history, one of the best coaches in NBA history. That's just data. That's not an opinion. And potentially there's a hip check or a shoulder nudge or something.
Right.
How's that land with you? 888-957-9570. It's as many of your phone calls as you want to get off here the rest of the way. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs.
Draft coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with True Fan Travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to TrueFanTravel.com. That's TrueFanTravel.com.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our spring sale, now through April 27th, means up to 50% off every product store-wide, plus 2 full years of interest-free financing. Visit floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy 1 Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
At the YMCA of Greater San Francisco, every child deserves a place to grow, belong, and thrive. Through youth and family programs, the Y is building stronger communities, one family, one future at a time. Join us for the Y for Youth Community Festival, Saturday, May 2nd at Crane Cove Park in San Francisco, near the Dog Patch YMCA. Enjoy live music, fun activities, and and something for all ages. Best of all, it's free and open to the public. Come celebrate community, connection, and the power of youth. Sign up today at ymcasf.org/thegame.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That was
my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ILoveJax.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Struggling with social isolation? Introducing Dinner with Mom. Just one meal may help increase happiness and restore your sense of belonging. Side effects may include taking home leftovers and unsolicited relationship advice. Do not attempt if you're allergic to unconditional love. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Togethering heals.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade. Dana Carvey. Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall. Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday you'll hear us and see us chatting with big name celebrities. And every Monday you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips. Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Dub Nation, this is Draymond Green. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. And you can see us live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Just search 95.7 The Game and make sure to subscribe.
I have terrible news.
Why?
Well, not why. I don't know why. I don't know why.
Why do you have to share it?
Why? Because it's relevant.
Okay.
It's a great question.
Daniel Susak is on the injured list.
No, not Susak. I mean, the sack is on the list?
Yes. The sack is down.
The sack is on the list.
Someone calls him that. No, not yet. Nobody said Vamos Ramos till we did on this show either, Lucas.
No one's saying that anymore either.
I am. I was in Washington.
Yep.
Swinging a drive, Grandy. Anyway,
sack is down.
Boy, that just fell out. That fell out of favor quickly.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, Patrick Bailey, get ready. Get ready for a week and a half of Bailey on the daily. Yeah, let's go. Dodgers are in town. Yoshinobu Yamamoto.
Yeah.
And Landon Roop is on fire. That's the matchup
Good
tonight.
matchup. Both sub 2.5.
Yep. I got a take that I'd like to get off a little bit later.
Okay.
With the Dodgers in town.
Right.
The Dodgers.
You don't seem that fired up. Like,
I'm fired up. I'm fired up.
Dodgers.
Yeah, no, I'm fired up.
Okay.
Here's how you know I was fired up. I made dinner at 11 in the morning.
You made dinner.
I made dinner.
Gotcha. That way it's all set and ready to pop in the oven.
Microwave and sit on couch, and I'm going to eat it. Yeah, exactly. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that in just a little bit. Oh, I want to say hello to Cyrus. Cyrus in Oakland. Thank you so much for listening to our show, Cyrus. 510. I love your guys' show, Mark. I think you're misquoting Steve. He said he wouldn't leave the Warriors to coach another team, not never leave Steph. That's what he said Friday night, and why he didn't want an extension at the beginning of the year. Well, let's run it through the fact check. Cyrus, thank you for texting. I'd like to hear it again. Here is what Steve Kerr said on Friday night, post-game.
I mean, I don't want to walk away from Steph. I'm definitely not going and coaching somewhere else next year, in the NBA. I mean, I'm just, I would never walk away from Steph, but all this stuff has to be aligned and right. And so those are all discussions that we'll have. That's what I said from the beginning of the season. I felt great coming into this year. I thought we had a real chance, with Jimmy and Moses going down. Obviously, it took us off track, but we have to account for all of that stuff. And, this is just a phenomenal organization, and Joe is a great owner. Mike is a wonderful GM, and I'm lucky to work with them. And like I said, we'll all put our heads together next couple weeks.
And I quote, I would never walk away from Steph.
Right.
And it's not the only time he said it.
Yeah, and he said he's not going to go out there and coach another team this next season. So, yeah, if he does decide to, quote, walk away from Steph, it probably would be for a number of different reasons. He might be giving a little nudgy nudge on his way out the door.
Yeah.
The Bochy comp is a great one because, he never said he was going to retire, but when he stepped down, it was like, okay, Boch, great run. And then next thing you know, he's in Texas.
I'm probably not going to coach anymore, at least not for the next 2 weeks.
Right. Yeah. Was it the next season, or did he sit out a year?
He had a season off.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember. I think there was a season off. Yeah. No, that would have been a PR decision.
Yeah.
He took the Rangers job like 13 days later. No, I don't. He didn't right after that. I just look. My antennas are up. That's all. My antennas are up because I don't like the idea of Steve Kerr being forced out. I think that has that's got all kinds of bad stuff written all over it. That's wrong. That's how I feel.
Yeah.
There's nothing to do with the rotations. Mark Spears even said, this whole idea of like, if Steve stays, he wants to do a 2-year deal. Mark's like, dude, let him go year to year. He's earned it. This is usually, it's what LeBron, Steph, this is what, and I know those are players, but, Pop, anybody like this, you want to go year to year, go year to year. What are you worried about?
Yeah, you've earned it. I mean, I don't know what he'd be worried about.
This whole idea that, I need to see Steve's dedication.
Right.
I'm sorry, his what? What,
the dedication and desire to keep doing it.
Have you been looking at a bunch of days where he's showing up late, calling in sick, acting like he doesn't, you know what I mean? Let's go half speed today. Have we seen any of that? My antennas are up. I just did the sound of this. Again, it doesn't make sense, and that makes me realize there's something more than meets the eye here. And if we head down the road of, this isn't like an organization, we'll only do it if it's 2-year deal. Or we don't like your little speeches anymore. Or what have you. No. No, that's not going to land well with a lot of fans, me one of them.
It won't, and it'll land well with a lot of fans, the fans who are the Kerr's a bum crowd.
Twitter and YouTube, sure.
The rotations and all the rest of it. I'm just reading Monty's piece, and Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. The last paragraph, Kerr longed for a season that ended in smiles. It's quite the romantic notion. His desire for one more year came and went without glory, and the widespread belief is he's uninterested in an encore to what he hoped would be an encore. So, I mean, this was going to be the year that, if he could have gone out kind of the way last year did, where you won a playoff series, it was an upset, and then you fell to Minnesota, but that at least was a something. That was kind of a mini run.
Do you know what's really popping into my head right now? This explains last Wednesday. That's why.
Like when he says, champions, we're champions again.
Exactly. That's why everybody's hugging on the court. That's why Steve Kerr acted like this was a championship. That's why the whole organization acted like this was such an unbelievable accomplishment. Steve Kerr thought that was going to be his last game.
Yeah, you very well could be right on this one.
And it wasn't.
Right. And then Friday,
he hadn't packed for Phoenix.
Right.
I mean, he probably had. But
yes, but, I mean, to your point, I don't even know if he would have packed for OKC. I guess he probably would have by then, or, because then they would have played Sunday against the Thunder. But, yeah, the reaction on Wednesday was really over the top, and it's because they all, and I'm sure that, Draymond and Steph are aware of the reality that he might not be back. And so you win that game, and you go crazy.
Let's take some calls. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs. We're talking out the situation surrounding Steve Kerr. Mark Spears brings a lot to light. Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, reports that it is very unlikely that Steve Kerr will return. He sort of says, barring a change in thinking. He put it at, in his opinion, 15% chance that Steve is back. Anthony Slater was on with Steiny and Guru, and he said important conversations are coming later this week, and it's not all Kerr's decision. Spears and Poole make it sound like it is Kerr's decision. Slater says there's more opinions in the room. We'll see. This is going to happen fast, whatever it is. It's Tuesday. I feel like a week from today, we're going to have some new info on this.
Yeah.
That'd be my guess.
I mean, it could be a Friday news dump that
doesn't sound like them.
If Kerr's leaving, then...
Yeah, but he'll say it with his chest.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? He had nothing to hide from.
Sure, but the organization might not want to, have that be out there. I mean, it's going to be out there if he comes back or if he leaves.
That would be cowardly. That just doesn't feel like the Warriors to me.
Yeah, you're probably right, but when you deliver bad news or unpopular news, Friday's usually a good spot to do it.
You're not wrong. Leroy in Oakland. Hey, Leroy, thanks for calling us. What's up?
Hey, what's up, Willard? What's up, Dibbs, man? I'm glad I got you guys, man, because as a Warriors fan right now, this is not good because my head is everywhere. I'm thinking about stuff I shouldn't even be thinking about. I'm like, I think it really bothers Steve Kerr when they didn't get Giannis, right? And I'll ask you guys a question. What coach wouldn't want to coach Giannis, right? And I think that was the final straw, and I think Steve Kerr he wants a new challenge. I think dare I say, Milwaukee comes calling. They don't have a coach, right? I mean, I'm all over the place. I'm like, bring in Brian Shaw then. He deserves an opportunity. Heck, I can see the number 20 jerseys in the stand now. Bring in Brian Shaw. Let him coach the team. He's an Oakland native. It's a great PR move. And, again, I think he deserves the opportunity. So, and then I'm looking at the draft, right? And I'm looking at some guys in the draft, and I see this kid. I don't know, Dibbs, Willard, if you had a chance to check out this kid from Texas, number 3. His name is Dylan Swain, number 3, small forward, 6'8", 225. I mean, this guy can go. He reminds me of Jay Will from OKC. They're projecting him around 30, but I think he's much better than that. So, guys, take a look at him. But there I am. I'm everywhere as a Warriors fan. I hate to be here, but this is where I am.
Yeah. Hey, Leroy, that's authentic. That's real. I love that. And yes, this will be, let's just say this will be the furthest that Dibs and I dip into the NBA draft that we ever have as partners, for sure.
Yeah.
This is, we're about 5 years into this almost, and we've never really had to pay that much attention to NBA draft prospects, but we will over the next few months.
Yeah, and I already have, going all the way back to December because I'm a college basketball junkie, and so you look at this year's draft class, and the majority of them are actually United States college basketball players.
Yep.
Not a lot of Euros, not a lot of foreign players in the first round, so you watch the tourney and you see all these guys and the names that you were watching, whether it's Wagler or Lundenborg or the rest of them. There are going to be a lot of college players taken this year. It's going to be fun.
Are we going to end up doing a remote in Luxembourg because you love Lundenborg so much?
I don't think that he is from there. But
I know he's not, but his name sounds like that, and that's the kind of thing that you would bring up in a meeting that would send us, out to Aaron Judge's hometown and stuff like that.
That was a very fun, different sort of a thing.
It was.
So,
it was fun.
Yeah, I'll figure out where...
It didn't work.
No, it didn't work at all. I mean, it wasn't even close to working. We couldn't even talk to people, We got absolutely blackballed by the entire town.
That's the thing that people don't know. It's not just that we went to Linden. It turns out Linden is a bank vault.
Right.
And you need a code or you ain't getting in.
Right.
That dude has that town on lock. The gas station employees were like, you're going to have to leave.
We ain't going to tell you nothing about Arson Judge. It's a small town. We watch out for each other. Hey, maybe we can call the Judge family for a comment. You ain't calling anybody, city bumpkins. City boy.
You get yourself one of them spinny hot dogs over there and you get out of here.
I got an idea for you two city boys. You shut up and leave. You shutting up and you heading west. Don't touch that coat, Linden.
Oh,
ill-fated,
anyway,
but fun.
Yeah.
Yaxel is...
Lundenborg.
Yeah, he's from Pennsylvania.
Okay.
There you go.
All right, well, I don't want to go there either.
Okay.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. It's always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings up Brian Shaw, this, that, the other, Steve Kerr. Here's what I want to say, and this is absolutely pointed at the Warrior front office right now, especially if they're nudging Steve Kerr out. Whoever you hire to be a coach for the Warriors next year, he's screwed. That's my opinion.
Well, you can never be the one to follow the legend.
Exactly.
You want to be the guy after the guy.
But you're following the legend when the show's not over yet. This is not just follow. Let me give you an example. I actually lived this one time, since we were now talking about shows. All right? This is a famous moment back in the 90s. And you all know how much I love Pearl Jam. And this was at the height of everything that was going on and all the grunge stuff in the 90s. Me and every single friend I had at that time in high school, we all went to Golden Gate Park. And this was a monstrous show. I'm talking thousands and thousands and thousands of people filling up Golden Gate Park to see Pearl Jam. Got there early in the morning, had a water bottle, fivers. I was sideways by 8:30 a.m. Okay? One of the hottest days on record in the history of San Francisco. I can tell you this, down front in the pit, it was over 100 degrees.
Ooh.
Okay? Eddie Vedder, the lead singer, is sick.
Man.
He works his way through 7 songs. You could see him throwing up. And he might have shared something along the road of like, struggling a little bit up here, but he's doing it. And they work their way through 7 songs.
Clearly, I remember puking on the boy. Anyway.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Anyway, he then, after 7 songs, he needed what we thought was a break. Well, lo and behold, who walks out? Ladies and gentlemen, it's Neil Young.
Wow.
Neil Young comes out. And we thought this was some sort of, like in the moment, you're like, ooh, Neil Young's going to come do a song. Well, Neil Young did the next hour and a half. He did Rockin' in the Free World 3 times.
Oh, he didn't do the Pearl Jam songs. He made his own stuff.
Started doing all kinds of stuff. And after a while, everybody's so hot and inebriated that you just like, I don't even know what's happening up there anymore. People are just cruising around looking for water. They're like, am I hallucinating? What happened to the show? And then at a certain point, one of the guitarists, Stone Gossard, grabs the microphone and says, look, we're going to try to come back and see you, all right? We're going to make this up to you. I promise. It's almost like Steph. If it's the last thing we do, we're going to figure this out, okay? We're going to come back and see you, but Eddie went down. Eddie couldn't get back up, and so we're going to come back and see you. Neil Young, that's the coach of the Warriors next year. Your host, dude, you're showing up to a show that's not over yet, and you have no clue what this audience is looking for. This is not the time. Steph Curry's still playing. I don't mind if the Warriors move on, and I don't mind if Steve moves on. But this needs to be in concert, or else I just think you're signing up for major disappointment. The person that can navigate this dynamic, this fan base, this team at this time, I don't think that person lives.
It's not going to ever be anybody as good as what Steve Kerr has done through all the 12 years with the 4 titles and the 2 runner-up finishes. But Mark Spears with some interesting ideas about that. Terry Stotts is a guy who's been an NBA coach a long time, and he's on the bench. Jerry Stackhouse is probably champing at the bit to get that next promotion and get the job. So you could go with one of those 2 guys in-house and have it be as smooth as possible. And then after a couple, 2-3 years, if Steph is gone, then you can go out and get your Todd Golden or whoever else you want to go and get a young guy.
It's probably what you have to do. That's what, I'm like, sure. Stotts,
you get a stopgap.
Whatever.
Stopgap, couple of years, and then, not an interim tag, but certainly not like a 5-year deal.
650, thank you. Spartan Stadium show made up for it and then some. It's true. They did. They came back. Spartan Stadium. Yeah, free tickets.
Oh, wow.
If you had a ticket to the old one, turn it in, get a free ticket, Spartan Stadium, played for 3 hours.
Was it one of those festival deals, or was it? No, it was just Pearl Jam.
Just PJ. Yep.
Golden Gate Park?
Yep. But then the next one was at Spartan Stadium.
Gotcha.
And you got a free ticket if you had the old ticket.
That's fun.
This was during that whole Ticketmaster fight, too. So the tickets were really weird. They were like as big as your arm. And you had to call weird numbers to get it. It was all weird, but I was at all of it. Yeah. So thank you, 650. That was a fun memory.
Fantastic.
But anyway, that's who's coaching the Warriors next year, Neil Young. Jonathan in Mariners Point, you're next up. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for the call.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. 3 things I promise they'll all kind of coexist. Number 1, I moved here in 2005 to work for the Warriors. I've been a season ticket holder the day I quit for 19 years. This is the first year I did not renew. And the reason is the front office. Ever since the front office has started meddling in things, we can all agree the team has not been set up the way that perhaps it should have been to maximize Steph. And it feels like that's happening again. And this misalignment from who the office drafts to then who the coach has to coach, you're giving a coach puzzle pieces, and sometimes those puzzle pieces don't fit. All of a sudden, it's the coach's fault, hence all the folks online that say Steve is a bum. This man brought 4 championships to an organization that was essentially lifeless. And to not respect him and give him the option, which I agree with you, Willard, does not feel like what's happening, is an absolute shame. It feels terrible, and I don't believe that this is an argument over $1 million, $1 billion there. Steve doesn't need the money. I can't imagine this is a financial thing, and that just feels wrong that you're doing that to the man that was able to bring 4 titles. The other component to this is the one job that would make sense for Steve if he left, and I'm being very selfish, would be the GM of University of Arizona basketball. Would be a nice little transition for him. And the last thing I wanted to discuss, it's been a year since I've called in. Unfortunately, I had to go back to work. It was great having the summer off. We've had massive changes to the power rankings and potentially some great news for Mr. Dibbs.
Okay.
If you'd like my updated power rankings, I'm happy to share them.
I would love to hear them.
Okay.
Previously, Mr. Dibbs, you came in at number 5.
Okay.
in the line on a lot of things.
Yep.
I'd like to tell you you're no longer at number 5. Number 6 is still Spadoni for reasons we won't go into with some people. Number 5, Guru's gone a little far. Gone a little too far in the homerism. Doesn't always make a lot of sense.
Wow.
On that same note, coming in at number 4, we've got Steiny. The man's gone a little too Larry David on me. He's just too negative about everything.
Okay. I'm liking this list so
Top
far.
3. Here we go.
This is great.
This is big.
Mr. Dibbs, you're in at number 3. You are in the top 3 now, sir. Congratulations. You're on the podium.
Thank you.
Spraying champagne on you.
Man,
you are
thank
up
you.
there with a medal.
It's kind of like the lottery. You moved up. You moved
That's
up
right.
to the top 3.
It's big.
Okay.
Yeah, you moved up.
I got goosebumps.
You're the big. It was moving day over the last 7 years, or last year, and congratulations.
Thank you. This is big for me.
Willard, still got you number 2 behind Chasky. It's always a close race between you two, but actually, given your Foster City roots, I think today's a great day to bump you to number 1.
Oh, my God. Wow. Out of nowhere. Just a quick. I'll just visit, Jonathan. It's fine. I'll just visit. Let Shasky keep the title. Love that man. And say hello to Mariners Point for me.
Gotcha.
All right, Jonathan. Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's big.
Yeah.
I wonder what I've been doing that's been so much better than before.
I don't know, but I can tell by the aggregate rankings that says that our show is number 1.
No doubt.
Yeah, so that's exciting. It's exciting. It's a low ranking for Guru. We'll say I think he listens. Now he's going to be the whole crossover tomorrow is going to be about this.
Shut up.
Yeah, I do not have Guru as my 5th.
No,
at all.
Me either.
No.
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
Right. All right. The draft is Thursday, and Guru will be there. So he says, but we will definitely be there.
You got to go out there and be tough.
We're hoping, fingers crossed, but Dibbs and I are contracted to be there, broadcasting live from the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. Every pick, win some great prizes. Come spend the afternoon with us. It's Thursday, 2 to 6 p.m., the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. It is presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin, thoughtfully designed for the way you live. All right, still lots to chew on there. Those of you who are on hold, stay right there. We're coming. 888-957-9570. Plus, I got to get that Giants rant out of here at some point soon. You don't really want to nickname him the Sack, do you? Are we going to try to make that a thing?
No.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure you will.
I mean, it's Susac. Le Sac is on the list.
All right. It's Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic report brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. It is a big game tonight. Giants and the Dodgers are in San Francisco. Northbound 101 jam from Cesar Chavez. Northbound 280 is also crawling from at least Mariposa as you make your way onto King. I'm Tiffany Whitstrom, Game Day Traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
All right, let's just start here. Gas prices right now, they are out of control. And every time I pull into a station, it just feels like a bad decision. That's why I got to tell you about something that Ceremony Ford is doing this month. It's called Fuel Your Ford. And when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick, you get a $2,500 Visa gas card. Yes, $2,500 for gas. And here's the thing. I've actually driven the Maverick. I own one. It's one of the best vehicles that just totally makes sense for the Bay Area. It's compact, it's easy to park, it is great on gas, but it still gives me that truck utility when I need it. So think about it. You've already got the vehicle that's saving you money at the pump, and Ceremony Ford is literally handing you $2,500 to fuel it. That's not a promotion, that's relief. Inventory is there, process is easy, and you're working with a team that actually respects your time. But this is an April-only thing, so don't sit on it. Ceremony Ford in Colma de la City or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber, connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
If you're thinking about upgrading your outdoor space, don't just think deck boards. Think the whole system. Trex from Ashby Lumber gives you decking, railing, lighting, everything designed to work together, look clean, and last. It's low maintenance, holds up in the elements, and you're not dealing with constant upkeep like wood. And the team at Ashby actually helps you plan it out, so you're not guessing on materials or design. Stop by Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord. Check out Trex in person and get your project started.
Today on the CW.
We are green at Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series blasts off.
Great day to go race at Talladega.
On one of NASCAR's most legendary tracks.
Talladega, dude, let's go!
This is the biggest and the baddest of the super speedway tracks.
It's a race. It's a party. Woo! This is Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
From Talladega, this Saturday at noon on Cron 4, the CW.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
This is your last call. The last call clearance event is on now at your Bay Area Lazy Boy. Everything must go. Closeouts, overstocks, floor samples, and more. All up to 50% off. These are the best deals of the season on the Lazy Boy favorites you love. But hurry, when it's gone, it's gone. Head to your Bay Area Lazy Boy today.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rates reserved.
In San Francisco, we're looking at upper 50s and cool and rainy today.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid. Get ready for the Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton, June 19th through July 12th. Kick off summer with food, rides, and the Big O Tires concert series with Flo Rida and Del King. For more info and a chance to win tickets courtesy of Alameda County Fair, visit 957thegame.com.
Go to the hoop, go to the rack. God damn, man. My heaven.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I got breaking news.
Yeah, okay.
I got breaking news.
Sounder worthy or just?
No, that'll. I don't want to send people that far off the mark. But so earlier today, big article on NBC Sports Bay Area dropped, courtesy of Monty Poole, and I'm paraphrasing, but it was basically barring a change in thinking Steve Kerr is probably not going to be back as the head coach of the Warriors. And then on the Dubs Talk podcast, Monty Poole said, I give it about a 15% chance that Steve Kerr is back. So, as I said on the crossover, we got a text out to Monty Poole. I can now tell you that at 5:15 today, Monty Poole.
All right.
Right here on Willard Index.
Good booking. Very good.
So we're gonna talk this out a little further with Monty, who is at the moment at the forefront of reporting on this situation. And again, the other part of the article he wrote that really stood out to everybody is it works under the premise that this is all up to Steve. And I think that's question number one, isn't it? If Steve wants to stay, or if Steph is here, why doesn't Steve want to stay?
Right. If it's up to Steve, then what are we even talking about? If Steve wants to stay. But I'm also curious what Monty thinks about the relative exhaustion that I think you and I talked about. It looked like Steve was a lot more tired toward the end of the year than usual.
At times. Oh, I mean, even at the beginning. Remember at the beginning of the year when they couldn't stop talking about like this travel and the planes and the trains and the automobiles, and we'd never seen a start to the year like this kind of a thing. And yeah, there were times where he looked exhausted. But I'm sitting here just thinking to myself, well, but it did, like, I don't know, is a 60-year-old man who has a high-profile job that sends him all over the country. Like, I'm tired.
Yeah, no doubt.
And I'm just, like, doing a show and then cooking.
And you already cooked. So.
And I already cooked.
Yeah.
I already cooked, but we're going to be, there's a Little League game tonight.
I got you.
We were kind of working on the premise that it was going to get rained out. And for the 8 millionth time in a row, the California forecast is not as bad as everyone thought it was going to be.
Right.
So
heavy rain yesterday and even parts today, but now it's looking like it's clear in the area.
Yeah. And
beautiful here right now.
And gone, by the way.
Yes, gone.
For a while.
Like gone. Like gone. Maybe for the year.
Maybe forever, yeah.
Hopefully. But we need it. It's one of the worst cliches.
You know what I've decided? I hate the rain.
Yeah?
You know how people will be like, I love the rain. You just curl up with a good book? Just like, I hate the rain. I want it, like, I have a dog. I want to walk the dog. Do you know how awful it is when you need to walk? The dog's looking at you like they're sitting right there at the door. They're like, dude, I got to go.
Right.
And you're like, it's dumping rain right now. Are we really saddling up a humongous raincoat and a towel and taking you through the neighborhood? It's just awful. I want to go out and do stuff. I hate the rain.
Try life with a 3.5-year-old in the rain. Like, where are we going to go?
I know.
So,
been there.
What we do, like one of our go-tos now is we'll go to CVS, and we're just going to go ahead and let you run wild. And let you run a little wild.
Is that why CVS looks like that? There's just stuff thrown everywhere on all the aisles.
There can be at times, but there's a lot of whatever, like the seasonal stuff. So she'll grab a couple stuffies, and we'll go into the seasonal aisle, and now you got Easter candy that's half off because Easter's over.
Should be more than half off by now.
Well, they're ramping it up for the next Mother's Day now. So you go through and look at all the Mother's Day stuff. But yeah, CVS buy you 15 or 20 minutes of toddler run around time,
which is
huge,
worthy.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's go to Eddie in Sonoma. Hi, Eddie. Thank you for calling us. What's up?
Okay. Thank you for the show.
Yeah, thank you.
I got a couple questions about this Warrior thing. Comments, basically. Season ticket holder, I'm not going to do it anymore. With Draymond Green's action out there and Kerr just standing there looking at it, it's all screwed up. This is not a playoff team. This is an old team that's lost all its skills. So gone for next year, gone, Draymond, Podensky, Seth Curry, Horford, and Post. They all have to go. I'm a season ticket holder. I see this. These guys are just acting out there. You can keep Curry or Peyton. Cryer looks pretty good. Jimmy Butler's coming back, which is a big loss last year. And then Santos, see how he does, and then trade him if he's not along. Okay, but basically, this Draymond act has got to go.
Hey, Eddie, Eddie, sorry to interrupt. Can you go through your list of get him out of here's again? Go through the full list.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Of course, Draymond Green, he's got to go.
Yep.
He's too shaky. Podensky, Podemski, he's way too selfish.
Wait a minute,
he meant Porzingis.
Podemski wouldn't even get in the game if he played for OKC. OKC or Houston or the Spurs, they wouldn't even want to see him.
Wait a minute,
So
Eddie, sorry to interrupt again. Wait a minute, what do you think of Porzimski versus Podemski? Which one do you like better?
They're different positions. They're different apples and oranges.
Yeah, they both got to go.
That's true.
One guy's younger.
Totally.
The Warriors, he played in a great system. The best thing about Kerr was he did have a good system. He's been around. He's really not a coach, to be honest with you. He came here not ever coaching a game. And, he ran a good system. They moved the ball, and if you can play with that system, you're doing great. And that's what Podemski did. But he's not that skilled.
Yeah.
He would just get slammed if he played for OKC, Houston, Boston, all these teams. That,
he played for Boston, and he won a championship with Boston.
Which one's 7'3", Porzimski or Podemski?
I'm talking about Brillo Pad. Podemski from
Brillo
Santa
Pad. Oh, yeah, Podemski. All right. Thanks, Eddie. Okay,
Eddie,
appreciate it.
Also, Quentin Post has to go, and Herford has to go as well. He doesn't want Herford and Post and Brillo Pad. And there's Porzimski and Podzimski.
Don't do this.
Podzimski and Porzimski. Eddie was in his bag. So you're going to come back with Steph and Jimmy, who's hurt. Oh, I mean, Draymond's got to go, right? Moses is hurt. You're going to have LJ Cryer is going to be starting at guard for this team.
Speaking of Cryer, oh my God. Oh, that was my favorite call that I've ever taken in my entire career.
That was pretty funny. Eddie's going to get the thing.
I really appreciate you translating for me. I didn't. I'm like, did they split him into two?
Porzimski and Podzimski.
No.
Porzimski is Kristaps Porzingis. And Podzimski. It feels like a Friday.
Oh, God.
We've lost Willard.
There's still 3 more days. Oh, wow. Woo. Okay. Man, Sonoma is fun. Wow.
Yep.
All right. Well, who better to follow that up than BPA? Let's go to hi, BPA. What are you doing?
Not much. Living the dream. Yeah, I think if we are looking at apparently Kerr gone, assuming Curry's gone, if Kerr goes, and they seem to be pursuing Todd Golden as head coach, or that's one of the rumors.
It's a rumor.
You're looking at a brain trust of Lakeup, Dunleavy, and Todd Golden. Man, you got some shades of Cohan, Rowell, and Mike Montgomery there. Like, it's a dark looking future, and the valuation of this organization is going to plummet in 12 months. And congrats. Kerr was absolutely one of the greatest head coaches in the history of the game. And what a great run, but I guess they want to do something different.
Hey, BPA.
I think season ticket holders will do the same.
BPA, don't hang up. Does this make you feel any better? From FanDuel TV, this is Chandler Parsons today, who went to Florida.
That whole talk yesterday, reports about Todd Golden from University of Florida going there.
I saw that.
1,000% not true. He ain't going anywhere.
Put your name on it, Chandler.
Right. This is an anonymous source, or this, what is it? Anonymous sources. He ain't going anywhere. So enough with that.
So stop it.
Bogus.
We don't respect anonymous.
Yeah,
you know that.
Your bogus reports. Sources say. Well, I say he's going back to Florida. How about that?
Okay. Does that make you feel better, BPA?
Sounds like every major free agent pursuit they've had over the last 3 or 4 years. So, no. Yeah, I don't see how if Curry wants to keep playing, right, he's got to go find a team with a better roster than this, in my opinion. And when people blame Kerr for Podzinski or, the state of the roster, that's not his domain. That's not his responsibility. That's Mike Dunleavy's. And, that we're going to go down with Mike Dunleavy Jr. at the helm. What a fall for Joe Lakeup. That's what I'd say. And, not looking good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways, guys, have a good day.
Thanks, BPA. You too.
I mean, none of this has actually happened yet, but
that's true too.
And the fall is inevitable. You can't go from a dynastic run to just have another dynasty. It's unheard of. It just doesn't happen in the NBA. And so they're going to have a fall. Does it mean it's going to be Dunleavy's fault if they go 4 or 5 years of struggling?
The Dunleavy thing, as you know, in my opinion, has just gotten way ahead of itself. I always think there's kind of a come to Jesus point where you do, whether it's a coach, a general manager, a player, there's going to be that moment. Rafi Devers, if this is still going on in September, that's probably we're going to have a conversation. There's a moment where you go, all right, now it's time to assess what's going on here and what we're doing. I don't believe Mike Dunleavy's there yet. I believe that this summer could very well potentially be that moment, especially with a lottery pick and some very tricky contracts and acquisitions to navigate and all of that. But the current disdain for Mike Dunleavy, for those of you who have it, I don't really get it. I don't really understand where it comes from. I don't understand people who are like, they can't make a draft pick. Like, they've never tried. Mike Dunleavy's never made a lottery pick before.
Right.
And then the picks that he does make are pretty good picks.
Right.
They're pretty valuable.
He got pods, and, you can think what you want to think about him. If you did a redraft, he goes higher than 19, and they were able to acquire TJD, who was good in spots, but that was a late second. Will Richard, same thing. And so you haven't had a big-time draft asset like you probably will this year. And also, he was able to go out and acquire Jimmy Butler in a trade, and you can say it was a mistake that they gave him that much money. I don't think it would be a mistake if he didn't get hurt. And so that's not on Mike Dunleavy, I don't believe.
And the Chris Paul thing is what people bring up a lot. And while I think there's some fairness to it, to me, that's Mike Dunleavy was given a bleep sandwich and kind of told to, cook it. I don't know what he was supposed to. He was brand new on the job, and one of his players punched one of his other players, and chemistry went sideways, and they were stuck. And so all of a sudden they've got this salary slot that's sitting there, and they can't really do much with it. And so they've got to clear it. And the league knows this. Everybody knows Draymond punched Jordan Poole. And so was it a good deal? Of course it was not a good deal. Was there a good deal to be had? No. And did a deal have to happen? Yes. That's a tough spot for a GM, especially a brand new one.
Yeah, tough, but you had to attach picks in order to make it happen. And that's just, it's unfortunate, but yeah, you were in a spot where you didn't have a lot of leverage because it was pretty clear, I think, around the league that you had to make the trade. You had to do something with Jordan Poole. So I'm not all in or all out on Dunleavy yet. This lottery pick that he's going to have, that becomes
a big one.
An interesting one because, which direction do you go? What type of player do you, like Steiny was saying earlier, like maybe you trade back and you try to pick up 2 first-round picks if possible?
You could. That seems
hard to do.
Well, I would advise against that on the surface without knowing exactly what we're talking about yet. But if the world is going to be filled with, and I think we have been, if everyone's going to get gassed up on the idea that, dude, there are 15 really elite players in this draft, and the Warriors are saddled with this narrative of you've never got anyone young and exciting on your team. Like the whole handful of years, there's never anyone young and exciting. And then you finally get someone young and exciting, and you don't play him, and you trade him for Porzingis.
Right.
If that's the narrative, and you finally, whatever pick you end up with, you got a chance to get one of these guys. Get one of the guys. Don't overthink this. Don't start messing around with analytics and all that. Like, go get a guy.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Assess the guys and get the guy.
But if you wind up at 4 in the lottery, you could trade back and maybe pick up 13 and 26.
I get. If you move up, yes. But if you're just at 11 or 12, just make the pick.
Yep. Just pick a guy, if Steve's here, hopefully Steve will decide to play him. But Will Richard, second-round pick, and he got to play this year.
Yeah, he did.
And
some.
Yeah, he played some. And
sometimes he was really good, and sometimes he disappeared.
Right. And that's going to be the case with a lot of rookies.
Yeah. I mean, that to me, that's like the draft story. I don't know any general manager who's ever been hired or fired based on second-round draft picks. Those are flyers. And if you get one to contribute at all, that's a win. If you get one who's really good, that's a moonshot. Draymond Green's a Hail Mary. But he's had one first-round draft pick. He picked him at 19. If you did the draft again today, he'd probably go at 7 or 8.
Brzezinski, Podensky.
And all of them.
Which one was which again? I can't even remember.
I think the first guy was Porzingis.
Yeah. Brzezinski, Podensky.
That's Brankin.
I think,
Podemski.
Brzezinski, Podensky.
Yeah.
Podemski is, I think, Brandon.
Porzemski and Podemski.
Brzezinski, Podensky.
Don't start.
You can add those to the collection, the montage.
They're added.
Oh, yeah.
You're so
but
funny.
one of them doesn't count because one of them's Porzingis.
Who the hell knows which one, though? I don't know.
But you got to guess. The rest of them. Thank you.
Podensky.
I go with Podemski as Brandon and Podzemski as Porzingis.
Yep.
And you got to get rid of both of them.
And Draymond Green, obviously.
For sure. Well, who doesn't think that?
Yep.
That's ridiculous.
And Quentin Post he has no contract, so he's not coming back. And GP2 Guy got an extension, but a lot of these guys are going to have to either get a contract or they're going to be gone too.
Yeah. Yeah, Peyton is very probably gone. Melton that's totally up in the air. He's opting out. Porzemski doesn't even know if he's playing next year.
Right. Al Horford, same thing. Herford.
Al Herford he's got to opt in and decide he wants to play. Unfortunately for our caller, Podemski is definitely on the team next year.
Podensky.
He's starting. Podemski's starting next year.
And he's making $5.6 million, and he probably will get an extension this offseason. And if you're not a big fan, like was it Ernie or from Sonoma?
Something.
Eddie. It was Eddie.
Eddie. Thank you. It was Eddie.
Eddie's not a fan, and you're going to be even less a fan when you see the contract that he's going to get this offseason.
I don't know. You think it's this offseason?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, you might be right.
But then again, everything is contingent on Steve Kerr because Steve Kerr likes Podemski a lot.
Yeah, but so does LeCobe. Because
Podemski.
Yeah, LeCobe called Podemski a future All-Star just a couple years ago, and he did make the All-Rookie
Trades are
team.
hard.
Yeah.
He did, but whatever coach you bring in maybe isn't as enamored with him, so that may play into whether or not you give him an extension this summer.
What are we doing?
I mean, we're waiting on Steve. Steve, did we lose you?
No, but
Podensky.
Okay. You're never going to get the answer to this question because only one person knows it, and he'll never tell. What would make Steve want to leave? Like, that's one of my questions for Monty. I'll never leave Steph, and now he wants to leave. What would make you want to leave? And I don't think it's losing. I really don't. I don't buy that. I do not buy that it was, the season was tough. Steve Kerr's been through some pretty tough things in his life, okay?
A lot of them.
I think he can handle 38 and 46 without being like, I can't come back. This is awful. I don't buy that.
Well, you also have to look at the reality, which is his 12-year tenure is only surpassed by 7 coaches ever.
Yeah.
So he's been doing it for a very long time in one spot. And you don't normally do that. And he's had a good run. So I could see him just wanting to not go out on top, but 12 years is a lot. And even though he said, I'll never leave Steph Curry. Well, if Curry wants to play 3 more years, then does Steve really want to coach 3 more years?
Well, I think that anything beyond this coming year is sort of, to me, it feels bonus-ish. You know what I mean? Steph Curry can sit there and say at the podium, I'm definitely playing multiple more years. Okay, how's the knee? I don't think beyond next year is promised. I don't even know how promised this year is.
Yeah, next year's not promised. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. There's all that's different. A player and a coach, that's different. I don't know if your ligaments and your bones are all going to hang together. The coach just needs to coach. Just sit over there and yell a little bit and pace and talk and draw things on a little board. So that, to me, those are two totally different things. And the organization has made so much about next season. I would have thought, okay, let's do that. And then, I mean, this is what we've been told all along, right? Get through these contracts, and then everything sort of gets reshuffled and rebooted.
Yeah, it comes off the books.
Right, and we'll see where we're at. And if Steph still wants to play, great, he stays, and we start figuring out who his teammates will be at that time.
Yeah.
And that, to me, makes a lot more sense in terms of we could use a new coach, or maybe we'll want a new coach, or maybe the coach will want to go. It does not make sense to me that going into the final year of his current deal, with Draymond Green having an option and Jimmy Butler returning, it does not make sense to me that it's at that time that you want to go find a new coach. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, maybe he wants to find a new career. Maybe he's the one who doesn't want to do it anymore.
That's correct, but why? Why does he?
Well, we're never going to find that out.
That's what I just said.
He's not going to come out and just say, well, I'm feeling a little bit censored, and, honestly, I've about had it with Draymond and his shenanigans.
He'd come out and say it if the reason wasn't controversial. But you and I both agree that he won't come out and say it because we both think the reason is controversial.
Well, and also he's a class act. He's not going to come out and say anything about anybody in the organization. If he decides to walk away, he'll just come out and say, I've decided to walk away, and he'll give his reasons, and he'll talk about how hard it'll be to leave Steph and Draymond and all the rest of it. But he's not going to say, hey, you guys remember Bob Myers and how many times a night Joe Lacob would call him? Yeah, a little bit of that going on.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're here for your calls. 888-957-9570 is the number. And Monty Poole, who wrote the story earlier today that suggests, barring a change in current thought, Steve Kerr will not be back as the coach next year, joins us in exactly a half hour. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Whoa, Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Whoa, like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
The NHL playoffs are here, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. Tampa Bay is trading at 13% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $673 if they take the Stanley Cup. With Kalshi, official partner of the NHL, you're trading against other people in the live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Podensky.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to Willer and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I just want to send a quick shout out. We got some calls on this, and Monty Poole's going to join us in about 25 minutes. So we're gonna stick with that. But I just a special hello and a thank you to everybody who has texted the show today to say duck the Fodgers. I just want to appreciate you. Thank you.
I'm a Giants fan.
Every time I see it, it's just like an angel gets its wings. Like there's a little warm fuzzy that runs through my heart. I appreciate you Giants fans that still want to stand up and say that. Because, I can get through this rant very, very quickly. This is the worst iteration of the Giant-Dodger rivalry that I've ever experienced in my entire life. And I even saw Shasky put up a social media post last night about whether or not this even still is a rivalry. Now, I don't judge rivalries based on whether or not there's like equal wins and losses. I grew up in the Yankees and Red Sox were a rivalry, and the Red Sox never won a damn thing, and the Yankees won every other year. So, what does Auburn do? They're still Alabama's rival.
Yeah.
And we're at a moment in time. It's a little bit of a lengthy moment in time. But what I hate about this iteration of the rivalry is kind of the way Giants fans feel and the way they act. And in some cases, the way they're sort of forced to act. The Dodgers feel so immovable that when they come to town, it's not exciting. There is no let's freaking go. Let's go beat the Dodgers. If I hear one more Giants fan go, maybe we could get one? Oh God. Is that where, and I don't need to ask. That's where we're at.
That is, yeah.
And I hate that. And look, this is still a moment in time. The negotiations for the CBA are coming, and the Dodgers are going to have to pay the piper. I'm very, very confident in that. This is not going to last forever, but I'm bummed that the Giants-Dodgers series right now feel this way, where it feels like the fifth graders come over to the kindergarten playground and say, let's play for a couple hours.
Yeah, it reminds me of Lakers and Warriors in the 80s and the 90s, where Lakers would come to town, all the Laker fans would come out of the woodwork, and the Warriors would lose by 17, and you knew it was coming, and that's just the way that went. But the Giants should be a tougher out than that Warrior team, because they won 3 titles, and you have a pretty fancy lineup of your own. You've got some guys who can actually do some things, and you're going to throw your ace on the Wednesday day game, or the Thursday day game rather, and so you should be able to compete. It's your park. Go out there and win 2 or 3.
Rockies just took 3 out of 4 from them.
Yeah.
The Rockies.
Well, you're tied with the Rockies right now.
Understood.
7 back at the Dodgers after 22 games.
Yeah, but how far out in the wild card?
Oh, boy. Here we go. The math is there.
Jung-Hoo Lee had 13 hits on the trip. I just thought I'd throw that out there. His average went up over 100 points on the road trip.
Nice. Lock it in, kid.
Yeah. So, there's that. Hang on. Wild card standings. How far out of a playoff spot are the Giants? Only 4 games out.
There you go.
We should buy at the deadline.
Damn it, Farhan.
Let's go get somebody. Wouldn't it be great if they could just take this series? Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah.
We got to face Yamamoto, then Ohtani, and then Glasnow against Webb.
It's not easy.
This team throws out that kind of a rotation, and they just have Blake Snell sitting over there on layaway. It's just crazy, man.
Is he still hurt, Snell?
He's always hurt.
Yeah.
Or he's playing video games.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. He's always on Twitch. That's where you get all the Blake Snell news. It's on Twitch when he's playing video games and he tells people stuff.
Just wait till they trade for Tarek Skubal at the trade deadline this year.
Crying out loud. I mean,
make him their long man.
If the Tigers don't pick it up and start playing good baseball, they are probably going to trade him to somebody at the deadline.
And gee, where do you think he would go?
James Tibbs to the Tigers?
Oh, I don't think they'd give up Tibbs. That dude hits a homer every 7 minutes. For those of you who don't know who James Tibbs is, he was a Giants first-round draft pick a couple years ago, and he was a piece of the Devers trade. And then the Red Sox traded him to the Dodgers. And now he homers every day in the minors. But he is firing up the prospect board.
AAA already.
9 homers in 21 games for old Tibbsy. I mean, OPS of 1,062.
Yeah.
AAA. And he's just rocketing the ball.
Spraying it. Right field, left field, center field, everywhere. The dude looks like an absolute stud. But, the Giants got Devers.
Yeah, they sure do.
That OPS up to 700 yet?
I think so.
I'm a Giants fan.
No, wait.
723.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
723?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. That was Chapman. 581.
581? That's disgusting. That's horrible.
Bailey, 362.
Dude, Devers right now is a negative WAR player.
Yeah.
He's below replacement level.
And how many more years on that deal? 6?
413.
Not 5,
Yep.
not 6, not 7.
It's tough. It's a tough one.
How many more years on the deal?
A lot of years. Years on the deal. Buster Posey making moves.
He's only one off the team lead for home runs. So that's exciting.
I mean, it's sad is what it is.
Okay. Right. Spin zone. All right. Well, hit one in the drink off of Yamamoto and all's forgiven.
For now.
Yeah, till Friday.
Exactly.
But,
He's a competitor.
Yeah, and we hit the ball for crying out loud. All right, let's go back to the phones. Okay, let's go to Bobby in Los Altos. Hi, Bobby. Thanks for calling Willie and Dibby.
Hey, thank you for the call. If it makes you feel any better, do you know who's leading the NL West? The AL West? Our friends in Sacramento. So,
that's good.
Look, first of all, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, man.
Okay. All right. So, first of all, that Sonoma call was amazing. Thank you for taking that call.
Yeah.
My favorite part is when he kept saying that he's a season ticket holder. I feel like if you're a season ticket holder, you should be able to pronounce at least 50% of the starters correctly, but I guess my expectations are too high.
They definitely were.
But, that was amazing. Oh, man. That was amazing. I just hope we can hold on to that Curry next year, and hopefully Curry will come back. But, look, this morning everything was good, and now I listen, and it's a 15% chance Steve is coming back. I don't believe it at all. I mean, if Monty Poole is correct on this, he is an insider with a capital I. I will never doubt anything he says. But I guess the saddest part is this. I really don't believe he's going to leave, but if he does, and he'll say how he needs a break, we'll all know that is not the reason, and it's going to take us 6 months, a year to get some investigative reporting from Pablo Torres to figure out what the real reason is. And I just think it'll be interesting that Myers, taps out, and now Kerr taps out. I mean, I guess it is what it is. But, I used to say everything for Steph. I think for the next couple of days, I got to say everything for Steve, because we cannot have another coach manage this fading dynasty. I, as a fan, invested for one more year to keeping the band together and seeing what they can do in 2 seasons, whatever, 27, 28 season, do what you want. But I just cannot imagine a world where Steve Kerr is not coaching Steph and Draymond next year with, Porzingis, sorry if I butchered that name.
No,
Porzingis.
it's Porzemski.
Porzemski.
It's Porzemski, Bobby. No relation to Podemski.
Yeah. And I can't wait for when the Poughkeepsie kid gets his extension, how crazy this place is going to be. But Steve Kerr, dude, if 15% is right and Bonnie Poole is right, I will never, anything he ever says, I will never doubt. I just find it impossible to believe. But I guess we'll find out in a week or so, or maybe tomorrow. Who knows how this news cycle works. Thanks for the time, guys.
Yeah, Bobby, thanks. I think it's moving fast. That's certainly my feel. I mean, the Warriors season just ended on Friday. Forget the weekend. That doesn't really count, but podcasts start coming out yesterday, and Monty Poole's article is already on the internet today, saying that, barring a change of thought, Steve Kerr's moving on.
Yeah, and so I don't know how quickly this is all going to play out, because the big thing that we're waiting for is for them to have a meeting. I don't even know. Maybe they've already had the meeting. I would assume that Steve is down in San Diego, just, kicking it and getting some time away from all of this. And at some point, he and Joe and Mike and Kirk Lacob apparently will all sit down and they'll hash it out. And it'll either be parameters on how we go forward or a thank you and how do we go apart.
Antennas all the way up.
Yep.
All the way up. Because I just, put it this way. There's kind of two ways of looking at this. And I think for the moment, you have to acknowledge both of them. One of them is the fact that Joe Lacob has established himself as a very good owner, the head of a very good ownership group. The Warriors have built their brand. They spend their money. They've won championships, all of that. But I know what all of us Warrior fans sort of think about the idea, like when he talks about light years ahead and the idea that one of these days Steph Curry won't play basketball anymore. And I think a lot of people have very fair questions about what does this franchise, this ownership group, this arena, What do all these things look like and feel like, and what are they worth when Steph Curry's not here? Okay, so that's already on people's minds. I'm sort of looping this now into that. And I just think there are breadcrumbs. We haven't gotten to the end yet, but the James Wiseman pick, a lot of people have Joe Lacob's fingerprints on it. The Jonathan Kuminga discord is what I'll say. I don't mind the pick, but the pick's got to fit with what you're all doing, and it clearly didn't. So that probably should have been Franz Wagner. But Jonathan's he's a solid player, but the whole thing never made sense as it turns out. And as we've read, Joe Lacob's fingerprints are all over that. And if now Joe Lacob or anyone named Lacob's fingerprints are all over this, which is Steph Curry's career is still going. He wants to play multiple years. He wants Steve Kerr to be the coach. Steve Kerr will, quote, never leave Steph. And then Steve Kerr wants to leave. Well, I have a really hard time not thinking that Lacob fingerprints are all over that too. And at a certain point, I just think, this is going to get assessed in a real interesting way real soon. I have questions, and beyond the idea of, hey, they'll spend money and their head is in the right place, I got that. But in terms of execution and ego, I don't trust them yet.
I mean, hard to not trust them when they won 4 titles.
Steph Curry.
Right, but also, I mean, they had Steve, they kept Steve, and Joe Lacob brought in the logo, rest in peace, who did a lot for the front office.
But that all goes to what I was already saying is the portion that I trust. I trust their effort. I trust their
business acumen, for sure.
Their desire to win. But your basketball acumen, I'm not there yet.
No, and I don't know if you ever will be there, because you're not. If you're one of the various Lacobs, you're not a basketball expert. You know a lot about basketball and you study it and you do all that, but you've got people in their jobs who I think should be allowed to do their jobs. And if it's Mike Dunleavy and you think he's a really good GM, then you let him make these decisions. You own the team, you run the money, and Mike runs the basketball.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Monty Poole, who wrote the article for NBC Sports Bay Area, is going to join us in just over 10 minutes. I find this to be the conversation that we wanted to have today, so stay right where you are. Monty Poole is going to be along shortly. His article today on NBCSportsBayArea.com certainly paints a picture that Steve Kerr is the one who needs to make a decision here. The ball is in his court, and that he is very, very much, barring a change in thinking, planning on not being the head coach of the Warriors anymore. And I'm after the question of why.
Yeah, why? And I mean, who's the reason, or what's the reason? And is this all coming on suddenly? Because it felt like throughout the year, you and I both were thinking, yeah, he's going to come back. They're going to find a way to work it out. And, Steve Kerr is coming back, and, he's not going to leave Steph. And how are they going to find a better coach than what they have? And then you go through the whole year, and the year is kind of a bummer. It's injuries and it's all the other things. And now you get to the end point, and Monty writes a piece, and it's like, yeah, not a great chance of him coming back. That becomes a stunner. And when did this change? Has it always been this way? I don't know if Monty will know, but, and Steve's been asked throughout the course of the year. We've asked him, and he always says, at the end of the year, we'll sit down and we'll take a look.
It's a fair question. Maybe this has been going on for a really long time already. Because, again, I'll keep going back to this statement. If you say you're never going to leave Steph, and you know that Steph has a contract through next year, why didn't you sign a 1-year extension at the beginning of the year? Why?
Yeah.
Why? There is something going on with that relationship that we don't know. I firmly believe that.
And I wonder what that could possibly be. And, it might be as simple as what you were just talking about with, roster construction and philosophical differences. If Steve really wanted Franz Wagner and the ownership stepped in and said, no, we're taking Kuminga, and it turns out that Wagner probably would have been a better fit for this team, and now Kuminga's out the door in Atlanta, those are things that can lead somebody to maybe not want to be a part of the organization.
No doubt. And can't you almost feel the triggering statements and comments that are coming from everybody right now? So Steve Kerr calls it a fading dynasty. To Joe Lacob, what you're saying to the world is, I mean, Warriors about to be not as good, because like all the key pieces are leaving. That probably triggers the hell out of Joe Lacob. Now, in turn, what do we get from Joe Lacob? He goes on Tim Kawakami's podcast. What do you need to hear from Steve? Well, I need to hear that you're actually in. I need to hear that you're motivated. I need to hear that you want to be here and do the nitty-gritty details. If I'm Steve Kerr, I'm like, you want to hear what? It almost, I would bet, resonates as questioning effort, which is it's the most offensive thing that you can say to an athlete. And I know Steve's not an athlete anymore, but he was, and he has that competitive drive. Questioning effort is the worst thing you can do unless the person is truly not showing effort. I've never looked at Steve Kerr or Steph Curry or anybody that's a part of this and started thinking about effort and want to and motivation. So these statements are going back and forth. And a couple people have sent this in, and I think it's a good point too. Don't forget that email. Don't forget the email that went public.
The Joe Lacob email to the fans.
The Joe Lacob email, which is confirmed from Joe, where he's like, and I'd love to, I don't have it in front of me, but a lot of dynamics, and I'm working on it. And, coaches have their preferences on players and all of these things, and it goes public. Probably lit Steve a new one.
Yep.
So
a lot of things in there. Monty Poole will join us, and we'll ask him all these questions. And some of these things I'm sure he doesn't know, but he can make a best guess as to what he thinks the situation is.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of Joe Lacob, we've talked a little bit about Slater's performance today on Steiny and Goo. Anthony Slater, ESPN, was asked, how is Joe Lacob feeling here at the end of the season?
They just paid, $67 million in luxury tax, I think it was. I mean, they're obviously one of the highest salary rosters in the league, and they won 37 games. They were 10th in the West. They didn't make the playoffs. I saw him walking out of the arena, try to chat it up with him a little bit after the Suns lost, and he was scooting out, in a pretty frustrated way, which is understandable. I mean, he wants to win. He's paying to win, but also, typically when you get him in, his more thoughtful moments, he's realistic about the hows and the whys of where, the season got to. And he understands the injury troubles that this team went through. I think he understands the age and some of the dynamics at play. So they are certainly over the next week, 2 weeks, going to figure out what the proper direction to get this thing a little bit more back on track and to where they're a more consistent, obvious playoff team. But, I don't think he's rattling the table saying everything needs to be torn down.
Okay. But walking out of the arena, and whatever. Okay, I get it. You're right after a loss. It's frustrating, but I mean, to me, there's a conversation there because I've looked at everything that's happened with the Warriors, and it has often felt almost inevitable, especially if you then loop in the things that were out of their control and unfortunate, such as injury.
Yep.
I mean, anybody who rips Steve Kerr for coaching this year cracks me up. Give me the name of the coach who can go out there with Pat Spencer and Malavi Leones, and it's like, we could beat the Thunder tonight.
Exactly.
What are you talking about? That doesn't exist.
No, and the rotations are only as good as the players that you can go out and play in your rotation and on the floor. And when you have so many of your top guys missing half the season or large chunks, you're not going to be able to establish a rotation. And I think that they had 40-something different starting lineups this year. And that's not what you're looking for when you're trying to establish consistency.
No, I mean, that's just like, and I think that's what Slate's is saying there. Like, he gets that Lacob gets it. He gets it. He goes, but that's in his calmer moments. And the other moments, they exist. And I think that we've got enough breadcrumbs on this now to understand that Joe Lacob's not the easiest to work for. Bob Myers has told us that.
Yeah.
That's not a secret.
And after 12 years, I mean, that's a long, long time. As we talked about earlier, only 7 coaches have had a longer single tenure with the same team. So if you have an exacting, demanding owner, you just turned 60, and Steph Curry may want to play 2 or 3 more years. At some point, you may have to leave Steph Curry.
Well, I mean, to me, that's a great point. And I don't know if anybody's thinking about that yet. If Joe Lacob is basically saying, I don't have an appetite anymore for this just loyalty to Steph, and that's all we're doing here. I'm not saying that he doesn't treat Steph well or treat Draymond well. Of course he does, and he gets that. But if he's just, I'm done with this whole loyalty tour with Steph Curry, well, I don't know, man. I'd kind of argue Steve Kerr is not the one you're looking to move on from. It's Steph Curry. And I don't know how you do that. I just don't know how you do that. I mean, it feels to me like Joe, potentially through all of the maneuvers that we're hearing might happen. I want to keep saying that. This hasn't happened yet. But it's as if he has slipped back into two timelines mode. I don't know what it is you want all of these guys to do. What is it you want them to do? They're not allowed to get younger. They're like, they can only stay as healthy as they can stay. You can't look at this season, in my opinion, and get all pissed off at any one individual because you were the 10 seed. Who the hell was supposed to change that?
I'm probably not the coach. I mean, I don't know if anybody could, quote, change it. And Steve might be the first one to go just because his contract is up. Draymond's got one more year. Steph has one more year, and he's looking for an extension possibly. So just the timing of it makes it so that if Steve Kerr is the first one out, after Klay Thompson, obviously, it's just because his contract has run its course.
Yeah.
Might be more to it than that, though.
There has to be.
Right. And as far as two timelines goes, there's no other timeline. It's, holding on for dear life to what Steve called a fading dynasty, which that might be another thing that Joe Lacob didn't love. The idea of Steve referring to it as a fading dynasty, I
don't think he loved it at all. But, he's not wrong. Nick Friedel joined us yesterday, and this has gotten a lot of play. He thinks that there's hesitation everywhere.
I think there's hesitation on both sides. Everybody's kind of looking around going, all right, do we want this to continue? And if you're Steve Kerr, you want to get paid, and you want Joe Lacob to say, look, I appreciate you. I appreciate what you've done. I want you to keep running this thing the way you feel comfortable with. You have helped us build the whole culture and helped us win 4 titles alongside Steph and Draymond and Klay. I think there's a lot to that there's going to be certain things that Steve's going to want to hear. And if you're Joe Lacob and you own the team, I think there's certain things that you want to hear the other way. Steve, do you really want to be here? Is this something that is going to get you out of bed every day and keep you motivated? Or are you just doing this out of loyalty to Steph and to Draymond? I think there's got to be an open communication on both sides. And only those two guys have the answer.
Here's what I'm hearing, because I'm trying to access what it is about the whole Lacob family that's kind of making me feel the way I feel right now as a Warrior fan, because they've been excellent owners, successful. They'll spend the money, the effort's there, the want to win, the drive, all of those things, and that's just check. So what is it about it that's making me feel like, ugh? And it's not just the basketball acumen thing, because we don't even really know exactly the way those things all went down. And I want to see Mike Dunleavy pull off a lottery pick. Here's what in the moment I think it is. I feel like Joe Lacob thinks everyone's replaceable. That's what I think right now.
Well, they are, and
They're
eventually
not.
they will be.
No. You're allowed to replace them. That doesn't make them replaceable.
Right. Steph Curry is not replaceable. You can't find the next Steph Curry. I mean, you can try. You can see what you can do to maybe get a free agent in here who's really, really good, but I don't think you're going to be able to replace Steph Curry.
Does he think that he can replace Steph Curry?
I don't think that he can.
This is the one who says
he doesn't think that he can replace him, but he thinks that they can go out there and snatch up whoever they want to snatch up.
But I think now, that's sort of talking about the X's and O's in the moment on the roster.
Right.
I'm talking about keeping the franchise where it is. I think he thinks that brand won't suffer. I think he thinks that, he's the guy. Light years ahead. Never in the lottery. Remember? Never in the lottery. Well, you're in the lottery.
Well, then they have been a few times.
Yeah.
Wiseman and
Right, and it's always based to it's always hung around a Steph injury every time, pretty much.
Yep.
But never in the lottery, and so it feels to me. Bob Myers goes, and he's got a press conference the next day, like, and now here we are with Steve Kerr. Yeah, we'll call my buddy Todd Golden. I don't think that feels good to people. Anybody who's working in any company, you never want to feel like the employees who have a really, really big hand in making a business go are replaceable. And it seems like he feels like his business will not suffer no matter what.
And I can totally understand why he would think that way, because he's a self-made now billionaire. He's estimated to be worth $2.3 billion. And so he had, I think, meager and humble beginnings, and he was able to make himself into something and then turn that something into this. So how could you not have that level of self-confidence when you've done so many things and you've done so many things well? You've won at virtually every stop, and now you're worth $2.3 billion. It's hard to be humble, I would imagine.
I have no idea what it feels like to be a self-made billionaire, but I don't think that that's a productive truth. Like, it's just not. That's not good. That's not good to think that Steph Curry and Steve Kerr, that you're just going to go find another one, because it's wrong. Like, look around the league. Call the Bulls owners. Ask them how hard it is to replace legendary figures. They've never been able to do it in our entire lifetimes.
Well, they had Derrick Rose and he got hurt.
Yeah, but it's not like that was a surefire championship run or whatever.
No, it wasn't, but he was a guy who was going to be a phenomenal pro, I think, throughout his career.
He was MVP.
He got really badly hurt, and then that was it. So, yeah, you can figure out how you go about the future, but you're not going to ever get somebody like Steph Curry again. Probably not. And so I think when you think about the franchise valuation and what Joe thinks that this brand will continue to be, he could be right.
Oh, he could be right on the valuation. And as a fan, of course, I could give a rip about the valuation. I want to see the people who have earned, and I believe this, some people in certain aspects, they've sort of earned the ability to write their own ending. And I don't know that we're seeing that here. But all right. River Island's guest line, Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, is here. This is the conversation we have been waiting for. Monty, thank you so much for making some time for us today.
How you doing, Mark?
Doing fantastic, man. The article really caught our eye. Obviously, it's been a huge discussion point today. So we want to kind of go through it. The tone of your article is that the ball is in Steve's court. Is that accurate? Is this Steve Kerr's decision?
Ultimately, everything that I've been told is that there will be an opportunity if he decides to accept it. But that he also, there are certain things that will determine whether he does accept it. So, there's nothing, I've heard nothing that says, that they don't want him out, that they want him out. They want him out. I haven't heard that. But for him to return, and again, I keep hearing it's a slim chance of that. For him to return, there would be certain conditions that both sides would have to agree to. And if it doesn't happen, then it's pretty certain that they will be divorcing.
Would those be contractual things? I mean, it's not like we need you here, 10 hours a day, or is it mainly just like the length of the contract that they'd have to agree to?
That's one of the things, but I also think, I've also been told, rather, that there's been some philosophical stuff about the way the team operates. And essentially, it's been pretty clear that, especially this season, but even before this season, if there have been times when the front office was frustrated. Joe Lacob, the CEO, there's been times when he was frustrated. You could tell, you knew it, and he sort of would hint at it. And so these would be things that both sides would have to be okay with. And that means Steve, it's just not so much about Steve and Mike Dunleavy. It's more about Steve and Joe and Joe's desire to get the team back on track. And obviously this year, Steve did not do a great job. He's been a great coach, but this year, you can say the roster had some issues, and it did. It did. Sure. But go back to the first 2 months of the season when the roster was relatively healthy.
they didn't play well. They were mediocre. And I think there was some disappointments that they didn't play better the first 2 months of the season. They didn't get it together until around Christmas, and then 16 games later, Jimmy Butler goes down. And everybody in the building who saw that had to know, okay, the season was already just sort of middling along, and you see that happen, and you know right then and there that, okay, this season is in deep trouble. And then 11 days later, Steph goes down, and the season's it's wrecked. You know at that point that this is not a team that can make any noise in the playoffs. And so, but I think some of the things that happened over the course of the season, one of the things, for example, I mean, you kept watching this team commit turnovers in game after game after game, and it frankly didn't look like they were well coached, or either they were just not disciplined well enough. And you kept seeing it. Now, if you recall, early in the season, Draymond Green was a turnover machine, and Steve and Draymond had a talk about that. And Draymond got better. It did. It got better. But if you look over the course of this season, there were so many games where there's giving points to the other team, and it's hard to watch. It's hard to watch. And when you see that happen consistently, it's hard to say this is a well-coached team. And so this was a tough year for Steve, and he didn't do himself any favors when the team was relatively healthy. They actually played, I won't say better, but they played hard when they were without Steph and Jimmy, but you knew that they were an inferior team. They were a lottery team without Steph and Jimmy. You know that going into the season. So there are a lot of things to rectify and for Steve to decide to come back, because all I'm hearing is that he's leaning towards to leaving. And that goes back to even last summer I started hearing that. And these are people from inside the organization and outside the organization. And so that this team was really kind of put together for a single season run. And they knew they had to have some certain things happen. Most of all, health with the vets. Jimmy lost, I think, 37 games. Steph lost 40 games. I mean, you had too many guys missing too many games, and you knew that would wreck the season, and it did. And here's why we are where we are. So I think Steve Lowe still likes to coach. I don't see him deciding that, no, I want to go coach someplace else. If he walks, I would think that he's going to take some time to decide what he wants to do. Beyond that, if he comes back, I think it's because he believes that, A, they have a chance to turn this thing around. And turning around is going to take more than a healthy Steph and maybe a healthy Draymond. It's going to require an infusion of talent, which they haven't been good at. They haven't been good at adding young talent. So there are some things that have to be done. When you look at the NBA now, the teams in the West especially, my goodness, the Warriors can't run with most of those teams.
Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. All right, a few things on that. So, actually 1,000. But,
that was a lot.
No. Like, so many questions, and I'm so glad you're here. But what is it that Steve wants? And an extension of that is this question, which is what I'm trying to get at. Steve Kerr has said so many times, I'll never walk away from Steph. And your article is suggesting he's walking away from Steph. So why? Why, and what is it that he needs in order to not do that?
Well, I think I touched on some of that. There needs to be Steve is saying the rest of the Western Conference just passed right by the Warriors. And some of it is a lot of it is personnel. We all know the Warriors had not drafted well. You look at the team when the team was without Steph and Jimmy, you were looking at the Warriors' future as of the moment and thinking, oh my God, this team is in trouble for years to come. And so they need to be better at building the roster. And I would think that would be one of the things that Steve is definitely going to be looking at, because he has minimal influence on the roster building process. And I don't know. He's already said that he doesn't want to be a general manager, so he's not asking for total control of anything. That's not a job he wants. But he also understands that this team had a chance to really kind of, I guess you can say prolong if not its dynasty, at least prolong its ability to play a highly competitive basketball at a high level. When they had those 3 draft picks in the lottery, and they didn't draft a single star. Maybe Kuminga trying to be a pretty good player, but They didn't draft anyone who can say, okay, here's the guy we're going to build around. They did not draft a building block in those 3 picks. And so that puts you behind the 8 ball because, at that point, Steph is in his early 30s playing very well, and they brought him guys that were projects. So that wasn't the way to go. And it's impossible, I think, at least, to try and course correct after that. You're scrambling to try to build a roster, and now Steph is 38 years old. And you're looking at, well, do we trade the draft picks and bring in some talent that can play right now? Or do we stick with the draft pick and try and find somebody who can play right now, give us something right now? And so there's this roster is it's obviously not a championship roster, but it's not even a deep playoff run roster unless Jimmy and Steph and Draymond are at peak health at their age, and that's hard to ask for that. It's hard to expect that. It might be even irrational to think that that's what you're going to get every single year, every single game.
It's totally irrational, and I think we kind of saw that this year, Monty, where, Jimmy's was a catastrophic one, but the runner's knee and Draymond's icing up every single possession. So I just wonder, what the timeline is, do you think, as far as this actually getting sorted out? Have they had that meeting yet, or is that still yet to come?
From my understanding, that meeting is yet to come. From yesterday was about the players, and today, from what I understand, was the staff meeting, assistant coaches, et cetera, player development guys, and that at the end of this, Steve and Mike and Joe will convene and go from there. So again, based on the things I've heard since last Friday night, I would be surprised if there is not some resolution by the end of the week. It's only Tuesday now, but if this goes into next week, I'll be a little bit surprised based on where they stand. And I think all 3 of the parties know kind of what's ahead. And it's going to be hard, I think, for them to push this thing into next week. So it's going to be tough, but there are some things that both sides have to try to agree to, at least be at peace with. And those things are about basketball and then a few other extras beyond the game itself.
Monty Poole is with us. Hey, one more on that idea of what was going on early in the season. I know a lot of people will have varying opinions on this, but the concept that even when they were at full strength, they weren't playing well, Draymond's turning the ball over too much. Is it your understanding that Joe blames Steve for that rather than, let's say, Draymond?
Well, at least some of the players, yeah. And to some degree, absolutely. Yes, it's my understanding that to some degree, Joe thinks that Steve could have done a better job of sort of reining that stuff in. And the odd part about that is that if you go back to Steve's early days as his team's coach, what did he talk about all the time? Taking care of the basketball. There were a couple of times this season where he did it, but there was pretty clearly a double standard for Draymond and Steph. The players knew it. Steph knew it. Draymond knew it. In other words, it's okay if they turn the ball over sometimes. They can have 2 or 3 turnovers a game. But the other guys can't do that. Yet other guys, even Guy Santos, who had a really good year overall, he had some 4 and 5 turnover games. Pajemski, again, he had a pretty good second half, but again, he had some 3 and 4 turnover games. And so when you give a team 25 and 30 and 35 points off turnovers, you're asking to lose. And Joe has to watch that. And he's saying, yeah, the players should have some responsibility for that, but how can the coach keep letting this happen? And to that extreme, I would think that he has a good point if that's how he feels.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you can not have that keep happening because you're trying to play fast and you've got these guys out there trying to accelerate and, make passes. And so turnovers are going to happen. I just wonder, Monty, about, how this ends. Not only does he stay or does he leave, but if he leaves, where do you think the blame, quote unquote, will fall?
Well, I think it mostly has to fall on the front office. And when you look at their history, people say, well, Steve Kerr and his staff didn't develop players. My response to that has been, and it still is, okay, what players have left the Warriors to become a star someplace else?
Great point.
What young players did they fail with They went someplace else and succeeded. Kuminga is still a work in progress, obviously. But, I mean, you look at the past few years, and I think it's been more the other way. You know, the Warriors have brought in guys who've given them something. I mean, put it this way. Gary Payton II didn't have an NBA career until he came to the Warriors. You know, he bounced around from player to from team to team, G League, D League, I mean, all over the place. And the Warriors and Steve and his staff found a way to make him an NBA player, and he was a crucial part of the championship team in 2022. And you watch him this year, and he's still doing things that help the team. And the same can be said of guys like Andrew Wiggins. When was his best basketball play? With the Warriors. Yeah, he was a good Timberwolves, but his peak was the 22 postseason. You look at Otto Porter Jr., came to the Warriors, they gambled on him. Steve and Rick Celebrini used him properly. They shepherded him through the season. They massaged him when he needed to be massaged. They gave him time off when he needed to have time off. And he helped them win a championship. Got a big contract, and he played, I think, 23 more games the rest of his career before he just said, I can't do this anymore. And so guys like Damian Lee and Juan Toscano-Anderson, guys who Steve and his staff found ways to make those guys functional, useful, and they left the Warriors, and you haven't heard from them again. So it's just, I think it's unfair to say, well, yeah, the Warriors don't know what they're doing about when they get young players. The young players who've come to them have not been the kind of young players who can turn a franchise around. There's some play in this league, yes. Yeah. Not turn a franchise around.
Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. Monty, I'm trying to figure out who it is that Joe Lacob thinks he can hire to coach the Warriors next year. Like, how does this align with quote unquote everything for Steph? What does Steph think, and how is this going to work if Steve Kerr's not here?
That is a fair question to ask, and I don't have an answer for it. I do know that, we keep hearing Todd Golden's name up there, and we know that, he's a good college coach. I would think he would be in the mix if Steve were to walk. But I think, and here's what I've been told too, there have been times in the past when the thought of dismissing Steve has crossed Joe's mind. And but what stopped? Yeah, I've heard that the thought of it, not that he's decided to, but that there were frustrations that reached the point where he thought maybe we should make a change. Maybe we should make a change. And that beyond that, one of the reasons why it hasn't happened is A, he understands what Steve has done for the franchise, and B, he'd have to go to Steph and Draymond and tell them that, we just got rid of a coach that we know you guys want to keep. And you can say, well, he did that with Mark Jackson because those guys vouched for Mark Jackson. And it took them just a few months before they said, okay, you know what, this is better. We're playing better basketball now. So there's a lot of trust and some mistrust or distrust within the franchise right now. And it goes at pretty much every level. So there's a lot to be said about this to be settled this summer. And Steve's situation is obviously the first big domino because when he stays or goes, there's going to be a lot more that has to happen over the summer to get the Warriors back in a place where you can say, okay, now they can compete with the top 4 or 5 teams in the West.
If Steve goes, what happens to Draymond?
That's a real fact. That's a tough question, too, because he wants to play with Steve. Draymond Draymond knows that he was in trade possibilities at the trade deadline. He knows that. And despite Mike Dunleavy saying that was never even discussed, we all know that. Steve knew it. Draymond knew it. Draymond's family knew it. So, again, I mentioned distrust. That's where you kind of go with something like that. If you're Draymond and you know that your name was in trade discussions because you were told that, hey, it's possible, and then to be told, oh, no, it was never possible, what are you supposed to think? If Draymond after the All-Star break or after the trade deadline, you can see he dipped a bit, and he was pretty quiet about things. And we always talk about how Draymond's always accessible to us in the media, always willing to talk about it. He went about 2 weeks where he just didn't want to say much. And I think it's not a big leap to think that, okay, he was probably wondering what is going on with my future here. And he came back in and, he was Draymond again on the last month or so of the season. But there's a lot of things that this franchise has to fix before they can say, okay, now we can get ready to roll again. And it's not just Steve Kerr and his contract.
If Steve Kerr does leave, does that open up any possibility of Steph Curry wanting to play somewhere else? Or is his desire to finish his career here stronger than any coach that they have?
No, I think that could have some impact based on other decisions they make. I don't think Steph is like, if Steve goes, I'm out. I don't think that's it at all. But I do think if Steve goes, Steph is going to be very curious to see what the next moves are. And if he doesn't think those next moves will put him in position to be to play, as he calls it, meaningful games deep into April and May, then I would say anything is possible. I don't think he wants to stick around for a team that's going to win 35, 40 games, and like they did this year.
Monty, we're going to, I could sit here and talk to you. Like, we're going to let you go have your evening, but I guess I'll leave you with this. I'll just tell you, I read the whole article, and I've obviously listened to every word that you've just said right now. This feels like we're on the verge of something that is wildly arrogant on the part of Joe Lacob. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that's, I don't know, I wouldn't use the word arrogant.
Okay, what would you use?
It could be presumptuous in thinking that, okay, he's got a guy who's going to make this team better. I think it's got to start with the roster itself. And I'm not sure that, I think they need to understand that in the front office. This roster is not built to win at a high level in this NBA, no matter who coaches it.
That's fair, but what you said a couple of minutes ago, that the four-time champion coach, that it's crossed Joe's mind at times in the last few years to dismiss him.
I've been told that by people close to, well, I'll just say people who are in the Warriors' inner circle.
I mean, Monty, that's a wow.
I don't think that's not surprising. I don't think. I think we all know that there's been times when Joe was like, we can't keep doing this, and you've heard. Look how much he put behind Kuminga. And I got to go by. I got another interview at 5:45, 5:40 rather. But between the time that he spent with the times that he was supporting of Kuminga, and he kind of took a sideswipe at Steve, and he said, "Hey, we got to do a better job of developing players like who can help us, like Kuminga." Joe was really all in on Wiseman. When Wiseman played in Santa Cruz, Joe went down there to watch him. So there's just got to be some reckoning with this team's front office. You know what? Let's look at ourselves and say, have we done our best job to build a roster that can compete at a high level? And the answer to that is pretty much a resounding no right now.
Right. Although that's not Steve's job. That's theirs. So, yeah, Monty, you're the best, man. Thank you so much.
All right, fellas.
Okay, Monty Poole right here on Willard and Div.
Strong. Always strong.
Wow.
I mean, it makes sense.
It does?
I don't think it's a smart move, but we know that Joe Lacob is competitive, and if things are frustrating you, then you have that thought of what, might be time to get a new head coach in there.
But do you hear what Monty's saying? What's the number one problem with the Warriors over the last 6 or 7 years? What's the number one thing?
It's the roster.
Okay, whose fault is that?
Steve Kerr.
No, it's not. So you're firing Steve Kerr for everything that you screwed up?
Well, he's not firing him. He just would not retain him. But
I mean,
I know what you're saying.
But he has considered firing him.
Right.
And now he's being blamed for Draymond's turnovers. And Monty Poole makes, I think, a brilliant point, which is look around the league and tell us the Warrior who went on somewhere else and is awesome.
Yeah. There isn't one.
And then, but the list of people who had their best games here is pretty long. That's not Joe. Steve gets credit for that.
Right, and the coaching staff, you're right.
And the staff.
And I think...
But the picks, not Steve.
Right, and the roster, not Steve. But if Steve is looking at the roster, yeah, you have Steph, and I'll never leave Steph Curry, but the roster right now is kind of in some shambles, so to speak, I
have a hard time with that part. Like, I'll never leave Steph. Unless the rest of the roster sucks, then I'm out.
Well, unless you get to a point where, the frustrations that have gone on have gotten to a point where you just don't want to do it anymore.
I feel like we got to the bottom of something.
Somewhat, yeah.
Joe v. Steve.
And Monty would be surprised if it dragged on past Friday. Stay tuned.
And this is going to be hard to navigate for the Warriors. This is going to be real hard to navigate for the Warriors.
It just feels more and more like he's going to be gone.
Yeah, it does. It does. And Joe Lacob seems to believe that he can go find somebody else to coach Pat Spencer into the 6th seed. Okie dokes, bud.
Well,
let's see it. Knock yourself out. Let's see it. I'm here for it.
Well, the other piece is,
let's see it.
Draymond, if this happens and Steve leaves, Draymond may decide to just pick up his player option and, dare them to trade him, or he can decline his player option and go as a free agent and play somewhere else.
If this leads to Steve leaves and Steph wears another uniform,
dude, I'm telling you.
Hey, Raymond Ritter, have a great time with that PR campaign. Knock yourselves out.
That's why I asked it, and I was waiting for Monty to say, no, Steph wants to finish his career here regardless, but...
Didn't say that.
No, he sure didn't.
Okay, Drafts Thursday. We broadcasting live from the Draft Sports Pub in Pleasanton. Watch every pick, win some great prizes. Come spend the afternoon with us. That is Thursday from 2 to 6, Draft Sports Pub Pleasanton, presented by Ashby Lumber and Marvin, thoughtfully designed for the way you live. All right, more to say on that. Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. If you are headed to Dodgers versus Giants today at Oracle Park, 280 North is packed from Mariposa, and northbound 101 backed up from almost 280 as you make your way into San Francisco. Yes, the metering lights are on. It's tough with traffic. I'm Tiffany Whitstrom.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Draft coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented nationally by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ILoveJax.com.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America and a member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Join the YMCA of Greater San Francisco for the Y for Youth Community Festival, Saturday, May 2nd at Crane Cove Park. Enjoy live music, family-friendly activities, and fun for all ages. Best of all, it's free and open to the public. Sign up today at ymcasf.org/thegame.
Selling your house the traditional way? Listings, showings, endless waiting? Yeah, no thanks. At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we keep it simple. You call us, we give you a fair cash offer. You choose when to close and get paid. It's really that easy. Call 510-800-JOHN or visit johnbuysbayareahouses.com.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in the Bay Area without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in the Bay Area for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. The Bay Area is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop this week right here in the Bay Area and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
It's Deck Days at Lowe's, and the savings are stacked. Right now, pros get 15% off all in-stock composite decking from top brands like Trex, TimberTech, and Decorators. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. The deck's stacked in your favor with brands pros trust. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
The problem with radio is we can't show you our new box packed with a KFC snacker, 5 nuggets, fries, and a drink for just $7. So you'll just have to trust us when we say the crispy golden fried breading will make your mouth water. You'll have to trust us when we say this is a ridiculous amount of chicken for such a small price. And you'll have to really trust us when we insist that, yes, it really is only $7. $7 box feast from KFC. Trust us. It's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation may vary. Tax, tips, and fees extra.
There have been times in the past when the thought of dismissing Steve has crossed Joe's mind. Yeah, I've heard that the thought of it, not that he's decided to, but that there were frustrations that reached the point where he thought maybe we should make a change. Maybe we should make a change. And that beyond that, one of the reasons why it hasn't happened is A, he understands what Steve has done for the franchise, and B, he'd have to go to Steph and Draymond and tell them that, we just got rid of a coach that we know you guys want to keep.
Dub Nation, it's Stephen Curry. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Damn, Monty Poole brought that boom.
Yeah, right there.
Wow.
The boom bots.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, there's that.
I'm just, okay. This is kind of what crossed my mind in listening to that. Willard and Dibs, glad you're with us. And I get the feeling that conversation is going to be a part of tomorrow on this station as well.
I would imagine, yeah. And just the very idea of if they want Steve Kerr to be here and Steve Kerr's no longer here, then what, Draymond and Steph, are they going to be in on who gets to be the next coach, or you end up losing both of them?
Well, you know what I hear when I listen to Monty, and I think it puts some things in perspective, and I wonder if a lot of fans out there, I wonder if you sort of acknowledge this. So you'll look at the Warriors, and how often do we hear throughout the year, this roster?
Yeah.
And then the next sentence usually is like, freaking Kerr. Well, did you hear what's really going on inside the Warrior hallways? Steve Curry is as mad about the roster as you are.
Right. How could he not be?
So, if you allow the roster to be represented by Joe Lacob.
And Mike Dunleavy, but yeah.
Yes, but the roster has been, Mike Dunleavy didn't select James Wiseman. Mike Dunleavy didn't select Jonathan Kuminga. So if this is a 6 to 7 year conversation and Joe Lacob is representative of the roster and Steve Kerr is representative of how the roster plays, all right, whose side are you on? And make no mistake,
there are sides.
There are sides.
Yes.
If we've gotten anything today, Mark Spears, Monty Poole, two incredible gentlemen who have been around this league longer than many of our listeners have been alive. Make no mistake, there are sides. And?
You'd have to be on Kerr's side, I think. I mean, if the way you laid that out, yes, it's Steve. And whether or not he should be able to control Draymond and Steph's turnovers, fine. That's a coaching thing. And, they won 4 titles when he was having them play the exact same way. So if you're Steve Kerr and you've been doing this now for 12 years and for the last 6 or 7, it's been a roster of lottery pick miss, lottery pick not the player that I really, think would fit our style. And then the end of the lottery, he's a good player at 14, Moses Moody. But other than that, your roster's been second-round picks and old guys.
Right. Like some of this is inevitable. Like I'll give everybody this kind of grace. When the Warriors win as much as they do, they've had very, very few influential opportunities in the draft. However, also true, when they have, they've screwed it up. So, no wonder Steve is so pissed.
You could see it.
Think about what's being said to him. So this guy goes out there, and it's Wiseman. Well, he can't play. That's a non-player. And then the next time you get an influential pick, the whole scouting department goes, dude, this Franz Wagner guy would be perfect for Steve Kerr's system.
Kuminga.
Lacob goes Kuminga. That turns into a 5-year migraine headache, blame whoever you want to blame, but that turns into a mismatched headache. So these are the draft picks I gave you, and we're also hampered by finances, championships, and big-time star players. I get that part. I'll give some grace there. But these are the picks that I gave you. This is the roster I'm going to give you. And now I'm going to get mad at you when it doesn't play well. 4 times, actually 6 times, half the years you ended up in the NBA Finals. But I'm going to consider dismissing you because this very flawed roster that I'm giving you, Steve, it's turning the ball over too much.
It plays like a flawed roster. And you have,
wow,
especially when you lose Jimmy Butler. And I do think that if he didn't get hurt, you probably were, you'd still be a play-in team. But I think you could have made it out of the play-in tournament if you still had Jimmy Butler. But you just go down the list and you've got a bunch of undrafted or second-round picks, and this thing is just kind of thrown together. And you do kind of have to double down on the Steph window, at least you have so far.
Of course.
Which, Horford and now Porzingis, and you got Draymond here as well. I just think that when you look at this offseason, the first shoe to drop will be the Steve Kerr decision. And after that, if he's gone, you better batten down the hatches because a lot of different stuff can happen.
I think I get it.
Yeah?
I think I get it. And I am going to qualify it by saying this because I'm not an insider. Monty Poole and Mark Spears are insiders. Anthony Slater's an insider. Based on what I'm hearing and what I'm being told and what I'm reading from these insiders, Joe Lacob is being unreasonable. This is an unreasonable ask. You cannot look at that roster and get mad that Steve Kerr's not getting more wins out of it. That's absurd. There is no coach in America who could take this roster into the playoffs. And he got you, in fact, to the damn doorstep of it anyway.
Right.
And I can't wait. I can't wait to see who you hire to coach the team next year. And are you going to be sitting there in the first row thinking that person's going to give you a 3 seed with Steph at age 39?
And Jimmy Butler out until January probably?
this feels unreasonable to me.
Unreasonable, yes, but I don't know. Like, did Joe Lacob basically say, you got to be a playoff team, and you look at this roster, of course you're not going to be.
Nobody doesn't like the way they play.
Right.
And if I'm Steve, I'm like, right. I don't like the way they play either.
I've got a lacrosse guy running my point guard.
They're not very good players, Joe.
Right. But the guys who are good players, Draymond and Steph, they turn it over too much. And that's frustrating for Joe to watch game after game, year after year.
Yeah, but the contention that Joe has thought about dismissing Steve before, which is a laughable thought, quite frankly. It makes it sound like these frustrations have gone back and forth for a long time.
Yeah, of course.
Time.
I mean, go all the way back to what we talked about with the draft. And, James Wiseman was such a project. He played 40 minutes of college basketball. And so that's the guy you're going to bring in to help me roll with this dynasty that we're trying to elongate. And then the Kuminga Wagner one, to me, that probably was the biggest blow. Well,
think about the timeline of this, right? So the Warriors end up having a not very good year, leads them down the road. They end up with the 7th pick in the draft, right? That's a trade. They're able to handle that whole thing. This is in the post-Durant era. And at that time, the Warriors, I think that's the time where Lacob is like, no, we need some new, fresh blood in here. And so that's why he makes the Kuminga pick. And then that year doesn't necessarily bring you much fruit. And then what happened the very following season?
You won the championship. Right. You won the title. Okay. And I do think that...
So if I'm Steve Kerr, I'm like, bleep
You gave me Wiseman, you gave me Kuminga and Moody as young players, and we still won the title. So, yeah, look at this year's team, and we didn't play well enough. Okay. Did you see all the guys we played? You're at 7, and, no disrespect to any of them. They're NBA players. But
Bay Area, it's Pat Spencer.
Yeah, and Pat had a nice year.
I'm not making something up, right? Y'all heard that. It sounds like just frustration between Joe and Steve.
Right. And if you're Steve and you look at the roster, as much as you don't want to leave Steph and you don't want to leave Draymond, this roster is completely pockmarked. I mean, if you're to try and compete next year, you need about 7 different things to go your way. And
Not your 7.
No, 7.
Thank you.
Just 7 things, but I don't like their chances.
What's about to happen on the radio, Grandy?
There's a couple heavy hitters on this station today. Anthony Slater on with the midday show, Steiny and Goo. And then the conversation you guys just had with Monty Poole. So Slater first, and then we'll hear Monty coming up in 35 minutes or so.
Slates.
Yep.
Yeah, he was great. He was great. All right. Y'all want to know exactly what's going on with the Dubs? I'd stay right here for the 6 o'clock hour. Brought to you by the Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
I'll give it a try.
Okay. I feel like we should.
Yeah, we probably should.
Okay. All right. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water?
I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI, and you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant